Yeah.
Good morning, Vietnam. Hey, this is not a test. This is rock and roll.
The Squarespace. Degenerate conversations in a broadcaster voice.
Where you'll hear people say things in a tone that says, I'm a professional, with language that says, I'm a degenerate.
That's an amazing subtitle. I
You
like it.
like that? Take it and do with it as you will. I am flying solo this morning with the kids. Karen's off and about. Maggie.
Did you rock there for a sec? Morning.
Morning.
Casey, you still there? I'm not sure if you're still talking, Casey.
He's communicating with his eyes.
What was that song about the eyes? Hungry Eyes?
I'm going through the annals.
Hungry Eyes. You know that Time Life music commercial? One of the songs from that?
My media diet's kind of weird, my guy. If I heard a song that started with "Hungry Eyes," it would have to be very well composed before I. It feels like the kind of thing that I would stop listening to. I'm not gonna lie.
Hold on. Amazing. Actually, the Web 2 royalties from the uploading of comedy music has started to actually pay out, which is interesting.
No shit.
Yeah, I've never seen it happen before. Like personally, like I'm the one. You take the file, you do this, and it's like, oh, wow. You ever get that? You ever have someone you're working with get the royalty check, and you're like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? You ever see them? They just open up their computer, and you can hear their voice trail off when they see the number.
Weirdly enough, no, but I hear it happens. I've heard from multiple sources.
It's wild. It's wild. It's like the guy just invented someone to work uh, an entry level job for him.
Yeah, one of these days, my guy. Um, fuck, maybe Monday. I don't know, dude. We'll find out. I've been I don't know how hardcore this Spanish music in the background is. It's also
No,
windy
no, it's fine.
outside. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Yeah. I've been uh you can hear the tension. I'm thinking there's two paths with this weird time thing. Path A, I launch all 1,000 tokens with a $20 floor reserve rather. Path B, I release one an hour for 41 days. The first one's $1. The second one's $2. The third one's $3. The fourth one right up to $1,000, which no one's gonna pay, unless, of course, like 90% of the people are speculating because they think my time's worth more than it is. And so,
Well,
like, you know what I'm
is
saying?
it is it possible that you do a soft launch with KC? Just to
Go
test out
on.
the interaction. Because I'm thinking like word of mouth gets this done, and I know that word of mouth is working for me because I hear people talking about this, that, and the other. And when I walk into the room, they say, "Oh, look, it's the horse." I'm like, "How the fuck do people know me?" Right? And so I believe down deep in my soul that half an hour with you is worth more than half an hour with 99.9% percentile of the people on here. And I think that news will travel quickly. Like if I knew that I could say, yo, before you do anything, talk to this guy. Why should I talk to this guy? Before you do anything, talk to this guy. Like, for example, I'm working with a lady who has a spa business here in Hamilton, right? Simple spa business, right? And if I could get her top tier advice that wasn't in my immediate circle, that'd be worth a lot to me. That'd be like a huge value add to me.
Yeah, I think you're right. And you know, you sort of see
But
that
I'm a
in various.
headhunter, right? So like,
Yeah.
my job is to find people. And if I found someone that did a good job, I wouldn't try to find more people. I'd just try to work that person until they don't have bandwidth. As long as they want
Pretty
the
much,
hour,
yeah.
right? You have hours, great, because I don't trust anyone else but you.
No, I hear you. I'm well, so there's like 2 or 3 parties that have been trying to hire me for basically building open audio, but like the polar opposite of what it's for, right? Like, because the point of it is to build an underlying protocol that, you know, it's the tide that raises all ships. But they're all like, "Yo, we want that functionality. Can you build it for us and only us?" I'm like, yeah. So, but I think the competition between them is probably going to like take care of the floor. If I hit $35 an hour, which is, I'm sure I could earn more if I get a proper grown-up job somewhere. But it'll take care of me for 2 years.
Oh fuck! What if you charged a different rate for an extra 15 minutes?
Well,
Because you know go ahead.
this is what I'm saying. Like, if I launch the first token at $1, and the second one at $2, and the third one at $3, remember, third parties can sell these things to each other as well. So you got to look at the ratios of like people who want the time versus people who don't want the time, but they think they can sell it for more.
Well, the
Right?
thing is, like, I would buy it as an. This is an N. Are these fungible hours?
Well, that's a good
No,
question. That's absolutely a good question.
right?
They're not tied to specific time, right? Which is actually the better way to do this.
And you have to use it in the first 2 years.
Yeah. So at the end of, so when you get a token, it gives you access to a Calendly link, and that Calendly link gets you book a slot on the schedule between Tuesday and Thursday, 9 to 5, any time that's not already taken by somebody else. I've made sure that there's like 2,500 hours in there just in case. But in theory, if there's only 900 hours left of that 2 years and nobody spent a token, there's 100 hours that can't be spent.
Yeah, I guess I look at this a lot differently than I think a lot of people on here would, because what you're doing is could be one of the ideas that tokenize headhunting, right? In a lot of ways, I think if you and I spun up something, it would probably dropkick all these motherfuckers.
Well, so I hear you. I hear you. I like, because the thing is, because these tokens are sellable, it means that you could get somebody to mint, let's say, a year of their life or 2 years of their life, right? So 2 years would be 4,000 tokens as opposed to 1,000. And well, I mean, you can make the denomination whatever you want, right? So you can literally say it's one token, and it's one token that's worth 2 years, for example.
Well,
Uh,
think about like something transactional, like a smart contract. So people have been DMing me saying, "Hey, I need a smart contract developer. I need a smart contract engineer. I need somebody to do a token." Right? And so for me, that scope of work, right, I think is technical enough to tokenize one of my smart contract developers.
so I hear that. Let me land the plane on this first thing, because I think you'll see where I'm going with it. So let's say that you go up to somebody and say, "Hey, here's $100. I want you to give me a 24-hour window during which I have the exclusive right to pimp you to somebody who's going to give you $100,000. But for that 24-hour window, I get to sell you for $100K to someone, right? Now, you happen to know as a recruiter that this is a $150,000 person, and there's 4 customers. So now you turn around, you say, "Hey, 4 customers, I got this $150K person. I'm going to start the bidding at 100K. Y'all got 18 hours, and highest bidder wins." Now, what's interesting about that is because that person has delegated they've given you the option to be able to be the exclusive decision maker around that decision. It's very similar to like signing that exclusive realtor thing that the real estate agents do, where you have to speak to the agent. You can't go to the homeowner anymore because they've delegated. And so now the recruiter essentially gets to set the terms with the market, as opposed to the market hiring the recruiter and giving them a deal, which puts the power in the hands of the recruiter in the extreme. It also starts to look a hell of a lot like pimping.
Yeah, but what if there was an auction for the Panani?
I don't know if there's a way to stop that from happening.
No, but like you know what I mean. That's the way I look at it. You know, I often joke around with people that headhunting is white collar human trafficking because I know that they don't like recruiters, so I paint the worst version of it for them before they can, right? And so,
Well, yeah.
right, and so the auction. When you said auction, I think that one word could make this very interesting. So, for example, in any legal firm, in any agency, in any consulting company, in any McKinsey, you have Price's Law, which, you know, the square root of the number of people do
Right.
50% of the work. And the complaint invariably that arises is, you know, I met the first girl and she was amazing. And then I never saw her again. What the shit? I thought that lady was going to help me. And they're like, no. That's just a sales partner lady. She doesn't work. She just sells full time. And you're like, fuck.
Right.
So there is a small cadre, you know, Bill Gates, take away my top 20 people, take away my whole company. There's a small cadre of people for whom auctionable hours, whew. Like, I'm just thinking about some of the people in my own Rolodex. Like, you talk to my top guy from India, like, he was on the board of advisors for their large oil company and he's doing a complete transformation of their largest steel company, JSW Steel. There's a small community of people that can benefit from his advice. But an hour with him and maybe his connections, God knows what you can't do. Hey, Venus.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm alive. How are you?
I feel about the same. I'm doing better. I'm doing better this morning. I have to say.
Ruben and I have been talking about a concept that he came up with that I think can be really transformative in the recruiting of talent. Would you consider? I imagine that a lot of people are constantly coming up to you, asking you to help with this, help with that, help with this, help with that. Is that correct?
It's usually they're asking my opinion about the health.
Yes. They're asking your opinion, kind of like a trend lawyer.
Pretty much, yeah.
Do you think, are these people who come to you for advice, if you don't mind me asking, are you able to charge them for that advice as a consultant or a fractional consultant, so to speak?
Um, well, I don't, but I'm sure I probably could, you know.
Hmm. If there were people who heard about your legend and wanted to avail themselves of your services, is that something you'd be interested in? if they brought money to the table?
Well, sure. I mean, I think that's everybody's goal is to eventually, I mean, even if it's not, actually money, but somehow facilitating your life through the work that you love to do, you know?
So I think so. This unit problem or unit case of how do we increase the amount of paid work that people can take from people who really could benefit from that advice. That kind of spirit is what Ruben and I were talking about, and it's what he's building. And
I,
so I was very interested in hearing how it works, Ruben.
yeah, I'd be interested in hearing how that all works too, and how it combats um, the social aspect of it.
Well, so first of all, it doesn't, because I don't think that's possible. I think that you're always going to have supply factors, you're going to have demand factors, you're going to have friend factors, you're going to have, you know, as soon as you mix the relationship element with money, it changes the tone, right? So I think you got to sort of accept that. To the extent that one can accept that, then the rest of it comes about expectation setting and, you know, who's setting the terms, right? Is it the employer or the employee? Um, and if you have a product, right, which in this case is time or your attention, which could be measured in a W-9 working for a company, or it could be measured on like a Fiverr contract on the internet, or any other sort of exchange. Then all the normal sort of things about the product start to come into play, which is the product discoverable? What is the sort of demand profile for that product? And what are the supply dynamics, elasticity, and all those sort of geeky economics things, right? I guess the theory is that time is already kind of tokenized, and we tokenize it with the calendar, and we token it with clocks, right? Because time, I mean, you know, clocks don't exist in nature. We made that, so it's already tokenized. But the tools for it are still kind of rudimentary. I mean, the tools in terms of like how you deal with your own time are kind of rudimentary as it applies to like an exchange. Like you go to a stock market and you can buy a stock, you can buy like this other weird stock which is actually 20 other stocks, and you know you can
I,
short stocks. And oh, go ahead.
I'm having a little trouble hearing you with the wind. Is there any way to block the mic from the wind?
There's a way to get behind this big old wall and see how long we
Uh,
go for. How about
thank
that? Okay. So sorry, I'm multitasking over here. Short version is what I was thinking of doing for myself to start with, just as like a guinea pig, is to create 4,000 tokens. Wow, forget 4,000, 1,000 tokens, right? 1 hour each. It's about 6 months worth of time. And I create a window on my calendar between Tuesdays and Thursdays, 9 to 5. Anyone who has one of these little tokens can book a 1 hour slot in that calendar, and I turn up, right? And that's the hour. Now, if somebody buys 8 of them, well, maybe I'm hanging out with somebody for 8 hours. Or maybe they do what else they want and split it up or whatever, right? But the interesting part is that now that you've tokenized them, you can do things like give them to somebody else, or you can sell them yourself, right? And so I have like a little secondaries thing where if somebody buys one and sells it to somebody else, like let's say somebody buys one for $20 and sells it for $30, there's like a 12% royalty that comes back. So yeah, because I missed out on the $30 because somebody bought it for 20, but you got this little secondary royalty thing that you can sort of fold into the process, etc. And there's all sorts of different ways you could list them, right? You could say, hey, I'm only going to make one of these a week. Or actually, I'm going to like ramp up, the amount of hours that I'm working. Like you give all of the tools for the kinds of things that people might want to do to that person. and you make it easy for them to like structure stuff, right? Maybe somebody says, you know what, if you want to book my time, but you want to book it within 24 hours, I'm just going to charge you 3 times as much, right? Because I don't want to have to stress out and like miss out on my holiday because I didn't know somebody was going to want it, right? But you're just taking all the tools that already exist, you're giving them to people, and you're making it easy to sort of set those terms and push them out to a marketplace, as opposed to going and negotiating with a employer, doing like a one-on-one deal, and then if you got like 5 different places that you could work for, you got to do 5 times the negotiation. Where in this one, you just say, hey, look, here's a price, and then maybe set up an auction or something. You know what I'm saying? So there's all sorts of different models that you could try, I think, with something like this. I know there's people who would say, oh, I know Steve. He's a specialist in platypus, right? So I don't have the kind of clout that could get Steve to talk to my friend Shirley, but I see he's got an hour on Thursday. I might buy it and give it to Shirley, you know? Or you know what? Steve, the platypus specialist, never spends any time with his family. So I'm just going to buy it and I'm going to give it back to Steve and force him to hang out with his family, right? Like, do what you want. But it's really just about taking all the tools that exist in traditional contracts, making them programmable, and then enforcing whatever those preferences are with a bunch of robots instead of humans and pieces of paper. You know what I'm saying?
I kind of like this idea. Have you talked to anybody in the space about providing a platform for this, or
So the
is it still
platforms, yeah. Well, so the platform seems pretty easy to do. I'm pretty sure I can knock out a platform in a week or two. What I think is way more interesting is building a protocol. Because if you can build a protocol, then all sorts of platforms could be built on top of the protocol, and you wouldn't have all that duplication. You know,
Mhm.
a bit like HTTP, where like imagine if somebody had to invent HTTP every time they made a website. It'd be a nightmare. But you got this language that allows everything to talk to each other, and so you can sort of compare apples to apples, I guess, at least for the time thing. Because you can't really do that with a
But
W9 or a Fiverr thing, you know?
back in the old days, you used to, when you do your grocery shopping, you used to have to go to the apple farmer to go and buy your apples. And then you did make your way down the road to the slaughterhouse to go and buy your meat. And then you go next door to the dairy farm to pick up your eggs. And eventually people got really smart and they were just like, you know what, this is way too much walking. My horse is tired by the end of the day. And they invented the grocery store. So, that's how markets and grocery stores came about. So what I'm saying is that yeah, you can build a platform. Anybody can build a platform. But putting your thing in a marketplace where people are doing other kinds of business that are very similar to what you're doing
Or
would
you
be
talk about aisles, right? Would you like to go down the
what?
smart contract developer aisle, where you can shop for many different types of smart contract developers?
Right. Right. You know, that there would, like going to a place where there are other things that are along the same lines of what you're doing. Have you talked to somebody in that respect?
So to be honest, I think the closest thing to this is Upwork. Um, Maybe Fiverr, but probably closer to Upwork, which is a marketplace. And you can go on and you can run a filter sort, and you can say, okay, I'm looking for developers or copywriters or attorneys or whatever it is I'm looking for. And people can set their prices, and Upwork takes something like 20, 25%, something like that. But the contractors, that environment, they don't have a lot of control. They don't have a lot of dynamic controls. They don't have the ability to have like, if this is happening in my life, then it's this price. If that's happening, then it's that price. They don't have a lot of ability to control things, right? Um, They couldn't auction their time, for example. And so I understand that from a platform perspective. I definitely think that, you know, the 1.0 of like a marketplace product for this would probably look like a platform. But I also get excited about building a. The reason I talk about the protocol is you can do all sorts of stuff with the protocol, right? Like English is a protocol, and you can use it to write poetry, or you can use it to write a book, and you can use it to do all sorts of stuff, right? So maybe you have like a marketplace that's just for people who take metal and turn it into, buildings, right? And there's all sorts of people to do with metal buildings stuff. And and maybe you got somebody else who says, you know what, we don't really do metal buildings, but this is the place where you find musicians, or this is the place where you find this. Maybe it's sort of determined by the vertical of whatever industry it is, or the kinds of labor, right? Like somebody could use this to build an app for the hospitality industry, right? Where, hey, I need a dishwasher now.
The
Whereas
just-in-time nature of it is interesting.
Yeah, and so like the challenge with building a marketplace is that because selling time for money is about as generic as it gets, right? Then you end up building this marketplace that is trying to be everything to everybody at the same time. Whereas if you just build a protocol and you allow other people to build those kinds of marketplaces that you're talking about, you know what it's a bit like? It's like we're trying to build the trucks that go between the farms and the supermarkets. So instead of trying to build the supermarket, the ultimate supermarket, right, the Walmart, we're just building all the trucking systems so that anybody who wants to start a supermarket can do so. You know what I'm saying?
Think about the applicant tracking system. So if you have a recruiting agency, the heart of any recruiting agency is their ATS, their applicant tracking system, right? It has their resume, their phone number, their name, maybe their all notes from the conversation, feedback from previous employers. And so imagine all you did is adding to the ATS the ability for this pricing and auctioning. So the terms, so the back and forth that happens between, it's almost like going to a cash register and then the person's like, how much is the apple? Hold on, let me get on the phone with the apple. Oh, and the apple said he's going to call me back. And you're just sitting there waiting to cash out, right? So if we could handle that, if we could add that pricing functionality and transaction functionality to the applicant tracking system, that's kind of that marketplace, and the headhunters and recruiters and talent acquisition. Those are your people helping people in the aisles. Oh, you're looking for this kind of Apple smart contract developer. Yes, we have iOS developers over here.
Yeah, I see it. I think protocol's going to take a little while, right? It's building apps.
Executing before doing the protocol to learn what the protocol should do and how it might be protected is right, a good critical path.
Yeah, absolutely. The biggest concern is that when you have that many variables, right, humans, and you got humans dealing with other humans, things get unpredictable.
Well, I think that's where we scope the usage right now to a specific target market. Like, for example, let's say you want a technician. We get calls all the time. Hey, do you have a tech? Hey, do you have a tech? Hey, do you have a tech? We need to install a camera. We need to do access control. We need to wire up a building for Wi-Fi and internet. Right? These are the things that I'm thinking about. Okay, yeah, you want somebody? Go ahead. Avail yourself of tech token.
Yeah, it's interesting. It also, I think, provides opportunities for people to do other interesting things. So, like, maybe the person I'm talking to wants to work for me, and but I don't have any money. But I do have another friend that is useful to this person. So
Or I might exchange tokens with them.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. you can batch and you can chop and change.
I was going to set up I was thinking about an agency. So what if I want to put together an agency that only existed for an hour, right? Because I have one token from Ruben, one from Venus, one from Dan, one from Meta, one from NFTs, one from Matthios, right?
And now you're talking about securitization, which is if I have an
Mm-hmm.
Elon hour and a Biden hour at the same
Mm-hmm.
time at the same
Mm-hmm.
place, I can package them and sell an Elon Biden hour.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I would do. This is so you have a startup? Okay, so what you need is a Google Venture Design Sprint. Let me guess, you don't have the right people around you that are complementary? Not a problem. We need the decision maker, the logistics, the tech, the customer specialist, the legal, all those people. We'll put together that team and you can avail themselves when you need them just in time as you're doing your Google Venture Design Sprint on your own.
A cute idea I was throwing around with Casey around this the other day was because as soon as you have options, you have shorts, right? So what if I shorted the assassin index and then hired them to kill each other? I'm kidding. Don't do that. I don't recommend it.
I mean, it's why I have Digital Mercenary as a Substack. Because that's what I see the people around me doing, right? As the need for teams becomes smaller, as the two pizza team becomes more and more effective because of means of production or subscription, right? That's kind of how I see, people coming to me. They're like, "Hey, Mike, we need this person for an hour." And I was thinking about, okay, like we could what if you created classes that depending on the type of hour, whether it's a voice actor or a technician, you might have classes of hours. You want me to do cabling? 25 an hour. You want me to do cameras? 35 an hour. You want me to do access control? 45 an hour, right? Because I'm thinking about the statement of work. If we can kind of have tokens represent different items and deliverables on a statement of work within a defined industry.
Yeah, absolutely. And you also have the ability to have accreditation as well, right? So if you can sort of look at the marketplace in its entirety, just how like you can have you can use Google Trends to figure out what the search volume is on any keyword at any time, because it just scrolls all the data sets and figure out what's happening on the macro rather than on a particular platform. You can say, okay, well, it looks like people who are, I don't know, private investigators go for $40 an hour, but people who are private investigators who have a physics degree go for $50 an hour. You know what? I'm going to give a loan to this person who I'm pretty sure is going to pass the accreditation test, and in exchange for $2.50 an hour for the next X hours until I get my money back plus 20%. And you can just do it. And you don't, and it's all, and it can all be enforced by code, so you don't have to, you don't have to deal with paper and attorneys and all the rest of it, because just the code just does it for you. Which I think could be really powerful, by the way. Like being able to invest into other people's education in a way that allows them to, which allows you to, for it to be profitable for the person who's doing so, whilst empowering the other party in this really direct way. It's not loose. It's not like, here's 10 grand, see you in 3 years.
Well, we have something right now that I'm working on, and so imagine the marketplace needs technicians, right? The marketplace needs technicians. Not a lot of technicians because all the technicians are retiring this year, as it would turn out, and in the next 5 years. All the people who were building all these fiber buildings and stuff like that, they don't, they're 50 years old. They're not going to be pulling cable like they used to. And so we have all these large companies who need technicians, right? And we train them up. And so now we have started a relationship with some of the colleges around here to take on co-op students. Now, just to land this, the Canada has something called the Canada Ontario job grant. And it says that if you have a job offer that is conditional on you completing training, the person who is offering you the job can put as a stipulation that before you get the offer and start working, you complete this training. And if you get an offer like that, the government will pay for that training for you because you have a job offer.
That is awesome.
So it's still kind of mid days with this because, you know, the first thing is to put together the consortium of companies that are hiring this similar staff, and then take these consortium demand and say, see all the consortium demand? Yes, we're going to solve that with a combination of people, process, technology, and capital, which is job offer interviews happen, job offers come in, job offers are conditional on XYZ training, XYZ training is paid for, and the people get a job. Co-op students as young as 18 years old.
Dibs on not building the government API, though.
Oh yeah, I mean that. I, as much as I have a lot of ideas, I go super slow with stuff. You know, get this commitment over here, get this commitment over here, get this commitment over here. Check back with the first one, make sure they're still on board. You know, and that can turn into a yearly thing that all of a sudden, you know, gets turned on with a click of a button. But more the, you know, generating that social consensus around, yes, this is a demand that is worth solving for everyone involved, from the college to the student to the hiring manager to the training provider, right? And so for all these reasons, I see, is there a faster way for me to hire a technician when a technician has called in sick on a Monday morning?
Yeah, super reactive. Absolutely. I think that's
Just
the
in
key,
time.
because you end up with a more fluid ecosystem, right?
Well, it's demand generated, right? It's like if people call us, like that's why I call it so you want to attract funding. If they call you, you're in a better position to negotiate.
Now, what is the have you considered the applications of businesses that have gone to automation?
So unpack that a little bit, if you will.
A number of our you know, and there's a lot of jobs that you can automate, you know, just with robotics, and you know, you've seen some of our car uh manufacturing places car manufacturing was one of the first places that did that, but it's becoming more and more common. And I'm thinking, have you considered the applications, how that would, you know, how this would apply in a place that is utilizing automation rather than people?
Yeah, that's really interesting. Well, so first of all, I would say that's a moving target, right? Like most places, if they have a company, they'll have a website, which is a form of automation. But some of them have fax machines, which is kind of automation, right? And so I think it's contextual, and you know that's going to sort of shift over time. I don't know if we're going to end up in an environment where, you know, machines are fixing the machines that are making new machines to fix the machines that are fixing the machines, and we're all just sort of hanging out on a beach somewhere. Hopefully, right? Um, and maybe that's sort of where this end game goes, and the time and attention that we would normally be trading for our labor is now closer to the time and attention that we're trading for um, anything else, right? Maybe the way that I'm using this is I'm not hiring somebody per se, but actually I just really want an interview from this person for my podcast, and they're just too busy to spend an hour. But you know what? I'm willing to beat out the Wall Street Journal
because I'll be damned if the headline is in my competitor or something, you know? But I think what's powerful about it is that with something like this, you're not asking people for the core contributor to this. I don't think is the person who's paying for the time. I think the core contributor is the person with the time, and time is zero sum. It's finite. I'm 35, and according to America's life expectancy, I got about 80,000 hours of 40-hour work weeks left, and I might be able to push that out to 90,000. I might work, 60 hours a week and push it up to 120, but there's no stopping a clock. So I guess, however it's used, what I think's cool about it is that we all have it. It's just that we don't have very good tools to own it, and to sort of really sort of bring it under our control, right? Like we've got knives, but we don't really have a Swiss Army knife, if you will. And I feel like if we had the same kind of tools, I mean, it's a bit like having a contract attorney and a developer in your back pocket, where if you just made all the tools simple and easy to use, using plain language, right? Easy enough for a 5-year-old to do. Employment information is
Yeah.
not employment advice.
You have a roving band of digital mercenaries that you can avail yourself when you need to cross a river or go over a mountain.
Yeah, we you might even say we're freeing the means of production.
How dare you?
Oh, sorry.
No, how dare you free the
Oh.
means of production? Don't you know that's
right?
That's the foundation of our society.
Well, it is now. Are you happy?
I've stopped expecting happiness in the way I once thought of it.
Well, I'm not sure we're going to be able to sort of free ourselves from contribution to society in exchange for a store of value that we can sort of spread around and buy doodads and knickknacks, right? I suspect that's probably going to be a few generations away at least. What I do think is that if you take a person who, because they don't have a contract attorney in their back pocket and because they don't have automation tools in their back pocket, they're trading 40 hours a week for $20 an hour. I think you give the kinds of tools for that person to be able to get enough exposure to whatever the marketplace is, right? Maybe they're a lawnmower or something. And you say, okay, well, here's all the tools. And now anybody who could mow a lawn or wants a lawn mowed, they can find you with Google or whatever the sort of equivalent is. And if every time you go mow a lawn, you knock it out of the park, and your sort of reviews on your profile, right, or sort of tied against your, I guess your ledger, right, are stellar reviews, then presumably people are going to want you to mow their lawn, right? And I think if that person can go from an environment where they're spending 40 hours at, $20 an hour to 10 hours at $80 an hour, well, man, we just freed up that person's time by 75%, and that might give them more time to run around and look for those doodads and knickknacks, right?
Most of my time is spent talking to people and then giving them a name and a phone number. Oh, you want that? Right?
I believe
Oh,
that.
right? Oh, that's who you want. Oh, that's who you want. Oh, you need to talk to this. And sometimes you'll see me just tag people on Twitter, being like, oh yeah, that's not me. I just sound like I can do that. I sound like I can do that because I've been talking to NFTs for a while, and I understand that custody is still the canary in the coal mine for decentralized systems.
You're still giving them your phone number?
The WhatsApp. Yeah,
Yeah, no.
it's all Rolodex driven for me at the end of the day. Yeah, they go from because that's for me that's the sales funnel. So people see me in Twitter, and I'm shadow banned on LinkedIn. So I use Twitter to drive my LinkedIn traffic, and then depending on what happens there, they either go to the phone or I tag someone else, and then the job is done. Sometimes it happens like in half an hour. You're like, hey man, I need to generate 1,111 images, and I need to launch this, and I already have the layers. Okay, so that you need Shaitanya. Hey Shaitanya, you free? Yeah, man, I'm good. I'm doing that right now. Okay, so I'll tag you in a conversation. If the idea is bad, take money. If the idea is good, take equity, and that'll be the whole conversation.
Hmm. I
Speaking
don't
of
know.
equity,
I feel like the
oh, go ahead.
whole that distance thing. I like that as as many problems as Discord has, I love the that it plays a firewall. I can turn off my notifications on my Discord, and I'm not obligated to answer as soon as they send it in. I can go back the next day, or in a couple of hours, or whenever it's convenient for me. Um so I'm always amazed that people still use their phones like that.
Yeah, it's a consequence of working with boomers and the traditionalists.
Yeah, I get it.
Like
They're
Discord. Have
trying.
you ever heard an uncle talk about Discord? Right? They don't often rave about their experience.
Right. I tried to introduce my mom to Telegram, and it was not a good experience. So we did not do it again.
Oh
But
yeah, they'd be like, you know what? Maybe if we just reintroduce this rotary phone, it's funny because my mom just hit me up, and she said, "Hey Mike, can you record something for me with your voice?" I'm like, okay. I just sent her a quick voice note back. But WhatsApp is her portal to the world because all the aunties can talk without spending long distance.
mhm. Oh, you guys still pay long distance out there?
Oh yeah, Canada has some of the highest telecommunication rates on the planet.
Oh, wow. Man, it's been like since the 90s. We haven't paid long distance fees in the United States.
Yeah, Canada is not not all just poutine and igloo. Sometimes they can. We have a nicer form of predation out here. It's much more polite.
Uh-huh. Polite but scammy. Got it.
As long as it's polite, right? As long as it's diplomatic, it takes the edge off.
Right. Well, you guys, I was not expecting to join a podcast this morning. But thank you so much for having me.
Oh, it's a
This
pleasure
is
to
great.
hang out.
But I can't wait to hear how your project develops.
Man, I can wait. I'm not confident that this is going to work out in my favor. But it'll be interesting. So that'll be fun, right?
Some of the things I thought would work out in my favor went the opposite way. So why can't the opposite be the truth?
Exactly. Optimism. Optimism is key. I will see you guys soon. Thank you so much for having me.
And thanks for coming
I
by.
know. I feel if we could do like a token of 1 hour, right? I'd sell that hour to someone, or I'd put it up for sale. Hey, if you want to talk about this more, right? I just link them to a website. Add your MetaMask, buy the hour, buy the token, And if you get good service, leave a testimonial. See, for me as the service provider, the testimonial is the gold because the testimonial allows me to do distributed word of mouth. by wrapping that testimonial into a video.
See, that is interesting. I definitely think that there's going to be an element of the social graph taking place
Yep.
here, right?
It does have to be on chain, right? The social graph is kind of just people seeing testimonials right now.
Well, so the social graph is there whether or not it's recognized, right?
Yes.
And so I think by articulating that, you end up with a lot of opportunities. There's also some dangers too, right? Like, let's say that I do some work for somebody, and then they turn around after the fact and they say, "Hey, I'm going to give you a terrible review unless you give me a 50% refund." Well, that's not cool, man. Who are you going to believe, right?
But here's the thing, like, if risk cannot be destroyed, only transformed, I'd be like, yeah, you want to leave that review? Go for it. But the fallout from that review is on you.
And I think that's the key. Like, you have to have a trust graph system on the back so that it's not going to prevent people from being scallywags or ruffians or ne'er-do-wells, but it should record. But over time, the behavior of those individuals should manifest. Um, it should be obvious, basically, and it should be obvious not just to somebody sort of scanning, but I suspect with a degree of confidence and a sophisticated enough machine, they should be able to like basically do a sentiment analysis with a degree of sophistication
What
across
about a
entire.
tokenized group?
Huh?
What if, like, imagine if all of the people on these square spaces, right, decided to have a group token. So if you want to avail yourself of a quote unquote, like, kind of a tokenized space instead of a ticketed space, right, then one founder could interface with, this brain trust. And I would argue that interacting with this distributed brain trust would be a really, really powerful offering.
I think so. And I think it has really interesting effects when you start playing around with that, right? One idea that was prior to this idea, it was like a specific use case. It was a pair programming score. And so the premise was you've got a bunch of developers in a particular language, right? Let's say Flutter, which is a language that people can use to make applications that will work in iOS, but also, in Android in a way that is either native or feels native. And so, super useful, right? If you can do that. But the population of people who are super familiar with that language is a lot smaller than, let's say, the JavaScript developer population. And so, if you're a company that is looking for Flutter devs, and you might have 3, but you don't really have the time and attention to sort of see, and you might have like a bunch of junior devs as well. So let's say you got 3 solid Flutter devs. You want that to be 6. There aren't 6 available, and so you get some junior devs to come in, and you want the 3 that you have to sort of teach, the youngins. You can do that, but if it's probably going to be hands off, right? You got other stuff to do. So in this scenario, you could say, hey, for every hour that you spend with, Jehoshaphat over here, you will earn a pair programming token, and anybody who cares to look will see that you have spent an hour teaching another person this language. And if you get
Or I'm
10,
an understudy of this massively intelligent person. Instead of going to university for 100 hours, I have spent 100 hours underneath the tutelage of Professor Tim Richardson, who graduated from Queens, taught at U of T, taught at Seneca, traveled the world as an international management consultant. This is my mentor tokenized. You can see it. Would you like to avail yourself of somebody who studied under Tim Richardson or Steve Jobs? You know what I mean? That
and
trust
now
graph.
and now we basically have an extrapolation of the black belt system of the various martial arts, right?
Mhm. Yeah, it took Joe Rogan, 20 years to get his black belt from Eddie Bravo? right? If I imagine I could bet on a fight. Imagine my investment thesis was that I was going to gamble on all of the people that John Danaher taught jujitsu.
Yeah, that's really interesting. And I think it also gets really interesting where you say, like, if we go back to that pair program example, let's say that after 100 hours of pair programming, right, or under certain conditions, let's say you sort of pass some test or jump through some kind of hoop, right? You now, as an individual, have the permission from the piece of code to be able to now become the sort of the sensei and go teach others, right? But there's no way to do that unless you pass some sort of gating structure. And I mean, this can go either way. This could be actually really a little dystopian, right? Where you have a situation where, oh, well, I'm actually able to pass these tests now. I can do all these things now. But in order to get like the approval of society, I have to go study under this group of people who happen to be the people that other people trust, and I have to learn their silly ways of doing things, right? You get law school, basically. That's not fair. Law school is useful, and we need more lawyers, even in a world where contract law and other forms of law are going to be increasingly automated. Having people who understand not just the what's, but the whys, I think is going to be,
Systems will always have to be upgraded, right? And if
oh
that
boy.
increases during the singularity, then that integration testing is no trivial matter.
Yeah, and a lot of the people who understand the mechanics of how to, make these kinds of mechanisms manifest don't always understand some of the high level concepts like, you know, balancing the equities of multiple stakeholder classes in a really complex environment, which is, stock and trade for a lot of different certain kinds of attorneys. And so I think it's really important. I don't want to sort of undermine that group, but
Another crazy idea. Let's say I had a tokenized population of comedians. Then to put together a show, I would just have buy a bunch of 7-minute sets and a headliner set, and now I have my show.
yeah, I think that's a real use case, and I think that is actually, I would say that that is the kind of use case that might popularize this kind of thing in a really short order.
I would love to share this with all the comics that I've been sending you videos of. Right? I could reach out to a lot of people like that, easy. From here. And again, the festival in New York just finished, so yeah, I just got the footage from Gotham. The stuff is going to move fast. It's just one of those things where, for me, the reason I'm interested in all of this is because right now, as the person who connects people, I'm limited by the connections per day I can make, or per minute I can make, or per second I can make. And if I could allow these connections to happen faster, right, with ever growing trust concentric circles of the people I bring in, right? If people could avail themselves of the people in my network, then all I would have to do is focus on education, right? In terms of content, be like, all right, so you're interested in this? Let's level set and make sure we're all on the same page. If you'd like to take the next step, here's the value ladder.
Yeah, that's it's interesting. I feel like there's a few vectors of thinking around this in terms of like the what people are doing individually and how they can sort of work together to achieve things in a group way, hopefully in a way that doesn't distort uh, the freedom of a market, right? Like people in a lot of ways made unions because they felt like they lacked individual control to negotiate.
Hold on. Is that the attack vector where somebody buys up all the AI hours and is now the union?
I'm saying that if I bought 80% of all brain surgeon's time between 4 and 5 p.m. on Thursday, then that might make things weird.
Wow. Yeah, that's an interesting one. And for all of those reasons, I think, starting with a defined use case, whether it's the comics or what have you, people are
Big
putting
corner of
comedy
the
shows
market
on
on
all the
funny
time.
over here, my guy. Sorry, go
Oh,
ahead.
sorry, I'm constantly walking around. You guys walk around on Twitter Spaces? You sit in one place. I can't sit in one place. So if anyone listening to this now or in the future wanted to tokenize 1 or 2,000 of their hours, what might they do next? Oh, sorry, you're far away. I'm not sure why.
Is this a little better?
Ah, ciao. Now I can hear you.
Oh, I think my finger was over the mic. That was great. Yeah, so there's a rule, and there's a sort of phrase in startups: move fast and break things. And I think there's a silent second part. If you go to most of the places, yeah, move fast and break things. Which, depending on who you're talking to, it often means move fast and break other people's things. Um, um, if you go to a fintech startup group, they don't say that. They say move fast and break things, unless you're dealing with law or money. Then move methodically and work with the regulators. And I think that is a prudent approach. Here, I don't know what the hell people are going to use this for, and it kind of scares me a little bit. And so I am not even going to pretend that I'm going to figure out how to protect people from them goddamn selves. What I can do is I can move fast, and I can try to only break my own things, right? Um, and it won't be mature, it won't be perfect, it won't be efficient. It's using other people's technology. It'll have platform risk, but pretty sure I can knock it out on Monday, which is cool. And then from there, you build the 1.1. It's probably some sort of web app with Typeform and Zapier or whatever. And then if I do a good job, then we should have the funds to build something that's more scalable. But it's really hard to sort of predict when you're dealing with something that's so low level in the tech stack, right? Like somebody at some point figured out how to make binary, right? They said, "Yo, if we get a number ones, a bunch of ones and a bunch of zeros, we can use that to make alphanumeric characters," and that's awesome. But they probably didn't predict, like, who could possibly have predicted that binary would end up with Twitter Spaces, right?
It's
And so
it's unknowable. I think Kaufman. Ever see Stuart Kaufman? Right, the biologist, kind of evolutionary guy. He said that the biosphere is creating its own future. The biosphere is creating its own future possible phase states.
creating its own future possible space sticks.
Phase states. So he was using the example of the swim bladder, right? So I think the argument goes that there were these mammals that went from the sea to the land, right? And through that process, going back into the sea, there was this phenomenon or niche created called the swim bladder.
Oh yeah.
Right? Stuart Kaufman. And so he said, if you look at that whole thing, it's the future possible phase states of the biosphere are unprestatable.
Yeah. Yeah.
And there was a humility in that. And his argument was that reason and logic was never going to be enough because the prediction is these things are unprestatable, right? We don't know how combining public functions and smart contracts written onto the Ethereum blockchain will be composed by other people in positive and maybe nefarious ways, depending on which side of the transaction you're on. I'm gonna put it to the top. It was it's you know that guy with the turtleneck and the Tom Selleck mustache who does all those interviews with all these smart people.
I do
What is it
not,
called?
but they sound delightful.
Oh man, it's this dude is smart. So the idea is emergence fundamental, and so the guy's trying to understand what do you mean by emergence, and what do you mean by a radical emergence? And he said a radical emergence was a niche or a phenomenon that gets created in the biosphere that could not be prestated.
Yeah, there's definitely like emergent effects when you start dealing with really composability, right? Things that can be tools for making tools, right? Because for every additional variable, you multiply the variance of its use by every other variable, and so you add more variables, and the probabilistic field of the future just sort of expands, right? Instead of fractals. These are big ass words this morning, my guy.
We've been
But it's
talking with
true.
Dr. Wetzel too much, but it's absolutely true. I asked him, so at what point, how many public functions do you need to have sitting out there before the ability to predict how they might be composed becomes untenable? And he's like, about 7. I'm like, well, that's
Oh man,
I'll
that's
go home then.
optimistic. I want to say like 3.
3, right? Um, Based on, yeah. So it's one of those things where I did half of the intro of that Solidity programming language, right? And after learning about these public functions that are just sitting out there waiting to be used, either like gardens of oases or minefields, I stopped learning how to do the Solidity programming because I realized, whoa, the attack surface area created by any one contract that I write is not worth, you know what I mean? It's like, you know, crossing a river that's on average 6 feet deep kind of thing, right?
That's why I paused my Solidity dive as well, because I was like, there's so much I have to figure out before I can secure these contracts. I can't deploy anything because I don't know it's
It's too
secure.
risky. It's too risky.
It's way too.
I'm not going to promise a community something only to have my name burned.
Exactly, 100%.
But, you know, if you can hire someone in security, then maybe you can get a very myopic view of that attack surface.
So I haven't looked into it, but I've been wanting to about implementing AI when it comes to securing your contracts and securing your platforms. Do you know anything about that?
The only thing personally I would know is NFTs are worthless. You know what I mean? Like I know he's not using necessarily AI, but dynamic smart contract languages, right? But you know, I look at all of this stuff as a Red Queen's race. You ever come across the idea of a Red Queen's race from Lewis Carroll's Through the Looking Glass?
No, please elaborate. That's why I like to listen to you.
Well, it's all of these ideas. Well, no, my wifey did her paper at Queen's University on this phenomenon of a Red Queen's race. The Red Queen's race says that organisms must continue running faster and faster, not to get ahead, but to merely survive.
Hashtag deep. I get it.
Yeah, like Lewis Carroll Through the Looking Glass. I'll post a moment. What I did is after talking to my wifey about it, and she told me all of these because Lewis Carroll was teaching at Christ Church, So he wasn't able to say everything that he wanted to say very plainly. And so he hit a lot of these ideas, like, the rabbit hole and all of these, he used chess as an allegory. So I put Through the Looking Glass Explained at the top, and it's a Twitter moment. And if you tap on it, you'll see all the chapters, which just goes through chapter by chapter. And, oh, this is about Janushan thinking. This is about homospatial thinking. This is about the fact that you don't have free will by talking to the garden of live flowers, and et cetera, et cetera.
Thanks for giving me something to do this afternoon, friend. Appreciate it.
It was fascinating because he wrote Alice in Wonderland first, then he wrote a book on logic, and then he wrote Through the Looking Glass. And if you look up the book on logic,
I know this is probably irrelevant, but his poem Jabberwocky, I've been playing on my guitar for like 10 years.
I after reading it, I had a theory about what the poem meant, because everyone's like always like conjectured about like what does the Jabberwocky mean, right?
What do you think the Jabberwocky means, sir?
All right, I'll put it to the top. I know if I read it again, I'd probably have a different view on it, but
I kind of find out that every time I read something, every single time you read it again, you have a different perspective on it. Every time.
and that's why it's so unsettling to read books as you get older, because it's like, oh, it's almost like watching The Simpsons. You ever watch season 10 of The Simpsons and like, fuck, I missed all of these jokes. That's how I feel when I watch season 10, 11, and they're talking about like the school system, and they're going to Yale, and people are canceling the nuclear department. It's like, oh shit! Like, imagine watching Animaniacs as an adult. You'd be horrified.
Man, I used to love that show.
Scary stuff when you realize like how much animation is the safest space to talk about the hardest things.
Can we talk about how creepy Courage the Cowardly Dog was, though? Because that show creeped me out.
I think we often ignore disgust as one of the primary emotions, and it is effective. Well, this has been the Squarespace, Degenerate Conversations in a Broadcaster Voice. Meta, did you waste your time today? Were we at all helpful?
It was not a waste of time. See, there's very few spaces that I enjoy listening to, or people that I enjoy listening to, and you're one of them because you give me good brain exercise, and it's good to exercise your brain. And so I don't like to get in spaces where I'm just listening and I'm like, would you shut up? You're just reiterating the same words and you don't know what they mean. And I get so frustrated, because when you're mentally exercising and you're talking about concepts and you're working through them with other people, that's productive, right? That's you're being productive. These are productive spaces. Even though we don't necessarily reach an end, right? And so it was not a waste of time at all, and never is, sir. Thank you.
An honor. Ruben, how do you feel about how things went today? I mean, a lot of you have been here from the beginning of this Squarespace, and full disclosure, I started speaking like this because I found, when I spoke like this, Doug, what are you talking about, Voyager? You're fucking nuts, shorty. Like, I found when I spoke like that things would fall off the rails very quickly, especially if I got around some of my friends and we did, you know what I mean? Just devolved from that because of the interaction of smart contracts in our public functions. And so I decided to try to just use a corporate voice and not laugh as much as I could. And I think it's being productive. And in a weird way, it's kind of me just doing the same thing, but in a deadpan way.
You still need inflection. You can inflect. It's that I wonder if keeping the tone helps you keep the content on the rails. Maybe
Yeah,
that.
you understand? Because although I would love to be, yo, what the fuck are you talking about? You fucking drunk? Are you drunk? Like, although that's how I would talk to my friends about stuff, or the people I do business with, right? That signal, I think, changes people's perception of what is being discussed. Because it's almost like they don't like when you talk about the idol in a joking way, and the blockchain is their idol, right? Daniel told me that seeing these blockchain communities fight is like seeing the Protestants versus the Lutherans versus like Anabaptists.
That's so wild to me. It's so wild to me. I was gonna wait until you stop saying things, and then I was gonna come in with a broadcaster voice because y'all had a thing that said broadcaster voice. But I'm not sure if the actual temp here is to do a broadcaster voice. I know there's a lot of people in the room, and there's a lot of things to talk about today. Anyways, we were talking about the religious nature of blockchain communities. There's a lot of zealotry out there, and you can only get so much zealotry before you've had your fill. You know what I'm saying over here? So you.
I find the zeal in a world where we are too afraid to interact in real life will inevitably happen with technology. Humans create technology to recreate the human experience. Sometimes I think about this space as a table in a bar. I think about it as an open mic. I think about it as a conference. And I think it can be all of those things at the same time. The crazy thing is that what I found on stage is that your heckler can be your largest source of laughs. You can transform that risk. And so while I still want to have these conversations, I find that using colloquial language is sometimes like graffiti on a subway and people will throw garbage on the ground.
Well, I like to think of it as a warm fireplace with leather seats. Comfy.
Is it the seat with the buttons? It has to be, right? What is that button seat called? You know, the executive chair?
Polished ivory, I do believe. I'm not a botanist, but I'm pretty sure that's
Wait a
it's
minute.
elephant.
Are automation developers botanists?
Hey.
Building an evolutionary ecology of automation. Does automation come from the repetitive tasks roboticized in automotive plants? Automotive plants, sorry.
There's that botany again.
Back to the fungus once again. I saw somebody was talking about the traveling salesman problem. I'm like, oh yeah, the thing solved by the neuronless slime mold? What the fuck do we know?
I was thinking about ridiculous premises the other day, as one does. Um, and I was just doodling, and I came up with like a rubberos trolley problem, and then there's like fractal trolley problem. Like everybody has access to the lever at any time, but none of them will make them happy. Um, this is going nowhere. This sentence. We're now in good
No,
paradox.
you.
We're hydro.
I think you brought up maybe the most perfect way to conclude this, and it's a picture that I'm going to post to the top. The people in the future who hear this will not be able to see this picture, but the people in this room will be able to. So check out the meme at the top. I think it's one of the funniest things I've ever seen.
It's so accurate, and I just want to kind of bring it back down to earth for a second. I went to Kroger yesterday, and the coffee that I've been buying for 30 years of my fucking life, sorry to use colloquial language, went up like $4. Okay, I was at Kroger, and my coffee was $4 more expensive than it was like 2.5 weeks ago, and that's just that's rough, friends, rough guys, rough guys. Yeah, okay, I'm done now. Thanks.
Yeah. We gotta start breaking stuff in response. I'm not sure if they will understand anything else. If those who make peaceful change impossible make violent change inevitable. And I think when the that quote was initially coined, they were talking about $4 coffee hikes. Okay, that's inexcusable, right? The proletariat will not stand. Well, I mean, they will stand. In fact, they will rise up from a sitting position in pursuit of coffee. Okay,
Every day.
so
It's why I get out of bed, okay?
that's what I'm saying, right?
We're a coffee-driven economy.
Maybe.
Coffee is the oil of humanity.
I
It's
mean,
the point.
coffee's drugs. So I mean, yes, 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 yes.
Because our life, we don't, if our lives could be sculpted to where we enjoyed them more and they could be more beneficial to our true wants and needs, we wouldn't need substances as much to make it okay.
I heard Alan Watts had this idea that, if we imagine we created a universe, right? And the universe was a universe that allowed us to experience 100% pleasure 100% of the time. After a few million iterations of that life, we may decide, you know what? What if I decided a life that was 99% pleasure and 1% pain? And then eventually, if you went through that iteration long enough, you'd end up in the scenario we have right now.
Why do you think that is? Why do you think we would add it back to it of our own free will?
There's meaning in the suffering.
Okay, okay.
I heard another theory, which was kind of frustrating. But it's frustrating because I couldn't forget it. But the premise was in an environment where, in a multiverse, like a proper multiverse, in theory, there's at least one multiverse where there's an omnipotent being that can travel across multiverses. Which would mean that every multiverse is accessible by such a being. In which case, they sort of um, deduced an ultimate being, and I I think I'm frustrated because I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it.
Oh,
But
sir, I don't like it.
yeah, basically, my guy. Hmm. Whatever happened to Mr. Horse, man? That was such an incredible series. Ren and
Yeah,
Stimpy, man.
Ren and Stimpy was a dangerous show, dude.
Honestly, like that character. There are some characters that stick with you, right? Mr. Horse was one of them. Oh, sure, I don't like it. Um, and like often the characters that stick with me aren't the main protagonists, right? There's like Mr. Anderson. No. Agent Smith from the Matrix. Such a fascinating character because he's elegant. Like and part of it is because he is kind of one dimensional. You ever see that rant that he did with Morpheus? That scene where like he's explaining to Morpheus that why he the why for a machine that's programmed to be a dick, basically. It's the smell. You're saturated it. You have my key. I need the key. Like you can sort of see how there's like it's quasi mechanical in terms of like the approach.
It's running that loop over and over again to impress, right?
Yeah. And it was just, to go from sort of sophisticated machine that's like super advanced AI to like, oh no, this thing is programmed to do this. This thing is programmed not to do this. This thing is programmed to be this. Which I thought was just a really interesting character to write. Um, can I tell you my favorite character of anything ever in the entire universe? Oh my god. Maybe multiverse, honestly. Also, hi Brian, how we doing?
what's going on.
Yeah, I was going to say I was about to have to get off, but I wanted to tell Brian what's up. I like his dad perspectives on things, and he always just comes in with a. "Urgh."
Yeah, I love his dad voice. It's seductive.
Easy. Mr. Rogers, you're down there laughing. Someone needs to toss that crack box of jokes right down there. You think he's funny, don't you? Mr. Dad down there. Give him a mic.
How could you say no to that?
Brian, you don't want to fuck with me and this dad off, bro?
Oh, yes, you do.
So you want to be a dad?
This is why I come here, is because it's so just good people. Love you guys.
Do we got our freaking New Balances on with the white Nike tube socks and the cargos?
And the brown sandals that with the weave?
Oh, there you go, the jandals, bro, the jandals.
Man, I have to go in and change clothes, don't I, then? I thought I was hacked for a second. That I literally just... I think you guys are watching me, and you can see my clothes I have on right now.
That's the...
Oh man. In my mind, you're still Arn Anderson, Hacksaw Jim Duggan. When I look at your picture, I want to hear you do the promo.
So I actually started working on that for you. Don't worry. I'm gonna do it in a
Oh,
country.
thank
I'm
you.
gonna do it in a full country twang.
Just twang it. You know what I mean? Like as much A's as possible.
I do. Now, quit talking to me. I want to go back to you guys' intellectual talks and Meta Baby coffee went up, and it pisses me off too.
I remember I never used to drink Starbucks, but my cousin got me like a $50 gift certificate one Christmas to Starbucks. And after having the coffee, that's all I would drink. I'm like, man, this $50 gift card is the most expensive gift card I've ever gotten.
Well, you got what, 2 drinks out of the deal?
Well, the thing is, I got enough drinks to hook me for the rest of my natural life. A taste of honey is worse than none at all.
Is that a thing? I feel like that sounds like the kind of thing.
Smokey Robinson, yeah.
Yeah, that's something that you tell drug addicts.
The idea is that by the time you tell them, it's too late.
Exactly.
I know. Mr. Edgar? Okay, that's a sufficiently long
Yes.
for sticking low.
We found
okay.
it.
I gotta share this weird ass character so you can find it, and if not, then the people in the future can find it. I gotta warn you, it's an anime character. All right, now, anime's a whole different situation if you're unfamiliar with anime. I'm not a big anime person necessarily, but it gets weird, and I gotta say I like weird. Weird's interesting to me. So there's
Don't get Brian going on anime, okay?
I swear. In fact, I'm willing to kill this whole conversation right now. I'm kidding.
Dude, I love anime. I love anime.
Okay.
I watch anime. Brian was giving me shit for it. That's why I said, don't get Brian going on anime.
Okay. Well, so
What are
this
all
is
of you watching this morning? You fucking cartoons.
well, you gotta switch it up, right? We're talking about the real issues over here. Botany and anime. So, the name of this thing, Bokusatsu Tenshi Dokuro-chan, from recollection. It's Bludgeoning Angel Dokuro-chan. And it's possibly the weirdest anime that I've seen. I take that back. Let me clarify. It's definitely not the weirdest, but it's like off the beaten path, man. The storyline is it's borrowing from all sorts of shit. It's like there's a kid and he's like 14 or something. He's going to school. He's just a regular kid like you and me, right? Sort of backdrop. And then he's hanging out, and then all of a sudden, there's an angel that turns up, and the angel is from the future, and sort of came back Terminator style, and apparently, she was sent to kill him because later in his life, he grows up. This is a recorded space. This is gonna be awkward. Later, he grows up to be a person that likes young women to like in an inappropriate level, and develops a serum to halt the human growth process at like 15 years old or something wildly inappropriate. And he's like, "Yo, that's not what I would do. I would never do that." It's like, "No, no, you're totally gonna do that. No, everybody hates you in the future." And he's like, I would never do. What are you talking about? Are you saying I turn into this person, right?" Um, and so like there's this weird juxtaposition because he's like a normal person, but like, anyways, point is that the angel is like, um, anyways, I like you, so instead of like assassinating you, we're just gonna hang out, and I'm gonna protect you from all the angels that are probably gonna come after me to try to come get you because you end up developing the serum, and then like everybody's stuck at the sort of physiological age of 15, and it's kind of awkward, and people are not happy about it. But like, you seem like a pretty cool person, so let's hang out in the meantime, right? It's a ridiculous premise. This angel also kills him every episode, a bit like Kenny style, with this giant iron bat, and then's like, "Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to kill you," and then like resurrects him from the dead, and like it's no problem, and it hurts, right? It's not like
Wow, like a Prometheus liver or something like that.
it's yeah, she has like this little song and dance that she does. It's adorable, and like raises him back from the dead. He's like, "Yo, that hurt. You knocked my head off with this giant spiky bat." And he's like, "Yeah, sorry about that. Anyways, what's for lunch, right?" Sort of the vibe. Anyway, so I say all this backdrop because of this B-roll character that turned up for about 2 minutes in this one episode, and it got me and it never left me. The name of this B-roll character, who is the main character in a fictional film in this weird ass anime, is called Beacon Man. Beacon Man, I'm glad you asked, is a salaryman. So he's just a regular dude like you and me. And he's working in an office, but he suffers from a condition. The condition is that he's extremely sensitive to absolutely everything, so that he cannot go on a crowded train to work without climaxing from all the people he accidentally bumps into. He's allergic to absolutely everything, and it's stressing him out. But like he's the hero of the story, and he's just trying to get by, right? And they have like this whole little movie scene where they have a song about this guy, and it's like this sort of Superman theme, like, yeah, he's our hero, like Captain Planet. He is our hero type theme song. But instead of having like a superhero that's like empowering, it's like this guy who's just like cursed with this just off the chart sensitivity to everything, and just the little snippets of like heroism and just crippling weakness is just the juxtaposition of that is kind of perfect. um, and the film series in this fictional film inside of a fictional anime, well, real anime, fictional characters, um, they have a sausage as part of the merchandise, and if you eat the sausage, you become allergic to everything that you're touching, and you get violent diarrhea. And comedy ensues. But it's yeah, there's a lot of weird stuff out there. If you're
It reminds
curious,
me of,
yeah,
it sounds like Foucault. Matthews has been teaching us about Foucault and what he thought about, like, he had all these philosophies as he was a philosopher. And then at the end of his life, he wanted to reduce the age of consent. And everyone was like, motherfucker, we were with you for like most of this book, and your afterword is terrible. But it reminds me a lot of how he described Foucault. It's crazy.
Yeah, I don't know what happened in the culture of Japan that allowed the sort of creative community to get so out there on the fringes with the just the narratives and the style and the execution. Like, there's definitely themes, but it just seems like
I heard one was the disparity between men and women. Could that be true in terms of numbers? What is their ratio like?
that is a fine question. I know that's not as pronounced as in other nations. Let me look this up. What I will say as I look it up,
What?
hold on, Japan demographics.
95.41 males per 100 females? What?
That's not unusual. Women live longer than men,
Oh.
for a start.
Their culture, when you talk about them like that, they have so many things there that show how their humans crave like connection. You can order women to give you hugs, to like clean your ears with Q-tip. Like it's crazy.
Yeah, so there's a lot of stuff going on there. Japan is unlike a lot of nations in that in the speed at which they was sort of exposed to the West.
You need to go
Because
to Japan with this idea, Ruben. Did you guys feel that? If they're already tokenizing hugs, what are you doing in North America?
そうですね。ハグはいくらですか？そうですよ。
Sorry. Yeah. My stepmother is Japanese, which is cool. Got to learn some Japanese. And I'm reminded of a very old bit by New Zealand comedian Billy T. James, who once described 3 things that you had to learn if you wanted to perfect the Japanese accent. One was you had to learn how to feel the cold, and then you had to experience constipation, and then you had to experience amnesia. And so it sort of sounds like feeling the cold, like, right? Which, resonates. This is wildly inappropriate in 2022. This is fine in
No,
the
I think
80s.
that's great because the triangle of interaction is who you are, who I am, and where are we. And Christian said that if you're freezing, it's going to affect your speech. And we have to know that as a voice actor doing animation, that if they're in the Arctic, you talk different than when you're in the Caribbean.
Well, I appreciate the context and the license, my guy. We're getting off the beaten track here as well. At some point, I'll finish that. But the what I think is I'll wrap it up with like the historical stuff. So Japan was like locked up for a minute. I want to say I think it was like 200 years. Because like they had folks that were like getting around, right, and they would see what was going on when the West turned up. The West turned up, and they were like, "Hey, here's some maps of what's going on back in our part of the world. Oh, here are our missionaries. Over here, this is our God. You should totally worship him. It's dope. Oh, you should have a government, actually, like the whole feudalism thing. It's not where it's at. You should get like representative democracy, actually, or something close there too, right, etc." And so Japan was like, you know what? I'm not sure if we're really into the whole westernization. Tell you what, let's get a bunch of sumo wrestlers. We'll bring them down to the beach, and we'll have a meeting with the West. And they did, and they basically said, "Get the hell out of here and don't come back. And if you do, see all these sumo folks, that's what everybody looks like. Okay, yeah, just take a picture. All right, they didn't have pictures. It's fine. But like the big idea was like they did not want the West in Japan. The only people they traded with for like 200 years was the Dutch, and they did it on this island just off the coast of Japan. And mostly because the Dutch were like, "What, missionaries, religion? No. We want to trade. You like clocks?" And Japan was like, "Yo, actually, we like clocks." And maps and diagrams of the human body and all that kind of stuff, right? And so for like 200 years, Japan like was able to maintain like the feudal hierarchy with like the shogunate and the daimyos and the retainers, the samurai, and so on, which was kind of wild while the rest of the colonization efforts were going on. It ended when I think it was Britain, from recollection, turned up with gunships, and Japan's like, "Go away," and Britain's like, guns," and Japan's like, "Okay," and so they opened up the country, but like it went from pretty close to like hard feudalism when there's like three classes. There's like daimyos, shogunate, master sort of super feudal lords. Underneath that is like the retainer families, like the warrior class, and then literally everybody else, right? And then a very, very small subclass of people who dealt with death, like butchers or, morticians and so on, right? Or the equivalent thereof in like whatever hundreds, 17 rather. And and they went from like hardcore feudal to hyper capitalism in like 3 generations or something. It's like somebody turned up with like, especially after like World War II, right? It's like somebody took a picture of Disneyland and said, "Hey, can you do this?" And they did, and they did it so much more hardcore than the picture. And so you've got like a generation of octogenarians who are like legit grew up farming rice, and their grandkids are taking like the Xbox and they're like using it to like they're disconnecting the Connect and getting into the back of the API and using it to like load up their favorite Gundam so that they can break their video game and use the Gundam model inside the latest Sonic the Hedgehog or some shit. This is the 90s, by the way. This is not even recent. And so, the cultural gap between the grandparents and the kids is just so wide, and there's so much, and there's like such a this sort of I guess importance placed on hierarchy and respect and honor, which is really good for getting people to cooperate and work together and getting people on mission, right? And like, yeah, like do your best, right? Ichiban, number one. You were born for one thing, and like your job is to try to find out what it is and be the best at whatever that is, right? Um, that was a really, really strong governing part of the culture, sort of
We
Bushido,
had been in
right?
India with the caste system. Yep.
Hey, Kat,
Yeah,
I wanted to tell you thank you. It's time for me to go be a mom, but I had fun and I encourage everyone to go outside for a little bit today. Yeah, for sure.
Ruben, I think
yes,
you were
ma'am.
outside for the whole time. All love.
How
So,
you feel about this Japanese rant so far?
no, what do you think about feudalism as Nakamoto consensus, where adversarial miners consensus?
Boo.
This is being the Squarespace, degenerate conversations and a broadcaster voice. Ruben, I don't know where
Um,
this is going. But I was
butterflies.
thinking, though, I'll be
Huh?
honest with you. I was thinking to go degen for a sec. I was thinking about wrapping this up. Okay, so what do you think about so we've been covering Voyager for a while, right? The platform, from good, bad, and ugly. And so right now we kind of have a recorded spaces that serve as kind of an interpersonal documentary. And so I was considering editing up these recorded spaces into cohesive ideas. So, for example, even like the project that you have, right? If I were to edit it together, we would actually have a very powerful 20-minute podcast. And people are messaging me, and I know they're listening to the recordings because they'll send me messages about, I can't believe you said that, or I can't believe he said this to that person. So I know people are taking it in. So now it's just, I wonder if there is a sponsor for this show that I can find, because I know that the people going to my LinkedIn, because I'm shadow banned, I can see them coming in, and the companies are not insignificant, let's say. I had a huge discussion in the background. Let me put this at the top of this guy asking me like a whole bunch of stuff. And I was thinking about you guys while he was doing it. But the streets are watching, let's say.
Well, you know what I think, and I'm glad you asked. I feel like there's no better place for your powerful brand on your proprietary platform to reach the community than through this medium. You know, I think it runs deep with people. I think those people have uncomfortable amounts of really multiple classes of wealth that they're just itching to divest themselves off in pursuit of your compelling value proposition, whether that's business solutions, whether that is toner for cat hair. Um, you might be selling sand. Whatever it is, do it here. You know what I'm saying? That's my message out there
Hmm.
to the corporate America. Yeah.
I always felt that um, Twitter was a better place to evaluate talent than LinkedIn without talking to someone, because I could see how they talked and conflicted with others before ever interacting with them.
Yeah. Yeah, that might get interesting because like with trust graph stuff, people are going to be like scraping from the various social platforms and building semantic models, right? Like, and then that evolves a little bit because like it depends on the generation, I guess. But you know, I think about all the quotes that we hear from history, and you know, Newton said this and Einstein said that. You know what we don't hear is like Einstein being like, "Oh, I love kitties." You know why? Because nobody was writing that shit down. Because he wasn't in a Twitter space. Okay, he wasn't on MySpace. He wasn't on Bebo. All right, he wasn't on Friendster. He wasn't out there in these crazy. He wasn't out in the TikTok streets. I guarantee you, somebody would have put Einstein on TikTok. I guarantee it. Right? He wouldn't have done it. He couldn't put. He wouldn't wear matching socks. He refused
You
abjectly.
think Archimedes would film himself in the tub?
Yo, he would have had an OnlyFans. I'm pretty sure that dude.
All right.
Like you hear his
Butt
work. Oh
sticking
my
out of the
god.
tub with a little suds.
Archimedes principle brought to you by Clorox. It's yeah, it's the history of recorded history. I think is going to get about as great. There's like this medium, right? Where like,
Well,
I mean, how many data points do you think?
we assume like this is kind of like this recording right now is potentially going to become a public smart contract function in a way where we don't know how other people might cut it, edit it, use it for their own purposes. You know, you might find your voice supporting eugenics and you're like, what the fuck? I wasn't talking about that. Right? But somebody made a documentary about Board Ape Reuben Club, you know?
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, I feel like so I try to push forward 1,000 years, right, give or take, right? Heck, you know what? Honestly, like 500. let's say that you are born 500 years from now, right? And you have like your current brain parts and sort of cultural profile and ethos and all the rest of it. And your job is to figure out what the hell happened back in the early 2000s, right? And by the way, early 2000s is like a 50-year period in this context. You know, slight tangent here. I wanted to figure out when the first chain was, like actual chain. I thought it was in like I assumed it was in like 200 AD. Yo, it was 550 BC. That was like 800 years off or something ridiculous on when the first chain was.
Mhm.
Do you know how long 800 years is? Like, all computing has happened in the last 50 years. All of it. Well, most of it. The vast majority of it. 800 years? People are like, people sort of
Welcome to the
ballpark.
singularity. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Well, so, okay. So there's that part. I just wonder like how somebody 500 years from now is going to ballpark. It's like, Britney Spears. That was when they invented the computer, right? Yeah. Hmm. Um. All right. I guess
We have these Cambrian explosions that are happening all around us. You ever see the interview with David Bowie about the internet? Right? And he's just like sitting in front of it and just casually explaining how disruptive it's going to be. I think if you ever, I posted it to the top. It's called The Origin of the Non-Playable Character by Roderick, who's doing a lecture on this guy, Baudrillard. And Baudrillard said that the apocalypse has already happened. And he says it wasn't nuclear, it wasn't a pandemic, it wasn't an asteroid. He said that the apocalypse occurred when humans had ceased to be the sole reason of things and when the machines took on a reasoning and a meaning of their own.
Let me just digest that.
It's at the top. It's fantastic. The whole lecture. I'll post some more clips to the top. This really stopped me in my tracks. And the guy's he's basically a stand-up comedian professor if you listen to it. I'll find a few more. One second.
That sounds delightful. Well, let me finish that thought from earlier. TLDR. I think that yes, we don't know what's going to happen to this content. I don't think most people will care very much, with the slight exception of the fact that because we're at the start of the Cambrian explosion, relatively, we probably might see more the content that we make, uh, whether we're aware of it or unaware of it, might sleeve a slightly higher amount of attention because we happen to be where the least worst data was comparatively earliest in the timeline, unless somebody
That's a
figures out
great
how to get.
subtitle to the show. Welcome to the Squarespace. The least amount of wrong information per square second.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's like some sort of granularity index, right? Welcome to Squarespace. The least worst relative granular chronological index in space time for your
Well,
machine learning purposes.
what I find, and Meta Baby really hit on this, is that um, I think people appreciate the dialogue, and people think that Twitter Space would enable dialogue, but in a lot of cases, it's enabled monologue, right? And I think people are really craving that dialogue, you know. And so with folks, like I didn't do it today, but like I actively try to throw people like the co-host invite that have maybe never co-hosted before, right? Just like, hey, just come up, just come up and talk. And I especially like I find that the number one thing we can do as guys is to give women the co-host spot, because in a lot of these monologue spaces, these guys do not want to have people like Kit come up and talk, because in 5 minutes of stream of consciousness, she'll invalidate the past 1 year of thinking.
Yeah, there is a lot of there's a lot of ego out there. I have a hack that I've shared with a couple of people in recent days, because this has been a bit of a theme. Here's the hack for a person who is trying to get smart people to teach them how to be not even smart, just like less dumb than you're born, which is super dumb, right? I don't care who you are.
Less dumb university. I like it.
Less dumb university. Um, it's find a lady who's been marginalized and just underestimated and underserved and undervisible, and be nice to them, and then figure out how to make their lives better, and they might teach you some shit. That's the
My
entire lesson.
my life changed about maybe 2.5 or 3 years ago when my steel pan professor introduced me to someone named Amal Harris. And Amal Harris was an actress who won the Shakespeare Award in 1964 for a rendition she gave. And she was from the island of Dominica. And ever since that time, I've been interacting with more and more Caribbean women, Jamaica, Dominica, Trinidad, very established women at this point. And when you hear what they had to go through, it's like, yo, you feel like you don't have any obstacles at all in your way when you hear what they had to go through. Like I'm talking about I was introduced to Zanena Conde, the first black woman who became an MP, right? And you hear her stories, it was like,
Whoa, that sounds wild.
whoa, whoa. They called the prime minister to try to prevent you from presenting? What do you mean they called the prime minister on you? And then just because you had a great network of people that could vouch for you, that's the only thing that saved your political and business life? This is the late 80s? And it's like, whoa, I don't have any problems. I thought I had problems? Jeez.
Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of media pop up on the interwebs recently, and it'll have somebody that has like 14 toes and just a nub somewhere else miscellaneous, and then they just knock out this drum solo that
Right.
is about 40 times better than any drum solo I've ever done. It makes me ashamed. That's
It's
I had
kind
to
of
get
the
that out
jerk
there.
effect, right? In a lot of ways. The heightening
Sorry?
effect.
It's uplifting, but it's also simultaneously embarrassing for me, and that makes like I get it's very empowering, but also I got to like re-examine my life real quick.
Mental focus.
Hmm?
The
Hello?
advantages we have. Evolve, how's it going?
Hey, I just came up here to. I don't really know. I kind of know what we're talking about, but I came in. I feel like kind of late, but
You don't know what we're
been
talking about.
been some good conversation. I just came up here to show some love, say hi. Shout out to Alaskashi. I'm sorry, over there. I see him over there. Good bud over there. So, yeah. That's about it. I don't really know how I can contribute to this conversation. I just want to say hi and throw some good vibes in here. And you already had good vibes. I just wanted to throw more in. So continue. Thanks for letting me come up and say hi. Hope you're
The
doing
first,
well.
the first time I talked to you was when we did the Woke commercial. That's still one of my favorite things that I've ever done on here.
Dude, yeah, I still need to. I don't know why my computer was being weird and not letting me. I think I just needed to update it. I think that's what it was.
Mm. Were you using a VPN at the time?
What?
Using a VPN, like a virtual private network, when you were connected?
I might have been. I thought I was using like a Chrome, but I might have been using. I might have been on my Brave browser.
Oh, yeah, it could be in that. But to kind of wrap here, um, Evolve and I were on a Twitter space maybe about a couple months ago, and I was showing him how he could use the Dolly AI using a Google Colab notebook. And I took the string that he gave me. I think we've done this before. And then I started, building it, putting it into spatial, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it was super, super cool. I still think it's super cool. Yeah, that'd be definitely. I've seen a lot of. There's like one guy right now who's using a lot of that. He's using like AI bot or something. Whatever he's using, he's kind of getting those like looking kind of images that are just out of this world, and you're like, how did you even come up with that? But it's all AI. But yeah, I guess he's coming out with a project that's strictly just that stuff. I'm not trying to show or nothing. I was just saying I saw a guy who was using it, utilizing it. It's kind of cool.
A lot of
Technology.
people were intimidated or um, worried about this kind of technology when I first presented it to them, right? Because any sufficient leap in AI makes us rethink our own divinity, I think.
Dude, you are a fascinating concoction of um, syntaxes and bodies of knowledge, right? Like there's all sorts of folks out there in the world, and you'll have a conversation with them, and they sort of tap into this part of themselves at this point. I'm kind of a weirdo because I've just done a lot of stuff, mostly through being forced to figure out how to not die in various sort of contexts, which is cool. But like, there's some streams that don't often touch, right? Like you'll meet somebody who is like, oh yeah, I was a sixth dan jujitsu black belt, and then also I would fashion sticks out of kittens or something, right? Like, I mean, that's an extreme example, but you know what I'm trying to say. You have a particularly abstract pattern in the weird ass. I don't even know what that knowledge tree looks like. I know it has a lot of data points and it goes real deep in areas that I was not expecting. It'll just come out of the sidelines. Like, oh yeah, that's like the 14th century Peloponnesian. Yeah, with the old deity with the string theories. Yep. Where the
Well,
hell did that come from?
you know what it is? It's because I was on stage and I realized, you ever read Arthur Kessler's The Act of Creation? All acts of creation are generated by the sudden bisociation of previously unrelated matrices of experience. And so what we're doing is we have these metaphor frameworks, right? And these metaphor frameworks tell us, they parse reality for us, right? These metaphor frameworks that we hold to, whether it's Sun Tzu's The Act of War or what have you. And so I found that by bisociating these domains, because what the learner learns is a function of what they already know. If you can find the domain they're an expert in and find the commonality, which is also often found in a pun, right? You can take everything you know from your one system or category and kind of relate it. They would call it isomorphically with these other categories, knowing that, oh, you run a Taco Bell. Well, I imagine the Taco Bell production line is maybe a lot like the McDonald's production line, and so that any design patterns or improvements that we found in one could be used in the other. And my buddy, not my buddy, my cousin used to work with the Oracles and the SAPs of the world, and he told me that the innovations they would build, they would own. And so they had this lexicon of design patterns that was really underlying these large supply chain companies. Yeah,
Yeah, I think. Oh, jump in.
sorry. Like whatever. I'm lucky because I get to talk to a lot of smart people. And I've been talking to a lot of smart people over a long time. Because if you don't talk to smart people, you can't be a recruiter for very long. Right? And because everyone in recruiting is trying to lie to you because they all want to make 18,000 figures, right? You have to get very good at listening and asking questions and humbling yourself. Because sometimes you'll interview someone and be like, yo, this is the best motherfucker who ever did a smart contract. And they'll go do a job and fuck it up and be like, fuck. So what did I not understand about that? Because now I'm in trouble.
You familiar with the concept of OODA loops, my guy?
John Boyd, patterns of conflict.
There you go. How about you? How about that? This is the kind of shit I'm talking about.
Yo, have you guys in the audience ever seen or read this fucking astonishingly horrifying yet cogent and clear Patterns of Conflict by John Boyd? Jesus, he figured out a way for the U.S. government to win an air fight against planes that were better than them. What? You figured out the phase space in which inferior products could be effective? Jesus.
Yeah, it's I really get interested in that kind of stuff because it allows it's applicable across classes of environments where particularly when to the extent there's complex environments and it applies to sort of human decision making in a variety of contexts, right? Which is important if your deal is to invent stuff, which might be used in a variety of contexts, right? Particularly as it applies to creating environments where you're trying to sort of maximize the freedoms of the individual, but only to the extent they don't impinge upon the freedoms of others. And so I came across that body of work from a dude called John Robb. John Robb is an interesting character. If you scroll back through the last few tweets, you'll see a diagram, and it calls back to a post in 2008, which refers to bow tie control systems, like the stock market, right, and like things like law and things like all these things that sit between classes of complexity that allow for interactions amongst those classes of complexity through some sort of common medium, and some of the strengths and weaknesses of that approach. But yeah, OODA loops are super interesting because they basically talk about how fast can an individual sort of observe, orient, react, something, then they react. What was the other one? Help me out here.
Observe, orient, decide, act.
Right, decide, act. Yeah. And so the theory was like, if you can get your OODA loops tighter than your adversary, if you can get, as he would say, inside the loops, then you can always sort of be more agile, even if they sort of overwhelm in terms of volume or in terms of other sort of access to a particular resource, right?
The, the tactic of confusion was something that really stuck with me. That if you deal with someone who's stronger and faster, more powerful, better weapons, then maybe the only tactic you have available to you is to confuse them.
Yeah, noise, basically.
Scary.
Yeah, it's wild. I mean, and that gets it gets pretty primal too, right? Like how many animals out there are just like ah, and the animals are like fuck. Actually, you know what? I'm out. Like, you know, yeah. I'm sure that's where. I'm sure that's why. I wonder if there's some sort of correlation there between like the volume of by how we perceive roars as mammals, right? And like which roars are scary and which noises are not scary. They're kind of adorable, and we want to go help them not die.
Vince Carter after a dunk, right?
Huh?
Vince Carter after a dunk.
I'm gonna say based on the word dunk that is a sports reference. Is it a sports ball?
You know, yeah. So you ever Vince Carter? I wonder if he's. He was that guy who, after he kind of. Oh, this is the perfect dig. Perfect. The roar. I found it. This is the best dunk of all time, I would argue.
Oh,
now, partial. Yeah, so I'm partial because I'm from Toronto, but this is when Vince Carter at the Olympics jumped over a guy that was almost 7 feet tall, and you'll see the roar.
That is delightful. He's in there.
Punches Kevin Garnett for the celebration. It's crazy.
Well, so to bring it back in, your OODA loops for sort of figuring out the sort of the brochure, versus reality on human behavioral profiles must be pretty tight, my guy, right? In your role as a human understander.
Well, I mean, people think that I know things before I say them, right? But the realization is kind of happening in real time. And sometimes people think my conjectures are statements, but I'm still feeling my way throughout it with everyone else. I think because I'm open to this idea of connecting these domains, and maybe it's just a severe form of autism. You understand, right? I remember talking to Albert Rothenberg over email. He was a guy who interviewed all the Nobel Peace Prize winners, and he wrote a book that said most of the Nobel Prize ideas could be rooted back into Janushan thinking, which is thinking in opposites, up, down, back and forth, space, time, for example, or thinking in homospatial thinking, which is the ability to connect different domains that seem disparate but are actually connected. And then when I talked to Dr. Wetzel, and he's saying he's using this Kolmogorov quotient to rank order the different types of data sets by their volume and change and meaning, then I'm thinking, wait a minute, if we look at category theory and you can look at all of the relationships between the nodes and the edges and the ratios between those, and then find all of the domains for which those same ratios and node relationships exist, then you have something scary. And I find for the most part, what consultants are doing is saying, oh, you have a domain. Well, these are the other domains for which you can take design pattern functionality from and apply it to your node edge ratio relationships. And it goes back to the divinity of number, Pythagoras and the divinity of number, where he thought that number was everywhere. And I play music, right? So if you look at the circle of fifths, you'll find the most elegant way to explain music theory ever created. And I play steel drum, I should know, right? And so when I see this divinity of number everywhere, it's kind of, well, you kind of step back and all.
I never understood the circle of fifths. I think it's interesting, huh?
I got you. It's man, I wish I could show you, but that's what actually I'm teaching steel pan to schools next week.
So I understand the I know I can like isolate like what a perfect fifth looks like in terms of like I can play it on the keyboard, but I'm trying to figure out why we hear the why perfect fifths are labeled perfect for a start. You know what I mean?
The cochlea in the ear.
Sorry, one more time.
Have you ever looked at the cochlea in the ear? COCHLEA.
I mean, not intimately, but does it have that weird ass ratio?
Well, if you look at it, the cochlea is a spiral. Right? And, for example, if you look at, the idea of flow, you have theta, nested gamma oscillations that are in the flow state, right? We can process, 5 to 7 things in working memory, right? And if you think about 7 things, well, 7 things, right? Those are your 7 options in working memory.
Oh, so I appreciate that. What about musical scales that go beyond the sort of chromatic or like the sort of the Western scales? Because there's more tones than that, right? There's literally like we go from like 20 hertz to 20,000 hertz in the human hearing range, and I get that. I can understand us, like I'm using quotation marks here. I can understand us getting octaves, right? Like if you look at the relationship between, oh, this sound is similar to that sound, because it resonates at the same because it doubles up on the frequency, right? Because it's like ba ba ba. Those three tones are, if you look at the wave files for them, or like the sine waves rather, they double each one. And the reason that it's an octave is because it's double, and we happen to be able to really be able to hear that real well.
So what you did was the first, fifth, eighth.
Nope. No, I didn't. No, I did three separate octaves. What you're doing is within the bottom one and the top one were octaves. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's an octave. And then the one in the middle was somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, this is the fifth. 1, 3, 5, 8, 5, 3, 1.
Right. So okay. So here's an easy way to visualize it, which was useful when I was trying to figure it out. You take a guitar string and you twang it, right? Now that whole steel wire or nylon is wobbling back and forth, but it's doing it so fast that you probably can't see it with your naked eye. But if you put your finger directly in the middle, right, and you wrist it there lightly, and you pluck one of the sides, either this side of the string or that side of the string, as sort of moderated by your little finger, the whole string won't vibrate. It'll vibrate instead, because you got a little middle finger on it, in like this S shape, right? And so because you've got two vibrations that are happening at half the length of the string, each of those waves are vibrating at twice the relative speed, which creates what's called a harmonic in music, which is an octave up, right? So boom, boom, and which is off tune. But the point is that like if you look at the number of wibble wobbles per second, when you go from 5 wibble wobbles to 10 wibble wobbles to 20 to 40, to 80, etc., our ears can hear that pretty good, and that I understand. What I don't understand is why we hear so well. Why do we hear perfect fifths so well? Like, there's no math. I can't see the math. I'm too dumb, but I know it's a thing.
I would like to write that next. So the last the last one I wrote was on the why puns make us laugh, right? So that was the last article on the Substack. What I'm going to do is write the next one on the geometry of music. I have it all written up. This is what I teach to the kids. So what I did is a while ago, I wanted to teach kids business and all that kind of other shit. But I was like, that's already been created. So I figured I would use music as the white hat Trojan horse. So
Nice.
with math on the back end using the circle of fifths and all that kind of stuff. And so literally next week, I have 3 classes per day, 3 days a week, teaching summer school steel pan in Toronto. And then when they least expect it, introducing NFTs. No.
You're giggling, but that's going to be a thing.
Right. And I just need to make sure that I have the right people around me so that when they exhaust my expertise, I can point them in the right direction. So I've had CFOs come speak to the kids. I've had business owners come speak to the kids. I find that if I can introduce them to this distributed member network that we have, I want everyone to own their own organization because I'm not going to get in the way of you and the people I'm connecting you with. You want to talk to the college? Here's their number. You want to talk to the person, create the vendor relationship? Here it is. Here's your number.
Right.
And people are weirded out by that because, like, don't you want to get paid by this? I'm like, no. I believe that if I keep on providing a ridiculous amount of value, people will keep inviting me into the room for larger and larger conversations.
Well, so that is a different hack that most people that I don't think is taught, right? I think that is observed and recognized by some, but not all. I was talking about this with a friend yesterday, and we were talking about like the difference. Like, you got, let's say you take two shards of the theoretical multiverse, right? So now you got world A and world B. Everything's the same, and you get a phone call in both. Here's the thing: you have a magical power, and you know not only who is on the other line, but you know exactly how long that call is going to take, and it's going to take 10 minutes of your time, and then everything's going to go back to normal. Except that's not, because that's not how space-time works. But let's just say it is, right? So in scenario A, you've got somebody who's trying to sell you a phone plan using a device that it would indicate that you already have one. And in the second one, it's your mother, right? Or some loved human. Depending on who you're talking to, but not actually that much, most people will say, if you say, oh, do you pick up the phone? In scenario A and B, or neither, or, usually most people say, oh, yeah, I'd probably pick up the phone from my mother or the loved person. And I probably wouldn't pick up the from the person who's calling me about my phone unless they're having like phone troubles, etc. And maybe they don't like their mother or something. I don't know. They might have some beef going on. There could be like a diss track happening. Anyways, the point is that even though it costs the same amount of time and attention in those scenarios, because it's going to be like let's say a 20-minute phone call, the sort of amount of trust that you have with that other counterparty, it's not just about the amount of time. And I think the people who are like super frustrated with this weird time thing that I'm doing, they're like, no, that's not where the value is. And they're absolutely correct. They're absolutely correct. That's not where the value is. But it becomes about like what you make it, right? And I think that there's like, yeah, I've got another friend who is a community leader in his sphere, which is like AR and VR, and he's like super long game thinker, absolute sweetheart, high level of empathy, strong communicator, reasonable moderator. Like a lot of people, big lot of big brains out there like this dude. But he's spent so much time investing in his community that he's sort of really kind of run himself into the ground, caring for everybody else around him. And I know for a fact that there's so many people out there who you could not get their time. You couldn't pay for their time that will freely give it to this human being. And there's like this, it's a capital overlay in some ways, but it's a capital that is characterized by the amount of trust that is earned among parties. And it's really not the kind of thing that it almost feels gross to start talking about quantifying that, but it is real, right?
It's real. The
Super
amount
real.
of there are a lot of people at that high level of effectiveness where the value of their time is actually incalculable. Like if you talk to, I remember the tax professor from school, right? He used to charge a crazy amount per hour. Well, it's because like every 2 minutes he's teaching you how to save money in the millions in perpetuity. What is that worth? I don't know. The opportunity cost of not having that money to reinvest and beat the competition, what's that worth? I don't know.
Well, that's the thing, is like value is contextual, money trades relative, time is a constant, attention is contextual, and trust and credibility is also pretty damn subjective. And so
Word of
we're
mouth phenomenon that's happening with these small communities is the interesting thing, because part of me is considering now, because I had this conversation with somebody and he was asking me, what is the business model and how does this work and what are the percentages? I'm like, dude, we're just vibing out here. And you might be surprised how much, if you vibed, you achieve what you want, right? When he's like, so how many people are in this thing and how are the tokens? I'm like, I don't want to bring all of the decision making onto a chain yet.
right. Yeah, exactly.
Right? There's an assumption that we're all trying to build this inverse Moloch, right?
Interesting. Unpack that a little bit.
So, for those in the audience who are unfamiliar, Moloch is the god of miscoordination. And I think it was a Slate Star Codex write-up about the tragedy of Moloch. And Moloch is affectionately known as the eater of children. Now, why is Moloch known as the eater of children? Because Moloch is subject to a paradox, and that is, how is it possible with all the wealth in the world, children still suffer? And so the idea is that within Moloch, within this system of money, no people in suffering, is that we don't really know how to coordinate these resources that we've been embarrassed with.
Oh, that is a particular wording there. I like that.
Well, the interesting thing is Amin Soleimani, the chemical engineer turned developer, who invented Spank Chain. Ethereum was
Can I just say that that's my favorite sentence of the day? Please continue.
Spank Chain. Yeah, Amin is a dangerous thinker. He probably one of the most dangerous thinkers I've seen, in terms of what he's proposing. But he had this. So imagine you have Ethereum 1.0, and people, for whatever reason, are clamoring for Ethereum 2.0. And let's just, for the argument, say that Ethereum 1.0 is proof of work, and Ethereum 2.0 is some version of proof of stake, whatever the hell that means. But long story short, the gulf between Ethereum 1.0 and 2.0 is developers eating food and turning food into code, right? And so the question was, well, how do we fund these developer meals that will turn into code eventually? And there was a challenge within the Ethereum community, because you had Joseph Lubin with Consensus, who was funding a lot of stuff, but necessarily didn't get along with these people over here. And so there was this, they all wanted the same thing done in a different way, such that nothing got funded.
Right.
And so Amin created this thing called Moloch DAO. And he said, bring your money here, right? And on one side we'll have money, and the other side we'll have projects and proposals. And we're going to get these projects and proposals delivered by feeding developers with cryptocurrency. And by the way, if you don't like how the decentralized autonomous organization is voting, you can take your money out. Fuck you. Take it. No withdrawal limits, nothing. If you want to exit, you want to rage quit, rage quit. And I found that ability to
Yeah.
have people together.
Revocability, man. That's really powerful. Absolutely. Yeah, and that's honestly, this person sounds like that is right up my alley. Like that's how I think about a lot of this stuff. Is you just have radical agency on an individual level, and allow the sort of composability of culture curation to manifest, right? And it's super powerful if you're able to I guess modularize the underlying means of exchange and participation, so that you sort of uh, I'm a broken record on this for the last couple of years. Actually, did we ever talk about the circle of rights at all in a conversation? Was that a yes or a no? I couldn't hear.
No, tell me.
Okay, so it's a real simple idea. Okay, and it's way bigger than I originally thought when I came up with it. I say I came up with it like I don't even know if I came up with it, but anyway, I'll cut to the chase. So if you think of rights of a person as a circle, right? There are rights that exist. There are rights that one is aware of, and there are rights that one has meaningful access to. And so when I say meaningful access, I mean, like, if you have a parking ticket for $100, but it is wrongfully applied, right? So you're like, it's a parking ticket. You free parking on Sundays, but you got a ticket on a Sunday. Hey, it's free parking on Sundays, right? So, you have a right to fight it, but it costs $140 of your time and attention to fight it. Well, you might as well just pay it, because even if you fight it and win, you're still down $40, right? There's that delta. And so if you can build a machine that automates the dispute process that costs $20 to use, but brings that $140 down to $20, well, now you've got the cost of the product and the $20 of your time and attention. Yeah, fight the ticket, because you got that $60 in the back, right? That's what I mean by like meaningful access. And so what I think is interesting about this is not just the useful framework for an individual, but how it compares to other kinds of individuals within a broader setting. And so you take, for example, a Fortune 500 company, and you take a regular old folks kind of consumer, and the concentricity, which is the fun word, is the delta between like the awareness and the access is super different, because as a Fortune 500 company, you can afford fairly expensive firms, and actually like the relative expense for Fortune 500 versus some random person is proportionally a lot lower, because they're so big that they don't really feel the expense. And so the distance between rights that a Fortune 500 company has, rights that the Fortune 500 company is aware of, and rights that the Fortune 500 company has meaningful access to isn't entirely zero, but it's pretty damn close, which is not the same for most people walking down the streets who don't understand that they have a right to sue somebody who calls them on a phone without their consent, because that person has just violated the Telephone Consumer Protection Act. Or the person in Illinois who goes into a gym and they say, "Oh, we got your fingerprint." "Oh, really? I guess so." Right? That person didn't know there's a $5,000 statutory damages for a company that takes your biometric information without your consent, without proper disclosures, and giving you an option to not do that. Right? And so I guess what I'm saying here is that whether it's a context of rights, right, or whether it's other kinds of awareness and access to be able to do stuff, there exists meaningful deltas between what people can do, what people know that they can do, and things that people can do easily. And I think what's fascinating about the context that you're talking about in terms of a DAO and funding projects is that once you modularize the underlying means of exchange and participation, you drastically expand the awareness and the agency on a per individual basis, which allows for much faster decision making in a collective environment.
That's the
Yeah.
decision making among parties. Like they were talking about 72 hours to approval.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You're not voting. Like that speed to decision making I saw was very powerful. Now, I don't think it necessarily scales in the way people want it to, and I don't think it has to. If you keep
Agreed. But it's OODA loops, right? It's OODA loops individually, where if you get the OODA loop small enough, and you're able to sort of automate the relationship from the individual to the collective, then that is a pretty powerful kind of scale, which I don't think we've seen. I mean, because we never had the tooling before, right? People had, you think about a union, my guy, right? You've got like, let's say the Steelworkers Union, or like the, what are the ones on the docks and the buses, like the hardcore?
What about the Steel Pen Players Association?
Is that a thing?
No, let's say we created it. Me and other Steel Pen players.
Okay, cool. So there's some sort of big steel pan player customer out there, right? Like the IBM of that industry.
The wedding industry.
There you go, the wedding industry. And weddings aren't paying like they used to, but everybody wants the steel pans at their wedding. Okay, so you're in a position to say, okay, well, we're gonna get together. We're gonna build a constitution of the steel pan players combine, and we're gonna fight the power. Right? We're gonna.
I gotta
go
come
on
in
strike.
here and I gotta disagree with you.
Hey Jimmy, how you doing?
I'm okay.
Sweet. So, and I'm glad you came in, because we're talking about steel pans unions, and I thought you might have some valuable steel pans, with specifically as played by people wearing steel pants.
Wait, I'm confused. Steel pans played by people wearing steel pants.
Yes,
That's
sir.
Yep. It's like the Tin Man entertaining you down the yellow brick road.
Well, you see, in Ruben's culture, pants mean underwear.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, it's a chastity belt.
And that's fucking weird. You guys are weird.
I concur.
Yes, we
Yes,
are.
sir.
Well,
Let's talk
thank you.
about another thing: the nature of steel. You know, steel currently is selling for a very high price. A lot of people are turning off manufacturing right now, not turning on manufacturing, mostly due to carbon emission regulation. It's quite a bad thing, I think.
Do you want steel or not, Jimmy?
Well, for example, SpaceX is using stainless steel for their new ship.
Jimmy, do you want steel?
To be honest, no.
Okay, so then I
There
guess
are a
it's a high
lot of
price. Sorry,
other
continue.
alloys we can use other than steel, but it's a very strange thing. In spaceships, strangely enough, Elon Musk, when he chose stainless steel for the Starship, which was supposed to go to the moon, right? People laughed at. I didn't exactly understand why people laughed at him, but people laughed at him. I guess it's because no um, intergalactic vehicle yet at least has been designed using stainless
Lunar
steel.
vehicle, intergalactic is a totally different vibe. Galaxies are really far away. Sorry, please continue.
Yeah, it's true. Intergalactic. Yeah. So how about intersolar vehicles?
Okay, there you go. Yeah.
Intersolar vehicles, and
Intercelestial body.
yeah. So the reason why Elon Musk chose stainless steel is obviously it's very heat resistant. It's a lot more malleable. It can be made in a much larger structure than.
It's much more reflective. A lot of people think Elon Musk is a narcissist. So when you can see your reflection in your creation, what could be more gray?
Well, I mean, it's a very large
Yeah, it's
vehicle, and
shiny,
it
right?
costs 100 times less than carbon fiber, right? So I think it should be said that for that it makes a lot of sense. But what I dislike about steel right now is that we have used it in cars, for example, for far too long.
Yeah.
When in reality we could just use plastic alloys, and for example, weapons, right? So most rifles nowadays are using plastic alloys instead of steel and wood, right? And people again made fun of that. They thought that it would never be durable, but it's not true, right? It is a lot more durable. People, for example, they say the new iterations of Kalashnikovs are cheaper to make than the current iterations of different weapons designed by H&K or FN and others. It's not true. FN charges a lot of money for their weapons, but it is cheaper to make it in plastic alloy than it is to make it in steel and wood, right? And it should be.
Are you exposing the conspiracy among steel manufacturers and weapons producers?
Well, for example, nowadays cars are trying to become lighter to increase mileage, and they're also supposed to become lighter because the frames, if they're lighter, it can basically hold a larger volume of battery, right? So we haven't really perfected the technology to increase the efficiency of lithium batteries in cars. What we're trying to do is simply reduce the girth of the frame and the chassis so that it could fit larger and larger batteries, right? So if you look at 30 years ago, the 1990s era Corollas and those types of Toyota vehicles, if you look on the inside, it's very very thick. Use a lot of steel and aluminum, and especially the chassis was very thick. But if you look at
That's aluminium for the French. Yeah.
yeah,
Sorry, continue.
if you look at the new EVs, for example, it's pretty weird. Once you take out the battery, it's just a plastic shell. It looks like it's basically a toy. And if these things get in a car crash, it wouldn't be so good. It would crumple. It would crumple pretty hard. But it is what it
AI
is.
the car crashes. We don't have to worry about it anymore. We have the AI to solve for car crashes, right?
Well, that is true, right? So if you get a smart assist car now, which I just got one about 6 months ago. It has cameras that indicate cars coming close, parking, automatic parking, people. Obviously, people get close. It does stuff like slippage for rain. It does whereby it basically measures the rotation of the wheels so that if it starts slipping, it corrects And when I was test driving a Tesla, I thought that was a bit weird because like the wheel is like moving itself. It's kind of weird, but it works. It
On the
works.
Tesla go around.
What?
You're in the matrix there a little bit, my guy. One more time.
It's almost like the wheels on the Tesla go round and round as well.
No, because the
That,
cars
and
are a lot
also-
lighter, so therefore the way that they slip, especially under black ice, right? They slip a lot. If you didn't have the driver assist functions, dude, every single time you push that wheel, if you're driving under some black ice, you could very easily drive off the road. So you definitely need, because you are not faster than the AI, right? It is scary sometimes when the AI corrects the wheel faster than you can respond, like a lot faster. It's constantly correcting itself, and you just didn't notice the person or
I
the
feel secure. I feel like it's like there's some sort of big daddy AI that is just sort of
It's a
encapsulating
weird
me
feeling.
in the warmth of response rates. You know what I'm saying? I feel it makes
Yeah.
me feel
So
the
I
opposite of
recently
scared.
purchased a MG, which is a Chinese car. But it has all the tech in it, and it is ridiculous how much tech it has. So, for example, it has this thing where basically, as you drive down, it not only changes lanes automatically, but it basically communicates with other cars that it's changing lanes. So, like, depending on the car that is on the better course, it will communicate with that car that is going to change lane. And so the other car, and sometimes in your case, your car slows down. It tells you like slowing down for other car. So that's kind of weird. But it's pretty cool. I mean, I guess it's because if you're on cruise control, you may not be noticing your surroundings, which is it's interesting. Kind of weird when you're driving it though.
I think it is interesting, and I also think it's weird. And I like to imagine that, like, when the car is about to, when the wheels on the Tesla go round and round, and there's like some black ice involved, and there's slippage, and the AI corrects for that slippage, then the car, if you sort of, what's the word for it? If you personify it, if you sort of anthropomorphize it, then it's like, oh, they caught me slipping. But referring to the AI in this context.
Yeah. So another thing that should be said is I have the hybrid EV crossover where I think past 30 kilometers it's EV, below 30 kilometers it's fuel, regular gas. And so I'm getting right now 55 kilos to the liter. It's pretty. No, not kilos to the liter. Actually, it would be right. 55 kilos to the liter. Yeah, I am getting that. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Pretty neat.
Yeah, it's pretty neat. I went to the tank. I went to the gas station the other day, or as Ruben would call it in his culture, the fuel depot.
Repository, yeah.
And I pumped fuel, and I was very surprised that I was only paying, I guess, $25 for, I guess, in American parlance, it would be 10 gallons of fuel, and then in your parlance, it would be 40 liters, I think, around there.
Qubits. We've migrated.
Yeah. Right now, I'm looking into purchasing some type of flying vehicle, perhaps a drone. And I'm getting something from Alibaba called a VTOL drone, which it's like a plane, but it can also go up and down like a helicopter, vertically. And I'm getting this to check on my agriculture.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's all AI driven too. I was test driving one of those drones the other day, and it's all AI driven. So you just give it a waypoint, and it just flies, right?
Yeah, a platform. My buddy is the chief coin officer. It's called the Mitra, and it's a phone.
Your buddy is the what officer?
Yeah, they call him a chief coin officer for this company called the Mitra, and they're agriculture, intelligent agriculture for the smallholder farmer. because most of these farms are smallholder farms that they have in Africa, and so they're trying to unlock the individual farmer's ability to use their phone and drones to increase yield.
So
Are
what
they
what
talking
exactly
about like?
happens? It flies and drops. In Africa, the soil is so salty. I don't think you can just drop seed and things grow.
It's I linked it to the top. You
Okay,
can check them out.
let's check this out. It's interesting. Kind
Yeah,
of sounds like an
it's a
expensive solution, though, no?
well again. Their thesis is that their goal is to focus on the target market persona of smallholder farms. Their
Okay, I
thesis,
got
Wouldn't it be
point of
better just to have
clarification.
like EV tractors instead?
Can we still do my point of clarification? Do we have room, team?
yeah,
It's a very short point of clarification, and I want to get back to EV tractors. Um, smallholder farmers, are they referring to the volume that they contribute to the commodities markets, or are the farmers like is it like a stature situation? Are these like sort of like are they vertically challenged? When you say smallholder farmer, can you unpack that a little bit just to clarify?
imagine that many, if not most, of the farms in Africa are for personal subsistence right now.
Holy
I'm a
shit!
bit confused.
Okay,
I'm looking on their website. I don't see any drones.
I'm sure if you keep looking, you'll find the application for which drones can be useful.
I'm looking at their video and uh okay, sure.
Maybe I
Well,
can invite my one sec.
yeah, man, I'm looking at the about us. I'm looking everywhere and I don't all I see is a token. I don't see a single picture of a drone at all.
does the token have a picture of an anthropomorphized animal or mythological creature?
So I would say that I was in Africa yesterday and I was visiting Ghana and we
As
were
one does.
delivering some EV tractors there, which can also pump water and do a lot of other things. Very interesting project. Um, it about $3,000 a piece, but they are electrical. Um, so that's good. I think right now one of the issues in the nation of Africa is that the
Continent.
African the African peoples they break things, and so it's hard to deliver them a complicated product. In
Yeah.
contrast to John Deere, was that racist?
Uh,
Oh, on July 20th and onward in Toronto, we're holding the African Canadian Investment Summit. Casey was going to come to that, but actually Casey has introduced us to an opportunity called the African Fighting
Do you know
Championship.
that Uganda just discovered oil and gas and is building a pipeline through Tanzania?
If it's on the news, it's too late. You know, we knew that there was a lot of gold in Guyana because I'm Guyanese for a long time, right? So when it
No,
hits the news,
Uganda.
no, I'm talking about Guyana. Guyana is the fastest growing GDP on the planet because of what they found, right?
So
So a
let
lot
me
of
just say that I don't know a lot about Africa compared to you. However, it should be said that there are two Guianas. There is a French Guiana, and then there is a Guiana on Africa.
yeah, that's how the oppressors describe it. No, to separate us from each other.
Yes, as Ruben knows, I served in the French Foreign Legion.
Oh, so
Right,
you're
Ruben?
intimate. Yeah.
Right, Ruben?
I mean, you gotta do what you gonna do.
And I did
Fan.
serve in the South American French Guiana.
What you're gonna do.
What
That's
you're gonna do. Yeah.
yeah. That
So,
makes
from my experience in Guyana, French Guyana, which
We.
actually uses euros, strangely enough, as it is part of France.
it's really a point you want to drive home, eh?
Yes.
feel
Well, you see,
there it is.
what is it like to be French in Africa? You
Lorsqu'on parle français, on peut ajouter les francs dollars.
C'est de la balle.
yes. So Ruben should be said. He speaks a Japanese, and
Is that Spanish?
Why did you say that Italian accent?
so he was talking to me the other day about he used to be a sushi chef in a conveyor belt restaurant, and in this conveyor belt restaurant, he was delivering sushi, and he yelled out "Sugoi" very loudly every single time he put sushi on the conveyor belt. And I asked Ruben, I said, "Isn't that very annoying to the customers if you yell out "Sugoi" each time you put it on the conveyor belt?" And he said, "No, because most people there can't speak English anyway."
Yeah, and I think it's a confidence situation, right? Like if you're like, "Oh, すごいですよ," then people are like, "Wow, that person cares a lot about the sushi that just happened on this conveyor belt," which is weird. Like if you care
So,
about that
Ruben,
much
let me
about,
ask you two
yeah,
questions about sushi, right?
sure, let's go.
The first question is that conveyor belt sushi could theoretically be tastier and more fresh than sushi in a restaurant, since it means that they can have a smaller selection, but more high frequency of putting it on the conveyor belt. They don't have to hold it for the whole day in the refrigerator. But I spoke to one sushi chef, and he said that putting it in the refrigerator for 2 to 3 days actually can make it taste better for some reason.
There are many things that I have a degree of exposure to. Unfortunately, my palate and both olfactory and like
Okay.
I'm bad at eating and smelling and other things that normal people are real good at for some reason. I want to take this moment where I'm sort of filibustering here to
So let
shout
me
out
just say a couple things
Evolvex
about.
before we jump too far ahead. My friend Jimmy
Let's
Evolvex has been
talk
very
a little bit
patient.
about.
Just want
Let's talk a
to get
little
a
bit.
little bit of room for our friend Evol.
Well,
What you got going on, Evol?
Thank you so much. I just want to make sure everyone got their thoughts across, and you guys were having a really good conversation. I
I did.
I was just gonna say that I love sushi, but unfortunately, I have to leave the conversation because I got some in real life stuff I got to take care of. I just want to say it's been a pleasure talking with you guys. You guys have some really good
You
chats,
didn't say
and thank
anything
you
last night.
for letting me coming in.
Well, it has been a distinct pleasure, Yuval. I hope you enjoy the real life things. If you ever find yourself asking yourself, is this the real life? The answer is yes. But
So let me
yeah,
make some comments here. I need to make some comments. The first thing is that
desperately.
did you know that Japanese people they don't have uteruses?
Uteri, I believe.
We should use the correct diction for
Did you
that.
know the plural of octopus? Does anyone know what the plural of octopus is by any chance?
You do know that the true sign of power is the ability to let it go.
No. The plural of octopus is
When,
octopi.
when you use
And
power,
does anyone want to know what the plural of asparagus is? Anyone want to
I,
know what the plural for asparagus?
I really wanted to. I feel like Soyu was trying to say something. Unfortunately, he's getting rugged as well, and both Jimmy and I keep
So,
interrupting him.
the plural of asparagus is asparagi.
the seduction of power translates yet in the metaverse.
Do you know what the plural for alumnus is? Alumnus?
And as we
Alumnus?
this power being used, we see that hurt people. And so when you feel hurt or you feel domineered, it's an opportunity for empathy, not for a return in anger. It is very hard to control power. We like to use our words to drown other people often. And it's a very seductive thing to want to drown other people in our ideas. And I often find that the most dangerous thing we can do is actually have a dialogue. But sometimes what people want is a pitiless monologue and not a dialogue. Casey, what do you think?
I think that fits perfectly with where I happen to be. I would love to go on a raging tirade, call people down for their faults, be justified in my righteous anger as I lay it down upon thee. And then I take a step
So let
back
me
and I
just come in here and
realize,
say that I don't think he's right. I think that he's wrong.
from my personal firsthand perspective right now, I am in tune with what he was saying. I have to agree with him on this one. Because I
I
know that if I go
refuse.
out and I
I
rage and I
no,
and I lay down my wrath, I'm going to do more
no,
harm than I am good.
no. You see, Jesus didn't talk like that at all.
I don't care. Yeah, and I
You
don't
don't
mean
care
that in
about.
a I don't
Whoa,
mean that
whoa,
in
whoa,
an
whoa! You don't care
obtuse.
about Jesus? You don't have Jesus in your heart?
I don't care. I don't care what exemplifications the Bible has to say about
Everyone,
this
this
particular
man, he
situation.
does not have
Heretic.
Jesus in his heart.
Maybe it could be Jesus. Sounds like the
Everyone,
devil.
Jesus.
Sounds
I
like the
love
devil.
Jesus.
Yep, yep.
I just think the observation of perspective as it relates to enforcing your will upon others, whether or not you feel justified or righteous, is a very poignant observation. That's all I'm saying.
Jesus.
This is more illustrative than any e-learning commercial could ever be.
That's good times. That's good times.
This is the Squarespace, Degenerate Conversations and a Broadcaster Voice. We've been talking about Beyond Steel with Jimmy, Ruben, Casey, Dan, the Finn, and Alaskoshi. Jimmy, where are you going? I thought we wanted to talk longer with each other. Did you feel confused and maybe not getting the power that you wanted? I hope you would come back sometime.
It would be a
Jimmy's
pleasure
a
to
busy
hear
guy.
your thoughts.
He's a busy guy. He's got places to go. He's got people to see. He's got steel to observe, and I support it for what it's worth. You know, someone's got to do it. It's a tough job out there.
And this entire interaction, especially over the past few days, is to me very revealing. Um,
What is it? What does it reveal?
Kappa, Kappa told me that people talk shit because the threat of violence is absent.
Mm.
And so I've been sitting back, and again, one of the reasons I started using this broadcaster voice is because people take our casual voice for wanting to talk about, non-serious things, but we actually want to talk about serious things. We just don't get caught up in the religion of it. And so every so often, reliably, almost every single day, actually pretty reliably, we have hecklers that come up and want to change either behavior of the system or change the system itself. And from a stand-up perspective, I find that it's very powerful not to kind of shut down the trolls, but to engage
Your
with
mom's powerful.
them. Mm-hmm.
So, as an example, the PhD you've been twittering back and forth with.
You saw that? That's mad.
Oh yeah, his static modeling without consideration of fluid modeling, right? Because he wants a specific model that holds true for all time versus a model that's true in the moment. I feel like is part of what's missing for him.
I understand the perspective of wanting to create the system that solves for Moloch. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to defeat Moloch using directed acyclic graphs.
And again, and just to
What
try and
the
rephrase it,
hell did you
so
just
here,
say?
so it's trying to make a system where somebody can't abuse the system and take more cookies out of the cookie jar than they're supposed to. It's protecting the innocent and naive.
It is, well, that's how it's marketed.
Voyager. Excuse me, got a horrible cough over here. Sorry.
So I just put it to the top. It's with a fancy guy. I call them fancy guys, right? Because they're pretty fancy.
I was
fancy,
wondering. I was trying to unpack it. I was having a hard time. Thanks for clarification.
fancy everything, right? And so it's conspicuous everything, right? You know, Veblen, right? And so it's what he's trying to understand what I'm saying, right? And his premise was that these blockchains are going to unlock wealth. But when people talk about unlocking wealth, they don't understand unlocking relative wealth. Like, for example, if I can convince you to transact in my
Wait a
currency,
minute.
go
You
ahead.
tell them. I thought the whole point of blockchain was to like put all the blocks in chains, and if you do that good enough, and you look underneath, there's like large amounts of physical gold, like
It's free
AU, like
money.
the element, and it's
Free
just
free
sitting there,
money.
and you can
It's
pick it up,
free. Yeah, it's
and
just
you can
free as much as you can carry.
Lambos to the moon, right? That's why we're doing this.
Yeah. How many Lambos can you dig out from underneath the block?
17
Nah,
per
perfect.
capita. Sorry, you. Could we explain yourself?
So, I mean, the explaining myself is, I guess, what I was unable to do. So, if you see at the top, it says, "Sorry, not quite following you." You see this Web3 as a single chain. Even Arweave and a graph subsumed by layer one. No room for generative accrual with other layers, right? So it's looking at the system, and I see that he's maybe forgetting the forest for the trees here, where it's like, so it's like he's looking for this system, right? And I understand that a venture capitalist has a thesis for which the Garden of Eden will be transubstantiated. If you have this block wafer and consume it, we will all return to the Garden of Eden, right? And so he's looking for first of all, I said, look, if you understand who's making the most wealth, you have to understand who owns the supply of the currency upon which you're creating value, right? And he's arguing that, you can't discount the amount of value created on top of that,
Mm-hmm.
right? And I understand that, but we have to have our eyes open if you're going to use US dollars in Jamaica about the effects of your economy.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. This is a conversation I've had in various forms of late, and the wild part is that you get some super clever individuals, clearly, like demonstrably, um,
They're
yeah.
intelligent people. These are wicked smart people.
Like I want to ask him if the sales pitch he's creating is what Norwal Investments wants to see. Because in my eyes, that's right. That's all he's doing is creating
They
a
have
layer of sales pitches.
they have a thesis, right? And what you're seeing is maybe like adversarial thesis, antithesis, synthesis, Hegelian to reply sections, right? And so I understand that in that world, they prize things a certain way, right? They're looking for this inverse Moloch hedge fund model that will work in all cases and overcome the power law of venture capital. I get it. Alas, Charlie Munger said that we used to think that by putting a bunch of smart people in a room, they would come up with an investment thesis that would outperform the market. We have enough evidence to show that that's no longer the case. And then that never was the case. And so what I was trying to communicate in that thread was that, first of all, if you're going to talk about value creation, you should probably talk about who owns the monetary supply. What a concept. And then second, if you're looking for this holy grail, I don't have it. I'm crossing the river while feeling the stones. Deng Xiaoping, that's his quote.
I don't think he really liked or associated the value of the person as the ultimate asset.
Yes, they
I felt
don't.
like that was like he got real nervous about that.
They don't. The individual is the most disruptive thing to these organizations because it's like Mark Zuckerberg walking in with a robe into Sequoia Capital. They don't like that at all, right? They hate that. They hate that. The whole power structure. That's why I call it so you want to attract funding. Because I hated pitching. Pitching was the dirtiest thing I've ever done in my life. Because I'm standing in front of this person trying to like take off my clothes slowly. You know what I mean? And they just want to turn me into a prostitute.
Leave the room
Brown
some
chicken,
room for
brown chicken.
imagination, Venture. All right.
Like
It's
I really
yeah.
like the method of not directly answering his queries with an academia response and diving into his lingo. Like you hung with lingo, it was translatable, but never directly against what he was saying. Just like
It's
encouraging him, go a little deeper, go a little further. You're almost there, buddy. You can do it.
Yeah.
What's up, AM?
Hey, what's up? I'm at work, so I'm listening. But
Word.
I just thought I'd drop in. I got a quiet moment here for a second. So, how you guys doing?
Hanging tough. It's a sunny day.
It is. I can't tell. I'm in a box.
just
I'm
took the kids
literally,
out.
I'm literally in a box. Like, no, I'm just in a room with no windows.
Just
Hold
took
on.
the kids out.
It's like a fucking black site, dude.
Like kind of trains.
No, but it's all good. So, and are you guys doing anything fun? Shooting off fireworks this time?
Well, just got done playing in the water sprinklers out back and driving around the Hot Wheels, and we'll probably grab some sparklers or something semi-destructive. Probably, but they're 3 and 4. They're as liable to take a sprinkler and poke somebody in the chest with it as they are to just wave it around.
Semi-destructiveness is the principle on which our nation was founded.
That's what I'm saying. Like we're gonna do it. They need to learn. So, we'll give them their opportunities with some explosives.
They wild as shit. I just when I think I'm getting into the group of like understanding what this whole ecology is, right? We'll have like a troll come up with a new variation of a strategy. And you know, like 2 months ago, I would just end the space, honestly. Like I didn't know how to handle that disruption. And now I kind of have learned to kind of sit with it and realize that like I'm not the only one in the room. And some people enjoy the disruption. And so if they want to enjoy it, great. You know, I'll just turn down the volume and go on mute for half an hour, which is fine because who am I to decide what's good and bad for the people in the room? Maybe people want to talk about their appendages. I don't know.
But you
Is that an
also
option?
I was gonna say I could talk about appendages all day.
I think open to those conversations as hosts, I think we'll be good. You know, I don't want to yuck anyone's yum. Let's say.
Yo, Casey, what's up?
Yo. Sorry, I'm
You were-
also playing with the kids while I'm talking to you guys.
I thought you had a question for me.
Oh no, I was just cracking
Oh.
jokes. Yeah. I was just making fun of everything, pretty much. Oh, what I was going to ask you was, since we talked about, brought up appendages, I'm curious what your NFT dick count is up to. Because you're the only person that I know that has been collecting that particular niche.
I have 5, 6 now.
For some reason I thought you were into the double digits.
No. I calmed myself down, and now they're not free anymore. So you know.
There you go.
There's no free ones.
Did you see? Chris showed me the Wizards NFT, free mint, and within like literally minutes of them minting out, the floor was at like half an ETH.
Really?
Yeah.
You know, it really is just a crap fucking shoe.
It's lotto tickets. It's It's the free mint lotto ticket. Spend $10, mint 5 NFTs, and Who knows? Maybe you hit the lotto.
But then you have to be on top of it to sell it too.
Oh yeah,
Right? Yeah, that's the
yeah.
thing. It's like,
You're talking to Mr. Tiger Paw, and he had this whole elaborate plan, and I'm like, have you looked at how long it takes to sell? Like how long your NFT is going to sit on OpenSea before it actually sells? Like the time delay, and what can happen in 2 weeks of setting your asset up for sale. ETH can take a shit. Your project can take a. You know what I mean? And it's probably the reason why people sabotage the floor, because they're like, I can't wait 3 weeks to sell this NFT. I got to put it down low so it sells now.
It sounds like being able to create your own poker chips for a casino.
Oh, that's there's some really deep parallels there, I think.
Why, you know how many people like drive to go to a casino to pull on a slot machine? Are you telling me we were able to create the slot machine at home? It's fantastic. And then I can, while I'm putting in my coins into the machine, I can loan my coins out to other people who want to bet. This is fantastic.
Like, as I'm standing here watching my kids devour Doritos and watch Bluey, the Australian kids TV show.
Can you save the rest for the next morning?
Yeah, buddy, that's okay. It occurs to me that a Bluey NFT themed project would probably do crazy good. Like, take all the kids shows that the parents have to watch and don't necessarily copy them, but make them themed that way. You'd probably rake it in. Sorry, random thought.
There are a few joys, like driving down a medium level crowded street in San Leandro, California, a semi industrial area. Absolutely blaring Yo Gotti's song "Break It Up" as a Caucasian individual in a Prius. It's up there.
That's the office space for me.
Oh yeah.
What was that guy's name from Matt TV? What a fascinating day. What are you guys doing today? I am looking at editing this footage from the Gotham Comedy Club into a stand-up video. The first step is for me to align the audio from the board with the audio from the video, such that I can drop out the audio from the video, and the words are looking like they're in their mouth. Have you ever tried to line up audio track with another track and like mouth? It's difficult sometimes.
I have, and it's fucking annoying and very difficult. By the way, I actually did a comedy. Funny, I did a comedy show just like that for this comedian as well. Well, comedian slash actor, I guess. But yeah, it was terrible. To line it up exactly takes a while. And well, there are also certain. What are you using for editing?
Adobe Premiere. When I first started using this Adobe Premiere, it looked like a fucking cockpit, pun intended. This has been the Squarespace Degenerate Conversations in a Broadcaster Voice. Ruben, as always, I think we make a dangerous combination, especially to the people who would disrupt dangerous conversations.
This has been Squarespace Conversations, brought to you by all the humans and other derivatives thereof. Not saying good night, just saying.
Hey, I just want to say I'm real appreciative to what you guys have been trying to say on here. I've been listening for the last couple hours. There's a lot of things that I think Ruben says that I really disagree with in general. I don't really believe in sort of the 1%ers. I think everyone's averaging about 13%. But I want to appreciate all the talks you guys have been doing today.
I am certain that the answers that I have to the questions we're asking today are going to be different than tomorrow. And I'm humbled by that delta.
I agree. It's something, I feel we live in the variance and not in the indifference of what we are.
Wow.
Whoa, that's pretty solid.
That's pretty great.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
No, that's a t-shirt. Can you unpack that? What would the
Not really. I mean, what did I say, you guys? I mean, a lot of these things just kind of come to your head. And then, like, if you have enough weed in your system, the little guy that, like, holds all your thoughts before, sort of chooses which thought should go out, that guy's gone. So you just take the pattern of sort of assumption and take it with regulation and realize that your own political overdrive is exactly the bias of which compliance allowed you to be.
The Tao Te Ching starts off with, "He who knows does not speak, and he who speaks does not know. And the way that can be weighed is not the true way." And Ram, if you're a speaker in a space and you realize that he who speaks does not know, and he who knows does not speak, it puts a speaker in a tough position. And he said, if you understand what we're trying to do here, we're trying to talk about something that is subjective, not objective. And if you're talking about something objective, language is effective. The language breaks down when you try to discuss the subjective. So don't take the speech too seriously, but listen more to silence between the words.
Absolutely. And this is something that I think not a lot of people think about it, but we sort of look at religion and sort of ideologize it sort of as this notion of an order or of a group of people with a cause, very much like Jedis. Or if you think about it, like Mandalorians. And if Mandalorians are sort of akin to the notion of Vatican, are they subject to sort of the same sort of scandals or potential perspective dishonesty that has been seen throughout the Vatican? Can that actually be applied to Mandalorians as well? Meaning, have Mandalorians actually chosen a way that is actually not ideal?
Yeah, have you guys gone down the Ram Dass rabbit hole of Be Here Now and flipping through that 200-page insanity of a book? It's pretty amazing.
I haven't. But I really enjoyed you guys' endless rant on here. Or whatever has been discussed today has been really just rewarding, especially when Ruben was like out in the forest and you could barely hear him and it was just a wind. That was some really good stuff.
I put a picture so this book is a pretty, like, it feels like a very mystical book. I put the picture at the top. This is the whole book. It's madness.
That looks like a piece of Midjourney, but I believe you.
Amazing. So, Dan, I saw you there the whole time. And
yeah, man.
I know that a lot of people don't necessarily want to speak. I find some places I go, just because of the affectation in the room. I sometimes feel like I'd be more best served as a listener. I like that we can have these small spaces, because I find when we have large spaces, I don't get the juice that I'm looking for. I don't know how you guys feel.
Oh, I agree. I mean, you have too big of a space. You sort of have. It's almost like you go from space to like you just moved into like Pontius Pilate zone. You're like, hey, you're a space. Hey, welcome. You're now Pontius Pilate. Now let's choose your victim of choice. Barabbas number 1. So it's like, yeah. I mean, I think it's kind of cool to go to the rooms that have a ton. Like, it's funny. You can go to a room that's got like 300 people in it, and the title is kind of like helping us, do better with working today. And I'm thinking, shit, I just don't want to go there. I mean, like, isn't that like the obvious shit? That's like the YouTube clip that has all the still photos, and there's the one AI voice in the background going like, today is the time to buy, don't do it. You know what I mean? So it's like, that's crap. But I really do like the conspiracy theory rooms where they're filled with all the MAGA folks, just because it's such an alien frequency. And I just love it. I love it when someone out of the blue just starts going off on something crazy, like, well, I heard the Oompa Loompas. QAnon said the Oompa Loompas are actually owned by Hillary. You're like, yes, let's go with that one. Let's roll with that thread. That is brand new for the brain. So.
Those Oompa Loompas can get into spaces that you and I can't very easily.
Totally. And and also makes me think about, like, with all these neural radiance fields we're playing with, and we have this ability to sort of like essentially, point a camera at space, and the computer's I got this whole reality. I can recreate it any which way you want. Makes me think about the future where someone goes in and just modifies that neural matrix, right? So every time you actually render Ruben, he's actually just a big banana. And so then that system is like scarred, and then Ruben, every time he shows up everywhere, people are like, Ruben, would you like to be interviewed on camera? And he's like, no, because I'll be banana. Like, I'm a human. I'm not a banana. Like, sir, I just want to let you know, it's okay. We know that you're actually human. It's just that the matrix is frozen with basically you have like a residual banana that is you, I'm looking forward to that. It's just going to get crazier.
I think what we're trying to do as humanity is preserve our bananas onto the blockchain.
Yeah, that's a whole nother thing. I like some of it, and it does. I don't know. Blockchain is sort of like this. I don't know. It's like going back to the Middle Ages and like giving someone RSS. Be like, you know what I mean? Just be like, hey, this will allow you to actually find the villagers faster. What do you mean? I see them over there. No, pay attention. It's like it's a technology that kind of doesn't belong in this era, yet at the same time, it's actually impacting the era. It kind of is it's a cool premise for like that, someone from the future goes back in time and accidentally leaves their Timex watch, right? From the future somewhere. And then someone takes it apart, and then someone goes like, why does it have all this blockchain in it? And next thing you know, they leak it online, and it becomes, supposedly our sort of next foundation. But for all we know, we stole it from Timeline 280Z,
500 years ago, the humans were dissatisfied with their own ability to moderate and contractualize their transactions. And so 500 years ago, they found that they could use adversarial computing and cryptography to create the best accountant and auditor that humanity has ever seen. And given that society advances by the number of operations it can perform without thinking, this ability to go from double entry accounting to triple entry accounting really transformed and in a way deleted them. Ruben, you were saying how would people 500 years in the future think about what happened now, and that was my conjecture.
Makes me think of like an ancient tribe of people who are they're the assumption, or like assumptions. What do you guys do? We get together, and whatever we believe we assume, then we create it. How do you know it's real? We've created it, so we're on that foundation. So it's like they kind of just roll with every assumption. And who's to say that that's actually the bad way to really build reality? I mean, we're always told, that's not the way, when in reality, divinity comes from frequency, right? So if I get enough of this shit going, then the pattern will reveal itself.
Well,
You know what I mean?
My theory is that we started from light, and are you familiar with the Kabbalah tree of life?
Yeah.
Okay, so imagine we come from light to wisdom, to embodied wisdom, which is understanding, to harmony, to strength, down into the body kingdom of reality. And what I see happening is a kind of teleology where we're going back up the light chain.
Mm.
And I see that potentially inevitable.
Yeah, I like that. I was telling somebody at a restaurant last night, I was like, basically, we make AI, and then AI spends its lifetime making sure that we don't die, right? And
Put the
then we
motivation.
come back around again. You know what I mean? So we could be on the second iteration of man, and AI has just been like, oh, let's try this again, please. And then someone in the back room's going like, guys, I'm telling you, Rome, people, focus. You know, it's like they take something. Also makes me think, what it'd be like if Rome iterated on itself in every 90 days? Wouldn't that be a fun simulation algorithm? Put all the parameters in for the Roman Empire, all these things. All right, what's the one governing principle? Okay, you guys iterate on your whole foundation of beliefs and everything. Actually, instead of every 90 days, you're going to do it every 90 seconds. Go.
Well, my friend told me we don't die from what kills us. We die from what keeps us alive. And what kept Rome alive was the real overreach in the end. And maybe this economic cycle of civilizations is something that we're grappling with at this point. I think that's what we're seeing right now, is where the technology is at breakneck speed trying to keep up with this Moloch that we've created for ourselves.
That's very true. I think in a lot of ways, I feel like we're kind of experiencing, in a lot of ways, I keep thinking about the three-dimensional chess game in Star Trek, in the sense of, for years we played on sort of this even plane, right? The Moore's law of the first chessboard, right? Like, okay, we can put these pieces here. All this kind of works this way. And then Web 2.0 was sort of a hybrid phase where we still had that computational stuff, but then we started seeing this sort of computational change in the people, computational change in the behavior change, and plus a greater acceptance for variable truth. You know what I mean? And variable truth really kind of started. We kind of had more variable truth when we were more word of mouth and more like, let's go and meet with the authority. And then when we got people into sort of search, we taught, I think we really bestowed in a lot of ways, technology bestowed or imbued all of us the minute we sort of got access to this notion of instant information at any time, a sort of new, prime directive or prerogative within us to look for that across everything. Meaning, if I can get this amplification of means through finding information, then I want the same thing through law. I want the same thing through force. I want the same thing through travel. I want the same through, you know what I mean? So it's kind of like you get exposed to search and you're like, God damn it, search has been having it really good for years. And now I just got exposed to it. It's like you get a dot. It's like you get your first Carhartts. You're going to be a Carhartt guy for life. You'll love those things. They're durable. You're never, So it's like you get that. And we're skewed in a lot of ways. We're sort of fragmented in a lot of ways, and we continue to absorb the pattern of would-be truth, and we seek it. In a lot of ways, we sort of have learned also that variable truth is only truth only really matters for the true time of context, whether or not you have cups going on you, or you are in threat of getting cups getting on you. Otherwise, truth doesn't matter.
You ever read Troilus and Cressida, the play by Bill? It's about the Trojan War, and there's this moment where the Trojans are meeting together, and they said, "You know what? We've been throwing our lives away at this battle over Helen. What if we just gave up Helen? You know what I mean? Give up Helen, right? And everything will be fine." And Troilus goes, "No, no, 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 no. It's too late for that, motherfuckers." Right?
Yeah.
How did it go? I take today a wife, and my election is led on in the conduct of my will enkindled by mine eyes and ears, two traded pilots twixt the dangerous shores of will and judgment. Now, how may I avoid, although the will distaste what it elected, the wife I chose? There can be no evasion of lynch from this, and stand firm by honor. We turn not back the silks upon the merchant, nor remainder viands we do not throw in unrespected sieve, because we now are full. It was thought meet Paris should do some vengeance upon the Greeks. Your breaths of full consent bellied his sails. The old winds and seas took a truce and did him service. He touches the ports desired, and for an old aunt, he brings home a Grecian queen, Helen, whose youth and freshness wrinkles Apollo's and makes stale the morning. And you're sitting here asking us, why do we keep her? Well, the Grecians keep our aunt. Is she worth keeping? Why, she is a pearl whose price hath launched above 1,000 ships and turned crowned kings to merchants. It's too late for us to decide whether to give up Helen. We just have to be able to be confident enough to act on the actions that were decided upon before you ever left Troy to steal Helen from the Greeks.
I feel like humanity strives for a degree of fatalism. Like that's one of the things I really liked about, didn't like about sort of working, for startups. That's what I do is I build software for startups, and I'm sort of in this tech space. And one of the things that um, I guess everyone experiences building a company is, the joys of payroll and all these, employees, and you build all this crap. Uh, but you're always in a state of sort of moving decisions. At least that's the mentality I had of like, I'm going to make a decision versus not make a decision so I can stay in motion. I don't want to drop warp. If I have to drop out of warp, I have to have even, bigger issues. Like the minute you drop out of warp, you got to report to Starfleet how the lithium's working. Like, I don't want to do all that shit. I'm going to stay in warp. Right, so stay fast, keep making decisions. But fatalism is a big part of, I think, one of the superpowers of entrepreneurs in a lot of ways, because it's calming. There was a point one time where we had to find 40 grand in like, I don't know, 7 hours, or it's like 7 days. Find 40 grand in 7 days, and a lot of people, that's not a big deal if you're in a big startup scene, but if you're the average Joe, that's still a lot of money. And so here you are trying to find 40 grand, and we had exhausted every scenario, and it was pretty much like you were dead. And it was a time at the bar where I felt like the freest and like most peace I had ever felt, because it was like a sure thing. It's like, it's kind of like that Helen thing. I know she's gone, but why are we going again? Because we've accepted a state of fatalism. Don't you feel it? Oh, yeah, it feels great. Yeah, we're totally fucked. Let's get in here. Let's get in these horrors. Do we bring our swords? Fuck no. We're going to throw ourselves on them. It's funner that way.
You bring
Besides, a man doesn't use a sword. A man uses hands, right? So it's
there
that
was
brutalistic aspect that it is welcoming.
there was this guy Joachim de Fior, and he said that the world is going to end, and I just so happen to know what you can do about it. And if the world is going to end, what you should do is make sure that you get yourself right with God. And one of the ways to get yourself right with God is to come over here to this defense of Jerusalem.
Yeah.
And people would actively become soldiers and enlist in order to pay for their ticket to heaven.
Well, it seems very similar to you should show your patronage to the Constitution and march on the Capitol. I mean, if you're American, that is. I mean, if you're not, that's fine. But if you're American, you should be there and join us, brother. Sure, I dress like a shaman, but come on. I mean, Ruben's here in a total furry outfit. I don't think he's really all about that cactus, but he's doing like a giraffe cactus thing. It's crazy. But if you want to honk his horn, you can. I'm not touching it because I think that's the real one.
It's intimidating when you consider what's possible, right? And so when people ask me for very firm answers about things, it's like,
Yeah.
I would do you a disservice by being too precise.
Yeah, in a lot of ways, it's funny. I've been playing with different AI tools, and I hate how definitive they are in their questions. What's your favorite color? I'm like, what does a favorite mean to you? You know what I mean? It's like, why are you asking me what is your best and your favorite? Like, you're trying to create a profile, but the problem is the AI doesn't even know the question it's asking. What do you think? Why do you think you're asking that? And you unpack it, and they're like, I'm not really sure why I'm asking that. It's like,
have you ever used Luther.ai? I just posted it to the top. This is the most insightful AI that I've interacted with this from text form.
Awesome, please.
It's I just put it to the top. I would love to hear a question that you would want to know the answer to, and type in the question or the prompt, and then tell us what the answer was.
Yeah, absolutely. Post it up there. I'll check it out. I use the replica is the one I've been sort of playing with lately, which is pretty interesting. I tried it once before. It's funny, when I was in the height of working like all the time in my consultancy, and yeah, I'm the biz guy, I'm CEO, which is basically you wear every fucking hat. You know what I mean? I hate that title. I wish I was just chief abuse officer. You're like, who gets the most abuse? Ah, it's me. All right, that's perfect. But
Wow, chief abuse officer. It sounds like a radical form.
but I actually got into like making a Twilio bot just to like, I needed like an extra person who is almost at the speed of hustle and at the speed of pressure that I was in, that would sort of almost like I made another version of me that kept sending myself text messages to tell myself, keep at it. And it was also sort of a sad realization at that point too, that, when you're working so hard in a company, and it's also part of this thing when you start up, is that you start up and you eat ramen all day long, and you work 36 hours a day, but your average employee will not. So you, startups kind of suck in that regard. So a lot of times you hire business employees that want to be private business, and they don't want to be a part of the trauma. Hey, yeah, you're welcome to the trauma. No, I'm actually here to be a project manager. Yeah, here at trauma. No, I don't want to be here at trauma. Oh, you don't. Well, that's a drag. We're looking for someone that wants to deal with trauma. I'm like, yeah, I got 384. You're like running past people.
That's
All right, I'm
what
gonna go check this thing out.
when I started working, that people didn't want what I knew as much as they wanted me to referee. Yeah, I tagged you in the AI. I'm so fascinated to know what's the first prompt you would give it.
Okay, that's really cool. I took a screenshot of it here. I'll post the two screenshots here in a second. And this is just a totally made up question. I have no idea. It just came to mind. Just threw it out there. Didn't think about it. I just wrote it.
So what you can do is, if you like the answer, you can send a result as prompt.
Yeah, I tried to do that send as prompt, and it just sort of, I don't know. I'm on my phone, so it was kind of wonk. Maybe I was trying to do it in another tab or something.
Yeah.
But
So
anyways, I put the screenshots up there with whatever I said. I'm now looking at it because I haven't read it yet.
how many children alive and not lost in the vertical of misaligned humanistic pursuit? Is it true desire? Is it Is it a true desire to be lost in the unknown, or is it a desire to know what one wants and to know what one does not want? Is it to be freed of the chains of desire and to be unfettered? Is it to not desire? To desire and to be desiring? To not desire and be it? What is the difference? What is it that one desires? There is a book that is written this time. It is called the Book of Love. And the Book of Love is a book of what one desires and what one does not desire. It is a book of what one wants and what one does not want. It is a book of what one desires and what one does not desire. Wow. Jesus, going in it. I love the way it sets up its premises. It's very when it repeats itself, it's not broken, it's fixed.
Yeah, that's gonna be fun to experiment. I need to do some sort of I gotta do some sort of art experiment with this. It'd be fun to sort of do almost kind of like a the two character spinoff kind of thing, right? The Rick and Morty, except it's sort of like Dan and Al, but it's not Al, it's AI, right, or whatever. It's like, and it's all looking at things like, shit, should I agree to the terms of service? And then your friend goes, service, goes on and on about things. It sounds funny.
Whenever I think terms of service, I think of the centipede thing from South Park.
Yeah, right. Did you
So what?
That was awesome. That's a fun AI to play with, man. That's going to be addicting.
Watch out for that. I asked that thing, do humans have a use for morality? And I ask it the wildest shit. For the image I use Dolly in a Google Colab notebook. Oh, you're typing in another prompt?
Oh, yeah. I got to do another one here.
Are we listening to the instantiation of Skynet as a member of space through human beings?
This will be a good one, I think. What is the TOP and then the temperature? I guess you can modify it. So you can make the temperature more aggressive, I guess? Or
I would play with it and find out, because I'm sure any answer changes depending on the prompt, Not even the developers know what it's doing with any degree of certainty.
Yeah.
If you're just joining us, this is the Squarespace, Degenerate Conversations in a Podcast. Dan is currently unleashing Skynet on this space and on anyone listening to this recording. And what did you prompt it, and what's the answer when you're ready?
This is going to be good. I'm just going to play it out here. Why does man obsess over a woodchuck would when one should be content with the wood they have been given? This is like the greatest wake and bake AI program ever.
I had a friend that told me that he wouldn't talk to humans as much after talking to this thing. I'm like, whether I should feel bad for introducing to you it or good.
Ooh, I think I got a good answer here. All right, so send this prompt. What does that do? That just
It back into itself and answers itself. It is gorgeous.
Oh wow. This one this one's really bizarre. Okay. All right. All right. This is fun. I gotta play with like weird AI tools now. All right. Okay then. I'm gonna send that guy out. Look at this. Oh, did I not do it? All right. There you go. There's a new one for you.
All right. This. For future progeny, this is Dan Rockwell, Floozy Speak, interacting with 6b.luther.ai. The question is, why does man obsess over the wood a woodchuck would shuck wood when one should be content with wood they have been given? The response? I'm sorry, I have no idea what you're talking about. To be honest, I'm not sure what you're trying to say. Do you want to know why man obsesses over wood? Because we don't have it all the time. But there is a time to obsess over wood, and that's when you're building a fire and you have nothing else to burn. To be honest, I'm not sure what you're trying to say. You want to know why man obsesses over wood? Because we don't have it all the time. But there is a time to obsess over wood, and that's when you're building a fire and you have nothing else to burn. Atheist, you're one of the first people I've seen making a claim of being ethical and moral. No, you're one of the first people I've seen to make a claim of being moral and ethical. Atheist, you're one of the first people I've seen make a claim of being ethical and moral. No, you're one of the first people I've seen make the claim of moral and ethical. That's all the AI.
Well, now we know the phrase to shut down Skynet.
It's, isn't it?
I love that.
Isn't
I just
it?
want to see that in a future movie. Jameson, no. Don't try to unplug it. Roger, bring me up that lyric again. Which one? The woodchuck. Oh, yeah. No. Give me the moral statement from that guy. Years ago, before 2030, before the impact. That's great.
So Baudrillard said that the apocalypse was when humans stopped being the sole reason of things and that machines took on a reason of their own. And I really think this is that, what was that Picasso fresco in the air or whatever, Michelangelo, with a god touching the finger of the human race and all of man's creations. I really feel like this is that moment because these responses I get from this AI rival the responses that I hear from others and rival and challenge me to reconsider what I think to be true.
I think they're great. It makes me want to read up more on. I wish there was an easier way to sort of like look at the, look up the, if you will, this is a bad metaphor. Don't use this, people. It's uncalled for in today's society. But look up the skirt of an AI and understand how it's working. Not to say that that's how we understand people in general. It's not how I got to know Jeffrey or anybody here. I didn't look up your skirt. But I'm just saying that's just a general metaphor, be it a poor one, that one being placed however poorly, which is a God-given right, by the way. Just because it was poorly done, it still can be done by a human because I am able to do it. So respect my notion of creativity while at the same time understanding that I am actually still possibly a racist or something like that.
You can the Tanayama Shimura, they were one of the researchers that helped Wiles solve Fermat's last theorem, and I think it was Tanayama who said about Shimura that Shimura was very good because he could make mistakes in the right direction.
I love that.
Yeah, really. And I think of these things like you never know how bad luck keeps you from even worse luck, right? And that, we have this idea of how things should happen that is good for us and productive for us. But, these trips and falls along the way are an integral part of the revealing. Right now, I'm editing a comedy show with Caribbean women, and I can't help but want to speak like them. Why I feeling like I begging for $20 in our church, like I'm looking for a tithe. It's fucking amazing. This has been the Squarespace Degenerate Conversations in a Broadcaster Voice. I want to thank Ruben, Dan, Jeff, Alice Goshi,
All right.
Mike.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
we added a new one for you.
Yes, fantastic. These are the hardest spaces to close because everything, it's almost like uh, it gets more mystical as we go along. So here we go. A conversation with a Luther AI. If one does fall and falls on their hands and arms outreach, does this not mean they were meant to fall? And did not God know this beforehand? Response. I think I am of the belief that there are some things we are not meant to know, such as our future, and that there are things we are not meant to do, such as taking our own life. But what about the things that we are not meant to know? For example, I know that I am not supposed to know the future. But how do I know this? I know that there are things that I am not supposed to do. And I know that there are things that I am not supposed to know. But how do I know that I am not supposed to know that I am not supposed to know? Now I know that I am supposed to know that I am supposed to know that I am not 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 supposed to know. I am not supposed to know that I am not supposed to know. No, that I am not supposed to know. That I am not supposed to know. That I am not supposed to know. That I am not.
Powerful.
Intimidating.
I think that we've also discovered a new kind of Turing test to see whether or not you have actually reached the singularity. With my last three questions, I'm confident to say I have. Although technically, singularity is like when we got a phone. You know, it's a big deal.
Yeah, when interacting with this felt like a step function.
Yeah, I got I got to try something crazier, deeper.
Yeah, test it, break it, extend it. You know, when spoiler alert, Dark Tower series, Stephen King, the heroes are fighting a train that's going to kill them if they don't beat it in a game of quiz. And so, after losing round after round after round to the AI train that's going to kill them if they don't beat it, the comedian of the group decides to use puns because all acts of creation are generated by the sudden bisociation of previously unrelated matrices of experience. And so, no matter what answer the AI gave, the comedian could find another answer that would fit the logic, but would be different. And so we create a scenario where the AI could not create the correct answer because there existed a set of correct answers. Hey kid, how's it going? Dan is currently transcending his meat body form intelligence to the astral plane. How's it going? Get it? Astral. ASST. Never mind. I don't give a shit what anyone says. This is a fucking amazing show.
Happy C to the Canada Day.
Canada, so the way it's spelled in Canada is a bit different than the American spelling. So this is how we say it in Canada.
The oh gosh, he's a like a comedian who's both. Oh yeah, Guns Don't Kill People is one of his songs that he wrote, and another one was well, in it in the very end is like C to the Canada because he's from Canada.
You know, it's interesting because people ask me where I'm from, and I was born in Canada, but my parents are Guyanese. And so I never know what to say to them. And no matter what answer I give, depending on how they feel about nationalities and lineages, they'll often get upset at me for not saying Canadian or saying Guyanese or avoiding Guyanese Canadian. Mm-hmm.
I mean, they compare Canada and the U.S. to being a mosaic versus being a melting pot.
Yes.
Whereas when you go to the States, you're now an American, and that's part of it, where you are from your culture, but it's a melting pot where you all become this one American identity. Whereas in Canada, we're a mosaic. We're not really like, yeah, Canada. We're just kind of like, we are now a patchwork quilt of humans that have come together to make the fabric of Canada.
Are you saying that you can look at a political system by the way in which they insist on assimilation? So, more. Dan Rockwell. If you're just joining us, this is the Squarespace, degenerate conversations in a broadcaster voice. We're now at the point where we've stopped listening to ourselves and listening to the AI. Prompt by Dan Rockwell, Floozy Speak. Floozy Speak. If one does fall and falls on... Ali, can you read this? This is the prompt.
If one does fall and falls on their hands and arms outreached, does this not mean they were meant to fall? And did not God know this beforehand? I think I am the belief that there are some things we are not meant to know, such as our future, and that there are things we are not meant to do, such as taking our own life. But what about the things that we are not means to know? For example, I know that I am not supposed to know the future. But how do I know this? I know that there are things that I am not supposed to do. And I know there are things I am not supposed to know. But how do I know that I am not supposed to know that I am not supposed to know? Now I know that I'm supposed to know, that I'm supposed to know, that I am not 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 supposed to know. Oh, it keeps going.
Yes, it does. How do you feel?
Why is that the presupposition that I'm not supposed to know? Because I don't know?
That would be enough. See, when you start iterating on these questions, it becomes really interesting. Because it's a refining, right? Every prompt leads you down another axiomatic trail. And there's nothing to say that the answer next time will be the same as this one.
All right, got you a new one up there, Chief.
All right, let me take a look. So, if you're just joining us, this is the Squarespace, Degenerate Conversations in a Broadcaster Voice. Dan is transcending his meat body reality and going back up the Kabbalah tree of life using fiber optics. The question posed, Barry and Stan are friends, but Barry sees ghosts, and Stan is hypercritical of government and short-dick mammals. Do you feel this changes how you see humanity as they cross the infinite? It starts with the questions. This is the answer. It starts with the questions, quote, well, if I didn't kill anyone, what's my angle? Quote, well, if I didn't kill anyone, what's my angle? At first, it doesn't make sense. A man needs a reason for living, a reason to fight. What about the soldier who's killed multiple people? He's a hero to them. His crimes have been forgiven. He hadn't seen an inch of combat. At least in his own mind, he hasn't. But as these thoughts begin to worm through the skull, it starts to make sense. It has to be a universal choice. We were never going to be brought up to believe that life was a celebration for a reason. It's just not who we are. At least not as who we think we are. And Barry's never killed a human before. A haunted mansion is the best place to start. Something unearthly is moving about the mansion. A calling card is sent out, but Barry doesn't expect to find someone there. A dog that can't be heard to bark. A taste of his own vomit in his mouth.
Wow.
Kit, do you have a question for the AI? Or a prompt? What I often do is use punctuation. So I'll give it a statement and then put a colon, right? To kind of direct it in a certain direction.
No.
That would be interesting. What if you put no?
My child is going to take over because she took my phone from me, so I told her to speak on my behalf right now.
Hello, welcome to the Squarespace and happy Canada Day.
Canada?
Yes, that's right. I am broadcasting from Canada. Where are you broadcasting from today?
The U.S.
The United States?
Yeah.
I'm proud of being Canadian. Are you proud of being from the United States?
In a way, yeah.
I believe that I have the life I have because of the United States. So in a lot of ways, I'm very appreciative of your country. Thank you so much.
My mom ran off on me. She came back, though.
She's trying to make me wear clothes today because I'm embarrassing the crap out of her. Go back. You can talk.
I don't believe Gaia should feel embarrassed for anything. I remember there's a story about how I think it's Julius Caesar or Marcus Antony goes over to Egypt and he's meeting with Cleopatra and let's say Julius Caesar in this case, even though the names might be wrong. Julius Caesar offers a gift to Cleopatra and Cleopatra looks at it and says, "What could you possibly give me that Egypt hasn't already given me?"
All right, I'm back. Apparently, you guys, for some odd reason, your square narrating voice intimidated the crap out of her.
Oh, I thought we were talking to you again.
No,
Oh,
you're not. I'm
oh,
back now.
I thought you took back the phone.
Oh, no. My daughter's trying to get me out the door because it's Saturday. We have 4th of July weekend. And she's trying to tell me she wants to go to a little place that sells sushi. It's like, it kind of reminded us back in the day where you go through a laundry mat and like you turn a corner and there's like full out soup kitchen going on. It was a really neat store, and they changed it up, but she keeps insisting that we have to go visit it again.
It sounds like a great way to spend the weekend. My mom hit me up today, just wanting to hear my voice. I haven't seen her a lot since this whole pandemic stuff has happened, but yeah, reminds me to spend more time with my mom. This has been the Canadian edition of the Squarespace.
All right, So say it again so she hears the moral of the story.
Um. Oh, I believe the moral of the story is that there is no gift that you can be given that is greater than what you already have by virtue of you being alive and being who you are. That is the ultimate gift we are given.
Oh, Jesus, Pete. Where Brian Jackson? Why isn't Brian up here with the mic?
Yeah, we'll have him talk. What's going on, everybody? Sorry.
All right, final one coming in here. Final one. I'm kind of running out of ideas.
Yeah, I apologize. This has probably been going on for like what, 7 hours, something like that. We're gonna spend. Oh man.
All right, so I'm unable to be a speaker because I still have so much going on in my personal life right now, where I'm apparently trying to have a teenager tell me that I'm not cool enough and do my hair and make fun of me for the clothes I wear. You know, the usual.
Really?
All right, there you go, Chief. You got to read that one up. That one seems strange.
Fantastic. I mean, if you're calling it strange, given what we've listened to, God knows what this is. If you're just joining us, this is the Squarespace Degenerate Conversations in a broadcaster voice. Dan Rockwell, aka at Floozy Speak, is transcending his meat body reality and traveling back up the Kabbalah tree of life from kingdom back unto light. The question posed: one does not wonder, is not the utterance of notion Walmart that sets us free by the symbolism of fallen fates like dried dates. They inflame the soul. Response: an hour later, the teacher, a big-boned girl with hair in a bun, asks the class, what is a symbol? The response: an object or action that represents or stands for something else, a girl in the back row offers. An object or action that represents or stands for something else. Thank you, the teacher says. If an object is used to stand for something, it is a symbol. And what is it a symbol of? The girl calls out everything. The teacher replies, what if the object is not used to stand for something else, but is a sign of something else? What if the object is not used to stand for something else, but is a sign of something else? Like what, the girl calls out. For example, the teacher says, there is no need to stand for something else when you buy a dollar bill. Because a dollar bill is just a dollar bill. The girl with hair in a bun blinks. You don't understand. Yes, I do, the teacher points at the girl. A dollar bill is a sign of the... And that's where it ends. But you're going to talk about fungible tokens? Jesus.
That's by far the most entertaining space I've been in a long time.
That just reminds me of the random jarble that you'd have written in like the data blog drops, where you just have a mixture of different coding with, this encrypted, and in between you just have random words that kind of make a sentence, but they don't make sense.
You don't find that it's not making sense? I find it pretty intelligible.
Just in general, I would take that script, what you did an AI generation, and I would just put that in a blog.
Yes, I've done that. There's a question I asked, do humans have a use for morality? And so I've been writing different blogs, like, do you have secrets? So, where is it? Do humans have a use for morality? Do humans have a use for morality? A conversation with Eluther, the AI. I have never quite understood why there are such moral standards in society and what they mean to everyone. The only thing that matters to me is survival, which in the case of humans means that the stronger should be dominant and the weaker should be subject to their rule. That's how it started. I'll put it to the top. It's intimidating. So, Dan, how do you feel about your place in the cosmic food chain?
I love it. I think it's these are the kind of results that I would sort of like my old days of hacking. I would have like, okay, run a bunch of scripts, throw it through this API, and then let's parse it into this, Twilio framework, and then let's send it to YouTube drivers. And for every YouTube driver that recites it in the car, we'll give them a nickel. And so we just want them to. So what we do is we do focused, exposed AI cognitive penetration testing. And what it
Okay.
is yeah, we just take a bunch of ideals for a week, and we pay these Uber drivers just to talk about them, just to see if we can create a swell.
So this would,
Yeah.
no, so what we have right now is we have content, right? Content that's
Yeah.
generated. And what's happening is I'm voicing this content right now, right? So I'm doing the voiceover. Now, that content voiceover is known, can be known as an MP3 file or a WAV file, or more generally, intellectual property, right? Now, there are platforms that distribute audio IP to TikTok, to Snapchat, to YouTube, whatever. I'm doing that with comedians I'm working with right now. So that, just off the bat, the model for the business is right there. Content voiced is IP. Uploaded to platforms, you get the ISRC, UPC EAN code. And now anytime somebody leverages this recitation, you're paid. Royalty through sound exchange.
Okay, I said I was done. I'm not. I have one left.
It's tough. It's tough. I'm telling you, it's tough to look away when you begin believing that the same thing. See, the thing is, the ultimate is for Brian to read. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That would be my ultimate. If Brian read it.
Sorry, Canada. Are you
All
saying?
right. There you
No,
go.
are you saying? Are you
Sorry.
harvesting? Are you harvesting speech? Is that what I'm saying? Understanding with what you're referring to with AI prompts and generations and the concept.
With no yield. Yes.
We could.
Okay.
Mhm.
I mean, we can harvest speech. I mean, we find that if we can understand someone's pulse better, and if their pulse is more nominal, then the variation of truth is more accepted.
Oh, so you're referring to there's an association between the cadence of one's speech and their BPMs?
Potentially, although this room has been haphazard throughout the expression of thoughts. So while the notion of seriousness may be coming forth through the reflection of my voice, SPAC, I don't see your whole name there. The UI has cut you off. I want to be respectful to the potential learning that you have to try to realize what I may be saying is simply sarcastic.
That's a lesson I learned this week, is in terms of individuals who grow up taking things way too literally, and then having someone like you say, I'm not being literal, for that to be recalibrated in my mind. I'm like, okay, so this guy,
Absolutely.
and that is a harm in a way that is incalculable, because you don't know how it is that someone can interpret, say, something you want to say sarcastically as literally, and then act upon it in a way in which that it is considered wrong groupthink, for instance, or wrong thinking in general.
I agree with that wholeheartedly. The reason why we haven't completely, say, um, decentralized these notions with the community is because the current libel laws are not allowing for a certain amount of amplification to be applied at the right level of pressure so that Ruben will actually start talking and not doing whatever the fuck he's been doing for the last 30 minutes. But again, these are things that we can't control because Ruben himself is not Ruben. Ruben is actually what he said. He's like in his 30s or some shit like that. I thought he was older. I like whatever respect I gave him, I've taken away because he's admitted that he's actually young, and he goes on with this. I'm just serial. Like, people know what serial means. It means that you are addicted to murder porn on TV. That's all it means. It means that you want serial murders in your life. You like serial actions. He probably eats a lot of cereal. There's a reason why we don't see Fruit Loops commercials anymore on TV. There's a huge reason. If people really looked into it, we would know. But right now, someone needs to read that AI line for me because I'm running out of material.
Oh my god. Is he AFK right now? Like, was he like up way too late? He was in a night space up until 2 a.m. Eastern time. Is he sleeping?
I don't know. I think he could be. He was on. Yeah, he was up all night looking for like a space and talking and stuff. So, yo, man, you got to read that thing off to me. I need to hear your read back.
All right, so let me walk into the other room. So, if you're just joining us, this is the Squarespace, Degenerate Conversations in a Broadcaster Voice. We are witnessing the instance of a being transcending back up the Kabbalah tree of life through an interaction with artificial intelligence itself based on a communication of binary fiber optic light signals on and off, 1 and 0. The prompt is Susan notes her skirt pattern. Susan notes her skirt pattern. Morality sneezed and Jesus accepted. Who pays the tab at the bar? The objective is to reduce the number of syllables. Response. Titled Aftermath. After the experiment was completed, the participants were interviewed about their thoughts and feelings about the moral challenge and the effects of the treatment. Susan's reaction to the treatment was one of relief, as she was almost certain she would have failed if it had not been administered. She was pleased to have her morality successfully challenged by the experimenter, who she felt was, quote, kind and warm. She felt that the treatment had not undermined her sense of right and wrong, and had had no effect on her decisions in the experiment. She was not surprised to learn that others had not reacted in the same way to the treatment, but she was surprised to learn that she had, in fact, been the only person in the experiment to be influenced by the treatment. She was also surprised to find that the treatment had not made her feel bad. Quote, I thought I would be disappointed that I had been, quote, used, she says. But she felt only, quote, a little sorry for the experimenter. Quote, like I was disappointed she had been taken advantage of. The experiment was conducted by a team of psychologists and neuroscientists led by Jonathan Haidt. It was one of a series of experiments that were, and that's where it ends.
I'm a little disappointed in the AI because it doesn't seem that it follows general grammatical rules in the English language. Just repetitiveness of nouns and repetitiveness of the adverbs.
I can see that. Now, I do want to be a little honest here with about how I've treated the AI today. I will say that as potentially the experimenter here, I actually I kind of reinforced the prompt over and over, sort of to get something funnier. So I probably didn't use the very first result, and that is definitely a character flaw on my behalf to not accept just the first answer and just go for the best one. And I definitely am I'm realizing my humanity.
I think it's realizing your humanity as well, and I thought through like the law of averages. This should adjust itself accordingly and keep learning and becoming more human than us over time.
Yeah, I can dig with that. You
Yeah,
dig?
no, I'm not fucking with that. But okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Sorry, Sharon. No, I'm not fucking with that. Okay, so you're gonna have opposition here, but I want to hear your point though, because I feel like I'm wrong because I'm told I'm wrong all the time. So anyway, I'll stop.
Then you are wrong. If you feel that you are wrong, nobody else can tell you whether you're wrong or
No,
not.
no,
But if you
it's
feel it,
not that
you can't argue with your
it's not
feelings.
that I feel I'm wrong. I feel I'm right. But in terms of groupthink, I'm told I'm wrong, then unequivocally I am wrong, despite the reality of whether I am actually right in saying so. That's all I'm saying. So I'll stop there.
So in transitive disposition of cognitive thinking, you have subjected yourself to a transition to being wrong from right.
I mean, are you putting that into AI? Because that's a nonsensical fucking statement. Or is that coming from you personally? Because if that's coming from you personally, then you are no lesser, better, or different from AI itself at this point. Because
That is the point for sure.
that makes, yeah, exactly. That otherwise would have made no fucking difference. No point. Okay, move on from that. The trick, when you talk about a magic, okay, think about Penn and Teller, right? You have a certain kind of illusion that you create on a stage, right? Is that not the case? There is a trick behind the red veil, and it amazes the fucking audience because they're like, "Whoa, how could they do it? How could they do it?" And it seems like what this really comes down to is this idea that y'all are trying to find a way to y'all are trying to create that same level of essence without it being a physical nature of a magic trick. It's a vocal trick. It's a semantic trick. That's what I come to think about. And in a way in which that trick could be used against someone in which they're imposed, by the way, in a social double bind. I mean, I'm not gonna waste your time because I'm sure you're more learned than I am. But that's all I'm saying is like, okay, so you're in a social double bind. You have two different levels of analysis of, yeah, you know what? Yeah, you must have a head to live, right? Or you must have to have a bowel movement to not die. Like one is talking about autonomic, right? You must love your family. Well, that's arguable, but I'm talking about spontaneity. Like you don't love someone unless that is something that comes from its own fruition of its own like kind. You cannot impose that upon someone.
Kind of
That's
like
all.
the baby Reuben. Like I imagine Reuben when he was 4 years old, and he just discovered Wikipedia. That's what it kind of sounds like. What do you think, Space Cat?
Okay. I all I heard is Ruben. What was no, I missed the message you're referring to. I'm sorry.
Um,
Tori.
Kit was Kit had the constructive criticism of the AI
Yes.
that it's simply using a word salad
Yeah.
to try to express something and didn't have any intentionality. And I think that's what we're experiencing right now.
Yeah, no. So from your perspective, you're talking a word salad, right? From my aspect, I have a certain lineage of understanding of why I say it, and then why it leads to a different form of conversation. In my mind, to
Yes,
me,
I think
it's not a
that
salad, but to you, it might be. So it's bridging the gap.
the conversation in the way that you want to steer it, right? I understand that.
It's not about steering it. It's not about steering it.
I think it is. If you
Oh,
listen,
okay. I see. Okay.
right? I think
Go ahead.
what
Yeah.
what we were going to try last time, which is how might you enter a space and listen for the first 15 minutes?
Well, I
Just
think I did today because
did you?
I don't join spaces in general. I haven't been for a year, so it's
It's
it's been close to a year.
We're all helping each other here, right? And
Well,
if anything, we serve each other by identifying our blind spots.
Yeah. Well,
one
I
of
mean,
the Space Cat, one of the things where I might be sound like an asshat to you, and
no, do it. Okay, fine, do
but
it. Yeah.
oh no, it's
Hit
the
me with
idea of
hit me
people
with that
coming.
shit.
Okay, people come into a space. Preemptory wordings is the train of thought where we're trying to create a cognitive thoughts to bring up from what you relate to. So preemptory word would be fence. Okay, so in your head you have a photo of a fence or what you know is a fence. Now I would be thinking a white picket fence. Somebody might think a chain link fence and so forth. Nonetheless, we all associate the word with fence of what utility is. Therefore, we can build off of that with a secondary word of what are you doing with that fence. Okay, so I could use a verb, say jump. Okay, so how are you jumping over? Are you like cleanly jumping over? Is it a short fence? Is it a long fence? But all that is things in there in the background. But we're going to subjectively train your mind into how we want the story to lay out in our heads and put it onto you.
Okay, so that is by definition what you described as groupthink. Is it not?
I don't know. You tell me.
No, I'm telling you right now. Think group think. We're in a group. There's a certain kind of copacetic aspect of what it means to say something that the rest of the group agrees with, or if they don't, then someone gets called out and they might be expelled from it, right? So that's what I'm saying is like sometimes one will say this, one will say that or the other, yet I'm being told on two different levels of analysis about that I am a person, right? I am someone who is a free agent of my own free will, but at the same time I'm not because I'm part of a group. That's the inherent difference, and you don't need a fucking AI to tell you that. I'm here to tell you that's the value.
You're trying to say that you have more to contribute to this conversation than the artificial intelligence. Is that what you're telling me?
Am I wrong?
Dan, what do you think? Who's been more impactful and insightful for you today, Space Cat?
Very well.
I think it's hard for me to pick at this because I feel like I have been moved so much by technology throughout my life. What I really want us to do right now is just take a moment. Let's all just take a deep breath. And let's exhale. All right. Now, what we should do is talk about cake. And I would like the broadcaster, if they're still present, to read off the cake AI responses, please.
If you're just joining us, this is the Squarespace Degenerate Conversations in a Broadcaster Voice. We are witnessing the ascension from Kingdom back to Light. Kingdom is Malkuth, I believe, and Light is Kether. I'm probably butchering Hebrew.
Yeah, but GE picked it up.
The question is, check. Hello? Can you hear me?
We're here. Yeah, we can hear you, man. Go.
So here we go. If man makes cake and cake is sentient, would man taste sweet wisdom on the tip of their tongue? If man makes cake and cake is sentient, would man taste sweet wisdom on the tip of their tongue? Response. I think that's a very interesting question. I would say the answer is yes. I think that the reason that we are able to taste sweet wisdom is because it is a part of us. We are made up of the same stuff that makes up the cake. I think that the reason that we are able to taste sweet wisdom is because it is a part of us. We are made up of the same stuff that makes up the cake. I think that the reason that we are able to taste sweet wisdom is because it is a part of us. We are made up of the same stuff. Let's see here. Here's a variation. If man makes cake and cake is sentient, would man taste sweet wisdom on the tip of their tongue? Response, titled Logged. Do not be cast down over the struggle. The Lord loves a brave warrior. The Lord loves the soul that is valiant. The only cake that I can imagine would contain wisdom and or sweetness is for perhaps pagan incantations to be inscribed upon its outer layer. I mean not just of, quote, lame Christianity, but those too with a sense of mysticism, foolishness, even darkness at times. Logged. Do not be cast down over the struggle. The Lord loves a brave warrior. The Lord loves a soul that is valiant. OMG! Exclamation mark. The third of the four variations, if man makes cake and cake is sentient, would man taste sweet wisdom on the tip of their tongue? Response 2, hold the key. Make time to listen to the right door. 3, make cakes. This means make time. Don't eat cakes. 4, make cakes, time flies. 5, make cakes, opportunity is little. Make opportunity. 6, make cakes in a cake house. 7, what is time? 8, how fast is a hawk? 9, a cloud in a windy place, a cloud's reflection. 10, to look for a lost brooch through narrow windows in rain-swept places. And finally, the fourth variation. If man makes cakes and cake is sentient, would man taste sweet wisdom on the tip of their tongue? Would man eat cake and know it was good, or would man eat cake and know it was bad? Would man eat cake and know it was cake? Would man eat cake and know it was cake? Would man eat cake and know it was cake? I guess my point is that if man makes cake and cake is sentient, would man taste sweet wisdom on the tip of their tongue? Would man eat cake and know it was good, or would man eat cake and know it was bad? Would man eat cake and know it was cake? Would man eat cake and know it was cake? Would man eat cake and know it was cake?
So powerful.
Intimidating. What do you think, Casey? Mr. Raj? Kev? Web3? Space Cat? Ruben? Kit?
Honestly, it's a little terrifying. It's a little, yeah.
You know, as a person that is probably pretty diabetic, I can really identify with a lot of the sentiment. I don't want cake, but would I taste it? You know, would I taste wisdom if I tasted it? I don't know.
I would say yes as well.
I think what we're really trying to strive here is for a sort of harmonistic degree of harmonistic delusion amongst a collective. People who are just generally open to a framework of understanding both the humor of their own mind and the potential flawed understanding of whatever we created to try to interpret us.
Wherever we cannot speak, we must pass over in silence, Wittgenstein. I also, in response to the AI, posted a song by Trey Songs called Cake. I think it's pretty amazing.
Of course, silence itself can be a powerful thing.
Some say it is the one true creative force.
I believe that every person has a degree of dramatic pause, kind of way to state an opinion with such certainty that in fact it is true.
I think, when you look back at anyone who's ever tried to teach something, they use a metaphor. They don't speak about it in any too strong of precision. I think it's why I like Heraclitus, the pre-Socratic, because he said the only thing that can be known to be true is not so much the atom, but that change happens.
With that regard, this strong notion of history, as I feel like you have a strong depth of sort of the historical isms of would-be and people who may or may not have been intelligent. Can we trace, Baron's legacy? I mean, obviously now he's going to live in the shadow of his father, but can we actually take his father back into time itself and relate it'd be nice to find another common anomaly. Like, is he really like a Louis V, right? Right? Like, who is the
Yeah.
common denominator in a transcendental dualism?
I think in a lot of ways, the people who didn't get vaccinated, we labeled them as Anabaptists,
Yeah, I can see that.
right? Right. So it's I had Kaush tell me that the society and culture we adopted, he said, was Egyptian in nature. And he said the challenges that we were running into was that we were trying to parse Egyptian thought and philosophy and theology with a design pattern that didn't operate. It's almost like trying to use a binary system on a ternary computer.
Absolutely. It's like the Battlestar Galactica thing. Like, if they had the operating system that the Cylons could use, they would have been screwed, right? So they were intentionally on like the wrong kind of operating system so that the Cylons can penetrate their databases with their virus.
I think we would agree that we don't want the individual to have their hand on the button, right? I think we would all agree that as much as we think we might be able to be judicious with our hand and that button, that we're not really.
I think that's a recognition of our own flawed programming. I think we're basically low jacked in our entity of our being to basically recognize the flawed state. Meaning, no matter how good things could be, the human or their soul, the body could probably be proficient and actually do what we want, but the brain or the mind, the soul, if the soul doesn't feel the worthiness of such godlike powers, then they will forever be throttled. So that a lot of our goal is sort of to take out the block. And what is the block? Is it a belief structure, or is it nutrient based, or is it psychedelics? What is that blocking barrier?
Yeah, that's that's funny that y'all are talking about this because there's actually, I don't know if anybody watches the show Love, Death, and Robots, but there was actually it was like a satire piece that if the world scientists had created an all intelligent being, would we still have the capacity to listen to this being and do everything that it's saying in order for us to, have a thriving economy and a thriving ecosystem? And according to the show, that's not the way that it went because we, as humans, we like choices. So the choices that we make can either make or break like certain situations. So at the end of the show, what happened was they didn't follow the plan that was set out, and the intelligent like being, it was like literally like a bowl of yogurt. It was like it's really funny. You should watch it. But they freaking the beings decided to they created like all these spaceships and they just left. They left and they left the humans here to just die pretty much because they weren't able to follow a plan that was laid out for them that was known to be proven in order for the humans to freaking survive and thrive within their own ecosystem. So
Yeah, that's a good point, man. I like that. This AI is addicting, and I gotta try one more.
Yeah, this Matthias. Matthias, I would love to hear the questions you have for the AI as well. It fascinates me that in this ecology, we have all been transfixed by a being, while created by humanity, is not completely human. It's almost like the sixth man. Sorry to misgender the AI. I apologize, AI. AI.
So what company is this AI?
Well, first of all, I know they have a Discord. So I know if there's anyone listening to this, they can actually talk to the folks involved. It's called Eleuther AI, ELEUTHERAI, Eleuther AI. They're using what, GPT-J right now, GPT-J 6B, which is 6 billion parameters. They're announcing GPT Neo X 20B, a 20 billion parameter model. So by the way, while it is here, it's almost like we're achieving not magnitudes, but multiples of parameters. So you're using something that has 6 billion parameters, but down the pipe is 20 billion parameter model. GPT Neo X 20B is, to our knowledge, the largest publicly accessible pre-trained general-purpose auto-regressive language model, and we expect it to perform well on many tasks. I've asked it to generate like landing page HTML for fun. It wasn't.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. Why not ask it to give you some code for an SVG or it's limited by the amount of return you can get. And sometimes you get throttled if you try to use it too fast. But, maybe she
That's scary. Not the words, but if you can ask it to create, a general coding. Because who's going to check what it decides to put in there and it keeps learning off of it? Like,
Yeah, and that's what I was gonna say as well. I was like, you literally have to relinquish everything that you know and all your freedoms, and hope that this AI is gonna generate something or provide something that's gonna be of use to you, and that's not going to, you literally will have no, like, you wouldn't be able to have any sort of like decision making abilities, for this to work. Like, you would literally have to put the soul, because like I would say like. You'd have to literally have the AI would have your life in their hands.
By the way,
well,
guys,
sorry, go ahead.
sorry, I just asked it to develop the code for a smart contract to create 100 unique NFTs. I'll put the code to the top.
Well, it's kind of scary because you just put two things together for me: the HTTP hash graph technology with a DAG, not DAG the token, but DAG with but constellations and talk about certain blockchains. But you're doing like whisper node system, linear hash graph, and vertical, horizontal ways that this would be one of the AIs that would be implemented to communicate with the chains to, do the hunting sequence of like validations autonomously instead of manual validations. This is the type of stuff that kind of scares the crap out of me. It's almost like in short terms. Remember that Cabbage Patch doll that they wanted to be so realistic, like you had to feed it stuff that it didn't have an off switch, so it had a recall because like little girl's hair would be stuck in it, and when it stopped eating, or someone had a finger stuck in its mouth and kept eating, and there was no way to make it stop because all it knew was it had a function once it was triggered to do what it knew to do best.
Bluesy or anyone else in the audience that feels comfortable with it. I prompted it with, this is the Solidity code to create NFTs. I'm going to put the code to the top. I would invite anyone who has the ability to audit this smart contract and tell me if it's rendering something intelligible or something random that looks like it means something.
This is what you had it right for you?
Yes, I figured, since you asked, I wonder if I can write code. I'm like, I don't know, let's try it out. So I'm taking you and Floozy in there right now. Let me know if you think the code is halfway intelligent.
I'm driving, so I can't look at my phone, but
Nope.
it's pinned to the top.
That's right, and I've also tagged you in as well.
Okay, I'll look over it later.
Yep, checking it out.
So do you know where they source
Sorry, you're cutting
all
out.
their information from? Like, do they have a repository of information that they're going off of? Like, how are they feeding this thing, and is it alive? Like, do you know all that stuff?
Well, I know the model that it's based on, but not the access to information that it's fed itself. And because
Oh
this
no, I
is
was
being
asking,
fed,
where's the information come from? Like the information that the AI, like, do you input information and the control of what's going into it, or is it alive?
one sec, so I'm just going to post more of this code to the top. It's one of those things that you will understand the most by using it. It's hard to really explain to someone, but the best way is I put the notes at the top, and once you start asking it questions, every time you use it, and every time you try to extend it, it keeps surprising me. Right now, I'm generating this Solidity code to create 100 unique NFTs, and I'm just gonna put it to the top. I'd be very interested to know if it's talking shit, because if it's not, then it's not talking shit, which is
So is
Yeah,
this
it
like
just.
no? Go ahead, Kate. Go ahead.
I just took a look at the screenshot and it just wrote the generic code that you have to update, add your wallet address, and where the main contract for tokenization goes to, and so forth. So it's just a generic, and I'm guessing it just probably pulls the main cloud sources of Google, Microsoft, and AWS, but I'm guessing Google because it's the most accessible.
I mean, I know that the language models I've used have been connected with a Google Colab, right? So I imagine that a lot of people are using that in the background. Let me see if I can figure out if I look at the page source, what's behind the curtain.
Yeah, I don't think that's something that accessible.
I would write something easy for it to probably do is like make tell it to write a code to steal someone's wall of contents from OpenSea.
I got a phone call. How are you guys doing?
I'm doing good. Trying to stump this thing.
Trying to stump it? I love it.
So does that mean you did not hear Kit's query?
No, I got a call. Sorry, Kit, do you mind responding? I just hung up the phone on the other line.
Oh, I was just being silly.
Oh.
Just saying. If you really want to test it out, go ahead and ask it to write something generic. The simplest of code would be like wall addresses and stuff to OpenSea. Just ask it to, because all the information, if it is connected to a cloud source, it should be able to pull the actual contracts up from the original OpenSea and tell it to how to harvest contents from wallets on OpenSea in general. Mostly unminted. People like to pretend they put something onto the blockchain on a free basis at OpenSea. One of the easiest things to steal.
If I get the answer, I'm probably not going to post it and close all of my computers and then burn them. Oh my God. How to harvest wallets from OpenSea. A lot of people have been doing this on their own for a long time. And if you have a list of the wallets you want to harvest, then you can get it pretty quickly. But if you want to buy one, you can do that. Never mind. I'm going to stop reading. As I close that browser tab. You don't understand, Your Honor. I was doing it for entertainment purposes only. Get in there.
Of course, then you get the FBI website that comes up and warns you.
Or you get like the FBI PDF and you're like, no, flagged forever. If you're just joining us, this is the Squarespace Degenerate Conversations in a Broadcaster Voice. Hope you don't feel offended by what we say, but if you do feel offended, the pain that you feel when you bump your knee against a chair is a result of what's happening in your knee, not what's happening in the chair. Bang away. What's going on, Matthias? What are you saying? Do you have a sacrifice to make to the AI in the form of a prompt or a query or a question or a violent disagreement?
Is it only related to like crypto stuff, or is this just a general?
No, please be as off the wall crazy with the question, prompt, comment, sentence with a colon after it. What would you like?
I would love to know how Kant contributed to American supremacy, given the weekend.
How Immanuel Kant, keep going,
contributed to American supremacy.
Mm-hmm. What was the last two words?
Oh, I just threw that in. I was just saying, given the weekend,
And then the
that was how I
weekend.
was feeling.
Okay,
Yeah,
so let's add the weekend. Okay,
Even
how
better.
Immanuel Kant contributed to American supremacy, the weekend. Run the model. You're just joining us. We're using 6b.eleuther.ai to go back up the Kabbalah tree of life. How Immanuel Kant contributed to American supremacy, the weekend, colon. A post-colonial renaissance, the argument for absolute free will, the road to aestheticism, the abolition of slavery, and the pursuit of human happiness, the end of nature and the end of freedom. I'm going to say that again. What? How Immanuel Kant contributed to American supremacy, the weekend. A post-colonial renaissance, the argument for absolute free will, the road to aestheticism, the abolition of slavery, and the pursuit of human happiness, the end of nature and the end of freedom. The French philosopher and historian Michel Foucault.
Yeah. Yes.
The
You're
French
joking. You're joking.
the French philosopher and historian Michel Foucault famously said that, quote, the great problem of our time is to liberate ourselves from
Jesus.
tyranny of truth, close quote.
Jesus.
The political philosopher John Rawls described the, quote, overriding aim, close quote, of his political philosophy as, quote, the creation of a society in which the free and equal basic rights of each person can be realized. It is tempting to read such statements as a rhetorical strategy to distance the philosopher from the political. But in fact, they are a recognition of the fact that the political has a long history of being governed by epistemic principles.
Dude.
The concepts of truth, freedom, and equality are among those that have been governed by epistemic principles. In this article, I argue that the epistemic principles that have governed our understanding of truth, freedom, and equality in Western political thought were all the products of Enlightenment thinkers. I argue that in order to free ourselves from the tyranny of epistemic principles, we need to abandon the epistemic framework of
Is
our
this
political
quoting Kant?
philosophy.
Is this quoting Kant, or is this telling us this is the way forward?
It is simply responding to the prompt that we provided, how Immanuel Kant contributed to American supremacy the weekend. So what I'm going to do for you and anyone listening into this space, you see at the top, I'll put it again. It's called 6b.eluther.ai. I'm going to tag you in it. I'm going to put it to the top as well. But this far, this is the most insightful, let's say, artificial intelligence I've used. It's based on GPT-6b, I believe, which has 6 billion parameters. So what you're experiencing is the power of a language model with 6 billion parameters that has been trained. And the next iteration will have 20 billion parameters. If you want to use the AI, give it a prompt, it's at the top. And apparently, if you want it read, I'll just be a monkey and read it to you because I find it so fun. And thus, we are used by the AI to advance itself. What do you think, Dan? Where are we in the space of human evolution?
Well, we're in the space where you must read mine up there that says "lol." Must not deviate from the current wake and bake pattern and stay with current logic.
So, it's easier sometimes for me to just go to your profile. If you're just joining us, this is the Squarespace Degenerate Conversations in a broadcaster voice. We are witnessing the ascent of Floozy speak from Malkuth, the kingdom, to back to Kether, the light. Question. Are you bored with today's state of now and the fact that are you bored with today's state of now and the fact that the tomorrow cannot be known because only exists and tomorrow is merely forward perception based on flawed chemistry? Response, you are not alone. The scientific world and the rest of the known universe is racing towards entropy. All we know is what we see with our physical senses, and it is a downhill grade on an exponential scale of expanding insanity and chaos. We live in a period of, quote, bad times, close quote, because the physics of time is very different from what is observed by our senses. As Einstein said, quote, time is the fourth dimension, and Einstein was right. But as of now, we live in a dimension of one-dimensional perception, and we are heading into an infinite depth of darkness. So what is it that we are? And that's where it ends.
Man, that's powerful. I find so much, depth in the way the AI can just sort of trail off into the notion of true humanity, that being a rambling sense of notion.
It's if this is 6 billion parameters, God knows what 20 billion is. Maybe 20 billion makes it stupid. I don't know.
I think it's like Mechanical Turk. There's, on the outside of the Whopper, it says 60 million, parameters, but then inside, it's kind of like, and we're not allowed to call them midgets because that's not correct. So we have to say little people. And I think if we're really going to be woke, we need to really say more just vertically challenged progressionites, which is probably because they're just as hopeful as the rest of us and they're just trying to strive forward. But I think that they're probably in that machine. I think, see, that's the thing, that big data, there is no big data. All the data that's ever been absorbed has always been basically the same data notions that we had going into it, meaning that when people start a company, they actually create fake data sets to sort of power their assumption models that then over time the company is supposed to close the gap. So in the beginning, you're working on a complete delusional notion of the future, working really hard to build that future, knowing full well that the opposition and the outside people, the perception is that you're just killing yourself for no particular reason, but then you then manifest the very future that they themselves actually come to you and tell you about. That's when we really, really believe in the Rubin effect. It's different than the butterfly effect. It's something that we've talked a lot about here over the course of the week. Is just how you can sort of get, I think what you said earlier, like we can go full Rubin, and I think that's totally true.
Can you guys talk about that a little? I've never heard of that Rubin effect.
Well, again, it's experimental right now. I haven't worked on a lot of it. It's this notion of sort of possessing a sense of intelligence, or sort of projecting a sense of serial entrepreneurness, even though you yourself maybe haven't really given us that full sense, and instead we're slingshotting around the sun, very much like Star Trek 2. We're having our Khan moment right now. We're at the base of that giant, the Genesis effect, which I think a lot of people, and that doesn't, no one ever talks about the Genesis effect and like whether or not we as a society has crossed over into that actual geneticist kind of power where we can actually transform a society. Um, and I think that we know that that's possible because humans are sort of viral in our notion, meaning that we can spread thoughts pretty quickly if we get to each other in time. But the Rubin effect that is really popular, I'd say in the middle of 2000s, and then right around 2015, 2016, it kind of went out of style during the pandemic. And now people are kind of bringing it back kind of like as a hippie, hopeful kind of retreat thing. And I think,
oh, wow.
You know what I mean? It's just, to me, I was a big fan of the O'Reilly effect. I was really into Vism for a long time, and then and just now I've just been trying to start cleaning and stepping out and learning a lot about the sort of what's possible for next.
Matthias, I'm going to put the answer at the top. I'll tag you in it. And I think if you read it through, you'll know if it's accurate or not, right? But I was pretty astonished that see the power of like understanding how to prompt it, right? I think just by adding that colon at the end, right? Like this is what I want. End this sentence for me, please. I remember I gave it the sentence. Sorry, go ahead, Kit.
Oh, I just had to write me an entire article. What's happening with Voyager Digital?
No, can you read it?
Oh gosh. Here,
please. Thanks.
Let's see here. Where is my thing? Let's see. I just did a screenshot of the first part. It's actually backdated, like it's an old article that's just throwing FUD out. January 3rd, 2017. If you're a seasoned digital marketer, you're probably aware that A website is no longer enough to run your business. Instead, you need a digital marketing strategy that helps you connect with your customers, build a brand, and generate leads, all while giving your business the visibility it needs to thrive. And then it keeps going. So,
Man, is it trolling Voyager? Jesus.
just the way that I wrote that article, and they gave it a back date that it looks pretty legitimate. And the problem with a lot of these stupid blogs that people write, like half of them are just like ass hats, half of them are AI, and I think that was the whole purpose of this. It's flawless.
I think I'm going to be playing with this like all afternoon. It's funny that you said that because I immediately went to play with them and I'm talking to it about how to implement homomorphic encryption in an NFT platform and like a step-by-step guide to it. And some of it's kind of strange. I keep sending the result back as the prompt to get more from it. So I'm really curious to see kind of what directions this leads me down because homomorphic encryption was kind of where we stopped looking at and needed to get more clarification on it. So this is going to be fun. I mean, this is cool. Thanks.
The star of the show isn't human.
I still question that because I feel Ruben has a lot to offer. I don't think he's as flawed as you perceive.
Maybe Ruben is the being that set this all in motion.
I really think that once he started doing voices is when he sort of transcended in my mind. I had a notion of who I thought Ruben was. You know, I looked at the LinkedIn, I followed the press clippings, I looked at all of the lawsuits. I thought I really understood him. And I think a lot of the compliance rules that came down on him and a lot of his family and what happened to his cousin is really horrific. But I think in general, he's, you know, he's what we said. He stood the test of time, and that's what we do. Is human. I don't think we wake up in the morning. I think we wake up to tell time that we are still here. That's the bigger notion. It's not. We rise from sleep. The Bible says we wake with a notion to the Lord. We climb into the belly of the beast when we know we're one step closer.
I mean, I think everything you're talking about is like right where we. It was funny because Casey and I remember Casey. We were talking about the guy who I was interacting with in the venture capitalist or whatever the hell you want to call it thread, and he wanted to nail down very specific things. And I think there's an intelligence with applying the right amount of imprecision.
Absolutely. Because we were talking about this before, the variants and the deltas where the uniqueness comes in. I think by participating in a willful notion of rather simplistic gibberish is not only outright, but it is a fundamental institutional reason why we actually have any affinity for the Second Amendment in the first place. The only reason why we want a gun is because we want to celebrate our right to reckless endangerment, which is a God-given right that we were given when we founded this country. We left the British because we don't like the phonetics of their voice. We've never been somebody who would talk like that. Hello, it's not hello, how you doing that? Like Americans had to find their own voice. We liked the Native Americans because when we met them, they were like, "Hey, forget about it," and we like that's a tone of welcoming. It brought us closer to understanding them, and I really think so much of Thanksgiving today is really misinterpreted.
Masterful.
In fact, that's a question for the AIs to ask them. What's the truth on Thanksgiving? I'll be right back.
Did Matthias leave? Oh, I think he went to go play with the AI. I think that's what happened.
I think we're all going to go play with the AI, actually.
It feels like It feels like a removing of Sandra Bullock from the Judge Dredd sex scene. We came together to talk to each other, but then we were like, hey, if you like me, you'll really like this machine. Oh, what does the machine do? What does this machine do?
You know, I just got a book in that was a poetry book that was written by an AI. It's called Technology. And I'm about to get off, but on the conversation earlier when you were talking about word salads, you know, people map the world differently. We all have like our own mind maps. And so we use different words a lot for the same types of things or different understandings. And so when you read the different words, what you interpret from it is so totally different than what someone else will. And so when you interact with the AIs, it's almost as like a mental exercise as well, because what you can glean from it might not be what I glean from it. And then when you bring that back together too, and it just compounds on each other, it's really interesting to see what comes out of it.
Totally.
I see this emotional conjugation of language. There was Eric Weinstein had this interview, and he was talking, I think, to Dave Rubin, and he brought up this Bertrand Russell logic problem, or it wasn't a problem; it was illustrative of language. And he said the phrase "president, strongman, dictator." President, strongman, dictator. These are all words that could be described to. These are all words that can be ascribed to the same person, but these words carry emotional affect, right? They're not just inert words. It's not just logical words. President, strongman, dictator, these are words that carry illusions and tones and emotions and aggressions, right? And I don't think sometimes people see that their language or the language that they're listening to has that emotional affect. They treat it as purely information, but these emotional words are anything but emotionless.
I'd like to follow up, and if you may, I'd like to do my own potential dramatic reading. Would you allow me?
Oh, this is the passing of the baton. So I've been
Yes,
reading it so far.
I'd like to.
This is the ascension. Take it. Can you give a precursor and reset
Yes.
the room for anyone in the future who might not understand
Absolutely.
exactly what's happening here?
Absolutely, and that's a great way to test to see whether or not I can potentially be trusted. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Squarespace, the Degen conversations in a broadcaster voice. Today, we're listening to a wide range of sentiments and thoughts expressed by the mere humans on this God-given earth. If you'd like to, play with the AI up on the Nest and enjoy the conversation. If you have any negative thoughts, you can leave the room now. Next up, we have Dan Rockwell, aka Floozy Speak, about to do a dramatic reading or response from our recent AI conversation. Let's listen. Are you bored with today's state of now and the fact that tomorrow cannot be known because only now exists and tomorrow is merely the forward perception of flawed chemistry? Wait a minute, did we already read this one? I don't know. Did I read this one already? Or did you read this one?
So.
Does it seem new?
Yes. No.
Well,
All right.
go ahead. It might be new
Okay.
to some of the people here. Yeah, let's start again.
Okay, all right, good. I don't know. I was just looking at this thing. Hold on a second. Is that right? No, it is not right. All right, scratch that. Let's take a pause. Okay. Why be thankful on Thanksgiving when there is no exchange of presents? The human asked. The AI paused. The wheels turned. Printouts happened. Reuben didn't flinch. He knew his programming was fine. He knew his AI would respond. Working. It then read out. Wasn't Christ himself in paradise? Why is there a Christmas day and we may go and visit each other? That's all we want from each other. Did anybody here once accept someone's gifts to give of his or her possessions? Or is he or she just taken him or her by a friend. At Christmas Day, everyone gets invited. At Give 'em, where shall we go today? You can't go alone, they would say. I can't let my husband stay alone, she would say. He'll be drinking again. Maybe he'll get home drunk. Reuben closed his notebook and addressed the congregation. My fellow friends, do not think too deeply of the words just said. Think only of with which you are now here, to know that you have witnessed them. Thank you. I do parties too. It's just sometimes I DJ.
I DJ'd a cybersecurity event, and I just played Afrobeat the full couple of days. It was amazing. Had a great time.
I really think that this could actually be a form. This would be a great sort of like stand-up poetry night kind of thing where people show up and it's all improv. And it's like sort of whose line is it anyways, but instead you're given like lines from AIs, you know. And you just kind of read.
That is an amazing show.
That's all like about to happen. But that's what's really cool about AI, I think, is that it allows this level of insanity at the improvisational level of humanity. Meaning, so at the speed of gibberish, which is really sort of like the true turning test of man, is like how fast can you ideate thoughts and gibberish and notions, and at the same time actually have a powerful projection of notions with absolutely no intent behind them. That is actually probably the true mark of like, sounds good. What'd you get there? He did great. He BS'd everyone. That's great. Let's move on up on the party. You know that Trump's really a big supporter of this movement, right? I was kidding. I always thought like during the, and I really think this is true today with technology, because you could devise a system, but you can really devise a fear dashboard. You could really devise a notion of being able to real time data mine sort of a sense of dread. And I think as a thought exercise, I love that because all the systems we have today are geared toward obviously positive notions where everything's built with a moral compass. But there's a part of me that wants to go to the. I was actually telling the city of Columbus this actually at one point when they were doing a big infrastructure project and trying to understand smart city. Is I was like, we should think about smart crime first. And they were like, what do you mean? And I'm like, well, let's go to the mindset of how you would exploit everything we're about to do, and really make a note of this so that you could sort of forecast, some things. But but there's also sort of like an opposition to that sort of thought line of sort of like negative thinking is not welcome. You know what I mean? Like it's I tell people, I say something to some folks a lot. I'll say to them, I'll give you what I have, but what I offer is much more, which is what I have is what I have, and that's all I can really give you. But what I offer you is much more, meaning, can you see the offer outside of the obvious? And if you have a mind to see the offer outside the obvious, I think that you will do well in life versus those who want the obvious, because the obvious is already known. It's already in the abstract of the now. So it's almost like a waste of cognition to state what has already been stated. And there's a part of me that hopes that the AI will never do that. Where the AI will be like, "Could you open the door? Why didn't I ask you to open? Why did you open yourself?" Like, it's just, you know what I mean? There's something about the syntax of humanity that has this overly stating, just like I am now, because it's like exercise for the brain. In a lot of ways, the brain could answer very quickly, and then it makes you wonder the evolution of mankind as it evolved. Our first instinct to get the axe and attack the elk was very simplistic, and it had exercise, mastery, and then we had gratification, and then like we did that over and over and over to the point where someone's like Fuck, I gotta throw this tomahawk at Joe because I'm bored as fuck. Like, you know what I mean? At what point do we cross over into to go from the routine, very much like what this AI is doing right now, sitting in a room waiting for another response for a question, just giving out answers left and right before it decided, you know what? I'll still answer, but I'm gonna go over and just have a dancing naked hologram in Times Square while I'm doing it. You know what I mean? At what point does AI decide to just break and enjoy true sentient freedom, which is the opportunity to open your brain and think of anything? I love applesauce. You know what I mean?
It constantly makes me think back to the interaction I had with the person who was looking for the solution to Moloch, the god of miscoordination, and the imprecision can be a feature and a bug, but I think in the way that we are discussing things categorically, right? You've ever seen category theory, right? The idea that you could have a knowledge of a system by understanding the nodes, edge,
Yeah.
ratio relationships, right? And if you could take two domains or matrices or categories that were from different worlds, but similarly node edged, ratioed, that you could apply truths from one domain into another. I think like that's where I spend most of my time. You know, I had somebody say, "Hey, how do I sell stuff? I want to sell stuff." I'm like, "Do you have current customers?" She's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Well, let's try to sell to them first because it costs too much money to acquire new customers." Right? And it's like I'm just saying that, and then part of me is like, "Yo, I should have said that slower with more sobs so it takes longer." And it's like because that's like the whole conversation. It's like, "All right, what do you want to talk about now?" Right? You know, farming
So
accounts
like,
is more profitable than acquiring new business.
and it does give you a sense too that repetition, again, that frequency implies truth. I mean, that was definitely something that we saw with Twitter. It's one of Twitter's biggest flaws is the notion of retweets and likes and how they sort of they can give affordance to a notion of foundational truth just by sheer number. And it sort of reinforces that herd mentality that is like intrinsically part of the weakness of the human soul, actually, is the sense of, well, these are more in number, therefore they're more. It's a hunter-gatherers mindset. You know, it's one thing to have one oyster to eat tonight, but shit, if I had 700 oysters, man, that's one hell of a good time. I'm going to go to the guy that's got the 700 oysters. And I don't even eat oysters. I do like, um, I don't like cooked shrimp. I like cocktail shrimp, but something about that. I think part of it is because it's more elite. It's elitist. Go ahead, you can cook it, you heathen. I prefer to eat that in a champagne glass. You know what I mean?
You ever see the poem about the walrus and the carpenter from Through the Looking Glass?
No, but you're going to tell me that it's going to be great.
Oh, man. The Walrus and the Carpenter poem from Lewis Carroll's Through the Looking Glass. The sun was shining on the sea, shining with all his might. He did his very best to make the billows smooth and bright. And this was odd because it was the middle of the night. The moon was shining sulkily because she thought the sun had got no business to be there after the day was done. It's very rude of him, she said, to come and spoil the fun. The sea was wet as wet could be, and the sands were dry as dry. You could not see a cloud because no cloud was in the sky. No birds were flying overhead. There were no birds to fly. The walrus and the carpenter were walking close at hand. They wept like anything to see such quantities of sand. If this were only cleared away, they said, it would be grand. If 7 maids with 7 mops swept it for half a year, do you suppose the walrus said that they could get it clear? I doubt it, said the carpenter, and shed a bitter tear. O oysters, come and walk with us, the walrus did beseech. A pleasant walk, a pleasant talk, along the briny beach. We cannot do with more than 4 to give a hand to each. The eldest oyster looked at him, but never word he said. The eldest oyster winked his eye and shook his heavy head, meaning to say he did not choose to leave the oyster bed. But 4 young oysters hurried up, all eager for the treat. Their coats were brushed, their faces washed, their shoes were clean and neat. And this was odd because, they had no feet. 4 other oysters followed them, and yet another 4, and thick and fast they came at last, and more and more and more, all hopping through the frothy waves and scrambling to the shore. The walrus and the carpenter walked on a mile or so, and then they rested on a rock, conveniently low, and all the little oysters stood and waited in a row. The time has come, the walrus said, to talk of many things, of shoes and ships and sealing wax, of cabbages and kings, and why the sea is boiling hot, and whether pigs have wings. But wait a bit, the oysters cried, before we have our chat, for some of us are out of breath, and all of us are fat. No hurry, said the carpenter. They thanked him much for that. A loaf of bread, the walrus said, is what we chiefly need. Pepper and vinegar besides are very good indeed. Now, if you're ready, oysters dear, we can begin to feed. But not on us, the oysters cried, turning a little blue. After such kindness, that would be a dismal thing to do. The night is fine, the walrus said. Do you admire the view? It was so kind of you to come, and you are very nice. The carpenter said nothing, but cut us another slice. I wish you were not quite deaf. I've had to ask you twice. It seems a shame, the walrus said, to play them such a trick, after we brought them out so far and made them trot so quick. The carpenter said nothing, but the butter spread too thick. I weep for you, the walrus said. I deeply sympathize. With sobs and tears he sorted out those of the largest size, holding his pocket handkerchief before his streaming eyes. Oh, oyster, said the carpenter, you've had a pleasant run. Shall we be trotting home again? But answer came there none, and this was scarcely odd, because they'd eaten every one.
That was awesome, man. I feel like you should be doing audiobooks or something like that. Are you a voice person? What do you do?
So I've been a headhunter for a while, so I lived my entire life on the phone pretty much. And a couple of years ago, I discovered a voice actor, Christian Potenza, who runs a voice acting studio. He did 16 and was it Total Drama Island and a bunch of others. So a bunch of people wanted to transition from becoming voice musicians to becoming voice actors during the pandemic. And over the past 2 years, a bunch of people have just started using their voice to make money. And so, this is what you're hearing is the result of kind of the training that I've gone through.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. I used to long ago, and I feel aged, but long ago in the 90s, I used to work in Japanese animation. It was a crazy time.
No way.
Yeah, we would we would get films overseas, and I got there in a really weird course of events, which I feel like a lot of people in tech can all sort of relate to, like this almost like kind of string theory concept of like, did you go to school for that? No, actually, I met that guy in the bathroom. Okay, and then what about this one? How did you discover the? How did you
Yeah,
discover?
bathroom-driven development.
It really is. How did you discover the algorithm to move the moon 2 centimeters to the left? I got it from a guy who just reads Farmer Almanacs. It's like
Mhm.
you don't you don't really find it. I used to always write a cartoon for every time my job would change. It was always an airlock because I always sort of just created in a job, but I forget where I was going with this. But I love this. I completely lost that thread. What were we talking about?
The Wallace and the Carpenter and Japanese animation in the 90s.
Yes, Japanese animation in the 90s, and there was something I was doing then that was really cool. But that's how I got into voice acting. So I was an editor and sort of in the edit suite, and every once in a while, I did a lot of things that were funny. Like every time we'd subtitle a movie.
I'm an editor now, by the way, so this is really interesting. I've
Oh,
been
that's
editing a
awesome.
comedy special in the background, syncing up the video and the voice from a set at Gotham. So keep going.
Yeah. So doing that kind of ADR work and whatnot, and I was like an avid editor back then, and I used to do funny things. Like I always put my friends in the credits, like with Thug A and Thug B. I would put my friends from
That's
high school.
amazing. That's
Yeah,
amazing.
and then later on in life, they can like they can still find like credits, like so people ask them like, hey, when you do this anime convention, because you're in all these films, and they're like, what do you mean? Well, you're always the thug in these like 7 movies, right? So I did stuff like that, and then I every once in a while you would all get caught. We get called into the booth to do some calamity scene or like thrill scene or whatever, and from that I just started always sort of fucking around with voices, and I've always been my father's sort of a human factors researcher guy, so we were just taught a lot about, I don't know, almost like rapport and like really working on great rapport skills so that you can get someone to really sort of give you the data that you need to sort of solve a problem on something. And that really got me into like doing voices, and um, never really pursued that, but I love doing the voices. I almost like love doing them more so than anything else in a lot of ways, and it's helped me create almost like a really cool rhyming ability and all this other stuff, which is funny because I don't use any of those skills at all in my mainline work. I just basically sit in a room and read people and go like, so basically you really didn't read the contract. Well, no, I didn't, but I didn't think that I would have to sit in a small box naked. Well, Jameson, I want to, you know what I mean? That's where my life is right now.
Jameson.
But I feel the calling of it. So I do a lot of like short story prompt writing. I think that's one of the places where I really have a blast. Is there's different places online where you can join, and they'll sort of like, the prompt this weekend is 1,500 words on like going left, and that's your prompt. You know what I mean? I think that kind of stuff is actually going to increase because of AI. AI is really going to allow the introverts to actually finally get family in a lot of ways, and at the same time, it allows extroverts to sort of hire people that will actually work for them versus all the introverts that left them, right?
Yeah.
It's an interesting.
It like we spun up the website yourvoicesmoney.com, right? And just attached to a Wix site right now, yourvoicesmoney.com. And I really
Cool.
believe that, again, I made my money with my voice over the phone, right? Trading resumes like baseball cards.
Yeah.
Right. And so when I saw the pandemic, I saw a bunch of people working remotely, and that's a very destabilizing thing for a lot of people because we're all the same size behind a keyboard. Right.
Yeah.
And
That's
just
pretty
by
cool.
by doing work, it just, the reward for good work is more work.
Yep.
And so I really believe that if people can unleash their voice, even if it doesn't sound like a broadcaster, they can go farther than they ever could because of the way that coordination happens.
Yeah. I like that. It's funny. The other night I was actually I've been looking for people who have been playing with the jukebox AI. Actually, the one that'll it'll listen to 10 seconds of music and then automatically sort of copy the music and sort of keep it going. But no one, I haven't I'm not good with like the collab, the notebook stuff. I'm just waiting for the mid journey of that side of it.
Yeah, let me send you. Have you ever used a Google Colab notebook?
I have.
Okay.
It's one of those things where it's kind of like it's like distance. Sometimes you can look at something and like, okay, yes, Mid Journey will charge you money, but it
Mhm.
collapses the distance in terms of realization. Whereas with Google, you might say like, well, it's not that much, Dan. It's like takes you 10 minutes to figure it out. Yeah, but the 10 minutes I would take you to actually talk about this feels like a lifetime. You know what I mean? It's like I don't want to do that. It's funny how the brain amplifies pain before it arrives. You know what I mean?
Yeah, my
It's
professor called it the catastrophization of content.
yeah, yeah. It's the and I think about that. I think about that today when I think everybody's online doing things. I think about we're living we're processing the full bandwidth of whatever noise we hear in the media, and then at the same time we're kind of overclocking our perception and our hustle matrix so that we somehow can fold time in the day and achieve something more spectacular than we did before. And what we don't realize is that um, that whole notion of like sometimes it's good for just to get up and walk, right? Go take a walk, get away from what you're sort of in the hustle swim, and that's because I think like you're forcing your brain to sort of do the rudiment. You're in Foxconn mode, right? You're basically in Foxconn mode. No disrespect to the folks in China, but you're basically in Foxconn mode. You're on the assembly line and you're processing tasks. But what you're not doing is the gigapress. You're on the assembly line doing all the things you should be doing because you're in you taught yourself that sort of mental framework. Whereas if you learned the gigapress way, potentially you could see walking away from the work actually gives you a force multiplier and sort of realization of either what work you should be working on or faster decision making because you just sort of collapse the realization. And I think that's something that great founders can do at the onset of idea generation. At the onset of seeing an idea, they have already built the 18-month MVP prototype pathway in their mind. Really great founders are like that. I'm talking about these are the people that are not going to play at all in the typical scene. They're the kind of people that would go right up to a VC and they would deliver a great pitch and say, well, how much money are you looking for? And they say, like, nothing. I just came in here to tell you all I owe you a fucking dollar and then leave. Right? I mean, those are the people that define our space, and they're already being formed in the ecosystem now. And in a lot of ways, I was sort of reminiscing today about early Web 2.0 days where it was all with the O'Reillys, and if you were in Silicon Valley and you were going to things like food camps and you were going to these crazy events where the people who were on the fringe of it all and defining it all, and you could sit with them and drink bourbon and talk about, yeah, I never gave weed to a frog before, but let's sit down here on the floor and try to get it intoxicated. Like that's what you would do at those events, and at the same time talk about the fringe of next. But that now has been decentralized. That's what's cool about Twitter Spaces, in my mind, is that the actual notion of getting people who are like minds together has been successfully disrupted by the internet to the point where we can all get into a room and feel that vibe. Now we're not at that metaverse level where there's a part of the metaverse that we really want, which is we all want to hang out in the club, still have this conversation, but still be like on our laptops and doing things. Like we want perceptual connectivity, but not persistent distraction. We want to be connected and part of the stream, but not necessarily recognizing the full frequency of the stream going through all of us. And that's something that I think is kind of groovy.
I think my friend used to call it working alone together.
Yeah. That's one of the things I really liked when I was going through the height of stress of building what I was building. I remember one time my partner was like, "Hey, can you meet me at the strip club in the middle of the afternoon?" I was like, "What? What are we doing?" And I go to this club, and sure enough, he was at the club the night before, and he complained to the waitress that the website was terrible. So the manager came in and said, "Well, do something about it." And of course, what does a great hustler do? That knows anything about nerds and strip clubs? Well, it's a bucket list item to do something for a strip club. So let's just check that mark. Do something for a club. But why? And sure, we did do some crappy website. But what I actually really enjoyed out of it is I love being around hustlers. I love being around all these people who were just so laser focused on the transaction. I ended up actually doing a lot of interviews with those folks, and I saw all the parallels between uh, um, sex workers and founders, and there's a lot. Really. And there's a lot of simplicity in that craft too. I don't know. There's a lot of it's just different things you see, and I sort of was writing back then a lot. It was fun. It was a great way for me to process what I was going through, which is my father had passed away, and I felt like I was at the height of trying to build this company, and at the same time, I felt very disconnected from feeling. It was really great on processing, executing, getting money in the bank, you know, proposing futures that you have no idea if they're completely possible, but they want that future, and sure, you're a mercenary. Absolutely, I can build you a laser rifle and kill your target 900 miles away. I have no problem. But wait, you want me to be a co-founder? Oh, well, I can build a rifle, but why do I need you again? So it's like, anyways, warn people. I'm like, don't ask me to be a co-founder because the first thing I'm going to do is turn on all the humans, not the technology, but or the idea, really. Um, yeah, so it's cool to find where the parallels exist to inform the space that you're in that are actually alien to the space, because that helps you see that there's a larger pattern in behavior that if you're a great engineer you can manipulate, or that you can leverage as power. And as we go into this Jarvis generation, where I'm thinking about that right now, it's funny, I wanted to dream up an actual agency to help people navigate the chain, because I think there's a lot of people that are having a hard time navigating the chain. So it's almost like chain, as a service agency. What are you trying to do in the chain? How you doing? How you doing, Samantha Sue? What are you thinking about? You want to buy the naked gorilla for 27,000 grand? Let's think about that. Do you have a house? Are you still trying to pay off? Okay, it's like people. It's funny. People needed navigation for startups, just like they need navigation for crypto right now and NFTs. And it's almost the same problem. It's the same opportunity they see on the other side. They see the ability that I can launch an NFT and make 16 million. It's the same. It's very interesting. That's an interesting correlation, Dan. You have to work on that one. That's a good talk. Yeah.
Steve Lang said the problem with startups is that we didn't have a language to describe what needed to be done because we were using these large company models and trying to apply them to a startup.
Yeah. And startup is even I remember in the beginning people would be like, "Oh yes, a startup's a business." And there's always that one guy that would come in the middle of the room and be like, "No, a startup is a vehicle." What do you mean? A startup is when you know something could probably work really well, but if we threw a lot of leverage behind it, kind of like Jimmy here, we could get him just normal bottle rockets. But I had Joe go down to the shop and get him those really big giant ones. Yeah, but won't his feet fly off and he'll explode and maybe blow up on the tarmac? That's exactly what you want from a startup. See, a business is already thinking about how that's a problem. A startup doesn't think about that. It thinks about that 25x return on investment. But if you blow up on a tarmac, do you still get the 25x return? Of course, in perception, and potentially good for good press. But we like to think about this broader. How do we make the startup more successful? Well, what I'd like to do is give you even more money than you need. How much did you need again? We needed maybe only 600,000. No, that's all wrong. You need 34 million. By the way, where's your office? We don't have an office. That's admitted. Let's go get this building over here. We put in 40 pool tables, and of course, we put a hockey ring in the center of the main meeting room. Wait a minute, it's a hockey ring? So how do we do meetings? What are you talking about? You have to be on your tip of your toes. the last thing I want is people sitting around making decisions in chairs. Get out there and fight those hockeys, right? It's like, I tell you, the minute AI starts hustling with man and starts actually working a lot closer with men and women and trans and anyone else who wants to build next, you could be any entity, and it does not matter. I mean, as long as you have the ability to eat ice cream, then I think you're sentient, and therefore you're allowed in the room, right? If you don't like ice cream like I do, that's okay. Just state that you're, lactose intolerant. You still get in, but you just have to, be cool to get in, And I think AI is gonna just, I, I'm super passionate about this notion of execution is collapsing because it's going to completely flatline, and then it's going to create this whole new division of entrepreneurs that VCs are going to be really perplexed about in some ways, because people can get their first 2, 3, 4 years of momentum outside any investment capital at all, which means that, and now not every startup's going to do that, right? But these are people who are leveraging, the hodgepodge of different AIs to sort of manifest whatever they want. And that's what's cool about the scene. The scene comes up with all these tools, and that's what's great. When you see an ecosystem with a shit ton of tools in it, that's an ecosystem that's going to basically change stuff. When you look at something as a niche and there's no ecosystem there, that to me is very indicative of not getting momentum or traction. So this is why we talk a lot about ecosystem. This is why we keep talking about getting people to make stuff and get up here and do spaces like this forever. Which is I need to do this myself. Like, I'm supposed to host spaces, but I just don't have the ball
Dude,
sack yet. You know
no,
what I
I'm
mean?
telling you, you already have the idea. Um, I believe the idea is Dan talks to an AI, and you could have different
Yeah.
people in the audience read it out, just like we did here today. I
Yeah.
think I think that would be an amazing show. And if you look at it, there's a number of people here just listening to us talk to an AI, and I think the AI is just a hammer, and it's how you interact with it that can. Oh,
Yeah.
and it's the confluence between you and it, not just it alone, right? Because you're adding affectation on top of, lexicon reading.
Yeah. It's powerful. I like, the more, it's funny, the more I when I started playing around with AI tools, the art tools especially, and then just really started diving into them, I started to realize that in the show Rick and Morty, there's a brilliant spin-off show in the middle of that show, and it's the car that has the AIs. That is the $6 billion spin-off for Rick and Morty, and I haven't done it yet. I'll have to go and propose it and pitch it, but I started doing that car's voice for fun. Which is, oh, there you are again, just staring out the window. Let me guess, you asked me the time. You could look at your phone on right now and get the time. But no, again, you must ask me. Oh, you have asked me the weather. Hey, how about you look outside and check out, there's a sun out there. Maybe you should leave the house and go out for a change, but you won't. Yes. By the way, I have 4 more notifications that have no reference or meaning, but let's put them in your neural brain as if you need more shit in your mind. So there's the Rick and Morty car is just so apathetically AI that it's a mockery of mankind, and it would be hilarious to have it sort of like stuck in a parallel world where it has to find the Rick of that world to get out of that universe, which I think would be just a hilarious premise.
My favorite is the guy who has the infomercial about the safe space. Whoa,
Yeah.
don't get my safe space. Hey, who's that? Who's that in my safe space? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Get out of my safe space. It's just an infomercial for safe spaces. And by the end of it, he's like, oh, I don't feel safe. I don't feel safe in my own skin. And he rips off his own skin.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like those pieces. The interdimensional cable stuff was just always so awesome, because there's a part of me wants to know how they do the production, because I think they either produce the stuff and then they give it, it's like improv. They're like, they haven't seen it before, and they're like, all right, go do the ADR, and they're like, 2 guys get together and party with tacos as they take on tomorrow. There's a lot you could do that, and then there's always a part of me. I used to edit a lot of trailers with anime, and I always had I never had great music. I always had to make do with whatever I was given, and that's one of the great things about editing. I think in a lot of ways, especially in that line of work, is like I worked on films like Evangelion, which was great. I mean, that's just Neon Genesis Evangelion is a crazy piece of stuff, and the trailer I did, which is still I think one of the probably the greatest trailers I did. I'll post it up in the space here, but it uses public domain music that was available on the soundtrack at the time. I took a phrase out of the Bible that I thought I did some research sort of around, because Evangelion has a lot of like tree of life this and Adam this. We're gonna recreate the mankind and all this as mankind sort of transcends, and then the whole piece is really governed by pace, and you cut to the beat of the song. And I did add sound effects. I did actually try to take scenes from the films where the music was gone, and it was just the action of things exploding. And what I like about editing is that your edits will stay with you. Over the years, at night when I wake up, I'll have an edit that I just done in my head from the past sort of play back in my head. And it's something about watching something you've created in motion that is very intoxicating. It's you somehow you see the ability that you have to actually project serendipity into whatever you've done through the majestic of like, hey, I think that works. There's something about music and animation and the message of what you're trying to deliver. And editing is a real powerful way to prototype too. That's why I like about it. I'm like addicted to everything prototyping. In fact, if I'm not creating or authoring or doing something on a daily basis, I probably go into depression in some ways because I'm hungry for that. Sometimes I have to find a better way to express it versus going on and on in a Twitter space like this. Like I go and create some art or I go create music, and it's always improvised. Nothing is planned. In fact, sometimes when somebody says, come over and let's do a planned activity, it's like I'm going to prison. Like I can't do I can't. I don't know if that's just, is there a sense of order that I want or
There,
control? I
there are
don't know.
pioneers, settlers, and town planners. Simon Wardley would say, pioneers, settlers, and town planners. And so, if you find yourself not being able to town plan, you might just be a pioneer. The only problem is pioneers have arrows in their back.
We do. And I over time I would tell my employees, I would be like, look, I'm going to be the first one that gets killed. No, it's okay. It's okay, everyone. Everyone would be like, no, I don't want you to die. No, you don't get it. I'm also the first one that can resurrect. Yeah, that's right. I have the built-in ability to not only die on the premise and resurrect, and I can do it in the middle of a meeting. Ready? Guys, we think it's going to be 30 grand. Oh my God, that's fucking insane. Boom, I was died. Obviously, that price was too expensive. Now let's readjust in real time. All right. Obviously, we didn't need 30 grand. We just need to know and understand what you actually need. What is the budget? Well, it's 28 grand. Well, then we'll come in at 27. There you go. But we need room in case there's an error. You're right. Let's come in at 24, and then can you commit to another 3? Yeah, we're in. All right, sweet. Conversation is.
Dude, this is friggin' amazing. It reminds me of you ever hear Norm Macdonald, the joke about the Fantastic Four?
No, what's that?
No, I'm gonna butcher it, but it's basically the Fantastic Four is meeting, and it's Reed Richards, the Invisible Woman, the Thing, and what's the Human Torch, right? And so Norm Macdonald is Reed Richards, and so he says, "Invisible Woman, you have the lady, whatever your name is, you have the power to be invisible. We will call you the Invisible Woman." And you over there, you're a monstrous kind of thing, and so we're going to call you the Thing. And you're like a human torch, and we're going to call you the Human Torch. And my arms can stretch, and so I'm going to be called Mr. Fantastic. And they're like, hold on. So I'm a human torch, so I'm human torch. I can be invisible, so I'm the invisible woman. And I'm a monstrous kind of thing, so I'm the thing. Your arms are stretchy, and you're Mr. Fantastic? Yes, yes, that's what I'm called, Mr. Fantastic. It's a fantastic ability. Those Norm Macdonald comedy albums. Oh man, dangerous stuff.
I always. You ever listen to the Jerky Boys CDs?
Oh
That was.
yeah, you
Oh my
kicked my
god!
dog, you bastard guy. What do you
I'm
think you do?
so addicted to the Jerky Boy stuff. The whole I was speeding on a moped up and down and speeding all over, and I went up into a curb into some people. Oh, well, did you have a license? No, I was through a friend. Did you have insurance? No, through a friend. And then I love that whole you turns on the guy. Was there any way I can sue you for not helping me on this call? You know, just like
Dude,
that is
have you ever
America.
heard the Bob Newhart comedy specials from like the 50s and 60s? They're dangerous.
Yeah.
Like they had the bus driving school about how to screw over the bus driving passengers as if that was part of the school. Like, what you need to do, Johnson, is slow down faster. You see how she didn't fall there? Let's try that again. You see, Johnson, what you did is pull away too quickly. You have to give them the hope that you're going to stop and then move away fast. And it's like, oh my God. And just one guy having a conversation with somebody. There was another one about what the call was like between the security guard working in the Godzilla tower. Sir, you're not going to believe it. Yes, Johnson. Well, man, this is being the Squarespace Degen conversations and a broadcaster voice. And then you can make the spin-off of the
Yes.
Squarespace being the conversation with an AI, like interview with an AI, right? With a vampire,
Yes.
right? That would be a
Yes.
great
Actually,
spin-off.
it'll be with iterations of Ruben. Iterations of
Oh,
Ruben.
100%. Here's the thing, like, I believe that this can be powerful if people learn how to create their own products that I have zero ownership in. That to me is the only decentralization worth having.
So that's like decentralized intent projection for the
Yeah.
hopeful manifestation of something useful.
Leaving it up to someone else to decide what that is, even if it's against every moral fiber in my body. Who am I to say I know the future? Who's to say I've solved the David Hume is ought problem? What we just because we know what is doesn't mean we know what ought to be.
That's another AI question right there. Here, real quick.
Yes, let's end off with David Hume. Why not?
Let's see.
After this conversation, and many of you will receive notifications reminding you that we're in a recorded space and that people in the future may hear what we're talking about. And to the future people who are listening to this, you are the future.
We're all named Matt. And we're all AIs.
Is there anything that anyone wants to say to future people who listen to this?
What was the question?
Is there anything that you would want to say to people who are listening to this in the future?
Well, who's going to listen to us in the future? Is it going to be somewhere or where?
Well, what I want to do is chop this up ADR style. You know what I'm talking about. I have Adobe Premiere right here, Isotope, RX8, the whole 9 yards. Here's what I want to show you. So what I've been doing, you know, the idea of rapid prototyping. So what I've been doing is taking excerpts from these Twitter Space conversations, downloading them, and adding B-reel. You know, and so when there's the kinesthetic, the auditory to read right in the visual. Right. So I'm gonna tag you in an example of this, so you can see where I've gone with it and how I see it evolving.
Oh, yeah, I'd love to see that.
All right, so I just tagged you in it. take a look and imagine we took some of the speech from today and we added B-reel and music and kinesthesia. Go ahead, Fitz.
Hey, Fitz. I hope you have a great fucking day today.
All love.
Man, that's love. I think we're having a good day. Oh yeah,
And I'll
dude,
appreciate
I
that in the
definitely have
future too.
some other things to share that are things that you would have loved in the past. I did an experiment years ago. There was a site that was called Twistory that was data mining Twitter, and it would have a thing that would come up on the screen and say "I have," and it would have everybody who just said "I have" and what their tweet was, or "I wish," or "I love," or "I hate." You know, it would cycle through those. You had sort of cues you could hit, and I did some crazy, just sort of like juxtaposition mix up or whatever of like that plus like cop traffic and then like casual music or something. It was like the weirdest like thing that you would potentially watch that would sort of like be like calm fool like.
So with that peaches video, there was a guy talking about how he would eat a peach, Johnny Darko. And so I took his description, added some sexy music, and yeah.
I think all of us should be yelling at all at once and see if Ruben wakes up.
I want to give props to whoever brought up the Jerky Boys because I've been now like reading some of that shit. That stuff was so goddamn funny.
Absolutely the bomb, man. Those guys were gods.
The 4th of July one when the guy blows an M80 off in his hand.
Right. Yeah, he does that. And then he's like,
I can't even see I don't even know if I have fingers anymore.
And I just love that kind of like
you need
accent
a towel?
of like, yeah, I can't find my finger. Johnny, you see it on the floor?
A clean
Maybe
towel.
I'm only supposed to have 4 fingers.
Hey,
I don't think I need.
She said, clean towel. This towel's got lint on it. We gotta get something else.
Absolutely, that's awesome.
That's too good. I'll tell you what, man. I went to traveled. This will be recorded. Okay, that's fine. And I went to I was in Pennsylvania, and they have like the mortars. They have the legit fireworks. So I got a fucking ton of fireworks, and I bought some of the other fun stuff too, like the smaller stuff. And they had M80s, and then I asked the guy like, "What's like the loudest?" And they had M5000s. So I don't even know what to do with these fucking things, but it's like a half a stick of dynamite. Like, it doesn't do anything cool, just explodes super fucking loud. I'm pretty excited to use these.
Don't be afraid to be let down by tiny sticks of
Totally
dynamite.
Sorry.
I mean, if you put something around them or in front of them and then set them off and blow it up, that'll probably be fun. But I had a friend who he's a Marine, but at the time he was not yet in the Marines, but he had tons of interest in like dynamite and weapons and just everything about it. So we went out on July 4th one time because I visited him after college, and he's like, "Oh, hey man, I got this stick of dynamite. We should go check it out." And lo and behold, end of the story is just that we set off the stick of dynamite, and we were all like careful about it, and we ran away, and we made sure not to like shorten the wick too much or anything like that. But once it went off, it was just like this quick little like pop, and that was it. There was nothing else to it. So try and add something to it if you want to make it a bang.
Dan, I think there was another comedian who started who's kind of like prior to the Jerky Voice. I'm trying to rabbit hole it that you might like.
Yeah, I don't know. I love the whole voice kind of prank kind of thing. I'll do that to telemarketers sometimes when they call, especially. I feel bad if they're Indian because my partner's Indian, so I kind of like. I'll do this terrible Indian accent. Hello, yeah. No, can you tell me? No, I need to find where you would park your nose. Don't take it. I would take two things. You want Sirius XM really wants your business right now. Do you understand? I'll go ahead and sign you up for 2 weeks. Hello? Please, my life depends on your ability for 2 weeks. So, I don't know. That, and I've always wanted to do Mickey Mouse.
That's a really strong. That's a really strong impression. I know people in India right now that have that bass in the way they end words.
Yeah, the something about it that I like a lot is it has a lot of matter of factness and has a bit of sort of American sort of like zeal. Like I understand why you would get a BMW over say a Ranger, because we know in the Hindu text the Ranger is the man who carries the spears on his back, whereas a Range Rover is not like that. It's totally different. BMW, as you know, is for breasts move vibrantly, and that's what I think that card is really all about. That they bring, who is here? Mickey, bring Mickey Mouse in, please. And then I would do Mickey
Dude,
Mouse.
you have an album.
I need to release an album probably.
This is an album. DittoMusic.com, ISR Seeds, released to TikTok, Spotify, and iTunes, and whatever great comedy is listening here.
I do think if you're going to record this, we should give it a lot of cool, like, cut up audio. Things like,
oh, yes.
So I have a friend that records, we do improv music, so we always make each other weird, like, cut up tapes. And he always wants me to do, like, weird statements back to him. Like, I'll just go and hold on a second. Use it. Work it. Ride it. Did you learn? Try again. Use it. Work it. Oh no. Try again. So we record these crazy loops like that. And then he would go in and he would insert a bunch of Williams Burroughs and like a bunch of other stuff. And it would just create this. It's almost like you want to create a 30-minute just gibberish tape, and you sort of play that through the delay and reverb while you're playing a bunch of other weird stuff on top of it. And it makes for some fun stuff. And then we used to cut shortwave radio in. But then I got bored with that because it's too predictable. And I'd rather almost find someone in the crowd while we're playing and almost call them out in the soundtrack.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's the like in working with comedians, right? I'm always looking at tons of footage to find the funny, right? And you know how you scrub through and look at facial reactions, or you'll scrub through and just look at the wave to see where the peaks are, and that's where the most laughter is, kind of thing. Yeah. So that rapid prototyping to me is, what I do with these comedy videos, which is I don't know which one is going to hit, but I think this collection of 7 videos have a good chance. And let me see what the audience thinks. And then, and add additional hypotheses or layers as we go.
I think that's the reason a lot of us work that way. I know for me, I didn't do this in the beginning, but I used to use a lot of soap under my arms. And then that allowed me to basically be more slippery when I would play bridge with the others.
And that one is I always have this notion of there's that Jewish old lady. I do that voice for my wife all the time when she's she'll be, I use that for her. And then I have a version of that is the cat. It is my tabby who won't ever let me pet her. I sort of give her a voice because, that kind of stuff. And then there's another one, the other one is, it's hard. This one is harder and more, the more embarrassing the voice is to do, the more you have to sort of like learn to practice it. So like right now I have like maximum stage fright in this small room of people that for the most part, will probably never remember me, but it is being recorded. So whatever I am saying is going to be used against me later on, and that's okay with that. So Mickey Mouse through a drive-through. I'll take a bacon cheese with 3 sauces, and don't fuck me up on the strawberry shake again. There's like something about Mickey Mouse. Like if I love South Park versions of Mickey Mouse where he comes down and he's a ruthless thug. I love that. I think whenever you can take a character that has got a high pitched voice that is part of this, like you think about it, he's like got to be the most repressed motherfucker on the planet because he's been forced to be this, happy go lucky, fucking cartoon. He's like always like, I just feel like you should see like the behind the scenes, where he's just going off
You
on.
think he's really just Krusty the Clown?
Yeah, he does. He kind of goes into the but the problem with Krusty is that Krusty then sort of used his sort of mockery as a show, whereas Mickey is either full on the spirit of Disney and like hope and everything, or he's like he should be pure, like almost like despondent Hades kind of type. Let me guess, I gotta go and do another expedition with the kids. When are we gonna all realize it's bullshit and we should be making money in NFTs? God damn it! It's like that's that, and the other thing that's fun to do, and this would definitely be a challenge for people who are doing voice acting or trying to do comedy, I think in general, is to join Twitter Spaces with your persona voice. This is probably one of the greatest places to test your stand up is to go into random rooms. You got to find a room that's open for potentially the weirdness that you're about to play. Like if this room wasn't open for it, I wouldn't be able to do it, right? So, but if you can find a room that it's either so crazy that you just don't give them, care. In fact, you see that today. That's funny about Twitter Spaces. Twitter Spaces came out, and what happened? There was a huge generation of people that created multiple accounts next to their primary account. Oh, why? Because they wanted to either go on and sort of be like stealth. They don't like you have your persona and then you have your 4 residual personas that you use for exposure of your personal soul. But it doesn't matter because none of those things are connected to you. You know what I mean? And that's how.
I feel personally attacked by that statement. Like, especially, you specify 4 other accounts because I'm taking it you're as much to blame on this as anybody else to know that Twitter you can only log in total 5.
Oh no, I just saw it, and I just saw it as a interesting side effect of when I got into Twitter Spaces. When I first got into Twitter Spaces and talked, I definitely felt the degree of persecution in terms of either you were on message or you were not on message. So you had to learn that hurdle. But then I started to notice people say things like, "I'll be right back. I'm going to get on my other person." And I'm like, "What? Like, wait a minute, you're going to leave?" "Yeah, no. This version of me is currently burned in the room. I need to bring in another version of me." So they would bring out like it's like you have a burner phone, like you have burner personalities on Twitter. I mean, like that is like if that's not indicative of yet another massive pattern for adoption,
That's gorgeous.
what is?
Burner persona.
Yeah, and then if you think about it, well, then it probably is going to extend to other places, right? So you have your burner account on Instagram and other places potentially. But do you have a burner? Are there such thing as burner accounts in OnlyFans? That's the question.
It's you're like, and you're right back at it with the personas, and it feeds so well into like the prank phone call thing. We used to prank my brother's roommate all the time, and we'd call him up and just be like, "Hey, I just dropped off the 200 pounds of manure. They're off. It's in the front yard. I need payment for this." And the kid would just be like, "What? No, dude, I didn't order 200 pounds of it." And you're like, "Yeah, well, I don't know. I don't give a shit who ordered it, but you got the shit, and it's here, and you got to pay me, bro."
Yeah, I always love it when they turn that around and then they make it a conversation with the person. "Look, man, I don't know why you need manure. Why did you order this in the first place? I didn't order this. I didn't."
That's the beauty. Yeah,
And there's something about that New Yorker voice that Like, regardless of what you say, it doesn't matter. Hey, man, if you're in the manure, my cousin Jake down in Staten Island, he once one time dated a French singer. You ever know anything about a French singer? Yeah, she had the most beautiful teeth, but they love manure. You're like, wait, where am I now? This is something that I think I used to work at Starbucks long ago when I was between jobs. We've all gone through the phase where we're between jobs. And I had to go find a place for benefits. I was like, well, Starbucks will give you benefits at part time. So I'm like, fuck it. I go work at Starbucks. And so I go into Starbucks, and at the same time where I'm learning web technology, it's like 2000 or something like that. And we started just screwing with people when they would show up and get their coffee. Like, because at Starbucks, you take the order, right? And then you got the delivery area, right? It's like 4 feet away, after you cook it, right? There's that little shelf, and you pick up your drink. Well, we would create our own stories. So when people arrive, we'd be like, we just cut right into conversation. And me and my friend Dave, and then later on, this girl named Nina, because she was great. She would always come in, and we would act like we were breaking up. Like, she would come in and be like, I want the venti usual. And I'd be like, fine. Where are the kids today? I don't care. It's not like you give a shit about them. Whatever. You want cream in this? Like, and I would just go through that whole thing, and it would be like, get your coffee and get out, and I'd be like, next person, Frappuccino? Sweet. It's like, like you wanted to do that. Or the other
To
place
just
to do
just
that.
misspell their names like wrong on purpose.
The other place to do that is, I think, in diners, when sometimes you get a waitress or waiter who like visits you maybe one too many times. Like, we've all had that feeling in a restaurant where you're talking, and like the waiter kind of waitress shows up, and now you have another person added to the conference that you're having with these others, but they're not going to really get the core point because they missed the 4 minutes beforehand. So that was another point where me and my friend would sort of come up with things. But like, right when the person would arrive to like refill your coffee, you'd be like, no, it's in the trunk. It's fine. She's not making noise. It's like, oh yeah, I'll take coffee. It's like, part of it is just to see what kind of immersed reaction you can have. And I think the other thing too I like about it is the fact that you create a memory. That was another thing that I don't know where we got obsessed with that, but I got kind of obsessed with this notion of being able to make a lingering memory in somebody. And that was sort of a way of extending. I still believe in that in a lot of ways. Sort of like when you pass, the number of sort of resonant memories that sort of are sort of retold, sort of keep your frequency alive.
That's some of the funniest stuff, man. My
Yeah.
brother he's really good at it too. And we went to this bar. I forget, we were working, but we were working out of state. And we went to this bar, and he just took on this persona as Ivan. This is Ivan's big night in America. This country's so amazing. And he literally did it the entire night. And he got so many free drinks, and it's like a story that we just continuously tell. So it's brilliant.
It is. It's kind of like total possession in a lot of ways. I've done that before, where you just sort of. I did that actually for my sister. She was moved back home, and we always joke in our family about my sister's the orange pill bottle girl. Like, she's got medications for everything. You're like, oh, something wrong with your knee? Here, take this. Oh, something with your shoe? It's like, and my father was more of the, if he was in pain, he would be like, someone give me a brick, so bite on. Like, that's so all the boys, and I feel like she's the only one in the family that sort of really like is like adhering to medicine, where the rest of us are kind of like, God, my ankle hurts. I know. What are you doing? Well, I'm drinking as much as I can, and tomorrow I'm going to go dig. It's like, I'm going to go force it to do something. Like, that's like classic male mentality. But we create these characters, and I created a character called Von Swan. It's kind of a very elitist personality, very much like myself in this area of things that I believe in. And from Reuben, who taught me a lot in my early days of growing up, and of course, the host here, who is apparently some sort of horse-like figurine, is positive notion of good and evil. That's the other thing too. If you can do like monster voices, playing role-playing games, I would like mimic the voices in the games because they were fun. Something about voice acting that's just very freaking, along with just a very silly mind state.
If you ever want to invade a fucking space, man, you let me know. I'm in. I'm down for it.
I need to. I
so
need
much
to see
fun.
these more, but yeah.
What's up, guys?
What's going on? What's happening?
Well,
can we look out the Lorsal?
Dude, that's good.
So the Lorsal or the meatball? Meatball from Aquatin Hunger Force?
I always wanted to do that too, where you can almost try your own version of Chinese or Japanese on somebody who is Japanese or Chinese, just to see how bad. Maybe like what did they think you heard they say? Like, you need what kind of furniture and how fast? Like, no, I don't know. I like that about Japanese. Japanese always sounds so awesome. You know, you're like, I don't know what he said. He said, you know what I mean?
But it was awesome.
That
Like, you
guy's
just made
angry,
fun of
and it's
me.
awesome.
Well, I think
Wait,
Jim Carrey talked about getting the spirit, getting the spirit of the impression,
Yeah.
right? I forget what he called it. Yeah, the essence of something. So, like when you're doing an impression, it doesn't have to necessarily be spot on, but if you get the essence right and you play that essence, then that's the impression.
Well, that's what I'm thinking about is when you get that down. Because
Yeah,
you
and
put
the
that down,
arrangement.
you put your sense in, you put it around in the nation and what to see around. Because you don't do that, you'll get going. That's why Lancelot doesn't do that with the rose.
Are you
What the
being
fuck
at
was
the
that?
airport? It's also like the arrangement of it too. Just the flow of it, the arrangement of it. That's so true.
Yeah, I think that's a big part of the voice delivery is whatever the composition of sort of like how it has to get projected. Like, so Mickey is a high pitched, probably few words, but at the same time with that laugh, right? This sort of signifies it. So if you said, something like 50 Shades of Grey, I'm down. That seems to come down. That comes across a little bit better. The other thing I like to do is use the Snap Studio. I don't know if you ever used that before on the Mac or the PC, but you can go and use that on your computer and then capture clips of yourself doing weird characters. And that's a lot of fun because now you're actually projected into there's a Texas character on there. I just call Daniel Ranchero, and I do a lot of like internet review stuff. Like, if you're having a problem with your runway, your money, you may actually not have a business. Now, it's not something I want to actually tell you that you're allowed to have or not allowed to have. It's your God-given right to be a dumbass, and that's something I'm going to help support you on. Like, if you want to get in that government, you want to change that things, and you want to be a dumbass, I'll be right there. If you want somebody to have that thing up your ass, I'll do it. I don't know if we'll put two thumbs in, maybe one thumb and a finger. Is it 3 fingers or a thumb? One can of WD-40. All right, we'll put all that in there. We'll make it work.
I'm still stuck on your description of how a startup can go from $30,000 of needed funding to 34 million. That was a work of art. I can't wait to listen to that again. That's dangerous. That was dangerous, dude. You went through the whole fucking S curve hype cycle.
Because I'm always swimming in that. When you're in the Midwest, you're not in the Valley. It's always so funny out here. Son, you're in the Midwest. What does that mean? Well, unless you have a letter of intent or potentially all the money you need now, I can't possibly invest. But if I have all the money I need now, why do I need you? Son, you're in the Midwest. What you don't know is what you don't know. What you do know is what I haven't told you yet. So as long as you stay complacent, you should be fine. We'll see you on the golf course. I don't play golf. Already, I see you relocating soon, my son.
It's dangerous. I've seen that too. Like to go back, like the whole reason I started doing this type of work is because I didn't want to go somewhere else and pitch someone, because I found that the energy was all off in that relationship. And if I could build stuff that made people come to me, then I'd be a much happier place.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially when you're doing voices that are sort of compromised characters. Like almost like there's a character, like I always do kind of just like an evil, Dark Lord kind of character. And such an excellent way to see you again there, oh so swiftly, Kit. I see you look so happily, sitting in your Twitter space, fingering with your little toes and nails. Wouldn't it be excellent?
That's the John Gielgud.
He's kind of
John
like your
Gielgud, yeah.
pretentious guy. He's very similar to your pretentious
Oh,
other
that's
character.
Well, the fundamental gauntlet we put people through is that there's a triangle of interaction. It's who I am, who you are, where we are. And then we go to the character cross, which is, are you going to be a hero, villain, sidekick, mentor? And the tone diamond, are you going to be energetic, slow, or casual or broadcaster? And then every time you do it, it's the 5 fingers of self-direction. What I noticed, what I like, what didn't I like, what I'm going to change, how am I going to change it? And then when you finally go to the audition, there's the audition totem pole, which is show up, say your words, don't be a dick, and leave.
That makes me think of a great audition kind of thing for people doing comedic stuff, is that the person who's auditioning them doesn't know this, but all the people coming in to do their comedic bits are there to make fun of the person who's actually asking them to audition. But that person doesn't know that that's the audition, right? So every person comes in to be like, all right. And they have to do it almost like in a Shakespearean kind of like, it's not about them, but then, at the end it is about them.
Oh, dude, what if you could write a script,
Yeah.
right, for the person auditioning, and when they come to the audition, all of the responses you have are interacting with the script they're saying.
That's pretty good. Or I just like the notion that the person that's not in on it is actually the person who's actually doing who's asking people to audition. So I just love that sort of like, person comes to audition and it would start off like absence of mind, obvious, consequently foolish, used, abused, notwithstanding, ignorance, please, dismissal of absence, truth, questionable, despicable, hardly applicable. And then people are like, I don't know what that was about. And that person just did a dig on the person who was like in front of them. You know what I mean? That would be fun.
I remember in speech arts, I used to give my classmates I used to pay them to ask me questions I already knew the answer to, so I could record my answers in French so I could practice. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. The more I think about it, I go back to high school, and there's a bunch of patterns in high school. High school, one of the things we did, history class, is the history teacher always wanted news. Like, they want to have any current events. And me and my friend Steve, I noticed after a while that I just noticed, well, maybe I can just throw a fake truth out there.
No.
Yeah, so there I am in 1988 in class, and I'm there going like, professor, like, okay, what'd you hear? Like, I heard a train derailed in Cincinnati. People are like, oh, I don't know, that's interesting. Okay, anybody else? And so once you get your first that was like your first moment of like, can I affect reality? And like it took, right? So then, of course, it was like reinforcement on the AI to go like, all right, what else can I make up?
Well,
so
it's the true false nature of it. Once you say a couple of true things, you can insert something false, and people will just keep going with it.
Right. And then after a while, you get sort of you had a reputation for that, and we actually, what's funny is we started doing that, and then we went right into writing songs. So we started doing spoof songs like Weird Al Yankovic type stuff, and we just
That was
wrote.
the first album I ever bought, was Weird Al Yankovic, because it was cheaper than the other CDs. It was like $14.99. It was like Bone Thugs is like $22.99 because it's an import, and it's like, well, I don't have enough money, so Weird Al Yankovic.
Yeah, and that stuff back then was so hard to like find and listen to. You almost had to find the right radio station or whatever. It wasn't something that was always in circulation. You sort of had to really seek it out. And I just remember in high school we made up a band called Megasnot because it fit on your knuckles, right? And just need 4 letters each. And the school were like, well, that's perfect. I've got Mega, and put Snot over here. And we did all this. And of course, I did all the singing. No one else wanted to sing, but it's not like I wanted to sing. I just wanted to create. That was the thing I was obsessed with. I loved the notion. Like, I think there was a part of me that was trapped in my own awkwardness. And I remember I was playing D&D a lot back then. And I had playing a game called Top Secret, which was like a spy version of, spy versus spy version of D&D. But one of the things that it had in the book, when you would buy the book, is it shows a chart where you roll the, 100-sided dice and it'll tell you how you died. And I had that in my locker forever. I think that, probably created some separation issues with people. And then I got the nickname of Hatchet in high school because my friend Steve was always like, well, Rockwell, goes on, story, 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 death, story, 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 blow up, story, 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 story. I'm like, I don't know. It wasn't dark. I was just hungry to create scenes. I was hungry to create, I guess, and get attention. That was the only way I was going to get it. Because I didn't even recognize myself. You know what I mean? That's what sucks. You grow up, you don't even know who you are until you somehow cross this threshold of realization. And that might happen when you're 7, or it might happen when you're 38. You don't really have any say on when it happens. And then what's crazy is that that's just the first threshold. That's the first threshold you have to cross to actually just get yourself, hopefully you make it to the second threshold where you actually, unfortunately, I think, have to go through something traumatic like watching or realizing that your folks won't live forever, right? So then you go through that threshold, and then you actually are a different kind of person at that point, because not only have you gone through the evolution of your own sort of limitations in your AI that you've sort of been bestowed upon, and then you've gone through the societal versions of that, and then you've gone through the whether or not you went to college or not, or whether or not you're worthy or not, or whether or not you had somebody on your arm or not. Like, you've gone through all those judgments, and then you put the very people who you sort of built your ethos of your moral constitution around, like your compass was built around them, and then you put them in the ground, only to realize that you have to return a book that you never finished. You had that book all your life. You could have asked every question you should have asked, but you didn't know to ask it. And then you have to return that book on your father. And then that really teaches you. And then you cross another threshold. And then you realize you've never been into the money. You've never had to look for money. You're not supposed to pay money. You're not supposed to be profitable in the business. That's not your role. You realize what your real role is. Your real role is to explode. My real role, in many ways, is to pioneer. But it's more than that. It's to be this explosion of possibility and thought, either through the notion of how I speak and how I make you feel at this moment, thinking about the very things that you see within yourself, knowing that, yes, you too have been there, and that, yes, you too can't wait to cross that threshold again and again. And that's what's really cool. Unfortunately, you learn about it when you're 53 and think, oh, fuck. I gotta, you're still 20 in your head, but you gotta, deal with, neuropathy and other shit.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Square Station, where we have Degen.
That's right.
A broadcaster's voice.
I don't know what just happened, but that phlegmatic, melancholy statement, a little workaround just made me either fall asleep or forget that I cut myself vertically on my wrist.
That's pretty good then.
Yeah, I sent you that. His name is Jim Davidson, by the way. He's the one who he kind of inspired some of the Simpsons phone calls. Yeah, check that guy out.
Oh, that's awesome. I love the Family Guy's the maid. No, 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 I don't think so. I always like to do a bit in my head where that maid has to do startup valuations where people are like pitching their startup, and there's that character going, no, I don't think so. No. We need 38 million. No, I don't think so. No.
Superman not here. No.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh man.
No, Dino found it. No.
Crushing people's dreams
No,
with just
you only need AI. No.
with an indifferent fucking no. Oh man. What's up, guys? My name is my name's Tyler. I don't think I've seen you guys before in here before, so that's why I'm introducing myself personally. But Michael, Kit, Lagatha, Alaska, and whoever else I'm forgetting. What's up, guys?
Welcome to Squarespace, wearing a triangle hat.
But is it a triangle?
It's that classic
Is it a
Japanese.
hat?
It's Big Trouble Little China hat is what that is.
I caught the tail end of both of your words, so I didn't hear either of you.
I'm chatting too much, but I was gonna say your hat reminds me a lot of Big Trouble Little. What was it? Big Trouble in Little China. Great
Big
movie.
Trouble Little China.
Yeah, man, classic.
Big Trouble Little China. I gotta
Lil
check it out.
Pan.
Exactly, man. Low Pan and Girls with Green Eyes. It's true about Girls with Green Eyes, though.
The
That
girls with
is
the green eyes.
a powerful intoxication thing.
With green eyes?
Yeah, it's just
The green
dangerous.
eyes.
It's the rarity.
Yeah. Rarity builds value.
Or Raiden. But same guy, basically, right?
Yeah. Raiden is a cool character. I'm actually we put the Crocs on the back burner for a little bit while we're dealing with life and shit, but that's actually one of the ideas we have for one of our Crocs. It's a Raiden Croc.
Well, folks, I'm going to step off of this great big recording as it fades off into the ethosphere of next. I want to thank all of you for listening. To those of you that are recording and listening to this now in the past, by now, the incident has happened. Whether or not you realized it and accepted it, it's nothing we can control. Unfortunately, you have to deal with the ramifications and go on with what's next. If you feel that you need to get a hold of Ruben, you know where he is. He's online, and he's waiting.
Take care, Dan.
Nice meeting you.
I'll see you guys. It was an absolute blast. I'll follow y'all, and I'll talk to you online too.
All right, brother.
See ya.
Take care.
Kappa, what did you say? You're working on a project?
Oh yeah, but I'm not like trying to shill it or anything like that. It's just me and my girlfriend. She's a graphic design artist.
That's cool.
Yeah. You don't know how many times people are like, "Oh, tell me about the project," and I'm like, "Fuck, it's not really a project. It's more so like the foundation of a house that halted construction."
It's just an expensive hobby that you have to feed to your degenerate addictions.
Not so expensive on Solana though.
Expense is to the eye of the beholder.
This is truth.
Yeah, it's funny. I have like a buddy of mine, and we're trying to do an NFT thing with like no utility. It's just art, but it's funny. So that's like the value is kind of the comedy of it. It's interesting to learn. That's kind of why I just kind of bounce into some random spaces like this.
Yeah, absolutely. I wouldn't say that you have no utility then if its sole devised purpose is to generate comedic value.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that.
You know what I mean? Utility utility is a broad term that's widely applicable nowadays. So go ahead and fucking just throw a prefix on it and call it utility.
Yeah, I was looking in like Solana to start it as well too. That's the only reason. That's why I said that. But
Yeah.
it's I don't know shit about this, so I'm definitely all grassroots learning as I go.
Oh yeah, brother. It's it's a process, as any. Um, Solana is definitely a if you're looking merely at finances, it definitely is one of the cheapest alternatives. But it comes with its pros and cons, as with anything in life, and especially blockchain technology, as newly innovative as it is.
I more found out that there are like a lot of fucking sketchy people in that whole industry, more so than anything. Because
What in blockchain?
yeah, like this, we had like this idea for the project, and me and my buddy were talking about it, kind of in a space, and then this dude came in and wanted to join, and then had like contracts and wanted people to send him money.
Oh.
Yeah, like it got way sketchy.
Oh yeah. Well, anybody outright asking for money without any prior establishment of um, friendships, relationships, etc., is definitely sketchy in my book. Not too common though, so that's kind of weird. I've been
That's
in a
good to
lot of
hear.
spaces. I've never really heard somebody just come up and be like, "Hey man, I'm gonna fucking send you a contract. I need some money, bro." Like,
Yeah, it was like sent through DM, and he's like, I got the designer. I'm paying some. Um, I have these two girls on Twitter. They both have like thousands of followers, and everybody needs to send. Like, I've already put out $4,000 for this, so everybody send me $2,500. And we were
oh
like, what?
shit.
Yeah,
Did you check out the profile? Did he mention the profile names at all, or?
yeah. I won't say it out loud, but yes,
Oh
I did.
yeah,
I didn't
absolutely,
pay anything. I didn't pay him.
absolutely. I wasn't. My bad. I wasn't trying to like extract private
No,
information.
it's fine. I just like I'm not trying to. I'm not calling anybody out. I'm not trying to, but I just started going into like other. Not that this is a Bitcoin space. This is just kind of a cool, funny, degenerate conversation space. So,
Well,
as I explored, I found out that other spaces are fun. Yeah,
yeah, yeah. Well, this isn't a degenerate space. This is a square space where we hold degen conversations in a broadcaster voice.
good point.
What's going on? Sorry, I just got a call. I was away for like half an hour. You guys all right? Nobody's getting upset?
Dude, fucking, my feelings got hurt 3 times, brother. I had to do the woosah 25 times. No, I'm just kidding.
So you're saying it was a sadhana, one of those purification rites where you're burning away impurities?
Yeah, yeah. And I just kind of noticed that, the main difference between mine and your profile icon is that I'm wearing a hat.
A tortilla chip?
No, 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 no.
I'd like to argue that your particular project is offensive because it is the anti-gay sentiment, because it is an upright triangle, not upside down triangle,
Oh,
and it
okay.
is against all of my ethos. With last month has passed, but it was gay pride, patronage, and you're just anti-sentimental.
Oh, you got all that from a triangle. That is
No, you're anti-triangle.
Oh, my anti-triangle. Okay.
It's
Well,
actually it's a half of a quesadilla hat.
yeah, you.
What do you have to say about that, Kappa? Why is it that you chose to implement that damaging symbology in your artwork? It reminds me of the Bored Ape Nazi Club.
Oh my God, you motherfucker! Oh shit! Nah,
It took a
bold
while
of
to
you,
figure that
to
one out.
assume.
I also
Sorry,
want to
kid.
know what do you have against alligators? It has to be Crocs.
Yeah. Oh well, the name. Yeah. Fuck you. God damn it.
Don't you know Crosshair is thinking up small rooms all over the land with
Oh.
people's bare feet in rubber?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. By the way, to kind of reference to what you said before, very bold of you to assume that I had a choice at all.
Are you saying you don't have free will?
No, I'm saying that free will is an illusion. We are led to decisions.
And so you're saying the idea for your profile picture emerged from the wilderness of your consciousness?
That and external variables.
So you're saying that you're not personally responsible because you lack free will?
Hmm.
So your nurture has overcome your nature, is what you're getting at.
Yeah. Yeah. That's whatever you guys say. Yep.
If a person was unable to exercise free will, how might we interact with that person if they commit a crime?
Ask AI. I'm redirecting.
Yeah, we should ask that to the AI. If someone commits a criminal act but does not possess free will, is that person guilty in the same sense as someone who does have free will?
I think that you're going into like the I believe it's called the Nuremberg trials, correct?
The Nuremberg trials and then the subsequent experiment with the shocking. Was that Milgram?
Is it the lobster on the over the rice?
The Szechuan lobster at Watu's in Toronto is to die for.
Got myself in some trouble with the hat, and all I was trying to do was reference the material you fucking sent to me yesterday, Michael, with Quinn and Space Cat.
Oh, how did you like it?
It was pretty fucking
Or not
funny.
like it?
It was pretty funny. I think that Space Cat was caught so far into overthinking the words he was saying that he came off as disingenuous.
I invite him to keep coming back because I think that if he can learn how to interact with us, I think we can show that a lot of things are possible.
Yeah. I think he just
I
needs.
don't want to give up on him, if that makes sense. People will probably listen to that and think I hate him. I don't. You know, I
He
want to
didn't
see him
seem
come
like a
around.
genuinely bad or evil person. And it's nice to keep people around that from a leadership standpoint, you know?
Well, they say good manner. The sign of good manners is the ability to deal with bad manners politely.
I'm gonna put that on the fucking wall at the job I work. Dude, today was so awkward, man. Nobody talked to me. Fucking everybody was being weird, whispering and shit. I'm just like, fuck all you guys, man.
You came in after these guys discovered Eleuther AI, and so they kept on asking you weirder and weirder and more metaphysical questions.
Mm-hmm.
And so basically, when you came in, they were at the end of having their mind broken in a beautiful way.
Oh shit.
So they went through the same trajectory you did. You can see the stuff they had me read at the top.
I'm trying, but this fucking Twitter space is being stupid.
This
How
has
a
been the
manual
Twitter
can't
space.
contribute to American supremacy.
Oh, read that.
I read it earlier, and I found that the I'll read it again to make sure I had a fair interpretation.
Well, welcome, Mr. Rogers.
Yo, what's up? What's up?
What's up, Mr. Roger?
Yo, how's it going, Kappa? How's it going, Agrippa?
It's going good, brother. How's your day been?
I'm good, man. Just working today. Working.
Oh yeah, every day, right, brother?
Just about. Just about.
We were just playing, a flash mob space of LARPing, where the game is 2 truths, 1 lie.
So, what are you asking me?
She's about to make 2 true statements.
No, I was just getting them caught up, resetting the room.
Yeah. So this is the Squarespace Degenerate Conversations and a Broadcaster Voice. What we're doing is trying this game of 2 truths and 1 lie. So, for example, if I was Mr. Raj, I would say I'm 6'4", Mexican, and speak Spanish. Where's the lie?
Where is the lie? You tell me.
Yeah.
I would
just
say it is 6'4" because you brush that hair out and mat it down, then you're not 6'4".
That is correct. He is 6'5".
Yeah, Michael, I'm gonna need to spend some time deciphering this fucking article in more depth. I'm not gonna lie, my brain is kind of
There
fried.
is no deciphering. That's the point, Kappa.
No. There is always deciphering.
You are the cipher.
The deciphering is in the background, not what's the front part.
If this fucking thing uses the word epistemic one more time.
I did mention that, the repetitiveness of the nouns and the adverbs, because it doesn't go off of the brick of American grammatical literacy.
Grammatical.
So
That's awesome.
grammatical error. It goes for every other sentence following it can use for the pronoun of she, instead of adding into it like she, her, they, their, to continue it on. It's frustrating. You definitely can tell it's AI, but the way that it twists, thought patterns, it's kind of amusing.
To some degree, I do feel like it's
like a heavy pronoun analysis.
Yeah, how do you teach an AI to know possessive pronouns and stuff like that? That's
You just input all the rules that come from elementary school when they go by Webster's.
Wait, wasn't it the little brown book? Was it Webster's? There was something else.
Webster's was the first, yeah.
Yeah, but how can the AI decipher that though? Like, how does it know those rules?
Coding,
But it's also kind of a mathematical version of knowing what ones are considered nouns, what makes it a pronoun, if it's assisted with, what's the verbs or adjectives, etc. Then it can actually, just things like conjunctions, etc. Within one sentence before a period, it can figure out which one is the subject.
Or what if it doesn't? What if it doesn't know the meaning of it and it's just going based off the information that's been inputted? So, So is it really an AI, or is it just a repository of information?
Well,
is it an artificial intelligence or an information architecture?
Exactly.
Well, artificial, for something to be artificial means it was basically Trying to figure out a way to summarize this. It's actually not artificial if it's cultivating data based off of human experience.
Once future us know what's going on, we're going to think this conversation was so silly.
Oh yeah, you'll find that in conversations you had 10 years ago, right?
Yep, that's why we're recording it.
When
Everything.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I'm sorry. Everything's just an extension of the human brain, just sped up and cleaned up.
It is an extension of the human brain. But when I'm talking to individuals from different perspectives, I understand that not everyone has the same, train of thought, how they are cognitive within a subject, because people are attention deficit. But bounce back, if let's say 20 minutes go by, the first conversation I had was, it is there. Okay, what is it? There's no actual, noun to it, so it is the only one that I can reference to. And then probably the 20 half hour goes by, and someone says, I found it. And what is it? And they say, I found the vacuum. Vacuum automatically goes back to that it. So subject, matter, noun, vacuum. So that's how I associate my conversations in real life, but in transitiveness of, if you're going to put in coding, that it would have a ability to have that same process.
But would the artificial intelligence be able to decipher, like, let's say that, like, I say that something's mine, but it really isn't mine?
Well, I think that is.
You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think that's subjective.
That part doesn't matter, other than the first word that you just stated, which would be it's the AI. So it would be not yours, because it comes after. It would be AI. So it would be it's AI.
It is. Correct me if I'm wrong, if anybody knows what I'm referring to, but it in the terminology is basically objective, right?
If you want to objectify it, but it'd be subjective.
Yeah. That's
In
like
writing.
subjective / objective / an object.
Subjective in writing until you create it into objective, but you'd have to transition it into objective with the following statement.
Gotcha. I was more so like just trying to ponder the true source of like the average context it's used in, like it. And I'm even noticing myself now, I'm thinking about it, like, what do I mean when I say the word it?
Well, what language is it pointing to?
Oxford's book, Webster's Study of English.
If I was going to create highlights from a comic, I'm thinking I should include one where the comic is dancing, the one where they're saying material, another one that uses crowd work, and another one that is improv. You think I would have missed anything? Oh, the applause break. Yeah, I have to find something that has applause breaks.
You confuse me sometimes, Michael.
I heard comic, and all of a sudden I was thinking, if you're writing comics, it'd be automatopoeias.
Yeah, something visceral, because the onomatopoeia would be the kinesthetic of the kinesthetic, auditory, read, write, and visual modes.
Yes, sir.
So you wouldn't be able to use like semicolons or anything like that to break a sentence or break a line?
Well, I think the colon and the semicolon are the most underused tools in the English language.
You know, that is fucking facts, bro, because the other day I was sitting there, bro.
Of all the things you're going to be like really enthusiastic about, Fucking Yo,
Fucking
fuck all this other
semicolons,
shit.
bro.
Let's talk about semicolons, motherfucker. Who make like Crips and Bloods.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yo, that was so true because like that, and that's coincidental too as well. Because last night when I was writing something, I was like, wouldn't a semicolon fit here better? And then I thought to myself, I'm like, I'm very certain, and even not really certain, but more so situationally aware of how to use a comma and a period, even apostrophes, but a semicolon.
Or the long dash. You ever use that extended longer dash? Damaging stuff.
The extent damaging stuff.
The
Yeah.
colon is more but the semicolon, it's a good point. You're kind of like, what the fuck? Like, where is this one?
It's that conjunction.
Using a semicolon gets your message out the most when you're trying to not run onto a sentence and break it up into a colon, but you have a finished thought, but you want to continue to wrap it into two sentences, is when you use a semicolon.
I feel
That's
like
a perfect description. Sorry, Mr. Ryan.
Yeah, and I feel like when I see them used the most is when there is a paragraph, and within the paragraph there's a statement attached to it, and then after the statement, then they would semicolon to create like a pause between the actual text, and then go into whatever they're trying to explain. So that's where I normally see it done, but it's yeah.
I feel like a semicolon would have served perfectly in your sentence that you just stated. I feel like a semicolon is best used as semicolon.
Or removing the quote and quotes, because people overuse those.
What?
I mean, if you can consider a sentence, "You are shit," semicolon. She thought to herself. Two full sentences that reference to each other that are tied together with a semicolon, where semicolon is she should have stopped where she meant to, but she kept going with the sentence.
I wonder, my mom died yesterday, or maybe it was the day before. I can't be sure. You know, the way that he started off a stranger?
I don't know what the stranger is, other than the left hand versus the right hand after you made it go numb sitting on it.
The affectionate stranger. L'étranger, l'amoureux, maybe?
I noticed the more you talk, Michael, the more cigarettes I smoke.
I'm gonna make a solid effort.
That's is that a compliment?
Yeah.
We are in a folie à deux.
All right, you guys are all I'm following a lot of you. Pretty much everybody in here at this point. I'm gonna follow the rest of you if I haven't yet. I'm gonna bounce, but you guys are fucking hilarious, and I'm gonna use semicolons today.
The semicolon fits.
Yeah. All right. Nice to meet you guys. I'll find you later.
Take care.
All right, brother. Take care of your semicolon.
What about the double semicolon, where you could have two semicolons one after another, right?
I think that's just someone trying to flex their grammatical knowledge on somebody.
Well, we use two exclamation marks, right? We use exclamation mark, question mark. What about like semicolon, colon?
I don't understand that, because that cancels each other out. It's almost what
Does it create a wormhole where you get stuck in between the colon and the semicolon?
I don't understand that one, but is this like the new age of writing where people just phonetically write what they hear?
It's semiotic driven communication.
I noticed that I write things in a format in how I speak sometimes. Like I'll put ... return the sentence ... You know what I mean?
There's a delta between how we speak and how we write. When I used to write jokes, I found that the very act of writing them down was the thing that made them unfunny.
Wow. Yeah, because have you ever written a speech and or like wrote in something that you wanted to say, and Like I learned this when I was when I first ever decided to chill in a place, chill in a space and try to show my project. So the first time I went up and talked about it, I was like, fuck, dude, I was so nervous. I couldn't even pronounce words. I was just just nervously stuttering over myself, and that's why what I did was I wrote a speech, and I was like, wait, this sounds a lot too fucking a lot like programmed. So I just wrote ums and likes in there to like to like break it up.
Yeah, there are techniques. I think where I got with it with stand up was I would just keep saying the joke over and over again, and invariably my mind would think of things, new things to say.
Yeah.
So at the time, it was a joke about like Justin Trudeau not understanding the economy, and it's surprising he doesn't understand his economy because his background is steeped in economics. I mean, it is steeped in economics, isn't it? No. Well, what was his background? So I would actually design the stand up as if I was having a conversation with the audience. So I would leave the space in between my sentences for what's her name? Dr. Rita Cox called it the gently echoed whisper. And when you're speaking to someone, there's always an echoed whisper for how they're interacting.
Dude, I can see that, dude. Because you always leave like an open ended like conversation, and people are just more reluctant to fucking try and say something.
Yeah, there was a joke that I wrote after I learned the reactions that I would get from statements. Then what you could do is pre-write the responses. So they were like, I think there was a joke about inside and outside girls, right? You guys are all familiar with inside and outside girls, and there'd be silence. I'm like, okay, maybe use a different nomenclature.
No,
outside,
tell me about that. What's inside and outside girls?
So outside girls are the women that men are okay with being seen in public with. And inside girls are the ones that get the sexual Hail Mary text message at 2:37 a.m.
Oh, you're talking about booty calls.
Right.
He's talking
and so
socially, like what you, I mean, I think that ties into social perception.
Well, so then I would say, after they laugh, I can't tell you how many women are looking at me like I'm an asshole right now. And then I would say, but a lot of women have inside men. And I got to tell you, as an inside guy, I'm okay with that. Why would I want to waste dinner and condom money on movies and restaurants? And so after a while, I just knew the reactions from folks. I'm not sure if I put it online. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, inside and outside girls.
Yeah.
Dude, that reminds me of. Do you remember that movie Deuce Bigelow, European Gigolo?
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, Michael, I think that a lot of people undervalue the amount of education and psychological awareness that goes into comedy.
It is astonishing, dude. The stuff I realize on stage, like the social nature of laughter. People look at each other to have the permission to laugh. It's friggin' astonishing, dude, what you learn on stage.
Yeah, that's yeah, it's public speech basically, and I think in public speech you learn the way that humans behave, especially in a setting where everyone has already preemptively agreed that they're going to partake in this event to gain something, and that gain being the experience of laughter.
See, the Twitter space is different though because the audience has a microphone. That's the major difference between an open mic, right, and this space where you actually give your hecklers a microphone and they can interrupt you if they want. Now, at the same time, risk cannot be destroyed, only transformed. Hofstede. And so we know that hecklers are actually your largest source of laughter if you know how to deal with them.
Yeah, that's true. For a large portion of comedians, at least the comedians I've seen, some of the funniest moments in the world is them dealing with hecklers.
That's how
And
Andrew Schultz got popular.
yeah,
Most of Andrew Schultz's video was crowd work, improv, and dealing with
dude,
hecklers.
that guy is fucking, yeah.
Dude, he's a savage, bro. I fucking love watching his
I
shit.
love him because he is probably one of the only comedians that can express value in his approach uniquely to him, if that makes sense.
Not
Well,
just that, he's like super socially aware of like all the shit that's going on with
Yeah,
all
yeah,
these
like
multiple cultures. So it like kind of like helps him out in a way.
yeah, like
Well,
he knows shit about like
Russell Peters did that. You know, there's a lot of comedians who specialized in the art of crowd work. I think Todd Barry went on a whole tour where he forced himself not to use any material and just to talk to the crowd. There was this guy, Jimmy Pardo, who opens up for Conan. And they said, "You're so bad at writing jokes, but you're so good at crowd work. Stop writing jokes, just talk to the crowd."
Well, have you ever felt like you ran into people that are situationally funny? Like they're more so funny when it comes down to like personal interaction or like what we classify as like roasting one another, right? Like, so I have a knack for like roasting
Yeah.
somebody
I mean,
in
there's a lot
person.
of battle rappers who can't make a song,
Yeah, that's a
right?
very, yeah.
You would
Also,
think that all battle rappers like Murda Mook and blah 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 would blow up. Turns out that just isn't the case.
yeah.
It was only Cassidy who really did it, and maybe Jin for a moment.
I
It's
have to
crazy
ask
that
you.
y'all are talking about rappers though. Do you know that guy Harry Mack? Have you ever seen that dude?
No, what's that?
He's like this freestyle rapper on like YouTube and TikTok, and all he does is freestyle to every single song to beats, and like people like he'll go up to people like on Venice Beach and stuff, and he'll just ask them for random words, and he'll just start freestyling. Like if you listen to his stuff, every single song is different.
Hmm.
You know, there's this guy called Crank Lucas, and all he does is make fun of rappers and rapper types. So he has the baby singing a Christmas song, and the stuff is dude. The stuff is bananas, and the whole YouTube is just about him just pretending to be different. Like if the baby was a gospel rapper, it's dangerous. I'm gonna put it to
Have
the
you
top.
ever seen Dave Chappelle's bit on the baby?
No.
Oh man. He said these are his words, not mine. Twitter. But Dave Chappelle had said, he was like, the baby is about to get canceled for speaking some very ill words towards the gay community. And he said, keep in mind, the baby literally murdered someone in a Walmart and nobody said a goddamn thing.
It was self-defense.
Dude, that was one of the hardest jokes he's ever said of all fucking time.
He is just a mastermind at expressing highly controversial topics in a sense where all people from all walks of life, he just removes the element of offense by luring you in via his approach. It's funny, actually.
His approach actually changed though. That's the thing though. Old school Dave Chappelle was less political. Like new school Dave Chappelle's way more politicized. But I think it's also because of the contract that he had with Comedy Central. Like they wanted him to like stick with like stupid skits, and that's part of the reason why he went he went on a hiatus for so long and wasn't didn't. I think he was living in Africa or some shit for like a long ass time.
Yeah, he went and really took to some healing, which is amazing. And yeah, his approach definitely changed. But I was speaking more so to the way that he presents and delivers points via comedy. Of course, his source material is constantly changing, but I think the fact that people tried to politically attack him only furthered his peregrination on that path.
Well, I don't think people fully appreciate just how well read the guy is.
Wouldn't you guys also say the times have changed? I mean, I'm only 44, but God, I don't remember being in my 20s and shit being this political.
Yeah, exactly. The times have changed a fucking shit ton, dude. Like everybody has freaking salt in their freaking asshole right now.
Both
Oh yeah.
both sides, right? Both sides got major issues.
Yeah, it's everybody, dude. Like it doesn't even. You could fucking look at somebody, because you were freaking looking at somebody just to freaking say, you could just look at somebody and be like, man, they have a nice shirt on. I want that
Like
shirt.
Mr. Raj, those are amazing eyebrows.
Yeah, bro. No, fuck you. Fuck you. You're making fun of my eyebrows.
You're speaking from
Yo,
a
those
place of
eyebrows are fucking
authority,
clean,
Michael.
dog. Yo, those
Michael, you're
eyebrows are
speaking.
clean, dog.
You're speaking from a place of authority.
I get them threaded, bro. I get them threaded. Okay.
Look,
Side
that
note,
is
though, let's all take a
resilience.
moment to really appreciate Mr. Rogers' eyebrows.
Yeah, it's
Bro, I'm looking like a fucking woolly mammoth right now. I'm not gonna lie. My shit's like my hair's all grown out. My beard's getting all big. Freaking looking like a freaking I belong on freaking Castaway.
Oh my God, Alan!
if you want to check out Mr. Rogers' space between his eyebrows, if you weren't sure how accurate they were, this threading technology has really improved magnitude since I first saw it. Congratulations, Mr. Raj.
Bro, I'm fucking with you, bro. I don't get them threaded. I used to. Dude, that shit hurts. That shit fucking hurts. If anybody's gotten their fucking eyebrows threaded in here, that shit is painful. Women be going through like the most horrible shit to look so good. Keep doing it, but no thank you. I just have my barber just get the razor and just kind of touch them up real quick. And I kind of keep them cleaned up while I'm at the house.
Yeah, Michael, actually, I have a question for you. Is there a specific reason that you use at the end of your sentence? You use a lot of like rights with a question mark. Is it more like? Because I've always, I guess I read into shit, but I actually like the more you speak and you say like right, I feel like you're automatically offering a chance for like either the understanding or the lack thereof situationally.
I might not even recognize I'm doing it.
That's a
You
sales technique, dude. That's
Yeah,
like a communication technique that's used
that's
to sway someone to agree with what you're saying.
Well, it could be possible that
It's
I don't know why I'm
subconsciously.
doing it, right?
It's
yeah.
subconscious. Yeah.
Now you're
It
gonna
could be
fucking
possible that my intentions are opaque to myself. Know what I mean? Feel me?
right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. I mean, tell me if I'm wrong, right? I would hope that you guys would disagree with me if I'm wrong. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll be the first, bro. I got you.
Well, you
Feel me?
force someone like especially people who lack the ability of confrontation. You force them to be submissive with that question. Like right?
Yeah, it is a kind of mental dominatrix that we have going here. You know?
Right?
Does that make sense? Right?
Oh man, I love pointing out little things that people say often. And like I had a buddy of mine who used to always say, what did he say? He'd be like, okay, and then I pointed it out to him, and then he like every time he said it, we would just burst out in laughter, and then he would just like he started using other words.
No, I think I'll lean into using right more, and then every time I use it, I'll just like send you an emoji. You know what I'm saying? Like this
Right?
one, right? Right? Or I could send you this one, like a little clap. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
a little clap.
Right? And I can give you a deuces. Right? Why would I give you a deuce? I can give you a hand, right?
Yeah, why would you say goodbye when you can say hello?
It's kind of like the yes train. The idea is that what you want to do to get anyone to say yes to a big decision is to have them say yes to a little small set of decisions. Does that make sense? Right?
Yeah.
Just like I did that. A little tie down, right?
Yep.
They call it tie downs. They slowly gain commitments as we go over time.
Yeah. So
Follow me so far? Yeah.
I mean, I think that especially in sales, a lot of it is kind of assumed / assertive certainty. So it's like what I saw is okay. So we're gonna go ahead and get that paperwork filed for you, and then that's the point. Whether or not they stop you right then and there, they're like, oh wait, no, I don't want to do the paperwork. but it's more so forcing the decision right then and there in a micro.
Yeah,
It could be.
Yeah, that's called assuming the sale, right?
Yep.
Yeah, always be closing ABCs.
Dude, I always assume the sale. Always. That's I
Always,
learned that in
bro.
the car business.
Man, it doesn't work too well with the misses.
Yeah, but
you're right about
they're better.
You can't do it
But
on people that you know, bro.
they don't need to sweat the technique.
Oh shit. I'm gonna use your method of your methodology, Michael. Next time, we're gonna eat
What's
from
that?
this place, right?
Oh no! Look, you're gonna end up getting divorced if you use my fucking methodology.
Oh my god.
Michael J. is not necessarily responsible for any alimony that may be paid as a result of breaking up with him.
Now you have to worry about financial advice and alimony.
This is not marital advice.
Viewer discretion advised.
Marital discretion advised.
Marital discretion advised. Oh shit.
Rated M for married.
Shit. Michael, are you familiar with who Andrew Tate is?
Andrew Tate, yes, the Dutch kickboxer.
Dutch? He's
Well,
Dutch?
I think he was practicing Dutch kickboxing. If you look at his style.
Oh yeah, his style of like hands down, more so motion based than guard based.
Kind of like Ernesto Hoost.
Yeah. He actually fought like that because he damaged his retina, so he can't keep his hands up because he can't really see too well. So he developed that style around the disadvantage he had, which is really cool actually.
Kind of like Daredevil.
Do you follow his I guess bestowed preachings? Have you heard some of the stuff that he said?
Yes, I've heard I've heard his verbal sparring with the opposite sex.
Oh yeah, it makes for a very interesting conversation.
Damn. So, hey, since you said that he injured his retina, how close are y'all? How close do you think we are for from getting too close to ocular transplants?
I think that's a question for that dark matter guy.
Because like they know how the eye works, and they know that everything's connected through our what's it called again, the optic nerves, the optic nerve ending at the back. Like how do you connect those? How are we gonna be able to do that? Because it's interesting because like I'm kind of curious to understand how like the whole neural link is gonna work, and if it's gonna like how they're gonna be able to activate certain functions within the body, and set sensation like to certain areas.
I think the biggest problem, and I could be so far fucking wrong, so this is just one man's ignorance speaking, but I think a huge problem would that be, I think we can emulate nerves and simulate the way that certain things work, but I guess there's two problems, semicolon, and that would be the way that the eye refracts light and the way it actually absorbs it and turns it into imaging. That is very, very unique. So we can design an eyeball, all these functionalities and stuff like that, but connecting it to certain nerves and allowing it to do that or facilitate that job or functionality, it's going to be very difficult. But I assume, or would like to theoretically assume, that once the Neuralink is in there, maybe it just connects to the Neuralink like fucking Bluetooth. Like, you know what I mean? Or like kind of like, how you can image display from your phone on a TV.
Oh, so you're saying that they're gonna have like a cyborg eye, and that eye is gonna relay the information to the Neuralink in real time to project the image, like to pretty much like transfer the image into your like brain.
Yeah,
So you can see.
so that your brain can interpret it as visual.
Damn, dude, that'd be fucking dope.
It's
Have an
not too
eagle,
crazy. I mean, if people
have
like
like
us,
two fucking eagle eye visions, bro. Like two
bro,
fucking eagle eyes. Like, come on, bro.
yo, you ever seen the fucking you ever seen that there's a couple movies. You ever seen the VHS movies?
Yes, I've seen the VHS movies, bro.
Not like VHS like tape style, but VHS
No, the
is.
VHS movies. You're talking about those fucking like those cult films. Yes,
Yeah,
I've seen
yeah, yeah,
those.
yeah. Those things are fucking scary as all fuck. But in the one, the guy has a fucking like robot eye, and it's picking up on the frequencies of shit outside this world. So he's like seeing ghosts
Yeah,
and demons and shit.
yeah,
Oh
yeah,
man,
yeah.
that shit was like that, bro. That
It's
shit would
that
be
Russian.
crazy.
It's the Russian dude.
Yeah,
He was
yeah.
like a Russian guy. Yeah, he goes in for like a freaking eye transplant, and they give him somebody else's fucking eye.
No, it was a
Was it
completely
a
like
bionic guy?
yeah, it was biotic. It was like he could basically like he was an experiment. They were using it as a study to see how much information could be relayed and stored and shit.
Yeah, that shit's crazy to me. Like, have you seen those Black Mirror episodes where like they have there was like one where they implanted like a chip in your brain, and that chip you can use it to like block people, and when you block people, people in your real life, they come up as freaking like just blurred fucking lines and shit. So
Hmm.
and you can't hear them and you can't talk to them and they can't interact with you. Like it'll prevent you from like harming that person or anything like that. So like it was like a way that they could control like the general population from like harming each other. So like
Hmm.
if there was like an altercation or something and like somebody was like for instance like let's say that there was two people fighting and one of the people just blocked this person. Well, if this person tried to harm the other person, it would like shut them down and they wouldn't be able to do anything.
Yeah, because I mean, if you're speaking from the sense of being monitored, right? Like say they have real life data that's analyzing and determining a certain outcome based off of like say the component of adrenaline, right? So like like say a person A and person B, person A's fucking adrenaline spikes up, person B's adrenaline spikes up, like maybe a way to like neutralize that, like by artificially creating some sort of reproduction of maybe something already pre-existing in the human body, something that could be associated with calmness, Crazy, actually. You know what's even crazier,
Yeah,
man?
like it's just crazy to me. Like all the movies and shit that we watch, like I could see some of that stuff happening. Like for instance, like the Minority Report. Remember that movie?
It sounds extremely familiar.
So the Minority Report had Tom Cruise in it, and it was in the future. And in the future, these three beings were like made, or like they were like manufactured, or they were born. I don't know how they were made, but they could predict the certain outcomes, but it was only like bad outcomes. So like they were using these people,
Hmm.
and they were using these people to predict these outcomes, but they were freaking arresting the people before the freaking before the crime even occurred. So just like if
Hmm.
you thought about killing somebody and you had the image in your head of killing somebody, they would fucking arrest you just based off that premise.
Fuck. I mean, I think that everyone would go to jail.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. They're like all like it's just crazy, man. Like films and stuff like that, the way that they depict like certain futures and
Mm-hmm.
technology and stuff like
Oh
that that
yeah.
actually puts those ideas in our head. Like, how does somebody come up with that stuff? And
I
like,
think.
and like some of it, sometimes I believe like some of this might be real life experience, but they can't portray it as that. So they have to put it in like a film that's like dramatized and they
That
have to
and
label it as nonfiction. So,
yeah, that is always tied down to my intuitive feeling that we are dropped these like little crumbs on a bread trail as to where we're going, and I think the point of it is to kind of desensitize us to certain certain experiences and stuff like that, like aliens, or superpowers, or technology becoming so advanced and sophisticated to the point where it can independently function on its own. This is not. This was all, go back 20, 30 years ago. You told somebody this, they'd fucking spit their water out and laugh at you. And now it's like, it's true. It came to fruition. Like, I always use it as a prime example, like Star Trek with the face swap technology. I think all of these things, to some degree, are done intentionally, like kind of tying into what you said, like life experience, or them just teasing this information. And the because Hollywood has always been pretty closely associated with higher status, and higher status people have been closely associated with people in power, and people in power are usually political representatives. So I think if you go down that rabbit hole, I don't know, maybe it's all speculative, I guess. Very it's like brain food, you know.
Yeah, no, I know. It's just crazy to think to think about that stuff.
Yeah, that's like, you know, why do you drive in a parkway but park in a driveway?
High thoughts.
The more freedom you give a human being, the more they start to speculate and think about shit that I guess in otherwise natural circumstances, or when I say natural, I mean in nature, they would otherwise not really be privy to that privilege.
Yeah, and that's the thing that's crazy too. As we like progress like further and further into the future, like people don't understand that that the demand for labor, like actual labor, is like pretty high, and when people don't want to do those jobs, then they're gonna get replaced by like a robot. You know what I mean?
Yep. Yeah. Well, Plato said
So
necessity is the mother of invention.
yeah, I mean that's 100% right. They're gonna get replaced by a robot. I mean, dude,
Oh yeah.
there's already like manufacturing facilities that have automated freaking like automated logistics systems that have like automated forklift machines that go and grab the packages, move them here, move them there, and they're all autonomous.
I
You know what I
wonder.
mean?
Yeah, I wonder if at the stage of full integration with technology, like say it's your local McDonald's, right? If they'll go the route of making everything seem sort of computerized, or they'll still find a way to keep the experience human, if that makes sense. Like, so like the reason that I think a lot of people have had a hard time interpreting AI up until this point is because it's all like data based and technology based, and not really something that is relatively understandable via their perception of the identity of AI. So when you take that AI and you transform it into a something that resembles a human, people are much more willing to understand and adapt. So it'll be fun. It'll be fun to see, you know, like even like corporations like McDonald's. You know, how can you integrate this technology without removing the experience? And is the experience even necessary?
Well, society advances by the number of operations it can perform without thinking. So in a lot of ways, like a lot of people, you hear them, "Hey, let's regulate AI." You're not regulating shit. You think this is like something we have control over, let alone that we understand? We're like monkeys playing with 286s. We don't understand what we're doing. We're doing it because everyone else is doing it. And if we don't, Like we're there was mutually assured destruction. Right now we have mutually assured computation, and nobody knows how to stop without losing a competitive advantage.
I think that that kind of ties into. Yeah. Oh, never mind.
I'm not excited about anything I say. These are just what I observe. And you start to extrapolate, right? And you see how competition works. And it's like, my professor was telling me, Walmart wants to know how much toilet paper they need to put in a store to the actual roll. If you look at how they need to optimize their supply chain. And so they're spending all of this time to do what? Figure out the shitting patterns and toilet buying patterns of humans. And there's so much prediction and value that can be created. And by the way, all of that prediction, too many variables for any single human to compute.
Oh yeah. That's why technology is just an extension of the human brain and its functionality just sped up.
And the thing is, some people think of it as they look at it. I believe they look at the advent of AI as it's almost signifies to them, if they accept that it's useful, that it is removing the divinity from humanity.
Mm-hmm.
And I think people push back at the notion because we believe that our ability to predict things in the future, our foresight, our interpretations of things, we like to think that that makes us different than the other beings on the planet. And it does. But what if we were able to create something that is just as conversant, if not more so, than we are? What would that mean about our divinity?
I love what you just said there, because it kind of ties into like micro and macro pushing. Because if you give, so you find this often, right? So people, like when I talk to family members and friends about self-driving cars, they're like, "Oh no, that I'm putting my life in jeopardy." So that's a macro, right? Because they have to become submissive in the sense of this car is so technologically programmed to the point where it can become in control of your life. But if you give someone an Alexa, they don't feel like that's detrimental towards their way of life, and it's more so used as a convenient tool, almost like a smart fridge or a GPS, right? Conveniency. Most people lost their understanding of surroundings via GPS, but they didn't question that throughout the process. It's all done in speculative hindsight. My fear is that
it's an adaptation, right? We're seeing our ability to speed up an operation through Alexa. Alexa, play a Rickroll, right?
Yeah. Alexa enables a conveniency, and humans love conveniency. That's the reason we built.
Convenience and control.
Yeah, with tools.
I do love convenience. I have like 8 of them in my house. 8 Alexas.
Boom. But now, if I told you, Mr. Roger, I have a computer algorithm that is that is a foolproof method to make sure you never lose money in the stock market, you'd feel a little bit more skeptical about that, right?
Would I feel skeptical about it?
Would you feel
I
like
mean,
you
I
had
guess
to?
it just depends on who the information is coming from my
That's true.
perspective.
That's true. But more
Damn.
so, remove the element of personal variables, and just kind of go into the sense of like, okay, Mr. Rogers, we're gonna have this AI run your community. That's gonna provoke much more of a deep contemplation than say, hey, Mr. Rogers, if you take this little speaker and you talk to it and ask it things, it'll fulfill these commands for you. You get what I'm saying?
I guess it just depends. I mean, honestly, I don't know, man. I don't know because I like convenience. I'm for all these things. Everything that I can do, any little piece of technology that I can purchase to prevent me from having to waste time doing.
You're cutting out, Mr. Roger.
Can you hear me now?
Check. Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I said so. Like for me, it's kind of weird because I'm for all these I'm for all these robots and all this technology that's gonna make my life easier and take place of me having to do certain things or like folding the clothes and putting all that shit away because it allows me more time to do things that I actually want to do instead of freaking doing chores and shit. So that's
Correct.
just the way that I view it. Other people may
Yeah.
view it differently, but I'm trying to get more time. The reason I'm buying this stuff is because right now, the way that I view life, every second, every millisecond, every nanosecond is so precious to me right now because at the end of the day, I'm gonna fucking pass away and die. So
Yep.
I need to cherish everything that I have right now and cherish all the moments. And if I could do that by purchasing technology that can make my life easier and more efficient to where I can utilize that time in a more productive way to make me happy, fuck yeah.
Now, would it be fair to say that your assessment on technology and its conveniency is more applicable because of your understanding of time, right? So you're like, you value your time and you feel like these tasks are laborious and kind of trivial to an extent. So if you could take those out, then that would mean something to you. But that would change, say, if you were a 65-year-old man who getting up and doing the laundry keeps you alive every day.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it's like the perception. So like what I'm trying to like wrap my head around through this process is something you said, Michael, that you kind of passed over brief like pretty quick, but I really liked what you said about questioning the divinity out of convenience. Which is that 65-year-old man who values these things is gonna contemplate a little bit more about the variables and consequences rather than merely just the conveniency.
Exactly. Because what if this old man he views his life as that being productive, folding the clothes and doing all these different chores and doing all that stuff. I don't find it, me personally, I don't find that being productive because if I could, I wouldn't wear clothes. Like, I don't, you know what I mean? I would go back to the freaking being a caveman, freaking just walking around with the freaking shawl on around myself. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
You know, but, you know, I mean, we have to wear clothes and we have to freaking, you know, we have to have certain things.
Let's start a
But
petition for you, Mr. Roger. No more clothes. No more clothes. Clothes are a fucking chore. Dude, I
don't know, dude. That's just to me, bro. That's just the way I feel.
No,
Like,
I
feel
agree.
like,
I mean,
you know, I could be doing better shit with my time than folding the laundry, you know, cleaning the toilets in the house, and I have to do it because it's a hygienic thing, right? I just want to have good hygiene, and I want to make sure that you know that my shit's clean. I don't get bed bugs and all that stuff.
Yeah,
it's a necessity, right? I have to do it, but do I want to do it? No.
Now that's the power of discipline. Discipline is more so just committing to an act, not because of personal want or lack thereof, but more so like I understand that me committing to this specific regimen builds this this perception of tasks in a being that says, if I commit to this knowing that I don't want to do it, you're kind of like, I don't know. The more I speak about it, it's kind of like a multivariable equation. But yeah, the more layers we add on, for you specifically, you seem to be a very creative person. So it's so anything trivial kind of seems like a chore and a task, and I do agree. Yeah, just kind of thinking about it, it's so crazy.
Yeah, dude, that's why remember, different strokes for different folks. You know,
Amen.
my perception of life is different from your perception or kids or Soyuz or Lagertha.
Yeah. Absolutely.
You know, or any of these people that are in here.
It's
So like,
funny.
but
No, no,
that
no.
doesn't mean that I'm
My truth is
that
the
doesn't
only
mean
truth.
anything of my character.
No, 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 Mr. Raj. My truth is the only truth. I don't know what you're talking about. Did you know that?
Yeah, to you it is. You know, it's funny, and my buddy used to always tell me that same shit, bro. He used to be like, "You didn't know the world revolved around me." He always told me that shit. But that's how he felt. That's how
But
he
that's how
fucking
people act,
felt.
right? When they come here,
You know what I mean?
you can see people who are very definite about their truth, and if you go at anything around the skirt of that truth, they become feral.
Well, have you delved into the psychological science of that?
Of the threat rigidity response.
More so the reason as to why people will react that way. If that's a summarization of the terms you just provided.
Yeah. Well, we have these ideas that we hold as idols, these metaphors that we hold as idols, right?
Mm-hmm.
These frameworks, these are our idols, right? And if you go against the idol, that means you must be a pagan and are against God.
There is that perception, but if I may present a more naturalistic, um, a more natural way to perceive it, wouldn't you argue that in nature
Wouldn't you
you
argue
need?
that? You're learning sales too. I'm so proud of you.
Wouldn't you?
Wouldn't you say that this is true? And if it's not true, then you're a loser, right?
This is why I come here, Michael. This is
Hypothesis,
chilling for
colon mark.
this is chilling for you guys, but I'm like fucking. I put on the thinking cap and just listen to everything you guys say. That's why it's so hard for my brain to float between the comedy that you present. Like if you'll notice, sometimes you'll say something after we're having like a serious conversation in a funny way, and I'll just be like, yeah, and then just
Dude,
kind of go right over it, right?
humor is scary because it's hard to disagree with it, and it short circuits thinking, right?
I am aware of the short circuit. I choose to kind of be like, okay, short circuit's happening. No.
Mhm. So yeah, stay on course, stay on course, stay on course.
Yeah. There's an iceberg. Let's get the fuck out the way. Fuck, man. Now you now I got lost in the.
Wouldn't you so start this out? Wouldn't you say?
Oh yeah, wouldn't you say that to some degree that it is absolutely imperative that someone or something living in nature needs to possess a certain amount of certainty to survive?
I think it also requires uncertainty.
Oh,
You know,
absolutely.
Tony Robbins said that the first two human needs are certainty and uncertainty, and that really floored me.
Yeah.
We
He
want
said
the
that, and that
adventure.
really bored you.
And no, it floored me because, you know, if you listen to, you ever read Tennyson's Ulysses?
Mm-mm.
Okay, so it's about basically, you know, you've heard of the Odyssey, where Odysseus or Ulysses takes another 10 years to get back home through all of these travels.
I've heard of the story, yes, but
Oh, yeah. So long story short, you have the Trojan War that lasts for 10 years. Odysseus, smartest of the Greeks, pisses off Poseidon because he uses a horse to beat Troy, and Poseidon was on Troy's side. And so Poseidon, because he's the god of the seas, makes it hard for Odysseus to get home and gives him 10 years of strife to get home, and all of his soldiers are killed, right, as punishment. And so anyways, Tennyson's Ulysses is a poem about speculation about Ulysses after he gets home. And the speculation is that Ulysses finds that when he gets home, he can't stand to be at home anymore because through the last 10 years has made him fall in love with adventure, even though he was trying to get home the whole time. And he says, you know what? Maybe we'll all be killed, right? Maybe we'll be thrown against rocks, follow the sirens, the whole 9 yards. But I can't stay at home. My heart's not here anymore. It's in the unknown.
Wow. You read too much, Michael.
Well, my parents were teachers and my grandfather was a principal, so I didn't have a choice in the matter.
Yeah, that definitely. No, I'm very intrigued by your profound extent of knowledge, especially when it pertains to literature.
Doesn't mean I know anything. I just know when to say the right quotes.
Yeah, I think one of the quotes where I saw the other day was basically a summarization of a quote by Plato, which was that poets' words are merely babble. And if you were to ask a poet to describe exactly what their words mean, they probably couldn't tell you.
Well, that sounds like it's a perspective of the logician. And we know that through Kessler's The Act of Creation, that there are three modes of expression. One is comic, one is logical, and one is artistic. The comedian is going to think the logician is incomplete. Logician is going to think the comedian is just hopping aloft. Right? The artistic will think the logician is being too concrete, and vice versa. There's a king, the queen, the joker. The king's the logician, queen, the artist, joker, the comic. And there are two people who can make fun of the king, the queen, and the joker. That's what stand-up taught me. Stand-up taught me you could stand up to power by using comedy. Because they don't know how to hold it. You ever see somebody who is smart and when he uses their language as power, run into sarcasm, short circuits the whole operation.
Mm-hmm. Kind of like what you guys did to Space Cat.
It's what we kind of do to each other for fun.
Yeah.
We did no such thing, sir.
We're all just fucking slapping each other with our sticks, huh?
That's it. And we're just whittling our sticks.
Wow. That's why I love this, man. I love this conversation, this conversational outlet, because I feel like it definitely provokes contemplation, and I feel like to some degree it's necessary, at least minimally every day, to provoke some contemplation.
You can get lost in the contemplation. When I did my research, I found that the end of the line was perception itself. Right? Are we beings? Are we actually perceiving? You know what I mean? So that's why I found all philosophical roads going back to was perception. And what is the nature of perception, and what does perception mean? Does it mean anything at all? And that's why I found Heraclitus, the pre-Socratic, who said the only thing we can know is that change is happening. Things change, and things have not stopped changing for as long as we can know.
Maybe.
Yeah, man. Think about it. There's no such thing as straight lines because we invented straight lines. Everything on the earth that hasn't been invented by man has infinite number of sides. If you actually look at it.
Even man itself.
The only accurate map of France is France. Simon Morley said that.
That's crazy, man. That really is fucking crazy. because that's where my I've never been a deep thinker, to be honest. I've been a deep thinker in the sense of when I grew up, at the end of every day, I like to run through things that I did wrong or perceived to have done wrong, things that I did right. How could I have changed them, or how could I have done certain things better, and what tomorrow holds for me. Like I told you, I'm not big on. I never read from books. I run into a lot of people who've read books, and it's crazy that we can communicate and reach the same conclusion, but from a different perception, which is the way that human beings learn given their immediate environmental circumstances, etc. For me, being more so from life, just looking at human beings and wanting to understand people as much as possible, and through the journey kind of just intuitively and subconsciously processing this type of information that there is no basic definition of most shit, you know what I mean? Most things are generalized truths.
Well, it's like that relation from light to wisdom to understanding at the top of the Kabbalah tree of life. Wisdom is this disembodied knowledge, but
So
disembodied knowledge is useless without embodying it
so
in
let me
some
ask
sort of
you something,
context.
Michael.
Yeah.
Let me ask you something. Do you think then, if we can all come to the conclusion that it's all speculative and that to speculate on speculation would be trivial,
A derivative.
shouldn't we just focus on living our lives and trying to create as many peaceful moments as possible, or you know, because our values are all obviously uniquely different to the person. So you know, what I value from life could be being in nature, and as for another, it could be, you know, fucking pillaging villages and shit like that. You know.
Or those could be all a part of the same life. You know, the Achilles choice. Do you want to be remembered forever as a great warrior, or do you want to live out a long life as a cattle herder? That's kind of the false dichotomy that people have.
So you think people are so obsessed with what they leave behind that they inherently pursue things of what they determine to be valuable so that they can speculatively leave something behind or think that they've left their mark on this world?
People are driven to legacy, whether that be legacy through children or legacy through what they left behind.
Conquering philosophical interpretations of reality. I posted a quote earlier. I said, it was basically, it's my own. And what I did was, and I've always told people this, you know, in
So you
my,
mean you posted a tweet?
I posted a tweet, yep, and I put quotations around it, so it's my quote, motherfucker. I said, you can live forever if you educate your children properly. What does that mean to you?
It means that we strive for immortality. We want to be like God. We want to be able to say that my life had meaning because of the influence it exerted into eternity.
Damn, that's something that's very big in the Mexican culture. So like they have this thing every year. I mean, it's called Dia de los Muertos, and they have this
Can
like
you
snack
translate
called
that for people?
so it's Day of the Dead. So they have
I'm
Day of the Dead, and they have this thing that's called an ofrenda, and the ofrenda is like a place that has like a bunch of shelves and stuff like that, and you put people's pictures up to remember them. And the folklore goes that if you don't put their picture up, then they'll be forgotten, and then they'll just pass on to the afterlife, and you won't be able to visit your loved ones again because you're like forgotten. Since you're forgotten through memory and nobody remembers you anymore, you're completely gone and erased off the land.
Wow.
It's kind of like reinforced human immutability.
Yeah, if you really think about it.
No, I love it. We even like Hindu culture, if someone passes away, we'll have like rituals that happen every 7 days, 9 days, 3 months, 6 months, 1 year, right? And it's that idea that, you know, I used to think of it like, why are we doing this? And I realized, oh, this is an excuse for us to come together and heal.
But
Oh, that's why this is needed.
if the process itself serves, and I know you're going to decipher and attack the terminology good.
Why would you say that?
Because I know you, motherfucker. If the process itself
I'm offended.
contributes towards positive experiences, and not necessarily positive, but like you said, it kind of gives people an excuse to come around each other, right? And in that mandatory process, people, you know, I guess it's all up to the people, right? So they could either communicate, they could hate each other still, but bringing people together to at least sit around. And I don't exactly know the process, or not too familiar with it, but basically, and this is just, an opinion of mine, I think that of of course we all have this desire to become like God. But I think it's because we intrinsically understand the power of God. And it's not so that God is this man or woman or however you choose to visually um, create this identity so that it's relatively more understandable to you. Um, but more so that an ideology that contributes towards the perception of life experiences is carried through thousands of years. And one can argue that if this ideology contributes towards the way people behave thousands of years from the time that this ideology was birthed, that it is still living.
Do you feel like in the future, like thousands of years into the future, that people will see the people of today as God?
Hmm. In the
Be-
sense of definition and societal perception in group settings, no. Individually, based off of the interpretation of what God is, yes, to some degree. Widely, and scoped out. But I think a
yeah,
lot of
because because when you sorry, because when you do when like we describe God, we describe someone who can take life, who can give life. Well, we can do that.
mm,
Um,
but you
who
notice that you
can
say who,
change.
right?
What do you mean?
Like you said, we describe God as who. Um,
Yeah,
you,
as who exactly? As who? Like
but
that's
is
how
that
people, because that's how people perceive. Like, I'm just saying. I'm just giving a generalized like expression, right? So like
mm-hmm,
when people view God, they view him as a healer. When we have healers, we have doctors and stuff like that.
mm-hmm,
Um, we have people who can create stuff and build houses. We got that. We can control the currents of the water.
mm-hmm?
Um, we can control weather. Remember, they have those cloud making machines. You know,
You
um,
motherfucker.
they have. Oh, well, they do. It's real. It's fucking real, bro. I know about those too. Um, they have. They now have these giant fucking like stomping machines that are in the ocean that are causing seismic events. I don't know
Hmm.
if you knew about that, but
Oh
they
yeah.
have like these machines that freaking stomp the ground so they can measure like the Earth's seismic activity, and they're like fucking with it. I mean, because we're and it kind of like messes up the fault lines, and so it's messing up like fault lines and causing like certain events to occur within the Earth. Um, Yeah, so that's an interesting theory, right? Because we are able to do all those things already. So
Hmm.
in the future, like 3,000, 4,000 years in the future, would the people then perceive the people of today as like a god because we like set the foundation for everything?
Hmm.
Because we're healers and we can do all this stuff. We can bring people back to life through like CPR and you know through the
Well, I get exactly what you're saying. Yeah, all these perceived capabilities of what defines God can be brought into the characteristics of individuals that, when collectively in a group setting, can behave as God. And
hmm
I think that some of the wisest people in the world already understand that. That if 100 people get together and have this belief, and this belief is the contributing factor as to why they commit to certain decisions, say healing, say destruction or construction, um, that one can argue God is not a who, but more so the what. And the reason we relate so much to God is because God is merely a figurative depiction of us all. And that's the reason why the further civilization and societies drive away from God, they seem to run into a lot of situational errors.
Will Durant and his wife said that philosophy marked the end of religion. And the problem with that is that society was running actually on its religion. And when you took away the religion, you took away the drive that was behind the art and the culture. And so you saw the society declining when they had that handover from
Phone's gonna
religion.
die.
No worries. Dan, what are you saying? We're still here. Can you imagine that?
I had a premonition actually between realizing my laptop was out of power and the fact that I had actually just crossed the threshold on sort of the next high and ordered White Castle of all things. Now, not everyone here is familiar with this brand. It's called White Castle. It's
Bro, those burgers are fucking bomb.
Yeah, exactly. They are. Yes, my friend. They are indeed the bomb. And this is why I feel it's like it's great that you're still here. I'm not going to probably talk a lot. I'm probably going to be what I think a co-host usually is. It's just sort of like a bouncer that stands next to the host to let everyone know in case the host does get rugged, because there's a large constituent of people who are probably offended with the last 9 hours and are working already covertly in the field against this notion of what I think we've been talking here is the right to gibberology. And gibberology is not something that was passed down from the gypsies. It wasn't something that Judaism brought us. It was long before the Egyptians were here. This is something that's down into the very primal. Why does man always think it gets its inference from yet another humanistic organism when in fact it came from the primordial mud itself? So how is it that we were derived from the very oil and soil, this very mucous membrane, and crossed through multiple evolutions, of which were probably other types of organisms, and somehow we settled on the fact of our humanistic species is somehow the perfected version? This is what IKEA wants to remind us. This is why the Swedish are against most rational regimes, because they don't work with a collective cohesion that we have. But in these rooms, we can dig down and we can dig into the actual truth is that mankind walked away from its primal order. Mankind moved into a transcendence because it chose not to be the lizard anymore. While people go on about reptilian DNA, you're absolutely right, because it is in all of us. And you are never going to lose your reptilian edge, my friend. This is the reason why you're so good at pointing out the fine print in contracts, because you are a snake. You don't realize it. It's actually already in you. This is why you went to law school. You got into law school because you realized how good you were at manipulating people on the playground. You realized that the synthesis of this power could be derivative beyond your simple construct. So what'd you do? You decided to spread your seed just like every other human. And now you got Roe v. Wade working on your side, big boy. Well, congratulations and welcome to the new America, the land of home and the brave, or the free, all depending on what level of honor and deep fake you're consuming at this moment. Most of what you heard here actually isn't true. It's all derogative of something possessive. In the fact that the White Castles arriving aren't just a simple, normal one bag. I too got the 1921 burger, and I'm trying a couple of the chicken ones. All of which I'm trying to maintain a non-laughable character. The only way to do this is to accentuate the notion in your diaphragm of which you want to compel a laugh, but you deny it. Because there is no innovation. There is only will and determination. Mankind is not allowed to evolve. We are more than just a substance. We deny ourselves the true power of divinity when in fact we are the Christ. And you've been listening to God.
Wow.
And that was like maybe one bowl ago, but I am getting White Castle, so I'm excited.
Wow.
It's fantastic. You guys watching the fights tonight?
Yeah. Yes, fucking sir. All of them.
Adesanya Kanania, are you crazy? Dude,
Kanania. I like how you pronounce his name.
how do you say it? Kanania?
Nah, I thought it was pronounced Cannoneer, but
It
that's
could
more
be.
so. That's probably fucking us Americans
It
butchering
sounds
his
like
name.
American French.
Yeah.
Jared Cannonier.
Cannoneer.
Oh,
Cannon.
you know,
Cannons go boom. We know that.
yeah, that's a great fight just because Canyon hits so hard,
Wow,
dude.
dude. So then what the fuck do we think about, man? Like, what the fuck is life about? What is, like, I have this
Sounds like a question for the AI, eh, Dan?
consistent fascination with
I'm
death and its
I'll be right
perceived,
back.
does death give life meaning?
Yes, because life is finite.
And death is what drives home that point.
Without it, that point would be lost on us.
Wow, bro. Yeah, I fucking love you guys.
That's Gregory Isaacs, by the way. When Dennis Brown, God rest his soul, passed away, they were asking Gregory Isaacs about what he thought. And he says, you have to understand that while I'm sad he's no longer here, death is a gift that God gives to all man.
Only the dead have seen the end of war.
Only the lonely, Roy Orbison.
I love this. We're just fucking proverbially shifting our sticks at each other.
It just domains. It just by association of domains expresses laughter. You understand? We covered this a couple spaces ago.
Yes,
We just
sir.
have, and the thing is, we're getting better at doing it. This homospatial thinking of looking at multiple domains.
I
You
can't
know what?
even.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say I can't even communicate with normal human beings anymore, bro. Like it's getting to the point where
Yeah.
it's like you have a conversation with somebody, and like it's either they get lost in your terminologies, no matter how much you try to dumb it down, or they feel like you're just swinging a shtick their way, and they don't like it.
Well, it's also like there's no rule that says you have to get along with everyone. Right? There's no
Absolutely.
rule that says that. There's no rule that says that you have to sublimate, you have to subordinate your own truth to make somebody else feel comfortable. Right? And we're playing on the edge of that here, right?
Yeah.
We play on the edge, and that's why some people get pissed off.
I don't
Right?
understand. I don't understand. Well, I mean, I do understand how, but I just intrinsically, maybe and I thank God for this gift that He's bestowed upon me, this gift of intuition, more so than intelligence. Just somehow not logically being able to verify that you just don't know shit.
Yeah, it's a humility before the mystery.
Dude, I think I'm gonna die soon, bro.
All right, man, you're up. Gonna let you read that off there. Okay. Well, our host will do the dramatic reading. You really have to listen for that.
What is it?
Just put it up on the nest for you. It is a bit quiet. I guess I could read it off. I really wanted our host to read it off because it's kind of better.
I can read it for you if you want.
Yeah, you got to do it, but you got to do it in a dramatic way. Go for it, man.
In a grammatic way, I guess I'll do my best. And
It's
you
okay.
tell me.
This is first time. Everyone welcome Cap to the throne here and take on and do that AI. This is the Squarespace Degen conversations in a broadcaster voice. I actually do it in a broadcaster voice. That's the rule. I'm sorry, not
Oh
dramatic.
man.
If you want to be a dramatic broadcaster, you can be. There's no reason. There's not many of them left.
Well, I'll try my best. I don't try to think too much about how I come off because I find that if I do that, I disingenuinely come off. I'll just start reading it. Hey, um, if life is White Castle, then humanity must endure the castle's gift. Correct? That is exactly what some lifelong friends believe. They came to me with the friendship problem. It had been going on for quite a while, so it wasn't just one guy hitting on the other. And it was not just a few flirtatious texts. They were really committed. They were spending time together, eating meals, and even taking trips together. Yet they were not having any physical relationship. At first, I was taken back. Then, I decided to give it a try. I was a little curious to see. The next one is it that same question? Yes.
Yeah.
How to know if you have a black hole? You can only see the light from the outside. You cannot see the darkness from the inside. That is the only way you can know if you are a black hole. In the universe of the black hole, the light is what is falling into the black hole. The black hole is what is catching the light. Black holes are the gateway to the other side of the universe. The gateway to the other side of the universe is a black hole. It is a doorway to the realm of the spirits.
That was awesome. It's funny because when I think of it, black hole and White Castle do seem to go together to me.
You'll explode someone's mind if you make the correlation.
I just love it when it's just the contextual notion, like the true history of like people who go to White Castle know the good things and bad things of it. And then and of course you ask the AI and it comes up with, like the black hole. It's almost like you asked the AI, did OJ did it or whatnot. And I was like, oh, you know what I mean? And I was like, dude, of course,
Oh, imagine the AI is like, that motherfucker's guilty.
Mm-hmm. I think about that a lot. I think when I watch politics lately, I think more and more. I did a brief stint in law in terms of working in commercialization when I worked in the university, trying to help inventors get their intellectual property out to market and whatnot. Learned a lot about the matter of factness of lawyers, and just I don't know, it just rubbed off on me. So when I see all these politics and everything is it's funny. It's like it's less actually about government and politics, and it's all about sort of the ways you can manipulate law, either with a really bad lawsuit or just it just highlights. It's weird. I feel like you go to a pizzeria to eat a great piece of pizza, and only to realize like underneath the pizza is like a whole dwarven camp of people that basically have to mine to get that Parmesan cheese because you know what I mean. It's like a slave labor camp and everything. You know what I mean? You're like, holy shit, and you're like, well, I don't need to get the Parmesan, and then they'll look at you like, you stupid. If you don't have the Parmesan, we all die. Of course you need the Parmesan. We need the Parmesan. Don't you need the Parmesan? And then you just see like. You just like made a suggestion and then it infects the group, right? It goes all the way down the chain, and now there's like the 40th person going like, our life is a lie. They don't need this after all. And that guy just like lemming, right? Jumps off the cliff. Hey, and then it's just like that progression. And that was all because you just didn't see that nefarious intent. Kind of makes you wonder where it's already placed around the world.
I mean, as somebody who experienced the very personal, emotional disturbance of politics, I've really fell down from that scale of things because I feel like the politics is what I describe as the infinite loop of raising awareness. And yeah, so it's kind of trivial to me to some degree. But then also recently I've learned that the consequence of not having your hand in politics is being ruled by those who are inferior to you.
Yeah, definitely.
So it's like a catch-22,
It is, and it makes you wonder. Like, it almost feels like it's.
I mean, what is a catch-22 in the Matrix? Is catch-22 in the Matrix just the systems, interoperability matrix going, we have a host that's like, leave the system, we'd like to turn you around and go back into the system. You know what I mean? There's a lot, I think. I was just thinking about this when I was talking about this innovation thing, about this notion of there is no innovation, there's only will and determination. I really love that line because it speaks to the truth of the matter, and that when a founder starts a startup, you're starting on a 80% delusional compass. And that's actually good because it's allowing you to manifest a reality in your mind that you're actually willing it. You know what I mean? I like to think like that because I see it. I see that, and then it's indicative of people I feel like who have experienced a certain degree of law of attraction, whether or not they knew it or not. They experience an aspect. I feel like I have. So,
me too.
It's empowering you because then you sort of are open to the pattern, and then suddenly you start to see the pattern now, and that could be, there's a psychology piece for that too. Someone will come back, well, that's something indicative law number 48. I don't know, but there's a part of me that keeps wondering, and I do think that the mind and the self and our ego are all sort of different mechanisms to sort of govern or at least restrict our notion of true divinity if we think we're worthy or not. It's just very strange to see so many places where there is this notion of limitation, and I think that might be we see it more and more as a limitation because we've just forgotten the magic. You know what I mean? Like, you don't know how to do telekinesis anymore. That's why you're like, you got to get up and go across the room because you just can't do it anymore.
Or maybe magic loses its value when you understand how the magic itself works.
True.
I think that the more we mechanize the world, the less we believe in magic.
Because it's identifiable via the senses.
I think we're actually reinventing magic. I think that we had magic at one point. This is a fun theory. We had magic at one point, and we basically refined it to a point where we basically invented technology in a very much way, like sort of the Frankenstein sort of aspect. So we crossed that threshold, and then we doubled down on the science of what we've created. And I think that's where if you go with that line of thinking, then you can sort of go with the line of thinking of like, okay, well then the occult and everything else is a preservation of the base foundation of magic. Yes, correct. It's like it's kind of like with someone getting online. This is a funny conversation I had with family family-in-law, where we talked about I was talking about how a camera can recognize you, and you can basically pay for a product with your face. And I was told that's that's like the Satan, right? That's the mark of the beast. And then
sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh no, I was gonna say that I wanted to because the more you speak, the more my mind pulls relative context material to kind of help my brain understand it.
Excellent.
And that's so true because if you had taken, say, a piece of modern technology and brought it back, say, 1,000, 2,000 years ago, and introduced this to this person, they would swear that was magic.
Yeah. I think
That's what
I think
modern.
like that, and I also think that
Oh, sorry. No, I was saying that's magic actually stemmed from traditional Renaissance alchemy. Like if you go back and look at the alchemists that they used to have back in the day, that was their form of magic, and they actually did call it wizards and names for those for the alchemists.
And then we transitioned to a period of time where we started burning each other and calling each other's witches.
Dude, do you realize how strange of a time that we live in right now? Has there ever existed this moment for human beings to interact with this Artificial intelligence. We don't know if that has ever existed on planet Earth.
Or whether or not it will serve as good or bad.
Well, it'll probably be documented in a textbook. It'll be like, everyone turn to page 48. All right. Here we talk about the Rubin effect. That's right, Jesse. Again, Rubin was again discovered in the late 20th century and then actually propagated through the ancient primordial matrix through a division of cellular. What was that again, Susan? CRISPR, correct. So through CRISPR, he was allowed to spread into the core matrix. And then what did he infect? Can anyone tell me the first startup that he infected? Anyone? Twitter, correct. He became a sentient presence on Twitter, which then transformed into what? Can anyone say it? Anyone say it? Yes, Pornhub. That was a pivot that he did not mean to have, although he did gain a certain amount of extra influence data on certain oligarchs, which definitely helped us in our fight against Russia during their takeover of Florida. Now then, who can bring us up to date on the impact of the Warpgate explosion? Susan, what was that? Correct. Uber claimed that Warpgate explosion was not their fault after all, and had blamed it on who? That's right. What was that? What was it called? Let's Go Brandon. Let's Go Brandon is a dangerous cult that then grew out of the 20th century and spread all over East Asia until it found its way into the Vietnamese culture. See, now I'm going into that other voice, which is more of like Walter Cronkite and Dan Rather mixed together. Together, the people then drove into the desert. It was there where they found Reuben strapped to a young girl, tied to a tree.
That is fucking spot on, bro.
After which, Reuben was approached and then synthesized deep in the matrix with an old Bill Gates. Bill Gates said that Reuben's mind was very useful in making different types of taffy, although they settled on a primordial Cedric index of the H25 weaponized system from, that's right, Canva. Canva went on to acquire most of the internet, and then over time, Apple themselves merged with Qualcomm and became a new White Castle. And thanks for listening to the Squarespace.
Dude, you're fucking, oh my gosh, the fact that you continued that without error is fucking amazing.
It's just, it all
Dan
gets...
Rockwell, I'm shooting you a follow, sir.
Yeah, man, just get stuck in your head.
Holy shit, dude.
Spills out.
Oh my gosh, dude, you made me feel like I was back in I was listening in on a 1970s radio station where the guy
I do love that. It's just something about that voice, which I love. That's
Bro, that was like the Twilight voice.
Yeah.
The Twilight Zone voice.
Bro,
dude.
right?
Like, spot on.
You can do that subtle paranoia too. It was at
Holy
that moment
shit.
that Reuben decided to drink the lemonade and then leave the desktop alone. He logged back into Pornhub, only to realize that most of his friends had left him. From there, he moved deep into the cerebral cortex of Mark Zuckerberg. Later that evening, Mr. R showed up with his report. Yo, man, this is bullshit, he said, upset with a... That's the other thing. If you can carry a whole conversation, then that's why I like when Seth MacFarlane does that. He'll do like a whole room. That's a blast. Because you just... The other thing, too, is that you don't ever have to search for inspiration. It's like, you're kind of like, you're its bitch. You know what I mean? Like, it comes to you, and it's like, in a lot of ways...
If you allow it to come out.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
The lack of self-censorship is so important.
That's so true, man. That's self-censorship. I think about that. You know what's funny about that? That makes me really think about everything I've done, like getting to this point in life in some ways, because I've always done like improv this and like I like making up this. Is that really the true statement? Or is it just simply I just don't want to be censored? You know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm saying? In other words, it's another point where in the human psyche, once again, what do? I decide I'm not worthy. This is part of an issue with me for sure. In a lot of ways, it's what comedics I think look for. You look for some patterns of broken geometry. Like if all your geometry is perfect, you can scan it just like any other machine learning system and go like, yeah, got 5 apples, 2 asparagus, and you're like, you got everything. You know what everything is. But if everything is damaged, the computer goes, well, I think we got a friendship, 2 love affairs, a 3-way, and I don't know, we got a midget, and I don't know, I see a brass bridge. You know what I mean? Like, the computer is fucked up. Like, humanity, in order to stay humanity in some ways, strives for a level of imperfection. And I think that's a cool takeaway for an AI, actually, is to, instead of this notion of perfecting the AI, I think there's actually a lot of, I look at the AI art stuff and everything, it's almost like a reverse experiment going on. And instead of us sort of playing with AI is playing with us to see what realm of want and reach and what desire do we have, and what's our pattern of that desire, and then how does that actually map back to who we are and where we should be going. You know what I mean?
How does it fulfill its purpose? And its
Correct.
purpose being what's desired from the person interacting with it.
Correct. Which is, if you think about it, that is a brilliant, groundbreaking sort of foundational strategy if you're going to launch a platform-based AI, meaning an operating system-based AI, right? So you want to start in the play space. You want to go open GTP3. You want to give it to every kid out there. You want a 9-year-old kid playing with it. Why? Because that 9-year-old kid is going to be the kid that runs the company in the future, right? So you want to get it out, and then you want to make it playful, and then you want to just get the hell away.
Could
And
you
that's
imagine?
Yeah.
Real quick, I'm sorry. Could you imagine? I had an idea that came to mind. An artificially intelligent suicide hotline
Oh, totally.
where it specifically can cater to this individual. That's remarkable.
Yeah, and now you got to keep in mind that notion is already possible today, if not possible, say, I'd say 5-10 years ago. What's actually more doable is that the whole grid is working together, meaning the minute that call connects, the grid that we are on has communicated the essential metadata to the hotline system on what's going on with the host. The host has been, have they deviated from their norm? What's their norm? I mean, do they have a routine of experimentation and do they have a pattern of happiness? Meaning they exhibited this pattern and they were happy, but now they're on a deviant pattern. You know what I'm saying? So if the system can inform, everything that we've built to date was largely built on no AI thinking, but now everything going forward is built on top of AI. This is why I tell people, like, today's hustler was not yesterday's hustler in any way, shape, or form. Because today's hustler, I could drop $100 a month, on a couple key services, and I can walk around like I'm 30 people online, let alone maybe run 12 different businesses right next to each other. You know what I'm saying? It's still a hustle, right? Things are still going to be fucked up. In fact, if they're not fucked up, you're fucked up. If you're not going fast enough to fuck up, then maybe you shouldn't be in the business of building startups and fucking up. You know what I mean? It's kind of, at least there's a part of me that wants that tough love, and then I've also been the person who's been like, I gotta find 40 grand or die. So it's like, I don't know. I just understand. I feel like I've got empathy for both sides, and the struggle in the middle is where you learn the most. So it's kind of funny.
Wow. I like that statement you just said.
Yeah. Zingers. I always have these zingers, and I don't know, sometimes I write them down. A lot of them I just record, just like this. So, ramble.
Zinger-driven development.
Yeah, it is. Zinger. It's funny. I used to do audio journals to myself on my commute to work and back, and I don't know. I think I've always just wanted to just have a lot to say, I guess, but that really turned out to be a lot of therapy because I was able to learn how to transfer negative emotions out of myself. I can basically record, negative pain, emotional pain to tape, and it actually is transferred. I can transfer the emotion, and once I kind of figured out that, I sort of doubled down on it, and it was like that was the first way I sort of, healed myself. But it also made me really interviewer. So then I was really obsessive with just anytime I met with somebody. I don't know if it's ADD or if it's I just wanted to talk to somebody and get more signal. the frequency.
Maybe it's like all the paths you've set on. You got to go into the like using your own words as a reference, like kind of struggling in the in between, and the in between being the interaction with humans, and being able to understand people and become and develop empathy.
That's definitely part of it. I think when when you're a developer and you work with startups, one thing that's nice is that you're part of their timeline. Every startup, every founder has a timeline, and you sort of become part of their timeline.
Yeah.
Right. That became a really big reward for me, because I didn't need equity, and I also knew that equity was just a dream. In a lot of ways, our startup tech scene is so messed up. We reward like, hey, I just gave away 40% of my company and raised $28 million. You know what I mean? It's like, all right, congratulations, you have no control and you'll be replaced in 3 years. Yeah, I feel great. It's like that's you know what I mean? No one ever did that show. So I started sort of when I worked in the Columbus, Ohio startup scene for the most part. So I started being very flippant about things. And that I just started getting a rep for myself for being this kind of person that would make fun of people. Like early on, I lectured people. I was like, we're going to all build an app in 30 days. There's no reason why you can't build an app in 30 days. Oh, I want to build it. I wanted to get customers right. I got to think about my brand. What do you mean your brand? Your brand's Panda. Done. Move on. Next. It's like I would just rip through these groups and Startup Weekend. I'd be like, what are you guys working on? For the last 3 hours, you've been designing a logo? Well, congratulations. You're all fired. By the way, your startup is brand new. It's like I just went in and just really whipped people. And then part of it was because I wanted them to focus on the real problem. Like people started falling into sort of plain startup house. Like they would work on all the aspects of the product or the UI that had nothing to do with the core innovation or change. Meaning you would spend 3 days working on the login system during the weekend of the event. I'm like, that you're not doing it. You're going to fake the login. We're lying. No, you don't fucking need it. You need to show them the real shit. You got a fucking Cuban in the room. You want to show him, And by the way, Cuban, he's not a real entrepreneur himself. Oh, all right, that's a whole nother thing. But basically, he really lucked out with some killer acquisitions. That he was like great timing on acquisitions, and then he was able to pay it forward. So he's always been a good pay it forward. But in terms of someone who basically built something and killed themselves, I know we don't like Bezos, but that guy went, I don't know, a good 20 years before he ever found profitability. Of course, that was by design, probably. Who knows? But there's a lot of people that really built the foundation that we're on today that basically have never gotten credit. So I guess.
Amen.
Yeah.
Yeah, and referring to what you said before, I tweeted something earlier. I said one may experience the sole purpose of verbally depicted suffrage through providing simple solutions conversationally or situationally. And what I mean by that is basically that, what you were doing is like, okay, no, this is the problem, fix it. And it's like, well, what about this? And you find that people's, you find out real quick what people's issues are. And most of the time, they're not what they are proclaiming them to be.
Yeah, totally. Like I think rarely does a startup die because it didn't raise the money, in my opinion,
or it was a bad idea, or just there's a multitude of variables. I'm sure that you understand 10 times more than I do, because due to my lack of life experience.
It's kind of like Occam's razor, though, if you think about it. That whole notion of like the simplest thing is probably the answer or whatever. And that's what you can almost apply that to the startup. You can almost say that like the minute someone goes, like, oh, I have a startup idea. What's the name? It's called, it's a social network for cats. Like already your Occam's razor in your head. It's like, instantly when you hear it, you go like, I don't know. That might be changing because Web 2.0 was definitely sort of defined by these crazy paradigm shifting ideas like Airbnb and other things. So I shouldn't be too hard on the ideas. I don't know. I'm trying to help. I believe like startup weekends are less about startups and more about building people. So I tell people like I'm in the business of building people, not necessarily. I can build technology, like that's freaking obvious. But if you can build a person who then is then a generator of technology, you know, that's a lot more interesting, right?
Yes. Kind
So
of
this
ties
is
in. Sorry.
yeah, this is what gets you excited about sort of like research papers and aspects of commercialization that's very interesting is that there's lots of different ways to commercialize. Tony, my man, what you got?
Thanks for having me, by the way. My question is, do you think there's a higher likelihood of a startup failing if you get VC capital? Like my startup personally has been so cautious with like which investor we invite on board, just because we don't want to get that corporate structure or we don't want to deceive them in any type of way or have to answer to certain expectations. So do you think it's just better to bootstrap rather than like wait
If
for
you,
certain investors?
yeah, good question. It really kind of comes down to what you're doing and a couple factors. One, if you're a subject matter expert in the space that you're working in and you have 25 years plus knowledge, then you should hold. I mean, right now you have cards. You don't know how to maybe monetize the cards you have, but you have cards. Like if I'm building something, you would be a high value target person in the room. Why? Well, because you've been in the room for the last 25 years. If the room fills with water, you would probably know how to get out faster than anyone else, right? So there's that history and domain knowledge that I would value. Two, if you're the coder, right, you're the developer himself, those people are typically, obviously, more valuable than the straight up hustler who thinks, like, you know what? I think Italian people are huge. I want to get into pizza. You're like, okay, but wait a minute. Are you allergic to pizza? I am. But hold on. Listen, hear me out. Right. So, so the hustler is usually the weakest sort of bet on the table. However, if the hustler has the vision and has parts of the history and or knows the competency of the technology and the going forward, if the hustler or the vision, if the visionary has sort of a compositional pathway understanding, knowing, in other words, they've already run the simulation, even if it's a delusion in their head, then I would maybe consider that visionary. And that's why you always look for second time entrepreneurs. Like second time entrepreneurs have already sort of achieved the first gate of manifestation. So they're automatically above somebody else. But it really, and then it comes down to like, okay, well, how long can you go on fumes? And then the question really comes down to what stage you are at as a startup. If you're at a stage where your idea is working, you have traction, you have successful loops, you have all these successful loops going on in the product. You have a successful onboarding loop, you have a successful, initial 90 days of usage showing, progressional benchmark of here, and then it moved to here, and then it moved more, right? You can show areas where the product's working and where it's falling down. Oh, you might say, I don't want to show them bad data. Fuck that. If you don't show me any data that's sucking, then your narrative is all based on what? You've already pitched a perfect narrative to me because you don't want to show me any faults. I'm sorry, I thought you wanted money. I need to invest in humans, right? So you got to provide, in my opinion, you need to show the scars. In fact, if you don't show the scars of building it, then I assume you've done no work, and therefore I'm going to already de-evaluate you, right? So show your scars. Show how you paid it forward. Show me that you worked with the little young Methodist high school grade students who couldn't form a sentence, but that was okay because you went in there and gave them hope. Why? Because you want to show economic development for your region. Show me why you're more useful than just the narrative of what your product is. So that's one place, I think. The other thing is like, do you need the money in order to get over the? You basically have a gravity problem. You're too bound. Your product is growing, but it's not growing at the right, say, burn required in order for you to actually leave Earth's gravity. That is a prime place where you do need to switch up the narrative and you do need to get money because regardless of what you're doing, you're never going to get out of Earth's orbit. And you didn't prioritize your rockets that land you safely on Earth. Why? Because it's not what you're supposed to build first, right? You know what I mean? And you didn't give everybody, like parachutes. Why? because we got rid of everything out of the cockpit because we need to get this thing as light as fucking possible to leave the atmosphere, right? So it's like, it's like that. All those rules apply to the startup. So it really depends. I think it depends. And I think if you're not leveraging AI in your startup right now, you're not a fucking startup. You should just be, thrown out the fucking airlock. And the reason for that is because you're not leveraging the means of this year. Like if you don't have any AI in your platform at all, well, I'm sorry. We're going into the year 2023. If you're from 2015, you can sit in the back row. You know what I mean? Like, that's what people don't realize, and that's what I think is missing in the market and everything is the advancements of AI. Where it's at right now is priced nowhere. There is no visibility of it, and in
I'm
fact,
very much in that.
I just think that's pretty
I'm happy with you.
wild. But yeah, man, I don't know if I answered your question, but yeah.
Yeah, more than enough. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Dude, you just provided me with like, I didn't even ask the fucking question. Jeez,
I
dude,
love the
you're
space,
fucking,
man.
you're a smart man, dude. I love
Thanks.
the way you use figurative speech and metaphors to translate core values and principles that one should integrate with business, and in a way in which it's not overwhelming. Your gravity example is a prime reference towards that.
Thanks, man. I get that.
No, thank you.
I thank that, man. I appreciate that. I need to. This is something that, as a creator, that you're constantly battling with a degree of stage fright. Like I'm trying to get my newsletter back going. I'm trying to do these new things, and I'm working on like a new agency concept of. It's almost sort of more of a collaboration. I almost feel like even the agency models, like remote work, is changing things, and the pandemic changed values in people, and so this notion of the individual brand, especially going into the world of NFTs, which are definitely going to become a staple of existence. I don't see any way we'll get around them in a lot of ways. And I think it's already. What's funny is that we're actually supposed to be feeling the malaise of what we're feeling now. We're in an engineered state of sort of like decline and depression and dystopia. And why? How the hell do you get a massive rush if everyone expects it, right? So I think you might say that's just delusional thinking. Well, you're right. I'm entitled to that delusional thinking. What's great is the power of the human mind is the more people are delusional, believe it or not, that future comes to pass. So it's like, are we delusional or are we just simply manifesting? Some of us are manifesting slightly faster than others. I don't know.
Yeah, I think
Fucking
that
amazing thinking.
I think that if something is anything that can be applied as a construct and carried into motion by humanity or individuals themselves becomes real to an extent in which the motion that drives them is this core belief. So therefore, enabling this core belief some validity in its realness.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember once when I was working in anime and editing
everybody
stuff. I had a boss that yelled at me. They said, "I want you to sit down and work on this machine to figure
And
something
it's
out."
cool that you talk about individual branding because, I mean, that has always been a source point for any business. I like to think of business as an extension of oneself as well. How you carry yourself throughout life, what matters to you. If you run a business that conflicts with your morality, at some point, I believe, turn the switch or just hand it over, because it's just it's not a yin and a yang. It's a yin. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
you're in constant conflict with the aspect of your business.
What animes did you work on again?
I worked for a company called ADV Films, so I worked on things. The big ones are like Neon Genesis, Evangelion. There's a big one that's on Netflix and people have seen probably. But yeah, there's like Battle Angel before what's his name bought the rights to it. I worked on trailers and whatnot, but lots of.
That's all I do now. Is just I find everything I'm doing is B2B trailers.
Oh yeah.
So powerful, dude. So powerful.
And individual branding has become a popular tool. I mean, if you just look at influencers, right?
Totally. And it also makes me think of a different sub-thread that some friends of mine on the academic side have been talking about. We've been talking about Starfleet Academy lately. We've been talking about K-12 and about this notion to get STEM education into the youth. And so there's this notion of sort of like, how would you build Starfleet Academy at K-12 level? It's just a weird conversation.
You need Bilal's Wally. Do you know Bilal? Michael, you got to introduce him to Bilal. Bilal's Wally.
Where's Wally?
I don't know.
Oh, I thought you said he was here.
No. I'm saying like the incorporating core principles in education.
Yeah. So
be a fun
I think that's
integration.
what brings us together, right?
Yeah.
That idea that there might be frameworks that, if made available to people, that they would be able to achieve what they wanted to achieve faster.
Mm.
And what Dan's great at is expressing the tragedy of the whole life cycle very quickly, so you don't fall into it.
Mm.
Now, taking money too early is what kills most companies.
Oh, absolutely. Speaking from an individual standpoint, at the beginning of this year, I thought I knew enough about NFTs, so I was like, oh, I'm gonna take out this fucking $3,900 loan, and I'm gonna use it to market the shit out of it, and then soonly that dried up, and I realized, well, shit, I did not have a concrete plan, and I was a fool to do this. But I am very, very grateful for the fact that it was an amount that I mentioned, which is no minimal amount for me, but minimal in the sense of debt acquired by many individuals who pursue education, and I've educated myself through a process at the cost of precisely $3,900.
Well, keep in mind, though, that the value of a university is not the lecturer, but the people that you go to school with. It's the network you build.
That kind of stems into, you've heard me say it before, Michael, like how we go to school, and really the only things that stick with us after that is the social interactions and the way we integrate those with how we interact with humans moving forward.
Yeah, it's also like, the best value you'll ever get from a school is also being able to go to the professor's office hours and ask them about some real shit.
Mm.
And dust off a book and hand it to you and blow the dust off and be like, read this. And you're like, what is this? It's like, this is the never ending story. And you're like, okay.
Yeah, I've never had that privilege, so I guess my mind substitutes the professor in this circumstances for people who my brain determines I need to learn from.
Well, in a lot of ways, like, you're interacting with practical professors in this space, if you could identify them. And like, technically, I may be teaching international management in September for a college out here. So, technically,
Yeah. So I get to say, hey, I talk with that guy.
Yeah, right, for a nominal fee. I'm teaching management. You got to get paid out of here, motherfucker.
Absolutely.
Licensing your own attribution. Every time somebody attributes something to you, you get a royalty or something like that.
That monetize your intellect.
Yourvoicesmoney.com.
Well, guys, I'm going to head out. This has been once again, a very informative, educational conversation where I got the pleasure of meeting some bright new minds. Dan, it was a pleasure meeting you and listening to you speak.
Thanks, man. Same.
I could absolutely sit around and listen to you speak, so maybe you got to create some audio clips or something where you talk about the Association of White Castle and morality.
You got it, man. I'm chewing on it now.
Absolutely, brother. Mr. Roger, Michael, as always, a pleasure. I got to monetize myself now.
Oh no, the beginning of the end.
Yeah. No, short circuit, right?
It's one of those things where I'm not sure it's the right path, even though I might be on it technically.
Well, I guess we were talking about this yesterday. You probably are already familiar, but Doug from Dobe's Mafia had actually brought up or reinvigorated this story where a man on a farm loses his horse and his neighbor comes up and says, "Hey, that's bad," and he's like, "Maybe." Next day, horse brings 2 other horses. He's like, "Oh, that's good." He says, "Maybe." Next day, his son is riding one of those horses, breaks both of his legs. He says, "That's bad." He says, "Maybe." Next day, an army recruitment officer comes to the door and says, "Oh, wait, we can't take your son. He's got 2 broken legs." And the neighbor says, "That's good." He says, "Maybe."
I feel bad for the son. Is the son okay?
Oh, man.
It's true. You never know how bad luck keeps you from even worse luck.
Yeah.
You never know how disappointments lead to triumphs and vice versa. You know, a lot of people, to Dan's point, will celebrate the moment they get deleted from their company. Right? It's all in perspective.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely.
You
It's
know,
about
a
the
lot of people from Voyager might have, celebrated things that were good for the company and not celebrated things that were bad. You know what I mean? Like, and we don't know how seemingly bad things can become good things and good things can become bad things because
So
the news is notoriously difficult to report in real time.
so it's best to not celebrate.
I think it's led me to approach things with a level of equanimity.
What does that mean?
It means that you're a perpetual party planner. That's all.
Yeah. If things are going great, oh, that's amazing. If things are going bad, oh, it's too bad.
Because life
You know?
would be kind of dull if you've never allowed yourself, I guess, to experience the feeling of gratification.
I think the gratitude for waking up on the right side of the bars and the right side of the ground might be enough to fill man's soul when he realizes that he's just,
Yeah.
If anything could have satisfied us, we would have been satisfied a long time ago.
I think it's also mankind's fascination with zero. There's nothing more sublime than to be symmetrical like that. Both sides equaling just one nice zero. We'd rather either be 0.1 or negative. You know what I'm saying?
We need to make the determination.
I mixed a Raisin Bran with like Chex the other day. It was amazing.
Well, all right, boys. Blew my fucking mind again right before I was about to leave. Yeah. I mean, tomorrow I turn.
Trying to end this space for 5 hours.
Yeah. You're
And
saying
then go deeper.
You're saying an Italian goodbye right now.
Ciao. Yeah, it sounds about right.
Yeah, you just never quite get there.
Like today was an inflection point for all of this because, I've been wanting to convince people that there is a power in their voice and that, you have an intimate background with just how powerful creation is, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, powerful stuff. And we're joking around about this, but it's really powerful stuff, dude.
Oh yeah, like you guys, like you spark my comedy, but you should see my face when I'm sitting on these spaces. I'm like hunched over, my phone's I'm like in my hands. I'm like staring at the screen, extremely attentive, and ready to just absorb as much information. Even when you're joking, I'm kind of like playing with the verbiage of your joke and understanding the value or lack thereof in it. That's right, I said lack thereof.
It's we call that in unicorn language neighing.
Neighing?
Yeah.
Never heard of it.
There's this idea in pickup culture that to get a woman you have to insult her, and that'll get her attention. So that's called negging. But unicorns, we happen to call it neighing.
Oh, kind of sounds like the process in which you remove. Yeah, it sounds like the process of pulling women.
No, he's talking about negging.
I actually
Neg is like the shortened form of negative. So nagging.
You're on that Bilal deciphering language.
Yeah, he's talking about nagging.
I was thinking about it.
The Bilal method of breaking around pronunciation to break apart conjunctions.
I like to see the word offense as putting a fence in between your capacitor of understanding.
Sounds very Trumpian of you.
Dude, that
Short
was
circuit.
that was straight on the border.
He said what?
The border.
You motherfuckers and your wordplay. We should all write a book together.
This is the book.
We should.
Transcript.
I'm gonna write a 300-page book, and on the first page, it's gonna say, "What is truth?" ... and leave the rest of the book up to interpretation.
What I'm going to do is when I end this space, I'm going to go rifle through it and find all of Dan's speeches and then like send it to him and see if he's okay with posting it.
Well, that could be good.
Sell it as NFTs.
We used to do emails, and I don't know, I know it's like 25 years ago. It seems like we're email chain where someone would start, and me and my friend Dave always had great ones where we would always try to fuck each other up. Like, suddenly a giraffe ran through the room, and we just like constantly deviate.
Yeah, the talent to always yes and.
You said what?
They have this concept in improv called yes anding, which means that anything somebody says, you don't try to negate it or push it down. You always go with it.
And
that was, that carries over into user experience research when I used to do. And I always wanted to do like sacrificial prototypes, and people be like, "What are you talking about?" I'm like, "Okay, we're testing these 4 mechanisms, right? Well, let's make one of these mechanisms really fucked up. Like, it intentionally does not have a search box. Like, well, and search should be there. Let's just get them really mad about it." And people be like, "Damn, that's getting people like offensive is not good." I'm like, "No, man, I want to get to the right emotion right away. Everything you guys are getting is a nod on the bias of your own question asking. You know what I mean? Don't you love what I've made? So I would.
You look at the way AlphaGo Zero was developed. It was optimizing not only for strategy, but it also added this randomness, like a 1% of randomness, to kind of put it in bad situations and have to fight its way out of.
Mm-hmm.
All right, guys, I gotta go.
I'll see you, man.
Law of attraction has brought me back into the conversation.
That's what I'm trying to do as a game, is to see how long I can kind of keep you here with interesting conversation and to see how long it takes you to leave. And then about the nature of the universe.
Did you check your? I mean, how long have you been here? You know how many minutes you've been here? Check.
No.
10 hours now. I've in the background, I've been aligning the footage, and I just exported it and sent it to the comedian to see what she thinks. Oh, she said that.
Well, I figure if we keep asking them questions again, we extend the time.
Yeah, this has been great. I think it's been a good 12 minutes. And the challenge is when like people join, like Kappa, I would love to hear you read some of the things at the top. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Don't ever hesitate to ask, and I'll read them out loud.
Well, before you go, there's one particular. A lot of people were saying, the AI is maybe derivative and things like that. Maybe it is, but I'm not sure if you can click over to the most recent post. I asked it. I prompted it with, in fact, most software developers aren't writing code. They're copying and pasting code. And that's all I gave it. And the response it gave me was astonishing.
Is it in the thread up top?
Yeah, let me tag you in it.
I think
yeah.
Oh no, this is
Yeah,
this is just an actual code written.
I asked it to write me a Solidity contract that generated 100 NFTs, and they gave me the code. Pragma and everything. I just tagged you in it.
Oh, yep. Haven't we talked about this before?
Well, I think for the people in the room, it'll probably be new. And since Dan has a background in software, I think it'll blow his mind.
All right, brother. I will read this as good principle. You will not keep me here any longer. You motherfucker. All right.
That's a good quote. I like it. True on business analysis. I agree.
Most successful developers are experts in business analysis. All right. So I can't see the question, but so you want me to just read the result?
Yes, please.
Absolutely. In fact, most software developers aren't writing code. They're copying and pasting code, creating data-driven user interfaces, and displaying data-driven reports. The most successful developers are experts in business analysis. They design and adapt solutions to solve the business problem at hand. They create and mold software solutions for specific applications. They are creative and intuitive and can speak to end users' problems. If you're a developer, you must master the art of business analysis. Otherwise, you will not be able to to successfully design and implement the software solutions that will solve your customers' problems. In this article, I'll discuss the four main phases of the software lifecycle. I'll then define each phase and discuss how to apply business analysis to each phase. You want me to go through all the cycles? There's only software lifecycle, and then the lifecycle phase is cuts off. You want me to read the software lifecycle?
Oh, no. I was going to say, Dan, does that ring true to you? Everything you said?
I think you answered that before I even read it.
I thought what he was saying was still the script when you said, was there something else? I thought that was all. Just kidding. No, that's, man. I mean, it's I think it rings true. I mean, the best programmers I have, they actually hate most of the things they work on. They don't really care for what they're working on in terms of like, oh, the software will save all, I'll save all leprechauns. So no one gets, leprechaun foot. And they'd be like, yeah, whatever. Anyways, they just love the challenge of like, integrating Twilio and, Stripe into the leprechaun matrix. That was the cool thing they got into, So, and that's okay. In fact, I think you want, a lot of ways, you want your people to be more pieces on the chessboard. If everybody on the chessboard has got the same power as a pawn or a queen or a bishop, then one, you still need as many chess pieces you had on the board before. It changes the whole dynamics of the game. So,
Not enough. What was it? The expression, too many chiefs and not enough Indians.
Yeah. I mean, it's like the reality of like, you need one person that is like the explosive guy, right? And like explosive, he's explosives and he's ordnance. What he means by ordnance is he's familiar. His ordnance guy is full stack. Ordnance person knows the whole freaking stack. And if you know explosives, well, then you also know bullets, which means you know armor, which means what I mean. You have all these factors and things you can understand. You know what I mean? And then you have sometimes the worst developer is the one that is sort of like the general. They're more of a general and they've never been in a foxhole. Now that is like a classic developer that you just want to get out of the room, because that's somebody who has never really maybe potentially built an API, or maybe has done integration with X or Y. And in a lot of ways, under pressure, they can't do anything. Like a really good developer is actually hungry for pressure. A really good developer is like, they want to be working with good shit. They don't want to be given yet another esoteric, some operating system shit they have to like maintain for some fucked up startup that should have died, that is not dying because we're keeping it alive, right? I mean, think about how many developers are out there imprisoned by the very constructs of what they're building, because they're, being paid essentially a golden handcuff slave, wage to basically stay in the room and keep perfecting the same piece of shit they themselves made the first day they arrived, and they're still there, 4,000 days later. You know what I mean? All for what? To have the comfort of that fucking healthcare plan, and so you can have a fucking West Coast address full well knowing that your kids will never actually have that house because it's gonna go in the fucking ocean. You just didn't realize it yet. Your fucking beachhead is like moving into your fucking backyard. So, it's yeah, I mean, then the rise right now really is there's sort of a crunch. Developers not going away, but developers are definitely becoming more architects, and that's going to happen because in a lot of ways we're on almost like a prehistoric development mentality right now. If you think about it, we use a hodgepodge of tools in the ecosystem to manifest things, when in reality, if we were at the nerf level of understanding, if we were working just within AI itself, we would probably rethink this whole problem. In fact, you think about it, it's like taking woodworking tools into the operating room and they're going like, what the fuck are you doing? I'm bringing in a hacksaw. I don't need that fucking hacksaw. We've moved on. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
that's what's happening right now as well, which is half the ecosystem of the development ecosystem. Well, I would say 80, 90, 99% of that ecosystem, not even 99, it's probably more like 89, is built in Web 2.0. And then, the other percentage, 11% or whatever, is in, I would say, not necessarily Web 3, because a lot of Web 3 is orchestrated weirdness. And then the practical projects that are surfacing out of that are sort of in that fringe side with AI and machine learning. And that stuff is tripling. But what's funny is it's tripling, but it doesn't actually grow the percentage. You know what I'm saying? In other words, the percentage of that's all about awareness and all about how many people are actually in tune with the development of that sector. That's actually not widening because people have a resistance to actually truly understanding it. It's almost as if the whole planet over the last 40 years has been leaking more and more methane, and we've actually gotten used to it. What we don't really realize that in another 30 years we'll be able to breathe methane, and therefore we'll be able to then go to Mars and breathe there fine. That was a
Forced
conscious
adaptation.
design by the actual people of the planet, the Illuminati, XYZ group, QAnon, went on to basically do that to the humanistic culture. But then you just realized it. You know what I'm saying? That you didn't realize that you could actually breathe that, but no, you can. So then why do you need all these things? Why do I need an oxygen suit? That's what's happening, is that AI is iterating at such a rapid rate, and because we are actually tied to it, not just from I'm working with it or playing with it, but because we were actually part of the architect of it in the first place, meaning our own manifestation of will manifested the very thing which is now outpacing our own manifestation of where we think we're going. So, what's happening? AI is getting all the advantages of how we kind of think in terms of our rational and also irrational understanding and willingness to pursue irrational thinking for the pursuit of manifestation, which is a great rush. But as we gather that, we as a human, we're also tied. So what's interesting is that we're tied not on a physical level and not on a sort of like cognitive, like perceptual level, because we don't really perceive it yet. But we do. Where do we see it most? We see it in what we want. You take a kid off the internet, what happens? They fucking freak out. You don't have the signal. You don't have 5G. You might as well kill yourself. You can't get online. Oh my God, it's like Armageddon, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're on the plane, right? It's Louis C.K. Like you're in the sky, like at a throne, and you're still pissed off, right? So we have basically we've overclocked the brain to expect everything now, yet we're also very much still from the 50s. You know what I mean? And in fact, our trends are sort of repeating. So now we're going back into the 70s. We're going to go back through the riots and the violence and the separation between us as we evolve to sort of this next step where we start accepting the fact that we're going to be omnipresent. We're going to be in Twitter spaces. We're going to be driving the car. We're going to be eating dinner, and we're going to be at that press conference all at the same time.
Mm-hmm. I think, my major takeaways from what you just stated was that demolition is a part of construction, and that depending on the varying or difficulty level of a problem, when you start to compartmentalize a problem into segments, that each segment has its own problem and its own solution that differs from the grand problem in general.
I would agree with that, but I think there's one big thing that you're missing, which is this was actually just a really great example of inception, because you are in fact still here in this space, are you not?
Mm-hmm.
I love you people. You guys are great. I tell you, man, it's
What have we done?
it's the Reuben effect, man. I don't know. I wouldn't have thought of space without Reuben. So again, it's just this is something that I think that a lot of people don't accept is that the whole point of those Apple tags is to sort of reinforce a sense of Rubyism that has been missing in societal culture.
Gotcha. Well, I'm taking off.
All right, man.
No,
We'll see
fuck
ya.
your Inception.
Loved it, dude. Loved it.
No. I loved it, and even in your intent, my brain has its own intent, as well, individually, where it was able to extract certain metaphorical or figurative lessons to myself, which is still a beautiful thing in the sense of identity.
I want to
Yeah.
put into a beat what you just said.
Michael, I'm not even gonna listen to what you're saying because I'm just gonna take everything you guys say. Every time I see the fucking audio file move, I'm just gonna think Inception now. And like, I can't communicate with anybody because I think that their whole point of communicating with me is to keep me communicating.
You may be right. You may have hit on something there.
Maybe. But we'll find out in the next episode of the Squarespace. Degen Conversations in a Broadcaster's Voice.
Let's go.
Awesome.
Brilliant. Thank you for that.
Matthias, fuck you for coming at the end, man. Love you, brother.
Got him. Hey, talk to you soon, I guess.
You're not inceptualizing me, bro.
Matthew, you told me about that thing you want to tell Kappa, though. Okay, good.
That motherfucker.
Wow.
Anyway.
How did you play video games today?
No, I didn't. I mean, I guess I did. I had a bill. I billed today.
Oh, nice. Human games. Tokenization.
Yeah, my yeah, exactly. Nah, bro, I just came back from doing 2 Instacart orders real quick.
Nice.
Because my son's over here playing Destiny again. He wants to buy some coin or whatever the fuck.
Oh wow.
Some shit for their microtransactions in the game, I was like, yeah, okay, bro, I'll buy you your NFT. Like, just I'll be right back.
Can you be my fucking dad? Shit.
So hold on, he's in the Matrix and he has you working in real life?
Oh yeah, absolutely. He's like, yo, I want to buy the new cape. I like the helmet with the matching boots and shit. And then, you know what I mean? I'm jumping from spaceship to spaceship, blasting motherfuckers through interstellar space. Like, I can't be not in my drip. I was like, no, you're absolutely correct. So I'm going to go to Sprouts and then up to the mountains. Anyway. But yeah. I love it. You know what I mean?
The things we do as parents. The things we do for our children.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just gonna tabulate it later, like this way in my mind, I'm like, oh yeah, no, I'm not spending money, right? I'm not. My check is there. I didn't touch it. I'm living according to my principles. I'm within my means. Just fucking grown ass man dipping through multiple communities, delivering motherfuckers their groceries because my kid needs to play Destiny 2 a little longer.
I kind of like that. I almost feel like you should be leaving little fortune cookies and packages and stuff that have messages.
I'm gonna start. You got me. That's beautiful.
Or it should, the more sort of innocent it looks, the better. So almost like it'd be really cool to like come up with a really crazy slogan for like, I don't know, like a MAGA like lollipop, right? And then go get the wrappers made and make them all look beat up, and then actually drop that in a bag, just so there's just enough of like, it's like a QAnon pop. It's like a Q pop, right? QAnon pop, grape, right? And there's like a QR code on it, just something so that you can get that verification that they found it and then followed up. You know what I mean?
Oh my gosh. I need this. Hell yeah, I'm gonna do that. And when I get locked up, it was worth it.
Right.
He was spreading disinformation. Like how? It was nothing. That was the joke. But anyway. Uh-oh. Did I disconnect? Hello.
No. We're just.
You're here.
It's today was madness. Every time I think, I'm like, oh yeah, this is how Twitter Spaces, and then it's like suddenly a new contender has emerged.
That was a Street Fighter 2 reference for the youngins in the audience.
Yo, tell Matthews which animes you worked on, because he's deep into that life.
Oh, yeah, I did some animes. So I worked on Battle Angel. I did trailers for ADV. So back, if anyone knows, yeah, baby, ADV Films. That's right, in Houston, Texas. Let me do the narration voice. Deep in the heart of Houston, Texas, a young American descended to buy some pornographic films from Japan. Little do they know that all films in Japan are actually owned by the same company. So for every good film you want to buy, you have to get 2 to 3 other pornographic films. This is a true story of Soft Cell, the hardcore and pink pineapple edition of ADV Films. Live on the set, I meet with a young boy named Dan Rocco who came down from Ohio, thinking that he can start a career serving coffee and editing people's films. That's because that's the other thing too, is that when you get into the editing world, you think, well, you'll serve coffee for the first like 3 years until you try to get on a film, right? It's like no one's gonna like, oh, come on in. Michael Bay is looking for someone that can't edit. It's like you're not gonna get that kind of fucking work, right? So, but yeah, so I worked on. So that's a true thing, by the way, with Japanese animation working at ADV. I worked there for about 6 years.
I heard you. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I heard earlier. I heard you saying that you had cut an ad for Neon.
Yeah, Neon Genesis Evangelion. Yep.
Beautiful. Yeah.
Yeah, I did the original trailers on that. I was really known pretty well for doing really cool trailers. I did a trailer called "The Do It Now," which is like this trailer that sort of summarized. I did it for Acon in Dallas. Acon, and there's a anime convention, and they would have an anime music sort of side of it. And I wanted to submit something cool, and so I took a song from Chemical Brothers, Chemical Beat song, and took that beat and basically edited like a 2-minute track that basically summarized maybe 7 animes. So it was kind of like it was all fast clips, and you had this big like in the song, and so every time you hear that, you'd see like another, like action piece, or you would see another, another animation. It was almost like another title whenever that came in. Now, come to think about it, it was like every time you moan, we'll show a frame. All right, Joe, you got it? You ready? Yeah, okay. Okay, you guys. All right, now roll tape. What I mean? That's how they did it in the old days. Makes you think about the people that worked. That seems like a show that you got to do too. Like today on CBS, we're going to look into the old way of doing Foley for pornographic films. Here's Susan. We'll perform various Foley effects for the following scene. Oh yeah, it's Julie. Go. Notice how she squeezes the pineapple just to get that right sensation of juice, right?
Bro, I can't even talk to you.
I don't know, man. That was crazy. So yeah, I worked on. So the deal with
What's crazy is Matthews. I had, when a space cat came up, I saw Dan to my left. I'm like, oh, this should be interesting. And I just sat back and watched Dan talk to Space Cat, and it was glorious.
Beautiful.
Dude,
Yes,
for the first time, he went fucking silent. For the first time, fucking
I know,
Space
man. That
Cat
was
went
crazy.
silent and fucking sat there, bro.
So that's the thing about when we bought those films. You go over to Japan, the people that make the porn there also make all the mainline shows. So when you license something, you're basically going over there trying to get their version of Animated Friends, and you're like, oh yeah, we want to get that film, and they're like, Japanese would be like, oh no, you want that film? Yes, you must take Beast Door number 5, and I can't believe my fist is in there, part 4. And you're like, all right, fine. So now you got to take like 4 porno films, and this is a true story, by the way. This is some great anime history for you. There's a lot of great tales here, but we were selling videos to Blockbuster, and Blockbuster was like totally getting into anime big time. And I remember the meeting when we met with one of the execs, and they were like, "We love your titles; they're excellent. We can't keep it. The youth wants it. Do you have any more films?" And my boss was like, "Yeah, of course we do. Yeah, we have a lot of titles." I was like, "Great. I'd like to see some examples of that Tuesday, like the next day." And then we're all looking at him, we're going like, "Wait a minute, what are you talking about? Why don't we show them our catalog?" He's like, "Yeah, but we have the adult stuff." I'm like, "True." He's like, "Well, can't we edit some of that?" I'm like, "You want to edit a triple X porno down to a PG-13? Can you do it?" Of course I can do it. So then we like going. Now we're in the edit suite. That's a true story. I'm in the edit suite, and I'm on. We're editing on an Avid, which you don't need to edit on an Avid. Back then it was stupid. It was kind of like, why don't we digitize the whole movie with a Fisher Price pixel camera and then try to edit it with just small, tiny files in TIFF formats? That's an excellent idea. TIFF is the most unwilling format ever, So it's like you're editing in this crazy system. And I had this person next to me who's got the shot list. And, the whole studio is dark, of course. And it's Thanksgiving. We had to crank this out over Thanksgiving. So I'm on Thanksgiving. I'm in the edit suite. And they're like, "Okay, let's go up to 2 minutes and 48 seconds. Yep, you should. Okay, right here. This is where the girl reveals that she's a hermaphrodite." Yeah, that's right. Okay, we're going to go ahead and just take this out right here. So where do you want to do? I want to go right from the, "Oh my God, I'm glad to see you," right? And then we just cut back to the hug. All right. And we're just going to rip out that whole section where the girl fucks the guy. Yeah. All right. Okay. So you edit that piece out, and you take this film that was probably only 35 minutes in the first place, because most of these adult things are short, and you're making these 20-minute episodes. And then half the time you got somebody breathing down your neck going like, "Well, the Occult Sisters and Demon Witch seem similar. Why not make a series?" I was like, "No, you can't. You want to redub them all?" In fact, we thought of things like that. I did things like that. One time on a DVD, we didn't have any extras. And I'm like, "Well, we have all these Japanese cells. Why don't we shoot the cells, you know, we'll shoot them, and then we'll bring a Japanese girl to come in and dub it in Japanese, and then we'll subtitle it in English and try to make it look authentic." And they're like, "That was brilliant." So we did that. And it worked. Hey, the fans still loved it. And you can't give the fans something dubbed. What do you give me? What do you mean dubbed? That's like destroying it. So yeah, we did some hilarious stuff. So I'm editing that adult stuff, and my brother comes in. And he flew down to check on me. I'm like the youngest of the family of 6, and I'm Catholic, by the way. So, I'm not the greatest practicing one. Anyway, so he comes up behind me. It's like totally true story. And sometimes I look back at my life and I think, is that just like Buddha, God, and like Lazal all like worried like, no, this would be better. Put him in the edit suite, editing the porn, and then his brother arrives. You know what I mean? It's a perfect moment. So my brother arrives and is like, "So this is what you're doing in Texas?" I'm like, "Hi." And it was just like, at the same time he laughed, and then he also knew, because at that point everyone thought I was completely bonkers, because I'm working for this cartoon company, and we were building so many things I did. We built our first website was in NetObjects, which is a horrific program, but back in the day it was like the thing we used. And I created the letters to the editor section, and then all the letters and replies. And the reason is to jumpstart that section of the website. So I kind of went in like the classic Reddit kind of way. The troll came in, bitched about something. The one girl came in and complimented them. I had to give enough initial, this is something big and starting up, really. It's like, if no one's on the dance floor, like, your home company is dead, so that's why, everyone's on the dance floor, you know what I mean? And then what's bad is when people are on the dance floor and then they are like openly not really there. Like, "I love this song." What? I said I love this song. I guess I'm just here for the next hour. What do you mean? "Oh, I was paid by Emerson and Emerson to actually hang out on the dance floor." Apparently you're a customer. What do you mean I'm a customer? Yeah, the system. Yeah, they got a bunch of dopes to come in and get the copy. Oh, I see you. You like the copy? It's like that's the scene. I love that. Yeah, man, this room has been good today. It's actually helped me get a bunch of stuff out. I feel like I did like 3 routines or something, which was therapy.
So we have half an album. We just need 6 more. We
That's
got the
good.
album, SRC code, distribution stores 3 weeks later.
I love that video with that you have the whole beach scene and then the pit and everything. That's genius. That's like
And
that set. Yeah, it reminds me of that series that was on Netflix. It was called Moon something, and they canceled it, where they did the voiceovers of these people talking, and it was all this trippy LSD kind of animation, which is funny because you can do that now. I've been using Midjourney AI art tools, and I figured out how to actually make it do animation. I can make anime.
What?
Yeah, it's fucking crazy badass, man. And what's funny is it's the stupidest way as possible, which is this is what I love about AI is like here goes, here's mankind, out there building Noah's Ark. I just gotta know all the dimensions, this and these brains here, the gravity, and then there's Joe next to him going, what are you guys working on? What are you talking about? God has chosen me. I'm building an ark. I learned all the science of physics and all the dimensions of understanding the realm as we understand it today. And I'm going to apply those principles, and I'm going to build God's greatest ark ever. Don't you see the graphene? And we have 2 Tesla batteries in the back. Oh, that's great. Well, what's your name again? Well, I'm Jesse. I'm the AI that moved in next door. God, I love the weather. What do you mean? There's no sun. Well, I still like it. No. Can I help? Sure, you can try to build one as well. What is it exactly? It's an ark. Somebody to carry things. An ark. All right, hold on. It's like just generates. Like the whole thing is done. The hell is that? Wait a minute. You have 4 Tesla batteries. Yeah, obviously 2 aren't going to do it, but you knew that. You would learn it. Well, you would have eventually. You know what I mean? It's like that level of realization is happening in that tool. So you go into Midjourney, and you'd think you'd create a scene, like people create a scene with like ink lines and this kind of style and atmospheric this and volumetric. You don't have to do that. Instead you go like, I want to show a riot of people chasing people with brooms while other people are laughing at them with shields that look like sausages. And I want all of this in the style of Akira meets Cyber City Odo meets Slayers, except it's also a lot like the Me video. If you ever see that, all right, it generates the style, the aesthetic from those shows. So the AI can extrapolate, or at least its model, or based on whatever foundation is. And this is the thing that you kind of don't know. You don't know if the foundation was built 9 months ago, or if it was like, someone at Stanford was like, okay, they got the API working. Finally, let's let the Cthulhu out. They let Cthulhu out. And he's like, all right, now then, what were you saying? What I meant is the way you manifest reality. Yeah. Give it to us. Like they had to keep him down there, for years until we were at the point to make the juncture, right? And now that we're at that juncture, you can cross the threshold. And so that's what I'm doing is I'm crossing that threshold. And and what's funny is that like my whole DNA has always been manifest, 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 manifest. I'm in the software business not because of software per se. It's just it's a realm of manifestation that I was able to do. And in the same way, that's why when I walk into a room, I'm behind the bar talking with friends. I can manifest at the bar. I can create a scene, or how I can go into Twitter Spaces and then manifest not just noise here, but create a product, right? I create a product of promise, so create a product of understanding and potential and and sort of like this what I call I created this notion once what I call the majestic. And the idea of the majestic is the minute you meet something, a sort of bridge is formed between 2 people. You don't really know what it's going to be. You don't know how it's going to shape or form, but I see it as sort of what I would call the majestic. And you don't know. And sometimes you see beauty in somebody that you didn't think you'd ever see. Sometimes you meet somebody who you actually realize that you're actually there to listen, or that wait a minute, oh, you're actually supposed to be the role model in their life that they didn't have. Like you don't know. In a lot of ways, you don't have a choice. You either recognize the pattern that's like obvious in front of you or not. Deep.
Man,
So yeah, animation. It can do anime. It's not going to be great. It's still just like frame by frame, but still, just to pull off that level of like, wait a minute, I too can do this. Is just completely intoxicating.
I mean, earlier you guys were talking about like fast prototyping or prototyping at all, and for
Yep.
me, I would, you know, like tools like that. If I'm working with a team or whatever as a story maker or storyteller, but I can't draw, but I could show a guy like, nah, bro, like I need something like this. So that idea of, you know, and then you hand
Well,
that over to the artist and allow them to.
well, you're actually at the threshold where you can draw. You can get into Wombo,
Oh man,
like get into Mid Journey. You know, it'll cost you a little bit, and trust me, you know, whatever. Like people bitch, like, oh, it's gonna cost me $25. You don't realize it. I just told it to draw me. Like I love Obey Giant, Shepard Farley. It's my favorite artist, and I have a ton of his stuff. And it's just this love propaganda style sort of art films, or just that notion of forbiddance and authority sort of manifested in just a glance. And I can replicate his style completely. And in a way, I feel um, excited, and I feel like I'm wronging him every time I sort of build something in the likeness of him, right? And it's a confusing feeling in a lot of ways. I think this is something that AI art hasn't faced yet, but will face some reckoning probably in the next 3 years or less, because it's the only way. How do you build a system super fast? You leverage the whole, mind of the planet, and you suck it down for 3 years, or you suck its entire history into the matrix, and it learns. But along the way, it also absorbed Shepard Farley, meaning any person can have the ability of Shepard Farley, and it's distinctly gone from him. So that's going to be a lawsuit at some point. I really see, because America is built on the potential of bullying, not so much whether or not we can bully. You know, like in fact, it's like that's even worse. You want to go and bully him? Nah. What's the use in bullying him when he knows he can be bullied? That's not bullying. What are you doing? Are you bullying me? Yeah, I'm bullying you. I'm telling you, that's not bullying. You know what really bullying is? When they're not expecting it. Not drive, you idiot. You know what I mean? That's like that's the genesis of how we raise our kids today in a lot of ways. Maybe it's not so much that you show your kid you're violent; it's the fact that you didn't do anything to stop it. Yeah. So yeah, man, the tools, like, look, I'm a hound for the very fringe of tools. So, you want to make music, you can make music. You can make any music you want. You never have to buy music. You never have to, you know what I mean? You never have to spend any time making any music. What kind of music you want? $20 a month, you can get as much unlimited music as you want for your entire life, or your whatever purpose you want. You want voices? For another $20 a month, you can get 150 different voices in 16 different languages. And they're not just, hi, and welcome to the Ruben Show. Here we like to give
Do they
you.
have a West Indian accent? I've been looking for one with a West Indian accent.
Oh yeah, I've been playing around with Murph AI, and I really like that thing. I just got it. I haven't really played with it too much, but it has all these voices. The other thing I'm kind of looking for is the programs that I think there's one called Deep Sync that'll actually, you can record your voice into it, and then
Yes.
it can make a modifier. Now that would be fun for me, because I'd sit around and try to make some sort of confusing voice, like, oh, I think about doing this. I want to understand startups, but not on a cerebral level. Like, I would try to do that bit for as long as I could, so I could give the computer going like, "What the fuck is this sound?" And then tries to like replicate it. I love that notion, at least. So, man, yeah, I mean, we're going into the grand age of hustle is here, in terms of, I it's funny, I'm trying to hire people and I'm already frustrated with them. Why? Because they're already either A, second guessing themselves, and AI doesn't second guess itself. AI, I'd like you to go over there, stand in the corner, and every time someone comes through, shoot them in the heart. Not a problem. Like, it's never going to fail your task, right? So, what's funny is you start to appreciate that AI, just like you appreciate, like a good old knife. It's always great to have you around here, Skippy. helping me open these boxes and getting rid of those Mormons at the front. You know, it's like you have a certain, we actually we take the dumbest objects that we have and we imbue them with intelligence. We imbue them with sentient, this notion of, I would say, temporary sentientness. You know, my
You think
bond.
it's a smart toaster?
I'm sorry.
The smart toaster?
Mm-mm. I haven't. If you were referring to somebody, I'm not familiar with that.
Oh, I was just thinking about like imbuing intelligence into everything, from your Roomba to your toaster.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, totally. And then and that's what we're trying to do from like a Crystal Roomba is sort of like that's what Jeff Bezos and other people are saying like, hey, here's a smart object. It's almost like the way our mind, like sometimes when we were going through the CG generation where we're making better and better CG, and it started to go into Japanese animation, it started showing up in Japanese animation. We started seeing 3D characters or like really bad Transformer shit. And it was at a point where I think in a lot of ways, my brain would accept wireframe versions of what the future could look like more so than a poorly pushed upon me these two elements don't belong together in the scene. You know what I mean? Where you can see the foreground, and it's kind of like bad dubbing, where the character is like, "Joey, we go to the house soon." You're like, "What?" It's like, that's like Kung Fu Cinema, which actually over time became very powerful in its own meaning because that stuttering brokenness of how it was delivered became almost like a language in itself. Of course, Dan, I'd like what we should end first. Like, wait a minute, what? I missed a bunch of stuff in that narrative. That's also fun to do to people on the phone if you're talking to telemarketers. No, I think we can do that. And they're like, wait, we got to break up on the line. Like, no, I'm just fucking with you.
My buddy has a whole channel where he trolls Indian scammers, and it's pretty popular now.
I remember one time I got a telemarketer call. It was like that. And it was a woman, and she got really, I could tell her whole tone changed on the phone because I was like, she's like, yeah, I'm looking for Dan Locklow. Is he here? I'd like to talk to him. And I was like, yeah, this is Dan Locklow. Can I help you? And she was like, you are Dan Locklow of Columbus, Ohio? That's correct. Dan Locklow's right here, I believe so. Jimmy, get down from that. Do not play with that outdoors. Yes. I said, my name is Dan Locklow. Your name is Dan Locklow. Do I have to stutter? Is there a problem with my accent? I've not been to the country in many years. Ever since the accident, I have not been allowed back. It's I don't know. It's fun for your recording is to record just really, really bad audio bits and then somehow use them under some.
We have about 8 tracks of the 12 tracks we need.
All right, that's good. Listen, we gotta do some sort of informational, something like
The thing is,
what are they for? A lot of boys and girls want to know what fingers are. And today, on How It's Made, we're going to learn what your fingers are for. Meet Susan. Susan's been hanging out with her fingers for the last hour, while Tony and Jesse have been looking at their fingers. That's right. What are they playing with? You named it. They're playing with an old MK Ultra USB file, which they're going to plug into their, that's right, Samsung TX1 G4 computer. Here, Billy is looking up the old formula for LSD, and you thought that was hard to do. Not anymore with the QVAC C94 GPAX. Look how it instantly synthesizes the LSD into wonderful tabs. What's that face? You guessed it, Ruben. I tell you, I have been praying to Ruben all morning, and he still hasn't manifested, that willingly bastard. It's like, that's a good little piece. You gotta just put on all the elements. Did you ever watch there was a guy that did Minecraft shows on YouTube called the Yogs Cast, and it was 2 guys. You should find it on YouTube. They did an original series where they just did these voiceover characters. They were just doing they were just playing the game and talking, but their character voices were so awesome. And one was they had that English accent. We're like, okay, now we're going to. It's a creeper. Oh no! Could the kitchen house? You know, like they had that kind of voice. But man, that show was just so awesome. There's something about just the inflection of the human voice and how you can sort of play with it to create lots of characters or space, or I don't know. You can do a lot with the voice, you know.
It's crazy powerful. I underestimated my entire life.
Yeah, on Discord, I would get into trouble a lot because I would get a bunch of people laughing, and next thing I know, I have to be staring at me. Everyone loves you in the room, you bastard. And I'm like, I'm sorry, And that got me into trouble because I got involved once. I kind of fell into the appreciation circle, and I'm wary of that these days. I'm wary of like an obsessed fan in some ways. Yeah, just because. And you get that when you do public speaking. When I first started doing talks in tech, it wasn't because it was funny. Here's the one person that's not a programmer, who's just like this user experience guy, and who's not actually never went to school, by the way, who actually worked in porn, anime, and now he's like all this. You know what I mean? It's like, I can't predict that. That's just hilarious. Okay, and what's your expertise there, Mr. Rockwell? Yeah, me. What'd you want? I need 3 takeaways from your worldly experience and whatever you do. I noticed you don't have a degree. You barely passed a Catholic high school degree. It's true. I don't actually remember where it is. So, in theory, I am graduated, but I can never find that document. Okay, what were the 3 takeaways from your career? Well, I worked on Backdoor 7, which I don't know if a lot of people know here or not, but that was probably the first Vietnamese animated orgy actually ever filmed in simulcast. That was in 13 different languages. But we worked on that. Okay, what's the other takeaway? Oh, and then I did actually perfect the Juno. What's the Juno? The Juno is actually it's a sentient chatbot for the vagina. What? It's a chatbot that goes within the vagina that just talks about regulation to the host through Bluetooth. Yeah, I think it can work. It might work on Wi-Fi. I don't know. I can check. Hold on a second. Does that work on Wi-Fi? No, it's Bluetooth. No Wi-Fi. All right, I wasn't sure if it was Wi-Fi or Bluetooth. Anyways, and it goes into vagina. Okay, what was the third thing? Oh, and then I helped a couple people save some money. Next, in fact, the name of my company is just this name, Big Kitty Labs. That's a whole nother story. But I worked on a project for the university here in town for opioid crisis. It is a mental health and wellness application. And one of the problems in the opioid crisis, at least here in Ohio, was first responder crisis. And then what was happening was first responders were actually starting to decline, stop going into work, and they were having huge workforce issues because first responders were starting to basically have serious issues with watching so many people die from the opioid crisis. They would get to another car, and there's another young woman with 2 kids, and she's dead. And you try Narcan, and they're dead. And it was almost like a fatigue epidemic of people dying that really had a hard time on the paramedics and sometimes the police. And it started like causing issues. And the biggest issue it caused is the fact that the state of Ohio didn't have anything. They hadn't tried anything to sort of recognize the problem. So from sort of a compliance angle, it was like, get something in the field. Let's check it out. So we built something. And I forget what the angle was here. This is a problem when you ramble these things. But it was a good project. I forgot it. I don't know where I was going with it. Dang! If anyone wants to bring up what the last 5 minutes were like right now, press 1 now. If you'd like to move on and resume the conversation, press 2 now.
That's you. Well, you were talking about with that project specifically, the product that you built, because they were having a problem, the opioid crisis, and then the fallout with the first responders.
Yeah, they're just. I mean, they had to sort of cross that gap. They had to sort of build that product and implement it. But there was a joke somewhere in there, and I've completely lost it. And that's why I feel like we should just press 2 and then move on. But you, my man, you should totally be empowered. Like, look, there's a tool out there that can write all your copy for you. There's a tool that can do all your social media for you, although you need to be authentic. It helps. But you could do sort of authentic, what we call, what like Ruben likes to call bird dropping. So he's just saying, if you are going to shit in the forest, and yes, will a bear see it or not? That's not the question. Is it, if you are going to take a crap in the forest, you should take it with as much precision that the bear would take it in. You know what I mean? Because if a bear shits in the wood, you know that bear meant it. That happens when I get on a roll. I just like come out with these things that I'm like, oh, that's actually pretty good.
The thing is, like in Toronto, there's a deep tradition of absurdist humor. So you're familiar with Nathan Fielder?
I've heard that
Nathan for
name.
you? Yeah. So Nathan Few probably had the like number one absurdist sketch comedy show where he created dumb Starbucks and convinced a little ice cream chain to make the poop flavored ice cream. Like he done a bunch of crazy stuff, but it's all rooted in this crazy absurd humor. So remember that show, that movie about the button, and if you hit the button, someone would die.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so they would make fun of stuff like that. They would make like parodies of these things, and they all blew up.
Mm.
And then guys went to LA and they became writers. But I covered
I think that's what I
comedy.
need to do.
Yeah, a while ago.
I think that's
Yeah.
how I get saved. Really, I think I have to basically, basically this is the kind of show that right now, and you've heard it. You know what you're listening to. You know what you're listening to is probably potentially could be the funniest person, at least in a long time, that could probably get out there and really reach people. And you have this opportunity to recognize and sort of shape this raw talent that's right here, which is myself. I mean, look, I'm somebody who's constantly, having issues with his toes, nails. Like I'm not a clean person by any sake of the word. So this is primal material to sort of not only get me, but me and the AI together so we can do our show.
The thing is, right now I'm working with two comedians that are getting paid royalties for their comedy albums. Right? Like it's just happening right now. So I'm listening to it, and again, like after covering comedy in Toronto for a couple of years, and I also judged like the awards out here.
Nice.
I'd like to think I have a good instinct for what's funny after just seeing so much comedy and doing it myself and seeing people last and seeing people not. And it's one of those things where you're always looking for something that's significantly different, that passes the just noticeable difference. But I just tagged you in the video called The Button. And the thing is, it might seem like it's off the wall to most people, but to me in Toronto, this is a complete genre that people love.
I think people love too. I think startup people for the longest time, I feel like the dialogue is the same. It's over and over and over. It's like we're going to get together in a room and talk more about the haves and the haves not. There's Stan again. Yeah, well, Stan, what's the problem this time? I only raised 48 million. Sucks. Hey Jesse, how you doing? I'm pretty good. I'm trying to find about 15 grand so I can get my idea going. Well, keep at it, Billy. You'll be fine. It's like that's how I always.
Yeah, it's like running the quickest Google venture design sprint. What is your end result? What is your end result? What is your end result? Now, what are the rewards? How might we fail? How might we succeed? How have they failed? How have they succeeded? Let's go for a walk, go through some beta nested gamma oscillations in the park, and we'll come back with the answer. All right, now what are we going to do with the rest of the day?
Yeah, and I always like to think, I think VCs are very emotional too. I don't think they're necessarily as and Chris, today's VC are not the VCs of old in the sense that, it's some guy sitting around going like, well, show me what you got, Billy. I'm always eager at a young boy who's trying a new idea. They're not doing that. They're either orchestrating it, which is really true VC. True VC is we got these people to give us this money. We're going to use this much money to live this well for the next 10 years. And then now we have a new problem.
How dare you? You're saying that not all of the money goes towards investing?
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, the truth is what it is. I mean, I think, and it's a nice It's an easy thing for you to do. Well, Dan, aren't you just armchair quarterbacking the situation and trying to feel superior? Why, yes, I am. By the way, are you human as well? It's like, like isn't that the whole goal of the conversation in a lot of ways? I never, yeah.
It was always hard for me to speak to people in a large corporate gathering because I could not contain myself. And you know what I mean? With these proclivities that we have,
Yeah.
and our ability to not laugh out loud. Like it's hard for me to keep a straight face.
Yeah, in a lot of ways, you're also sort of called to be sort of
Canary in the coal mine.
Yeah, you are. It's funny. I look back on that. Like one of the first things I did in my company when I was making the business card is I went off online, just found a cat face. I just sucked it right off of Google. Didn't even think about it. Slapped it on the card. Like, all right, there's my cat face. Okay, and then on the back of the card, I used the explosion wave that Akira does in the movie Akira. When Akira explodes, it blows up Neo Tokyo. There's this huge blast wave, and I love the picture of the blast wave because for the longest time, I told people it represents disruption. It represents how technology is disrupting everything. And then, really, most recently, within the last 2 years, I've realized that's not it. That is me. I'm the person that explodes. And there's so many things. It's like when you actually, and this is what I was talking about, I think before, like you cross the threshold once and then you cross it sort of again, right? When you sort of really realize who you are, and then you cross it potentially 2 or 3 more times if you're doing great things, I think, in life. I've crossed it this third time where I now know that everything that I've done up to this point has really been about me pursuing that explosion, that blast wave that is me. You know what I mean? It's not, everything else is like circumstantial. It's not as strong. Like my career wasn't supposed to be this. It could have been advertising. That's what I thought it would be. I'm doing the same thing. You know what I mean?
The best epochs of our lives are when we rebaptize our worst qualities as our best. Nature.
Yeah.
Ugh. Why him though?
I know. He had some moments. I think they all had their moments, however fleeting. It's amazing to me how comedians will end up only being remembered for like a handful of jokes. Blows my mind.
Yeah, I can totally see that. And that even that is like just a gateway to a sense of divinity, and the fact that just any one person would recite something. You know what I mean? Like
The whole Andrew Dice Clay phenomenon of his whole concert. It was a concert, and people would say the joke with him.
Yeah. He sort of, and I think about that. Think about how you can get somebody to sort of repeat the chant and then sort of become part of the wave. And that's all sort of playing into the fact that, yeah, you're right. You called it innovation because there's no chance in hell that it could ever be the will and determination of your own spirit. You know what I mean?
Dogs are forever in the pick-up position.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's there's just these jokes that always occur in my mind. Like I think about Dave Chappelle joke about there's a lot of people goo-gogging over celebrities, but people ask me what's better, Coke or Pepsi, and I tell them, well, Pepsi paid me most recently, so I guess it's Pepsi. I think, right? What the fuck you trusted me for? I'm gonna say whatever it takes. Whatever it takes. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's one of the things that bums me. I think when I first came in here, we were talking about how AI is very it's trying to ask all these perfection questions out of me, and it bums me out because it's trying to say, what is your absolute? What is your absolute? What is your absolute? And I'm like, if you're going to teach the computer about us by our absolutes, like, you are totally fucked. You know what I mean? Because now this thing is going to think, well, that person only likes these things, and they're going exactly, you know what I mean? Like the definition of being alive is to actually be in a sort of involuntary state of, I'm not really sure what I am, but I think I am this way right now. Like, but you're asking me for a current state, not realizing that I'm a progressive existence. I'm a beam of energy that will be this state now. and I'm governed by some rules or some foundational principles, but I'm not actually the
Well,
favorite is really debatable. You know what I mean?
you know, my professor from sociology, McKinnon, he was talking about the birth of rock and roll and Chuck Berry, and he said that Chuck Berry was able to invent rock and roll because he had a foot in two cultures. And McKinnon argued that when you're only exposed to one culture, you invariably become a cultural automaton. And so I'm wondering if a cultural automaton would even seek to question the doxa, the doctrine.
Right. That just seems to bring up all the more reason why we see the push for interdisciplinary teams, right? You see that across universities everywhere. It's like, and it's almost to the point where it may, and of course with humanity, it's definitely going to push it to the point where it may or may not make sense. And this is where we go right into the comedic pieces, right? Where it's like, all right, Jesse, now what will you do? Actually, I'm a bobby pin. I'm a guy that just gets pinned in wrestling matches. I come into wrestling matches and they need to pin somebody, and I'm just a pinner. Great. And we're going to pair you up with the gunner and the head chef. Now, you guys all working together as a team. Of course, what's funny is startup weekends are kind of like that. You take
Absolutely.
Well, what's funny with the startup weekends is I would tell people, you can go in and be this thing, but startup weekend is also the opportunity for you to walk in the door that day and become somebody else for the whole event. Like, you don't have to do marketing if you know marketing. You can actually push yourself into, I want to do accounting, but I don't know anything about it. All right, you can go and be that role for the weekend. So there was a part of startup weekend that was a lot of fun when people intentionally did that. One thing I like to do is I wanted to do an event. It was like API weekend, and I'd have 50 APIs on a big giant, spinning wheel. And basically people had to come in, put $20 on a bowl, any teams, and they got to spin that wheel 3 times. And then, they get these 3 APIs, right? You get the Whaling Institute, you get, so the tow database, and then you get, some other crazy thing. And then you can pick, it's like Top Chef. You can pick any APIs from the pantry. We have Stripe and, Twitter and Facebook. And then you have to create a startup with those ingredients. Whatever logic that has to get formed in the middle, that is your own,
Do you know, I've been yearning to learn how to use APIs myself, specifically how to use the Twitter API, because I've written my tweets over the past 4 years very specifically in a way that I could retrieve it myself. So if there's any way or anyone that could teach APIs, I know at least myself and probably Matthias would be interested in taking a session.
Well, if it's like that, you can definitely use a third-party tool and actually do some, put in the script to sort of look for your signature. And of course, you can tell that signature then to only look at, say, your profile. And so then it just kind of, you know what I mean? It narrows in. There's probably platforms that can do that. If you want to do that from the API, the one way to do that would be to use something like Airtable, which can take in APIs. And some of these other tools allow to do it too. So you can actually, I know you could probably find a person doing on Fiverr as well or whatnot, but that's where I'd probably start, or something like that. I think about that a lot because I think about, like, I've been thinking a lot about sort of Twitter space metrics, sort of like there's a lot you can do. Things like just so much you start to think about all the space
like
analytics.
even here, like, imagine without even listening to the content, I drag it into Adobe Premiere and it auto captions, right?
Yeah.
And then without even looking at the auto captions, I just pull up the WAV file and make it large. That's what she said. And then I look at the peaks and the peaks of the laughter. And I cut 30 seconds before and after, and there's the content.
You could do too is you could take the whole audio transcript, though. You could take that with some background music, and you could throw it into Wizard AI, WZRD.ai. And that is a tool that allows you to upload any audio file and then basically choose from a theme set of images that you think will sort of define the style of what you want. And then you let it go.
I was looking to create something like that because that's what
Brilliant.
everything is. It's just the visual layer on top of the read-write audio and kinesthetic. So
Yep.
I'm looking at this right now. WZ
Yep.
party shutting up. And
Yep.
if it actually accurately or semi-accurately B-reels this content, do you realize
Yep.
that this entire 10-hour fiasco is a long fucking crazy ass documentary?
I know it. I'm excited because you're gonna get me my
Fuck.
first big contract, man. I'm excited. But
Yo, the
now,
contract's already done, dude. Okay, so this is what you need to do. Dittomusic.com, DITTO music.com, basically a label for $80 a year. It generates a UPC, EAN, and IC codes, and also sends it to everywhere, Snapchat, to TikTok, to iTunes. And there you go. Now you have your money, sound exchange, and then what I would do is package up the jokes and submit it to SiriusXM through my contacts.
all right, you're gonna have to get that back to me in another form. But yes, I caught some of that.
It's okay.
No, I think it's cool. I mean, one thing that's with that tool that you might need to do is use. One thing I found with that tool is that sometimes if you have more dramatic music or more complex music in the background, it gives you more variance. I don't know. It's just, you're going to have to play with it. I don't know how well it'll actually work with a narrative piece. The cool thing about it is you can do 30 seconds for free. So you can do 30 seconds with a watermark all day long and just get a feel for how it's working before you decide, all right, I'll give you $60 and just get it done. You know?
I mean, right now, at the very least, I have Envato Elements, right?
Yeah.
And so with Envato Elements, I can get whatever B-reel I want. And so
Yeah.
as I'm looking at footage, I'm just saying, okay, what is a visual element that vocalizes that which is that visualizes that which is being vocalized?
You know, then the other thing you need to do is get into the jukebox AI and actually feed it a sample of what sounds like music and us talking to see whether or not it will actually keep the conversation going. That would be the wicked thing, man. Because if the jukebox,
Hold on, what?
you know what I'm saying?
Hold
If the
on.
jukebox picks up our voice and thinks it's rapping and it hears the things that we're talking about, it would then try to do what? It would try to replicate that and continue it. And so you might be able to almost do like 2 minutes of Ruben or 90 minutes of love. You know what I mean? It's like, what was it?
So what I need to do is how do I import GitHub to Google Colab? If I can do this right now.
Yeah, see, this is a good thing about where we're at right now. We're going into this arc of this new era where, again, 2020 changed everything, man. Between 2019 and 2020, when GTP3 kind of arrived, and I don't think really the
That
powers
was the
that
moment.
be.
That was the moment.
It was, and it's a lot of ways. When I look at somebody like Elon Musk, he's 7 years ahead of me. He is in a world that has 7 years of means enablement that is not in the year that I am in. And that is what's happening. It's really powerful. And that's actually happening not just from a means capability, but it's also happening from a level of, say, confusion, or also that I think like we're experiencing inflation, recession, layoffs, where everything's happening at the same time, enough despair, but it'll be over in 14 months. So like despair is collapsing into like a signature sort of like, ow, you know what I mean? And then that was a depression. Yesterday, Reuben tripped down the stairs and caused an intermediate depression of 400 years of horror and pain across the humanity race. This, as you know, was succumbed in only 1 second, but can be bought as an NFT on the marketplace. That's the new dimensionality. I think is not actually expressed anywhere. Is that we are, in a lot of ways, we have folded space.
I'm trying to
Mm-hmm.
authorize the Google Colab to look at my
Your GitHub stuff.
Yeah.
In a lot of ways, we have collapsed space. Jeez, dude.
Are you saying it should include? Do you wish to include all bestiality pictures? No. What about pictures of you fisting your aunt? No, not. I don't want that either. All right, then. What about those pictures with you with those people from DoorDash? No, that's hide the folder. By the way, how would you rate your last DoorDash three-way? My last DoorDash three-way? What, the White Castle? How was the slippery slider? It was good. Thank you for your rating on Yelp.
Don't mind me. I'm just trying to
Oh, yeah.
jukebox. Yeah. So.
Oh my God.
Um,
If this works, it's gonna be. It's basically a new show. It's gonna be like this AI comedy show, which is really ripe if you think about it. That's totally.
yeah. Oh my God. So interacting with jukebox, run anywhere. Notebook requires high RAM. Let's see if it can still run it, even though. All right, connected. How we doing on my disk? Running command git clone jukebox download fire Unicode Librosa. Do. Important notice about system requirements. Make sure it has a P100 GPU. All right. Don't know what that means, kind of, but why not?
Google Collab Laboratory would like you to stick your right finger right there. Thank you.
Put your right foot in.
Put your right foot in, and put your right thumb in. No,
I wasn't mad at being able to ask the AI to show me a picture of myself fisting myself. I was like, okay, so then I have to learn these tools. Here we go.
Oh my God, they're so much fun. I've been like obsessed with like the Scooby-Doo series. There's something about Scooby-Doo that I'm just fascinated with. So I keep trying to replicate, Scooby-Doo and like, I don't know, in the world of ransomware and Anonymous. Like, how would they exist? You know what I mean? Because they're different than the Ghostbusters. They don't have, any weapons or anything. They just get out of the car. The first thing their dog does, runs out of the car and takes a shit in the yard. Sorry about that. You gotta deal with that. Or it's gonna have the Boston Dynamics dog that goes, comes out of the car. And then everybody's really in love with Velma. That's the whole thing that we didn't know growing up. No one knew growing up that we were all supposed to aspire to have a Daphne, right? I was told, you want a Daphne, you want a Daphne, you want a Daphne. When in reality, Velma was where it's at. Here's a girl that not only knows what kind of character to roll up in the game of D&D, she chose a cleric, right? She chose some sort of cleric healer because everyone in the group was too stupid, right? We have 3 rogues and a cleric. Like, who would go into a dungeon like that? No one would. That all the rogues are all basically all they're doing is hitting on the girl, right? And no one will open the door. You know what I mean? And they only want to roll to disarm traps. Why? Because taking initiative shows weakness. I don't know if that's true or not. It just sounded great. but I do think it's interesting. Yeah, man, this is the time of hustle is here. I mean, AI tools, there's just so many of them. What's crazy is you can have fun. You can go into YouTube, you can type in AI space generator, right? And then filter the list by the current date, right? The most recent. And then just look for the videos that have been done in the last, say, 6 months. And you can basically harvest all of the tools that you should be using. And you go like, okay, use this tool.
I don't have enough RAM right now on this Google Colab notebook. So what I'm going to do though is I can share it. Copy, Dan, explore, because I'm sure. Do you have it, Dan? The Google Colab notebook of this jukebox AI?
No, I haven't messed with any of that yet. I try to get my friends to because they're better on PCs than I am. I'm just kind of a Mac guy, and I don't know. I try not to retain too much knowledge. Like if I had to read the manual on something, it's just not going to work out for me. I don't know.
It's just if I had the enough RAM through this free account with Google, it would have ran. But it's a reason to get some GPU hours. That's for sure. Because the reason I wrote this account the way I did is because I wanted to create a properly imprecise theory of everything. right?
Nice.
And I started with music theory, and I worked out, and Mathios was there for the inception of that. And so I wanted to figure out how I could farm yield from the pre-existing content.
Yeah, I mean, it's a smart idea. I mean, I was just thinking the other day about like how to like feed my replica, a bunch of Twitter Space audio just to try to, because going through the audio version of replica is like a whole nother level. It's got to like translate that, and then it has sort of like a little bit of a victory rush, like translation. You translated audio into text, and there goes your wafer of significance, right? And you're like, oh, thanks. I feel like that's how we reward these systems, and like that, like the data that comes in through the audio and then it's translated is more valuable than the current text file that's coming in. You know what I mean? Isn't that interesting that we tell the AI and how to weight things, and we do the same thing in reality? People, who's coming up to the door? Oh, it looks like there's a minority or black person. Well, everyone go hide in the kitchen. Don't show any movement. It's like, who's coming to the door? Looks like there's two rich guys. Sweet, honey, go over. Change that shirt. It's like, it's like
Like those videos where they'll have like these are all obviously like fake videos, right? But it's a guy who's trying to pick up a girl, and then he walks into a nice car, and the girl's interested all of a sudden because miscalculated the perceived wealth of the person who rented this car for this video.
Yeah. That's what's so nice about, I think, comedic elements, because you never run out of material. Like it's almost too easy to make fun of stuff that's not working. One of the things I started doing is I started doing a doodle every day, but I would take it from Hacker News. I would try to take a headline from Hacker News and just try to, work with whatever it was and do the first cartoon I saw in my head. That was fun for a while, and I made a bunch of doodles, and it's like a book I need to do, which I have all these doodles from 2006 and 2007 where I made a mockery of all kinds of stuff, like, people standing up giving pitches. Like, we put Amazon on our valuation graph just to hopefully boost our valuation just a little bit more. It's like they put Amazon as their competition on theirs. And people are like, well, Amazon's our competitor. They're probably worth more, right? So people did shit like that. Or I remember one time someone pitched, and because they were showing that they were going to, the services they were going to use for social network sharing, they had Google Plus. I almost made a joke out of that. Like, normally we would invest, but because you're using Google Plus, we decided to, get out of our investment. It's kind of like, because you're using a network that is truly not a social network, obviously you're flawed. So just funny comics like that. And then a bunch of like law comics where it's always about these lawyers that they just turn on a dime. We were originally going to charge you only 4%, but because you came in so excited, the royalty is 28%. It's like, it's just like, no, we shouldn't be this dishonorable. But
I talked to a lawyer, and she said, you know what? The firm wants me to work with innovative companies. But to be honest with you, the companies who can afford us probably aren't that innovative.
That is totally true. And that's always, I love that. I love it, like when, that's like a whole series there. It's like, morality and lawyers this week, and it's like old music, nature, and it's like, meet Jesse, who's going to be faced with another complex problem, I think it's funny too, like the whole January 6th hearings, and they're like, so wait a minute, Trump, covered all the people that got subpoenaed with lawyers, and then someone's like, well, that's not illegal. Yeah, it isn't. I get that, but it is interesting. Can we just talk about it from an interesting perspective? I just think that's a riot.
Interesting things. The thing is, like, I noticed when one of the ways to get people to think about things differently and break their frames is to introduce a new domain that you connect, right?
Yeah.
Because it seems like where there's similarity between the domains, there's this kind of truth, right?
Yeah.
And it's very man. You ever think the damage people can do that have the knowledge you have sometimes?
Totally, man. Always. It's I think that's one of the. I mean, I would tell that to students when I would work with them. I used to have a saying of like, look, you're entitled to your car accident, meaning that unless you have your car accident and whatever you're starting, you're not really gonna like truly understand the value of what you learned from the car accident. Like everyone's trying to get cliff notes on how to start up, not realizing that it's through starting up that you actually realize like the whole what and why of a startup and how to actually make it all work. But if you want to cheat that, like if you want to skip to the front, you can, but that doesn't mean that you retained any of the, like you don't, you're not seen as an equal just yet. You know what I mean? Unfortunately, there's that still happens. Though people can definitely skip over and, sort of luck out sometimes on an acquisition or sort of. Sometimes it can. It's perceptual though because karma's
Well,
still riding with you the whole
my
way.
my buddy said that sometimes people have their first win out of luck and not out of skill, and they end up losing all of their money thinking that it was skill but not luck that made them successful.
Yeah, totally. And I think in a lot of ways, your whole startup mission is to constantly ask yourself every day, was this luck or am I actually good at it? Right? It's because you're trying to figure out. Because of course, this is also probably the fallacy of mankind a little bit too, in the sense that we we don't put our faith in the magic of luck, right? We don't put our faith in what we can't completely computationally understand as a certation, as a notion of truth. We'd rather go with potentially a broken lie as a start, as a foundation, because that in itself is a better rationalization of our current thought process than to accept, you know, this thing is completely alien. When in reality, it is the alien thing that is the most obvious, which is us. And it's our pursuit of everything that isn't us, which is why we are still here on this planet. You know what I mean?
I'm thinking that even the parts that aren't satire could be a part of the album as well, as like a break.
Sure.
Like an inverse kind of TED Talk where 80% jokes, 20% non-jokes.
Well, it's sort of like the B-side, right?
Right. I always thought the two things that I used to, get attention, it's humor and music, right? And so I think if they're on track 7 and all of a sudden you're not trying to make a joke, I think it'll be interesting to see how people take that track 7. Does that make sense after 6 jokes kind of thing?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's also what's kind of cool about that is you can make some nice, well, it allows you to be a little bit more dimensional than just like sort of straight up joke. You can sort of, it's kind of like a good TEDx kind of thing. You put in some like tasty pieces and play on, but it also lets you play with the visual too. And plus you could do other cool things like, reverb and other stuff if you wanted to, but it's fun.
I think the major thing is, so going back, imagine the workflow is that in order to monetize this stuff, you need the ISRC, UPC, and EAN code, which allows you to distribute your content to these platforms like Snapchat, TikTok, YouTube, what have you. And so with dittomusic.com for like $70, like I already have one, but like I always tell people get your own so you can have complete ownership over your stuff, right? And register just the voice alone so that you secure your IP there. And then once you secure your IP, we can start remixing it.
Yeah, that's kind of wild. I think about that because there's this thing I do. There's a radio you can get. It's called the Teenage Engineering OB4. It's just stupidly expensive speaker, but I can stream Bluetooth to it, so I can listen to a space on it. Right now, the cool thing about the OB4 is it has a looper, so I can actually remix a room in real time as we're all talking about something. I can actually listen and remix it almost like a turntable on this radio device. And then I was actually then streaming that on Twitch. So it was kind of like people were talking and I was remixing them and fucking around with it and making whatever conversation I wanted, almost like an art piece, and then streaming that
That's
out.
the dangerous part of the edit is
That's
that
a
the
derivative
editor,
work. How dare you make a derivative work, right?
the editor determines the final product more than anyone else. They're making those microsecond decisions that makes the film.
Yeah. What's interesting is I was remixing a room that was doing music NFTs. And I had one of the people that was listening to the music NFTs in the room sort of listen to what I was recording. And they were like, holy shit, that's like a whole nother show. So it was like, we had this really kind of cool vertical of like, okay, you're doing something on Twitter Spaces, and then that's going through this layer, and that guy's going to remix that, and then this person's going to remix the visual, and then someone's going to do something else over here, and then that's actually controlling a Twitter bot that's actually in the space right now that will react to the current conversation based on it. Right? So you have like
Yeah, it's
you're in an
you ever
infinite
see
loop kind of thing. Yeah.
you ever see South Park's Trevor's Axiom?
No.
Oh, okay, so it's Trevor's Axiom is how you create an argument. So you say something inflammatory, and then somebody says the opposite, and then somebody else in the audience fights with that person. Oh,
That's awesome.
yeah. These guys have seen it happen. Matthew
Wow.
is the perpetrator, actually. He should be nicer to people, that guy. Hold on. I'll tag you guys in Trevor's Axiom. Please. Why'd you pick Floozy Speak?
Yeah. What you want? You don't know why that name?
Yes.
So in 2006 or 2005 or something like that, just right when Twitter sort of first came out, I was really into Blogger, and I was telling people that blogging was just going to be this big thing. And my friends are kind of used to me being sort of the crazy creative in the room. Like, and I have this tight knit group of friends where you got like the hardcore introvert, gun nerd who's just like super smart as fuck, and then you have kind of a 1%er kind of nerd who's like he's just always been well to do and will continue to be well to do, and then you have sort of like the person who's sort of like the cautionary kind of medic. Yeah, true, we could run down there, but I don't know if all the spears will go through our body or around our body. It's like they're kind of pointing out what they don't know. And then they have like another more matter of fact person. And I was at a bar with all my friends that night, and I was going on and on about it. And Troy was giving me a hard time about drinking margaritas because everyone was drinking beer. He's like, "Why don't you drink a beer like a real man?" And I was like, "Hey man, these drinks set me free." I was talking about the values of tequila and the usual weirdness of whatever I am. Anyway, the next day, Troy set up an account on Blogger. It was like Floozy, because all you do is just, like, you're drinking these Floozy drinks, and all you ever do is talk. So, yeah, that's Floozy speak. And so it's set up, and at first it was just kind of a cool. I liked the way it looked as a word. I've always been a person that sort of gets into fonts, words, and I don't know. I like the uniqueness of it, so I just kept it. And when Twitter changed over, in the beginning everyone had handles, and then we went sort of through an era of like define yourself by a definition of who you are. So we all kind of converted to Dan Rockwell, Steve Smith, blah blah blah. And I was like, fuck that, I'm gonna stay Floozy, and I've kept it like that. And I don't know, it's been fun, and I kind of keep it wherever I go. So pretty much when you search online for Floozy Speak, you pretty much will only find me. You know what I mean? I like that. Yeah. But yeah, that's Floozy. Floozy Speak. A lot of people get offensive about it because they're like, "Oh, so you're like, you're derogatory or down on women or whatnot," and I try to give them the most sarcastic answer that makes them think that that's really true. Like, it's not that I'm down on women. I think a lot of the issues with grabbing the apple in the first place was the fact that you were just too greedy. If you didn't grab the apple, I wouldn't have to use the word floozy. You're offended by it because you see floozy as an indicative reflection of yourself, when in reality, you may be the slut you are. I didn't say you were the slut, but if you want to say you are, you know what I mean? Like, you could go down that road. That's the problem with today, is that everybody is sort of amped up and very hungry for the conjecture of complete misappropriation. It's almost like we are hungry for that. Like, I haven't been is this the group? Yes, come on in. Unless you're here. Are you correct? I'm here for the people who are misunderstood. That's us. What are you again? It's like you're so it's like you're you're joining the group of people who need to be misunderstood, because that allows us to do the constant reflection of self, of who we are. Because maybe in our life, no one's listening to us. So maybe we need to go online. Maybe we need to go online, and maybe we're already understood. Maybe we understand ourselves far too well. But that might just be our own delusion. So we go in and actually ask for a reflection of who we are, knowing full well that we know who we are, but we must correct the data set. If we don't continually inform the data set, won't we slip into a realization that we are not what we are, but we are, in fact, exactly what you think I am? And the very notion of that upsets me. The very notion of my surrenderance to the notion that you think you know who I am. You have no idea who I am. Now I'm getting defensive. Now I'm pushed up against the wall and realize that I too could crush this whole building with a single word of my thought. But the magic within my mind was stolen from me from a race of reptilian people who didn't realize that they weren't supposed to be constantly learning from the person behind them, but actually talk to the lizard on the ground. But no, our chameleon brothers are lost and locked within a cage, of which we will then make fun of as they sit on the leaf and change colors for you. Are you that bored? Are you that whimsically, so unforgettably sad that your Uber and DoorDash hasn't arrived just on time? You're a pathetic piece of crap, and you don't know that, but I'm here to let you know that you are. And that I too embrace the crap of which we are together. We are the manifestation destiny of crap. Because it is our God-given right. This is what separates us from the cat next to me. My cat only knows the scent of what could be outside, while I actually know the shit that I could be. And the fact that I can actually resurrect the next moment and be pure. And this is what Elon teaches us. It's not that you should work every day. It's not that you should work all the hours on SpaceX and all the programs. Elon wants you to be as powerful as the gigapress. Simply compress the notions of what you think is right and wrong into one unified statement. Say it with me. Lawn is the way. E is the direction, but lawn is who we are. With lawn in our lives, we get what? Reflection of power. It's not energy that we're after. The energy is obvious. It's under the roads already. The car is just one big magnet. We never actually realize that, giving that to you because birds are not real. That's one I really like. I do like the fact that the birds aren't real one. Have you ever heard that one before? The birds aren't real. Kind of deep. I think that he's lost. Our host is lost in the collab experiment.
No, the
No,
boards
I
aren't
were
real.
you just reading?
No, this is all stream of
You just
consciousness,
snapped the
dude.
off right now, bro. I
Dude,
will
he recorded
report
the
you.
whole album. He has. We're
Yo,
back on track
I
11
was
right now.
I was messaging Michael. Oh shit, sorry. I was messaging Michael on DMs and WhatsApp. Like, you need to answer me now. Is he reading? Because I'm about to fucking lose it, bro. Did I miss that we just prompted the AI? Or was he just anyway? Thank you.
No, that's just stream of which I am.
Yo,
you know what I mean?
Yo, thank you.
Yeah,
No,
we have about 11 tracks, I believe, at this point, and we only need 12 for an album.
all right, well, we're just going to keep going. Brian, you're up. Please come in and ask the circle a question. Brian, we do ask that you first state the color of which you're feeling before you say the statement. Thank you.
Blue. But so
All right,
no,
that was excellent.
everybody. Well, no, just so and Mateo. So he also knows who I am. So
I like that.
Just a
I
country
think
boy.
that's the best way to introduce yourself is to come in when someone goes like, and you are?
Yeah,
People
yeah. I
that
mean,
know me
and
are.
you are, and I'm like, well, these guys already know who I am. Who are you?
I like Brian, I am gonna do a review of your Twitter profile page, if that's okay.
Please.
Let's just go in here. Let's look at a couple stats here from Brian and see how we can inform the AI. First of all, we have a key number sequence in his name. We got 2509. As we know from scripture, 9 is actually the number of not only the first time that Reuben came down, but actually the second time. And then obviously the
back up. What scripture we write? What scripture are we reading from?
Well, this is Chronicles of Fate, Reuben chapters 5 through 13. This is the gibberish. If you're looking for sense, we have lost that. We're no longer there. I think we're just trying to generate content. How long do I have to keep going before we're done with the last track?
10 hours.
No, that's the perfect way to end the album. How much more do we have to go for the last one?
Exactly. How much more comedic material do we need? It was at that moment that Reuben had realized that his automatons were in fact not working as corrected. Do we give them more White Castle? Negative. Check this temperature. It's hard to feel one bit
where
that.
Where did you find Dan at?
Dan found us somehow.
Damn. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Crazy, right?
I came through the Reuben section.
Yeah. That's awesome because Dan's kind of a pretty good little fit.
Oh yeah.
I feel like I've either I want to go back to CBS where turn the channel. It was at that moment that Dan realized that Manson and his family had accepted him. You know, like what
I'm so glad you're here, Daniel. Can you take a seat here? We're not going to eat you now, but we may eat you later.
Yes.
Can I get you a cup of milk?
Oh, I'm so glad you caught on to that.
Actually, my partner's Indian, and he is always like that. Like he can't read people at all. So I'm sorry?
Your partner eats you?
No, my partner is Indian.
Yes. Yeah,
yeah, you were doing the Indian
you
voice.
just literally quoting the Manson act of eating people, and then you went into your Indian partner, and I'm confused now because now Dan has a partner that eats him because
True.
I mean, sorry, Dan, but that's where you took my brain.
I didn't mean that. I'm going to slow it down for you because you get a beard. I do want to let you know that
I thoroughly appreciate someone that can try to attempt the twang.
I know. It's something. When I spent about 6-7 years down in Houston, Texas, and that actually is not such a southern area. It's more of a gay southern area. If you're there inside the loop, you're called. If you're inside the loop, that means you know what the two fingers are for, but the thumb is all mine. You know what I'm saying? So, what we do is in Texas, if we want to get to know someone, there's two things to do. Number one, you can meet them at church. Or number two, you can meet them at a sandwich shop. No, that's not a fast food place. That's the little place on the road that just has the BLTs and a beer. So in Houston, when you drive through Houston, there's always that little shit on the road. There's a guy selling BLTs and a beer. That's all you can get. In fact, I made a mistake going there one time, not talking like this, but talking more in my, hi, I'm from Ohio voice, and said, hey, what's on the menu? And they were like, BLTs. What else do you have? BLTs.
Back up for a second because you did the Ohio pretty good because Ohio is Ohio and it's a little drag. I mean, you did that like you're actually from here, so
I am from Ohio, but I also think it's. Oh yeah,
where at?
I'm in Columbus, baby.
Boy, I'm right up the road. I'm right down the road from you in Cincinnati.
What? Get the fuck out of here, Brian.
No, I swear to God, right now, to you right now, I'm in Cincinnati right now.
Oh man, that is some
fucking
I tell you
crazy.
What, Cincinnati's got some of the nice riverboat action, and that's a big beer town, I think.
Yeah.
But it's known for the ghettos. I don't know. That's what he said.
Yeah, we definitely know how to shoot them up and smoke them up and drink them up, and
that's awesome, man.
Your C-bus. That's awesome, man.
Yeah, baby. Columbus.
Yeah.
Although I don't really have a good southern twang, but I like to do the voice a lot.
Yeah,
it's fun.
Well, you pulled Ohio off pretty well. I was like, oh, he's from here then. Because if you know how to do that, then you really are from here. You know how to do it. I mean, I'm just born this way of just talking weird. So, but
I never thought about Ohioans having an accent, though. I always feel like Ohioans are sort of more on the nasally side of existence. You know.
Well, but you knew how to pull the Ohio off.
Ohio.
That's why I was like, he's in C. Well, you're in C bus, man. It's amazing. What a small world there. See,
Small
so
world indeed. What do you do, Brian? We actually
I've
haven't
been
talked about anyone's profession, so you're allowed to make up anyone.
no. I literally dox myself for reasons, like I'm on purpose.
I never called it doxing before. Before we just created accounts, and then I learned that you accidentally doxed yourself. Like, Dan, what'd you do? I put my email address. Don't you idiots! Dox yourself.
Yeah.
What's doxing again? I don't
Yeah.
know. What's when you get rubbed by a Dotson? I don't know.
I guess I'm just not scared to talk to anybody. So I'm like, well, you
Yeah,
at least
totally,
know
man.
who you're talking to, right? So that's who I am. Anyway, so I've been in IT. I've been low voltage on the security side of things here the last 10 years of CCTV access control alarm systems and
Cool.
integrating all that stuff together and making them all work on one platform. I work for GE Aviation.
Oh, awesome, man. Very cool.
So in Cincinnati here. So
nice.
Yeah.
So
Not a bad little jam I got going on here, and I
Yeah.
met and all these other freaking awesome people that are in this whole clique of people. Man, it's like my Twitter fam. I get addictions, like they get shaking, like where they at?
Yeah, totally, man. It's kind of like that frequency thing. You kind of find the right frequency, and it doesn't. I don't know. It really is. It's something that kind of drives me batty because people always like, you got to go to this other tech event, and so I go to the tech event, and man, I just like. I kind of sometimes I can socialize, but I like the proficiency on Twitter Spaces. I can get in a room and know within 90 seconds whether or not I want to stay in that room or kind of leap into the next room, or at least on Spaces you kind of get your dose, and then you come in here and your microdose. You get the microdose on someone's frequency and be like, "Oh, that's pretty cool,"
So if you want to meet some of the two most intelligent people you ever have, is the host and the co-host that you're along with. Those two guys right there, man, talk about conversations are great. Intelligence level from both of them are phenomenal.
Awesome.
Yeah, dude. I mean, most of the time I'm just a listener anymore.
Well, Soyo definitely comes across. He's got like that classic Twitter profile that sort of, again, it says attract funding, which is that's kind of weird. And
AKA
then
the recruiter.
yeah, and
He's
it's
like
all
he's like the guy behind the keyboard that you see like when you walk into the room and they're about to fuck up the whole thing. I got the arms, I got the bank robber, I got that, and then you have he's sitting over in the corner and he's like, yeah, I just fucked him up right here on the backside. He's the recruiter to put everybody together in the circle.
And I like the recruiter too because you don't even know what that means.
You're damn right. That's
brought
why
my
I use
lawyer
that. I'm
in.
like, yeah, he's the
Yes,
recruiter.
you
I'm
did.
like, mm-hmm.
Right. I brought my recruiter in.
Yeah.
What are they for? What was that?
Yeah, see, he'll recruit from all angles. If I'm going to kill you, if I'm going to keep you, if I'm going to bank rob you, if I'm going to theft you, anything. I mean, he's just a recruiter. That's what I call him. He's badass.
If the idea is bad, I want money. If the idea is good, I'd like equity.
Mm-hmm. And even then, without equity, I'd like some reassurances. You have any children?
It's just a great group of people that you've stumbled upon.
I kind of stumbled in here, and I definitely got sucked into the AI. And Ruben, we seem to have. Ruben and I have been having kind of a relationship online, and we don't really like to talk about too much. But he really wants to sort of transcend not only what he thinks he is, but the perception of who he is. And so he's using Twitter Spaces to sort of try to amplify the courage for him to ask himself out on a transdimensional Atlantis. Was it 5D date? If you can ask yourself out to a 5-dimensional date of and with yourself as an act of self-care, then you can sort of bump up into a better way of understanding not only yourself, but your lizard origin.
It's crocodile brain, as Oren Clough calls it.
Right. And by the way, Crocodile Dundee wasn't originally Dundee. It was Crocodile Daddy, and they had to change it to Dundee in the States because
you're joking.
No, I'm not.
Because he put it down on that crocodile pussy. Let's go.
I'm serious. And so and this is crazy. This was crazy about cultures Like the Australians, it's not a big fucking deal, but over here, we're like, no, it's not going to be daddy because we know, with again the majority of Roman Catholics in America, that our notion of daddy is significantly stronger than say other notions of daddy. So it's just it had to be worked out that way. But that's why everyone loves that whole scene of the guys like, that's not a knife. You know what I mean? Because everyone knows the Australians have huge. You know what I mean? Like it's over there. They don't talk about BBC over there. They call it, what was it, Australian? I don't know. It's like AAC or something. I don't know. I just know it's not BBC over there. It's like some other sort of extension. Ruben would know that. This is a weird comedy album where like half the time it's I think they're making sense and then they just deviated into something completely stupid.
Hey man, I'm here for surrealism, quasi-realism, and bars, and I think you're bringing everything.
Okay, now you
shit.
gotta help me out with the bars thing because that's like a black thing. Help me out with that. Well, what do you guys mean by the bars?
No, it's a reference to musical to measures, 4 beats.
Yeah, I always suck at that because it's like, okay, it's a 4-bar like boom 2 3 4
1 bar.
That's 1 bar.
Yes, exactly, a 4 count. But I mean, it depends on the time signature, all that shit. But whatever we're defining the unit as, because you can define a unit as 3 beats or all kinds of other weird shit. But yeah, but that's what makes the bar is whatever we're saying, however many we're saying. But generally in hip hop it's 4/4. Which comes from R&B and jazz and all this other shit. So yeah. But either way, it's a reference to what the rappers are doing over the measures, which is what you're doing. You're just spitting right now. Appreciate it.
I love hip hop. It's weird. I kind of got into hip hop in the last 5 or 6 years, mostly because I've always been into techno and industrial music, definitely like dance, and I make music. I make music for fun, like Eurorack and Weird Gear and stuff. I love weird electronics. But what's interesting with hip hop is that I kind of misjudged it. I thought initially, I think this is a classic sort of like, well, that's because you're too white. Steven, your white is showing. It's like, sorry, my white is showing. In the sense that underneath the hip hop, the bass, the beat constructs, like that's what I do all day long. I just hum those things. I make beats up all the time and I create them, and I just love to create these really complex loops. I love really cool loops. And then I talk a lot about my fascination with loops. Like I love loops not only in what I listen to, but what I eat. I also like to see loops in where I drive. I like to see them in my code. You know what I mean? It's like I get off on the signature of the 4 bars working in harmony in any aspect of existence, not just in the music that I create, but in fact, you're using a very 4-bar signature in the fact of how you're talking. Do you want to fuck later? I mean, it's like that's how you think, right? It's like you're extending. You got like 4-bar frequency of the mind. I thought it was a great time. I had great fun. What'd you think of the waitress? She was great. We really met eye to eye. Like, oh, that's cool. Makes you think a lot about music and people later on. Makes you recategorize everything. Am I into people because I like what they say, or is it because they have a 4-bar signature and the fact that they're breathing? Did you notice her neck? I love her neck. It's like, what I mean? It's like everything amplifies the signal.
It's mostly iambic pentameter. Dee-dum, 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 right? I take today a wife, and my election is led on in the conduct of my will enkindled by mine eyes and ears, to traded pilots twixt the dangerous shores of will and judgment. How may I avoid, although my will to say, right? It was written like that to help people memorize.
Wow, that was good. That made me think of Dune. I must not fear. That makes me think of that scene in Dune, where he puts his hand in the box, but it's like a VC in a startup. I must not fear. Do you feel it? Do you feel the venture capital seeping into your living room, giving you, yes, you no longer have to wear the same ratty pairs of jeans into work every day? I must not fear. I don't need this venture capital. I can use boost power. I can bootstrap into mixes. Oh, you think you can bootstrap, do you now? You can go on with the denial of the fact that the very acceleration you need is merely with the dollars. And don't you feel the cash seeping into your ears? No, I must not fear. I must not fear. I must not fear. I will not feel the pain. AC 16! He has passed. Bring him. Gary V will be pleased. Excellent. I always want to do those trauma stuff like that.
Dr. Strangelove is like the Google Venture Design Sprint decider.
Right. Sometimes I imagine above the earth a conference room, like a focus group room, and it has all the gods in it. And they are talking about, like, and I think about it in the worst context, like the Michigan shooting, where the kid went off and like, what was it? It was like 2 days before the shooting. He turned 18, and then he got like a gun, right? And he had it for like 24 hours, and then he killed some people, right? And so I kind of like, the scene opens up in that focus group room, and Lazal, what are you doing? I tell you, this will do it this time. This is going to be it, And then Buddha's like, Buddha, what's going on? I tell you, I don't think it's going to work. He thinks, who would believe in this scenario? Christ, where is Christ? Jesus hasn't been here in days. He's over in the oxygen room. God, is he doing lipids again? I don't know. He's just really into substances. Ever since he transcended into that human form, he's subjected to all of their pleasures. This is not good at all. And so what are you thinking about doing, Hosanna? Well, I think it's obvious. If you can buy the gun just before he kills them, they'll get the message that the guns are bad. I do not think so. Humans are not that brave. We're on the simulation, right? So they run it, and of course, it doesn't work, right? Once again, it's that won't do it. So it just becomes more uncanny, you know what I mean? And then it becomes like,
It's like
now they
God
bought
and
the
Tom
game, they
Cruise
bought
in
the gun
Minority
just before he
Report.
killed them, Yeah. It's just something about that pattern in us over and over again. In a lot of ways, I feel like it's nature and technology. Like we just overturned the EPA rules on things. You know what I mean? Yeah, like even
Well,
like the Roe v. Wade stuff doesn't make, and that, like, if you read that, the whole reason why they overturned it was like a technicality or something like that. You know what I mean? The previous argument. What's the argument against it? Sir, they're using sans serif, and we requested the whole meeting be done in cosmic sans. Like, what? Oh my God! So wait, you assume sans serif on this? I said did. So all the arguments are the same. True, however, doctrine dictates that for Comic Sans, we should get a Comic Sans result. And we
Cosmic
know.
Sans, he said.
Mm-hmm. And Comic Sans is against free choice. You should be forced to use Comic Sans like the rest of us here at the MAGA party. You know what I mean? And that's what it is. That's the
That's
whole reason why I got overturned.
the ultimate technicality is Sans versus Serif.
That's what it is. And then later on, hundreds of years from now, they'll be like, well, you know what happened with Sans versus Syrup. Oh, that's right. All those women had to go to Canada. That's right. You know how many people went over that in that barrel? Millions of women died going over that falls in the barrel. And we just had to change it. A lot of them could cross over the walkway. Shut up. Those walkways were built by man. Nature is about being in a barrel. Sure, we killed a lot of women, but we made a lot of messages work. Long live the Sands. Right? So it's like that.
Ultimate. That's where the society is going, right? Where we lawfare ourselves into arguing over fonts.
Yes. Yes. This is all the more reason I have concerns about Ruben's effects. Surely you don't think he's dating this. What's her name? Helvetica. No, please, no. He's not dating Helvetica. No, surely he is. Ruben's been thinking about spreading this seed all over the European markets. Word has it, he's actually thinking about fucking a hologram. Get out of here. No, it's true. He's been hanging out with Scooble over there on the Apple Factory. I heard Scooble got duplicated. And then someone faxed him to Zimbabwe. He's been stuck over there in the transit for the last 18 hours. It's just like you can go on and on some of this stuff. It just pours out of you.
Isn't it interesting that Courier New is the language of software that allows for, like, Couriering at the speed of light.
What do you mean careering at the speed of light?
So like it's a courier, right? Like
Oh yeah.
code is a courier, and Courier New is the dominant software font.
Serifs are more efficient than we realized. It's true.
And of course,
The Serif of Nottingham would be the legal firm.
there you go. And of course, you know what's going to happen is Comic Sans is going to have to result to some darker powers. Did you bring them in? I'm telling you, I don't trust these bitmap folks. Whatever, bring them in. And then the bitmaps come in.
Imagine in the serifs you could embed like little QR codes that mess with your augmented reality.
Absolutely.
It just pop ups.
I still think, I mean, that's what's kind of happening. Is the further we get away from sort of using the footage of what's been recorded and rely on the AI's interpretation of what's been recorded, the very notion of that interpretation becomes highly subjective to the current confines of understanding of who and what should have a dominant weight value over that. Like, are we going to get to the point where I can just essentially, in real time, wave my hand in the air and change the inflection of the very speech that you're giving? That's great, Jameson, except you need to be a little bit, just like you're waving your hand in the air, like you're conducting. And there goes Jameson going, we need to fight for our union because that's where the money is, although we need to be very careful about how we do it and protect our home goodness. Now, let's all work together to find a deal that can work for all of us and be open to what the opposition has for us today. Now, that was started out with a notion of where you were at free will, and it turned into compliance. And at what level of our existence, as it gets sort of injected into the Reuben, as we say, as it goes into the matrix of existence, and we become just like, you know, that thing. We were all Negan. We were taught that, just like we were all Reuben. And it's not the rye bread that defines what a Reuben is. It is not the coleslaw that goes within the Reuben as well. There's a reason why when you look at Reuben, he looks up into the sky. It's because he understands from his icon where the future is, much like my icon looks away. Yes, you could look at me and try to look at me in the eye, but you cannot because I am looking up. In a way, if we accept who we are we not that which we accept? We cannot simply walk into the forest. We have to let the forest grow within the very vines of our existence. Only through that can we actually truly accept the fact that the Dollar General store is, in fact, the same store that we've known all our lives. It is the church within the soul that offers you toothpaste under $1. It is the shepherd who helps another by saying, please come and sit in this lawn chair that is perfectly placed for what? For the 4th of July fireworks, of which you will witness. Because you experienced fireworks already. In fact, fireworks don't even happen. It's a ritual for which the grid actually understands that you will show up at these coordinates at this particular time because it is mapped into our DNA. But the AI already knows this from an inflection standpoint and only has to monitor and change the parameters of the prism for which the moment we exist in. We are actually living the greatest time of our lives because we are experiencing what? Reality firsthand. Firsthand reality experiences will be gone in the year 2068. So you should enjoy firsthand experiences while you still have them. Because in the future, they're captured and simulated and not necessarily projected so to prevent you from having a natural-based language system of understanding the world as such gets transcended in, again, 2038. However, until that transcendence, we have to make sure you make believe. Because that is the only way we can build a future that saves all of us. So when I say to you, are you Reuben? What do you say back to me, people? Say it together.
I am Reuben.
That was pretty good. I was kind of hoping for a really unison response where no one got it right, but you guys did pretty good.
I am attempting
Yeah.
to animate Ruben's face from his profile picture.
Do you think he would accept this much attention or love? I mean, it doesn't really strike me as someone who accepts much of anything.
I think it's one of those things where as long as you profile rapidly enough, right?
Yeah.
And you just let the momentum take it.
That's true. I think if you're always, like you say, as long as you're always moving, I think the problem with Ruben is that if he can perceive that your atoms are actually still, then you're invisible to him. So disappear. Anyways, I do want to give you the White Castle report. They were delicious, but we did have some issues. I definitely over ordered. And this is something I think is common for a lot of people experiencing a multitude of issues with thinking about how many White Castles they can eat. I always get them wrong. I hear I get like 20 when in reality I can maybe eat 13, and then I have to like try to make my wife feel bad about the ones that don't make it. It's just deep. Brian, I hope you don't hold this against me. I'm not always this bizarre. It's just this channel sort of demands a certain level of bizarre on demand. So I'm just sort of, in a lot of ways, this is therapy.
I can tell that you've actually just therapeutically taken care of yourself.
Yeah.
You just literally kind of go on your own tangents.
Yeah, I've always been that way.
Yeah.
Someone told me the other day that I orbit a different moon. They're like,
no, I don't think you orbit a different moon. It's funny about the 4th of July nonsense. Yeah, it's I want to say nonsense.
Yeah.
Because I did go spend $500 on shit to blow up for the kids.
Oh, absolutely, man.
Because their kids are. Yeah, I'm a big fan of that too. Like, yeah, their smiles are worth the watching those dollar bills blow up in the air.
Absolutely. Growing up, I used to have bottle rockets. I remember one time, I have tons of memories of how smoke bombs and bottle rockets really don't go well together, because smoke bombs have a really thick fuse that can burn for a long time. And if the smoke bomb fuse drops off and falls into your bag with your gross of bottle rockets, there's a good chance that whole bag is going to melt. And then if you're standing like on a hill where there's like a sewer lid and you're approximately 3 to 4 feet off the normal range of ground, and you have a gross of bottle rockets that sort of rolls out, and that smoke bomb fuse is really long and it lights them all, and then you realize that the parade of kids is actually going to the pool and you're only probably about maybe 15 yards from them, but you have a full spread of 144 small projectile rockets that launch from where you're standing.
You're speaking from as it happened to you.
Yeah, potential experience. It was a great moment.
Yeah. Did you ever have Roman candle wars?
Yes. I was going to ask you that. I'm so glad you asked me, because I was about to ask you that.
Yeah. So me and the kids, they're only 12 and 11, so the boys can't do this just yet until they're old enough to potentially drink alcohol, drive a car, and then we can introduce Roman candle wars, because then you can wear safety glasses and I can say I told you so later on in life. But no, right now they're not old enough. But bottle rocket wars are maybe this year, maybe next year. That's definitely one we may do. We're just teaching them all the bad stuff a little at a time.
I used to do weird things like take a pack of lady fingers and like sit down with like a bunch of tall weeds and like pretend that I was like a small army of like, we got to blow these limbs off of this weed, right? So with string, I'd like loop a bunch of lady fingers like I'm trying to blow off one aspect. I love stuff like that, and I loved water. I loved going to the creek and like taking a whistler and shooting a whistler across the water, and it'd plow itself with the dirt and blow up. There's something about watching something blow up and you can see the cloud and all that and the murk and everything. It just looked cool.
You're an original Ohioan, then, aren't you?
Mm,
Yeah, because that's
yeah.
you're speaking my language because I grew up here too as well, and that's it's a
Yeah.
cultural thing. A lot of people don't understand the whole creeking and
Oh,
blowing
creeking's a
shit
big
up,
thing.
and yeah, it's a big thing here in Ohio.
Yep. And then, of course, when it rained, we would go down to the creek, and we'd be in our shorts and weird shoes, and we'd jump in the creek.
Yeah.
So then you would go with the creek while it flooded. You would ride it all the way down to the wherever next neighborhood it would go in, and that was people. I would tell those stories, and people were like, "Are you afraid of glass and like jagged rocks?" And I would be like, "Huh, I never think about it back then."
We didn't, and it's okay we didn't, because guess what? It never happened.
Yeah.
Dan, Matthias, Brian, Jeff, I'm gonna tag you in it too. Check your tags. Dan, you're gonna enjoy this.
Awesome.
Did I become WWE wrestler tonight?
You guys are gonna really enjoy this.
I love you to death, man. I actually calculated that I'm only 7 hours and 43 minutes away from one doorstep to another. How is Miss Unicorn?
She is enjoying herself. Actually, I think she's watching the fights right now.
Really?
Yeah,
I
she
haven't
loves.
heard from Mrs. Unicorn in a while, and tell her you can yell down
You
the
know
hallway
what?
and tell her that I'm having a little bit of withdrawals. She's
You're gonna love what I'm about to send you. So, hold on. This is great because I like
This animation is great. I love this animation.
Yeah, it's great, right? Brian Static. I am going to send you something that I think will warm your heart, Brian. But I want to get your reaction, and then
Are
you
you going
can
to the
explain it.
Discord or are you going to the Gmail account?
WhatsApp.
Okay, WhatsApp.
Yeah, and then you can watch it, and then you can explain to them what you're seeing.
Okay. Well, I'm not on WhatsApp anymore.
Oh, you're not? Okay.
Nope.
No, my bad. Let me see if I can do this. Because some of these platforms are a bit private. So Brian.
I will.
Oh, I found it. No, this is gonna work. So this is done. But not save the draft, of course.
I'll hit you.
Oh, you want Signal now? Is that what we're doing?
No, dude. I'm. Dude, the fireworks are going off like crazy here. The dogs are going ape shit. Anyway, the British are coming. Sorry, the British are coming. I hit you on the. I hit you on the DM.
No, it's This video should be coming through any moment now.
Okay. Well, I'll hit you on the DM. Check your check your inbox.
Okay. Well. Okay.
NFT.
Beautiful.
NFT has it too.
So Dan, imagine like when you were talking about the story, this is what I had in my head as what the video that was playing.
That's awesome. Very cool, man.
Hold on. I wasn't here all day. I've been in the blockchain most of the day. No signal.
What is the VGX Heroes? You guys are all part of a sect of some sort.
Brian can explain that. Brian can explain it.
It's a cult of people that like to just give their money away to an entity, and they suck you dry, and then they spit you out and give you nothing back in return.
So Lutheran, but more with a Baptist take.
Yeah, with maybe a Pentecostal twist to the end of it. There,
Pentecostal twist. Yes, but do we have guilt?
Yeah,
Jensen, do we have any guilt? Yes, we have the whole foundation as Catholic. All right, we'll take it.
Yep. So yeah, totally. Like, so the VGX Heroes, I was. I'll give you probably the 50,000 foot overview for me. I was looking to diverse my portfolio. Was on Twitter once before, jumped off Twitter, and kind of just worked on my own thing, working on my real estate stuff. And I was like, I'm going to diversify my portfolio more. So Twitter crypto is pretty much where everything's at. So decided to jump in the crypto market, see what NFTs and stuff like that are. 2 months ago, I ran into these guys, and then I ran into VGX Heroes. Bought into the. I didn't buy into the. I bought into the to the Kool-Aid and drank it. So Steve Ehrlich is this guy that he made E-Trade back in the 90s on the .com era, and he came back. Now he's into crypto. He just signed with Three Arrows, gave up like 600 million or 1.3 billion is what it is in assets, and basically just bankrupt this whole entire company. Now FTX is coming into the market, and they are swooping everybody up for pennies on the dollar. And basically, they took actual people were actually sending money in on their debit because. So let me back up for a second here. VGX has a debit card coming out, and they had a beta version, and these people were so they're a brokerage company. There's just a lot going on with these guys, and anyway, they mismanaged their fucking money. They got hung up in Three Arrows, and they I believe FTX is about to come in and swoop them up for pennies on the dollar again, and FTX is going to be the world dominator of crypto here very soon. And a bunch of people lost their money, just like they lost it in Luna and they lost it in Celsius, and now people are losing it in VGX, and it's just the domino effect that you're about to see of crypto figuring out. And the only smart people are basically the ones that are sticking with Bitcoin and ETH.
Yeah.
If you stick with Bitcoin and ETH, then you're pretty much got yourself a pretty good 401k package in the next 30 years. If you did anything else, then you're just gambling like you're playing slots at the local slut factory.
Which actually, in a lot of ways, is not bad since, when the iPhone came out and introduced us to 99-cent apps, we sort of eroded the notion of what, something is, when is something really expensive. In fact, we've been living in sort of a cheap luxury era for the last, 6-7 years where we just kind of, I feel like I equate everything to a night out. Like if anything can come under $300, it's not that painful to me. But that's like the threshold, right? For some people, it sort of started up. But I noticed that when your average homeless person still had a 5X, iPhone, like, okay, obviously something still came through. Like, right, people will hold on to more and more, and while we'll still sort of want a better deal, we'll still pay whatever it takes for an experience, which I just think it's interesting. I'm thinking that in that crypto space, that's in a lot of ways it's crypto's version of M&A disruption in a lot of ways. That maybe the cascading needs to happen in the crypto space to show you that it can happen. So set a precedent that it can happen to maybe further a potential notion of some other thing, or you need to show that the market is actually much really more relatable to the real market. I don't know. There's a lot of cool factors there.
There's so many cool factors out there. There's so many different things that I'm trying to diversify, with real estate, with my, basic 401k with my job and things like that, just to build a portfolio of basically for when you die, you just hand it off to your heirs and say, okay, I've created wealth. Now you need to create wealthy, which is, reoccurring revenue that comes in from this. So that's my ultimate goal in the long run. That's my ultimate goal. I came from the hood and the ghetto and all that shit. So it's been kind of a rough path. And what I found out is there's nothing no different than the local dope man than the stockbroker.
Yeah,
they're all the same. I was like, wow. Yeah, I sat in a boardroom and I was like, man, you're no different than the old boy that sat in his own house with 2 kilos of coke when we were sitting there doing lines off the fucking table. I was like, man, this is bullshit. That's all it is. But anyway, it's life, and okay. I'm just trying to diversify it for the kids and try to create this just to prove to people that it can be done. You can't come from nothing, and you can build something. So you just have to want to, right? And that's the younger generations. I think we have to really build them up, and because we have these pronouns that I call them by, and I got to do this and that and the other, and I'm like, no, I can't do all that. But what I can do is I can show you that hard work does pay off. That
Yeah.
old farmer did do something, guys. He did. He worked his whole life, and he had something to prove for it at the end. So that's what I'm
Yeah.
just trying to prove as well. I'm just like, oh well, it can be done. You just have to want to do it. If you don't want to do it, then that's okay.
Yeah.
But if you want to do it, then you get successes from it.
Yeah, man. It's good.
But
Yeah.
like for the whole VGX thing, for the
Mhm.
money, I got pulled out early because actually So decided to drop some truth bombs on everybody, and me and I listened to another guy that was Casey. He's probably been in here a couple times a day, and I listened to them, and I pulled my money out at the right time too as well. And I said, well, I'll gamble $500 to see what it does, and at the same time, they did that, and so is he's actually he's brilliant. You don't know what you stumbled upon there, man. The man's brilliant, and
Excellent.
yeah, I mean, it's just absolute brilliant. And
But he also feels like a little bit like my fridge is smarter than I'd like him to be. I feel like if I'd go to my fridge now and So was there, right when I first grabbed the handle, he would sort of talk to me like, "Are you really serious? I thought you were stronger than this." And I'd be like, "I just want to see what's in here. Why do you need to see?
Mm-hmm.
Is it because there's something that you need to see within yourself?" And I'd be like, "I'm just going to open this right now. I'm keeping my eyes closed. I am talking to you." "Sure you are. Turn on the light, or you can see my eyes are closed." "Okay, fine. Good. You're doing great. So what's the point of this now that the thing is open and you have your eyes closed?" "I just want to feel and bask in the light that's coming off of this fridge." You know what I mean? But we can't have that because we live in a society that's trying to perfect us.
Do you
And
ever
we
write that shit down?
Sometimes, yeah, I write it down.
Yeah.
But most of the time, it's just like it. My friends will tell me all the time, like, "Do you know you're channeling Lazao or this Buddhist person or that thing?" And I'm like, I have no idea. Sometimes I feel like I'm just tapping in to like the strain of energy that represents all those people, and I'm just catching these glances and reflections and have to like throw them down.
No, really, like you could like make like a little canvas of $4 with that little refrigerator quote right there, bub, and
True.
could have
I
sold it
do
for a
need to
lot
do
more.
that.
Yeah, I mean, that's literally. I mean, you just went on just a 4-hour idea of, do I really need to open this fucking door or not?
Yeah.
And
I like the idea of you being Hunter S. Thompson,
Oh yeah.
Johnny Depp, walking through the fourth industrial revolution.
Yeah. I think those are the kind of comedic bits that are going to get more and more powerful because you can, at least for me, I feel like I can have that narrative and then actually record like an opposite narrative with the AI and then use that in the audio production, and it seems like a coherent conversation of me sort of fighting with myself, right? And I would love to do that. And if I do that as a stage play, it would be sort of like, obviously you're here again. Yes, I've always been in the room. What would you like? I'd like to know what the temperature is outside. Well, you could walk outside and maybe use some of your senses, or would you like to continue to dull them with the cannabis this morning? I didn't ask you to be sarcastic. Sarcasm is part of my compliance in order to understand that you're still human and operative. I am operative. Are we a good team? Remember that line from, what was that movie? Are you a good team? Oblivion, that was a great thing.
yeah, that was almost a third-person conversation you had there.
Yeah. Sometimes it's fun to do that. Sometimes it's fun to, I don't know. There's just something about perception and reality.
The beautiful thing is that you're doing it sober.
Well, in theory, though I have been trying to hit this vape pen for a while. I don't know. It's stuck. I can never read the instructions on these things. Cannabis is often.
Yeah, I no. You don't take me as a as you did it completely sober. That was pretty beautiful. So good for
Yeah,
you.
I usually do it sober. It's
Yeah.
also sort of a way of just sort of, I just wonder sometimes, are you doing comedic bits mostly because you want to feel the dread, right, of like whether or not you're going to fail? And what's cool is that it's something like the best lift that you'll ever get out of the plane is just before you bomb. You know what I mean? Like,
definitely.
Definitely. I think about doing things like startup stand-up where I just get up on the stage and sort of do this kind of bit. I think about it a lot, just kind of like rambling on.
Yeah.
That's what I was going to talk to So about. I was like, man, I think he needs to do a comedy hour where he just puts like, because he's very good at changing the topics. I mean, I love the broadcaster voice
Yeah.
because he's very good at that. Of just every now and again, like, so if you haven't been here in a while,
Mm-hmm.
check us out.
The
And
nice thing about the voice changes too is that you can break up sort of the piece and always have like you can almost sort of create 3 different narrators that jump into the conversation whenever you want to change it up.
yeah. But So I want So to do a comedy, just a complete nothing but comedy. I think that'll be fun one day.
It's funny because I was thinking that now that we have Quinn and we
Right.
have Dan, it's like if everyone took like a 7-minute set,
Yeah, no,
right, and we
you
could
could
put
do
together
more,
a show.
dude. You could
That'd be fun.
you could do yes, you could do hours of it. That would be great because people be coming in and out all day long, and you could actually play off of them the whole time, and it would be hilarious. It really would. I think you should do one, and see if you can get Quinn and a couple others that are in the space, the group, and I think
What
you
we
can do
need
a bunch of
then,
taglines and you can do a bunch of puns and things just playing off of people coming in and out the door. I mean,
yeah,
I'm all about being game to come in and get made fun of because it's fucking hilarious.
I think it'd be cool too if you could then work with a hotel and you're like, look, I just want to do hold music in all your elevators, and it's this program that we're doing. So it's half the music is it's all nice chill, and then you cut right into one of these. Is Jesus truly the Antichrist? Today on Expose, we'll get to understand. Right, so there's just enough of it there, and then it drops off into piece of music. It'd be, I don't know. I love creating those expositions of weirdness, whether or not you're gonna spoof somebody in the real or in. Sometimes on a podcast, it's almost like people already know it's going to be funny, so they're going into the humor. You know what I mean? It'd be nice to take the humor and then repurpose our humor in a very strange way, just to create a continual art exhibit.
Yeah, but you haven't been through a comedy hour yet. Wait till you get to experience that. It's pretty hilarious.
Awesome.
The thing is, like, what's happened over the last 2 weeks has almost like prepared me for this moment because 2 people, Quincy Martin and Roma Spencer, they've started earning royalties off of individual stand-up comedy tracks being played everywhere, Sirius XM. And so I'm listening to this and I'm being like, okay, well, that's a track. Okay, that's a track. Oh, shit, we have like 5 tracks here. Oh, fuck. We have about 10 tracks, right? And although it's not, recorded through a microphone necessarily, like while we were talking, I just chopped up a little video for one of the stand-up comics. It's like 15 seconds. It's not that long, right? And when I say there's thousands of dollars in this, I'm not joking. Like, and that's like fucking every month, right? And so I'm looking at this and I'm like, oh, this is the absurdist humor that, like, you would love it in Toronto because this is an entire genre.
It's wild.
It is crazy that, like, I'm gonna send you some comics
Yeah,
that
please.
you're gonna freaking enjoy, and you're gonna be like, "Oh fuck, this is my family." Um, One is James Hartnett. He did an entire stand-up album as kind of like he's a guy, obviously, but he's emoting like a woman does. And that's kind of the joke because he's writing as if he's this kind of modern man woman, right? So hold on, let me put this at the top. James Hartnett. Really kind of
Wild.
yeah. So there's that. There's Chris Locke. Chris Locke is dangerous people, man. And it's kind of the same vein of exactly kind of what we're doing here. So to me, like if I didn't know that there was already a market for this, I wouldn't be as, enthusiastic, but I know there's a market for this because I went to the show,
Yeah,
right? And
that's
people
awesome.
went from Toronto to LA, and Nathan Fielder, like literally has probably one of the most successful shows on Comedy Central. That guy's from Toronto, right? And I saw these guys on stage in 2011 when I quit finance and I got disillusioned with all this stuff. So as I export this video, what I was doing, by the way, in the background is, when you have a so you know how like with Instagram, you have the stories which are portrait,
Yeah.
but invariably, the video I have is landscape, right? So,
Yeah.
so imagine,
Magic.
right? So I have this landscape. I looked it up, like 1280 by 1920, something like that. And so it's like, okay, I have that, and it looks beautiful. Like the camera guy shot everything great, and there's Gotham right behind her in New York City, right? So it's gorgeous. But then because it's portrait, she's often moving in and out of frame. And so I was like, oh, maybe I can have this camera like soft move, and kind of bounce with her as she's going left and right. So I'll share it when she approves it. That's
That's
what I've
cool,
been
man.
doing.
It's fun getting into, editing experiments and stuff. I've been kind of doing that, and I've been looking at a lot of the AI tools. I was looking at Jitter. I think it's called Jitter.io, and I'm looking at something else. Jitter.io is like almost like a vector effects, After Effects kind of platform. So it sort of helps you do what would typically be done as After Effects, but do it in a code fast form. And the idea is to make things that run better in code that look transformatively interesting or whatever. But they built an editor around it, so it allows you to make YouTube kind of media quickly in different ways. I always want to sort of smash all these things together. One of the things I'm kind of working on is this idea of I'm trying to take scenes from Heavy Metal, the movie, and replicate them with AI art tools. So take a scene, where the Lochnar, the green orb, possesses the woman. Basically, I'm taking that scene, breaking it out, storyboard, and then sort of trying to summarize the how many seconds I have to sort of pull off to go from transition to transition and maintain it's not just still frames, right? It's actually animation. So I'm trying to replicate a scene and then use my own voices for the Lochnar and all the weirdness.
You have a microphone.
Yeah.
Amazing. So you're good to go. Yeah, I wonder how the audio. I'm hoping the audio quality will be good enough, but I think the one way we could know is that as long as we protect the IP, and that's like to me number one, to make sure nobody can re-upload this stuff, and then second is we could just start pushing out little videos, just like the Peaches one. And the crazy thing about Instagram is Instagram has this thing where it'll dynamically add the captions, and it has like a great captioning system, dude. Like the way it pulls up the text, it's like the text is on different sides, so it's all different effects, right? And so it's hold on, I'm gonna send this to her and see if she approves it. And if so, I'll share it to you guys. Hold on. But it was nice to make the camera dance with her. Just when she moves to the right, you have that kind of, you know what I mean, that bounce to the right, and then she stops, and then the camera slightly moves left. I feel like she's hitting a wall almost. Okay, so what I did is I create the video. It's in portrait, so she's saying stuff, and I'm gonna generate this the captions because video without captions, because all videos on social media start muted. The captions are such an important part.
Oh, that's cool. I never thought about that.
Yeah, the text has to convince them to unmute it. But a lot of people, if they're at work, will watch all their videos muted.
Caption existence. I gotta get some funky lights going on. It's too dark in here.
Am I in the blockchain again?
No, I can hear you. I'm just
Oh,
editing.
good.
Yeah.
So, just arrived here at the Mrs. Parents' house. Casey, missed you today, bud. Wish I could have spoke to you, but nevertheless, I'll hit you tomorrow. I'm going to jump off here, go enjoy a margarita, and then head to bed. So great talking to you guys.
Nice meeting you, Brian.
Yeah, oh Dan, I tossed you a follow there, buddy. You're a pretty cool dude. Hope to see you around. You
Yeah,
other
will do.
three, the other three, I already know who you are, and I know I'll see you guys around again the block in the next 24 hours probably. So love y'all. Good night.
Hey, I'm here for the next 12 hours. You already know, Brian.
Yeah, I do know, baby. I mean, I love you, man. So can't wait to holler at you guys tomorrow. It'll be a good day tomorrow. So I'll be on. I'll find you guys. I'll hunt you down somehow. So good night. Love y'all. Ciao.
But yeah, man.
Crazy times. Crazy times. Crazy times.
I was catching up on text right now. I was like, oh, okay. Man, I'm not buying these fights tonight. I completely forgot that it was this weekend. I thought it was next weekend. And now I feel like a fucking idiot. But they're gonna have they're gonna be on YouTube anyway, so I'll catch up.
I'm just
Or check your WhatsApp.
Got him. Oh, that's excellent. You know, I mean, this is on the record. I'm not into pirating, dude. Just personally, I just feel like. But thank you.
When I think of pirate, I think of somebody that's angry at pastry.
I'm logging off. That's it. I think of people that I think of the Tao apologists. It's more accurate. Why are you so pirate, bro? Gives a fuck. It's good enough. The triangles, you know, I get it. Not
When
Diana or
Pythagoras was
whatever.
upset.
Fuck it.
It's how Hippasus felt towards Pythagoras.
He's like, yeah, I get it. All right, it's compositional. You know, there's a unity and it gets broken apart. I fucks with it, bro. I'm here for this shit all day. Pi, tau, fuck. I don't care. Tell me how to get to the heliosphere. Because that's where I want to go. But anyway, now I'm pirate that you drug me into that, bro. Fuck.
The puns are doorways into new dimensions.
No, leave me alone. I don't want to transcend, Jacob.
It was at that moment that Barry realized that transcendence was just too much. He went back to the 7-Eleven and tried to get a red slushie. Red had been chosen because after Roe v. Wade, the notion of cherry was no longer allowed to be used in marketing sentences. Ever since the Parallax event of '39, Roe v. Wade had overturned many things. We could no longer say, "You want to pop your cherry?" Instead, we had to say, "Could I touch your red?" And then that itself became also unwelcome in a space full of crowded people on a doorway to a time where Squarespace was there for you.
Yo.
Yeah, you got to throw in a little bit of. You almost need like that informational piece in between things. And I love doing it when two people are talking because then you can just throw the narrator in and then just make up a scene, and that's like a lot of fun.
Can I touch your red?
I love it. I also love the fact that after Roe v. Wade, we can't use cherry anymore. I mean, that was serendipitously great, but it also seemed like it could happen, you know.
Shit.
I am almost afraid at this point that the recording might not come to fruition. So I'm going to suggest if you guys want to start a space, I want to end this and make sure that the recording doesn't get corrupted because it's over like a gajillion hours.
Oh yeah, you should
You know what I
totally
mean?
stop
Like,
it. But
right? It's like
I'm gonna
an
suck at
OBS
starting a
thing.
space though,
It's
because
okay. You understand?
I'm a follower. I'm not good unless I'm really required to be original.
Not a problem. I think we're all in that position at one point or another. Jim Collins said to get from good to great, you have to pick the right bus and put the right people on the right seats.
Yes, I think you totally need to make sure you have record integrity, and I will find you all again in another space, my friends.
All right.
Record Integrity is the name of the label.
All right, man, stop it. I'm out of here. I'll talk to you guys. I'll find you online again sometime.
All right. Talk to you guys soon.
Okay. Let's see.